In the Yuling residential area, the lights were dim, and the entire neighborhood was silent and still. Looking up, every household had a large red lantern hanging outside their windows, with yellow talismans for warding off ghosts pasted on them. A gust of eerie wind blew through, causing the red lanterns to sway and creak ominously, creating a chilling atmosphere that made one's heart tighten involuntarily. Inside the Lu family home, however, it was a completely different scene. The family sat around the dining table, enjoying a harmonious and joyful moment. Lu Shushan's face was flushed red as he stood up, raised his glass, and laughed heartily. The ancestral grave of the Lu family must be blessed. My son has transitioned into a fire-type ghost mage, and his rating has remarkably reached grade A. Ha ha! Lu Shushan's son, Lu Ming, and Lu's mother also joined in, laughing happily. But at the table, Yi Shang sat upright, appearing completely out of place. He was the adopted son of the Lu family, taken in by Lu Shushan from a young age. Compared to the biological son, Lu Ming, his treatment in the Lu family was far from equal. Yi Shang smiled faintly, watching the Lu family celebrate, a hint of emotion flickering in his eyes. He was, in fact, a transmigrator hailing from that blue planet, yet inexplicably arriving in this bizarre world. Indeed, this world was truly strange. The reality here is closely tied to a game called Ghost Realm, where the game's content is reflected in real life. Ghosts run rampant, the atmosphere is eerie, sunlight is rare during the day, and going out at night is impossible. Residences must be adorned with ghost-repelling talismans to remain safe. Outside the base city, one must face waves of sinister ghosts, along with various ghostly secret realms, ghostly dungeons, and ghostly abysses that emerge endlessly. In this world, people must change professions and cultivate themselves to survive, constantly leveling up and becoming stronger. Dad, you can just enjoy life from now on, Lu Ming said confidently with a smile. Lu Shushan laughed heartily upon hearing this. Lu's mom also praised her son for being promising, saying the family could live a good life together in the future. Brother, we're both changing professions today, but I still don't know what profession you've chosen. Lu Ming suddenly shifted the topic to Yi Shang. Yi Shang was 2 months older than Lu Ming. Although he was an adopted son, Lu Ming usually called him brother. Upon hearing this, Lu Shushan and Lu Ma also turned to look at Yi Shang, as if they had been so focused on their biological son earlier that they almost forgot about this adopted son. Yi Shang, like Lu Ming, had also undergone a profession change. Well, I'd rather not say, Yi Shang responded after a moment of silence, looking slightly awkward. His profession was somewhat unimpressive. Hey, what's there to hide? Just say it. Lu Shushan impatiently waved his hand, his voice rough. Judging by Yi Shang's demeanor, his profession probably wasn't anything remarkable. Mother Lu comforted Xiao Shang. The quality of a profession doesn't matter. Even if it's not good, you can still find a job and work. Brother, you say something? Lu Ming's eyes sparkled as he stared at Yi Shang, his expression full of a desire to compete with him. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Yi Shang had no choice but to smile and say, my profession is Taoist priest. Taoist priest? The three of them were stunned. Lu Shushan frowned and asked, a Taoist is fine, but Taoists vary in strength. What is your professional rating? That's right, Xiao Shang. What exactly is your professional rating? Lu's mom also asked. Professional rating is the best standard for measuring the strength of a profession. In the current world, the highest professional rating is SSS level, followed by SS level, S level, A level, B level, C level, D level, E level, and F level. Lu Ming's chosen profession is Fire Element Ghost Mage, similar to a wizard, with all skills being ghost techniques. It has extremely strong destructive power against ghosts and monsters, and its rating has remarkably reached A level, second only to S level, representing immense potential. This is also the reason why Lu Shushan is so delighted. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Shang sighed and slowly said, that is only D level. The Taoist profession itself isn't bad, but it is divided into various types, with most skills enhancing damage against ghostly entities. However, Yi Shang's Taoist is a blank slate without any subdivisions, so its rating is naturally low, and its potential is limited. D level? The three were utterly stunned. So low? Lu Ming almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. He had always enjoyed competing with Yi Shang, with a strong desire to win. They even competed over who arrived at school first every day. Now, hearing that Yi Shang's career rating was only D level, far inferior to his own, he immediately felt relieved. So low? Lu Shushan frowned deeply, his face darkening as if he had made some kind of decision. He said coldly, Xiao Shang, starting tomorrow, stop cultivating. Go find a job and earn money honestly. Your younger brother will need a lot of resources for cultivation in the future, and you have to contribute. Uncle Lu, Yi Shang's face suddenly changed. Lu Shushan actually wanted him to work to support Lu Ming's cultivation, which was no different from cutting off his future. It's decided then. Lu Shushan made the decision without allowing any objections. Yi Shang's face alternated between green and white, and an unnameable anger surged in his heart. Since childhood, he had been treated differently by Lu Shushan, with all the good things always given to Lu Ming first. When both fell ill at the same time, Lu Ming was sent to the hospital first, while he was left forgotten at home, burning with fever alone. Now that they had grown up, it was still the same. time. I'll head back to my room. Yisheng stood up silently. Go ahead. Lu Shushan waved him off, turning his attention back to his biological son, Lu Ming. Yisheng returned to his narrow little room, closed the door, but could still hear the laughter of the Lu family. Clearly, Lu Ming's transition to an A-level potential profession had brought immense joy to the family, and it seemed unlikely they would sleep tonight. What should I do? Yisheng sighed, collapsing onto the bed, his eyes staring blankly at the modeled ceiling. He waved his hand to summon the attribute panel. Character, Yisheng. Profession, Taoist. Occupation rating, D-level. Level, first transition, level 0. Skill, thunder summoning, LV1. Talent passive awakening in progress, 99.86%. Yisheng glanced around, his gaze stopping at talent passive, and muttered in confusion, talent passive awakening, 99.86%. What does this mean? He scratched his head, completely puzzled. Just as he was feeling confused, the awakening progress of talent passive slowly reached 100%. Immediately afterward, a series of notification sounds echoed in his mind. Ding! Talent passive awakening successful. Ding! Talent passive heart of the Celestial Master activated. Ding! Second job change initiated. Congratulations! Second job change completed. New profession Celestial Master. The passive talent heart of the Celestial Master is triggered. Lightning summoning technique automatically upgrades to the destruction level 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder. A series of notification sounds roared, leaving Yisheng momentarily stunned. The amount of information was overwhelming, making it hard to process. Swish! The attribute panel reappeared, and the changes were immediately clear. Yisheng widened his eyes, staring intently at the content displayed. Character, Yisheng. Profession, Celestial Master. Profession rating, SSSS level. Level, first rank, level 0. Innate passive, heart of the Celestial Master. This? Yisheng glanced at the panel, his eyes almost popping out. The first thing that caught his attention was the change in his profession. No longer an ordinary Taoist, he had actually become a Celestial Master. Even more shocking was that the profession rating of Celestial Master turned out to be a terrifying SSSS level. Yisheng took a sharp breath, a chill running through his heart. He clearly remembered that the highest profession rating in this world so far was merely SSS level. Yet his current profession rating had actually surpassed the highest level, reaching the rare SSSS level. At the same time, within the imperial capital, a golden boulder named the Heavenly Tao Rankings suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, and the rankings, which had remained stable for years, were refreshed. The Heavenly Tao Rankings recorded the world's top 100 strongest professions, ranked by strength. The SSS level profession that originally held the first place was unexpectedly pushed to second. As for the first place, a flash of golden light engraved radiant, gilded characters. First place, profession, Celestial Master. Rating, SSSS level. Golden light cascaded like a waterfall, and the entire Heavenly Tao stone tablet radiated brilliance. Dark clouds gathered over the imperial capital, and sudden celestial phenomena appeared. The guards of the Heavenly Tao ranking were startled by this unexpected change. Ah, the heavenly rankings have been updated again, a guard exclaimed. No, the update is for the first place. Several guards looked shocked, their eyes fixed on the first place position on the rankings. The profession holding the first place had dominated the rankings for over 10 years, never being challenged. Now, however, being replaced by someone else is definitely a sensational event, enough to become tomorrow's headline news. Heavenly Master. What kind of profession is a Heavenly Master? The guards were momentarily stunned, and upon seeing the score, they immediately panicked. Oh my god, am I seeing things? SSSS level. Several people cried out in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Meanwhile, far away in the Moon Spirit district of Ghost Mountain City, Yisheng was completely unaware of this commotion. His breath was rapid, and he stared intently at the change in his profession. SSSS level. Celestial Master. Yisheng couldn't help but let out a low groan, almost overwhelmed by the sudden joy. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his mind, and continued to look further. Innate passive, heart of the Celestial Master? What is this again? Yisheng carefully examined the panel description. Heart of the Celestial Master, learned skills automatically upgrade to destruction level. Yisheng glanced at it, still not fully understanding in his heart. But when he saw the skill name change to Divine Thunder of the 9 Heavens, he instantly understood. His original skill was Lightning Summoning Technique. That lightning summoning technique, which he had used before, would only produce a spark of electricity at his fingertips even when fully activated, and he had been mocked for it. Now, the Thunder Summoning Technique has unexpectedly transformed into the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Destruction level skill, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, LV1, one of the Supreme Taoist secret arts, summons the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder to cleanse impurities and vanquish evil, covering an area within 100 miles. Attack power increased by plus 10,000%. Damage to ghost-type creatures increased by plus 20,000%. Hint, evolved from Lightning Summoning Technique, it possesses immense power and an extremely wide coverage area. Use with caution. This, Yisheng stared at the skill description, utterly dumbfounded. responded. If it weren't for the clear handwriting, he would have doubted his own eyes. Attack power increased by 10,000%. Damage to ghosts increased by 20,000%. This is just too unbelievable. Yi Sheng was completely stunned. He understood that a 20% improvement in ordinary skills was already considered good, so how could there be such an exaggerated and explosive value? And also, since I have this Heart of the Celestial Master talent passive, does that mean all the skills I learn in the future will automatically upgrade to destruction level? What? Yi Sheng's expression was dazed, his heart both excited and shocked. Silent all night. The next morning, Yi Sheng appeared at the dining table with 2 dark circles under his eyes. He had barely slept last night, unable to contain his excitement. Let's eat. Lu Shushan held a bowl of porridge, glanced at Yi Sheng indifferently, said nothing more, and turned to ask Aunt Lu, is Lu Ming still not up? Aunt Lu smiled indulgently and said, he went to bed late last night, let him sleep a little longer. Before the words were finished, a figure dashed out hurriedly from the bedroom door. Lu Ming, dressed in pajamas, his face filled with excitement, ran while shouting loudly, something big has happened. Lu Shushan frowned, what's going on? Don't make a fuss over nothing. Lu Ming sat down, his expression excited as he said, last night, the Heavenly Dao rankings were actually updated. The Heavenly Dao rankings were updated? Lu Shushan was stunned, a look of shock appearing on his face. The Heavenly Dao ranking is a golden stone bestowed by the Supreme Rules, inscribed with the 100 strongest professions in this world. Every profession that makes it onto the list is an extraordinary anomaly. Hiss. The ranking being updated signifies the emergence of a heaven-defying new profession. This is indeed a big deal. Lu Shushan rarely became serious. While drinking porridge, he curiously asked, what profession? Ranked what number? Lu Ming's lips trembled, his voice shaking, Celestial Master. Ranked first place. It pushed the previous first place down. Lu Shushan was so shocked that his chopsticks fell onto the table, leaving him stunned. He had originally thought it was just a freak profession appearing within the top 100, but he hadn't expected the first place to be replaced. This was absolutely a tsunami-level shock that would stir the entire Federation. At this moment, Yi Sheng, who was focused on eating, heard these words and was dumbfounded, frozen in place. I refreshed the Heavenly Dao rankings? Yi Sheng stood there in a daze. Last night, he hadn't realized this at all. Thinking it over carefully, it seemed perfectly reasonable. His Celestial Master profession rating had astonishingly reached SSSS level. Yet the strongest profession in this world was only SSS level. Surpassing it and ascending to the Heavenly Dao rankings was naturally no surprise. Yi Sheng sat there, his mind completely blank. Lu Shushan and Lu Ming, on the other hand, began discussing excitedly. A Celestial Master? What kind of profession is that? Lu Shushan's face was full of excitement, thinking this was a big deal. Lu Ming, however, looked puzzled and shook his head, saying, I don't know, I've never heard of it. Lu Shushan pondered and said, that's normal. Any profession that can make it onto the freak rankings is bound to be extremely unique. The Heavenly Path ranking is also known as the freak ranking. Anyone who makes it onto the list is a dragon or phoenix among people. Every profession is extremely powerful. As long as one grows smoothly, at worst, they will become a major figure, with astonishing potential, almost invincible among their peers. What about the rating? Is it SSS level? Lu Shushan asked again. Answering his own question, he felt a bit silly being able to replace the original number 1. The Celestial Master profession is naturally SSS level. There's no need to ask. How is that possible? However, Lu Ming shook his head and said, it's not SSS level. Not SSS level? How is that possible? Lu Shushan was stunned, puzzled as to how the former first place could be overtaken by a non-SSS level profession. Lu Ming became excited. It's not SSS level, it's SSSS level. This is the world's first ever SSSS level profession in history. What? Lu Shushan was so shocked that his mind buzzed, completely overwhelmed. SSSS level. He never expected anyone to break through the world's highest profession level, SSS level. Lu Ma also widened her eyes. Oh my. Who on earth has changed their profession to this Celestial Master? Lu Shushan shook his head with a bitter smile. The Heavenly Dao ranking only shows the profession and rating, not the owner's identity. The three were shocked for a long time before Lu Shushan came back to his senses and seriously said to Lu Ming, son, these freaks are not from the same world as us. Let's focus on our own matters. After speaking, he looked solemn. Since you have an A-level profession, your next goal should be to aim for the federal entrance exam and strive to get into the top federal university, Fengdu University. If you get in, you'll be able to compete with these prodigies at the same school. Lu Shushan's breathing became rapid, and Lu's mother looked full of hope. That's right, Xiaoming. This is the top federal university, gathering all the prodigies and monstrous talents. If you get in, you'll surely bring glory to the family. This Fengdu University is known to everyone in the Federation, the ultimate pursuit of the younger generation. Even those freaks with SSS level professions will also enter this school. How is that possible? I will definitely pass. Lu Ming said confidently. There is a high probability of passing the A-level profession. Lu Shushan smiled and said, the federal exam is in 2 months. You must must prepare with all your effort. When Yiang heard Fingdu University, a trace of anticipation flashed across his face. Getting into a top-tier university, entering the highest circles, and connecting with the powerful would undoubtedly change his destiny. 2 months until the federal exam? Yiang murmured softly. With the identity of the world's #1 profession, Celestial Master, he was certain that after 2 months of preparation, he would shine brightly and astonish everyone. Well, I'm heading out for a bit. Yiang spoke, decisively choosing not to waste any time. With less than 2 months until the federal exam, he had to seize every moment to improve his strength. Every second wasted would reduce his chances of success. The federal exam was a grand event that drew nationwide attention. Go, go! Lu Shushan waved impatiently, displeased at being interrupted by Yiang, though his mind was still preoccupied with his own son, Lu Ming. Just as Yiang was about to step out, Lu Shushan suddenly shouted, "Don't wander around today. Go find a proper job. Your younger brother will soon need cultivation resources." Hearing this, Yiang paused for a moment, then left without looking back. This kid, Humph! Lu Shushan snorted coldly. Lu Ming glanced at the clock on the wall. Oh no, it's getting late. I have an appointment with the group mentor. I need to head out for field training today. Go ahead. Be polite when dealing with Tianfeng Group. Lu Shushan reminded him with a smile. After Lu Ming transitioned to an A-level profession, he was noticed by a group. If he passes the test, the group is willing to sign a contract and provide cultivation resources worth 20 million. And Lu Ming needs to serve Tianfeng Group for 3 years. Such a good opportunity, Lu Shushan naturally welcomed it. With the Lu family's conditions, they simply couldn't afford the enormous expenses required for cultivation. Lu's mother also urged, Xiao Ming, make sure to perform well. She was worried that if the contract failed, the entire Lu family would struggle to sustain themselves. Got it. Lu Ming packed his belongings and headed out. Whether he could secure the contract this time was crucial, as it would affect his performance in the federal exam 2 months later. Yiang left the Lu family and quickly walked out of the Yuling community. The streets outside Yuling community were shrouded in a thick ghostly fog, even during the day. Passers-by hurried along, all wrapped in gray coats, keeping their heads down and avoiding conversations with strangers. This was for safety reasons. What do you mean? Because many powerful ghostly entities would appear even during the day, disguising themselves as humans and blending into the crowd. If spoken to, one might very likely be attacked at night. Only extremely powerful cultivators are fearless, even treating ghosts as targets for gaining experience. Yiang, dressed in sportswear, walked casually along the grayish street. Celestial Master. This profession gave him immense confidence, allowing him to fear no ghost. In his previous life, Celestial Masters were the nemesis of all kinds of ghosts. Coming to this eerie world, he felt even more at home, but the level is still at 0. Yiang put his hands in his pockets, pondering the next step. The urgent task right now is to level up. In this world, every level gain generates a trace of energy within the body. The higher the level, the more abundant the energy within. Only with sufficient energy can one become a true cultivator, capable of combating ghostly entities. Yiang sensed his body and felt the energy was faint, almost imperceptible without careful perception. Too weak, he shook his head. The division of realm levels in this world is clear. Starting from the first transition at level 0, one must advance to level 100 of the first transition before proceeding to the second transition. Second rank Ghost Master, third rank Ghost General, fourth rank Ghost Sect, fifth rank Ghost King, climbing all the way up to 9th rank level 100. The way to level up is by venturing into the wilderness or various ghostly secret realms, ghostly dungeons, and ghostly abysses to hunt ghostly creatures. These ghostly creatures provide abundant experience and may also drop powerful equipment. Where should I go? Yiang stroked his chin and decided, let's head to the wilderness first. I'll go to the ghostly secret realm now. Although there are powerful ghostly creatures there, and I might get devoured, I can also test out the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, this destruction level skill. 10 minutes later, Yiang left Ghost Mountain City. Ghost Mountain City is surrounded by high walls, engraved with ghost-repelling runes to ensure that ghost tides cannot invade on a large scale. However, once you step out of the city walls and enter the wilderness, you lose protection and must face the tide-like surge of ghost creatures. Only those who have transitioned to cultivators dare to venture into the wilderness to challenge the ghost creatures fearlessly. Outside Ghost Cloud City, the sinister aura is dense, and thick ghostly mist pervades. Within the ghostly mist, the cries of ghosts and wolves howl, female ghosts wail mournfully, and fierce spirits roar through the heavens and earth. Moreover, spectral soldiers pass through, causing bystanders to retreat hastily. On the withered trees, a few ghost crows perch, croaking hoarsely, sending chills down one's spine. Suddenly, a strong light flashed, startling the ghost crows into flight. After the light faded, a figure appeared. It was Yiang, who had stepped out of Ghost Mountain City. He curiously surveyed his surroundings. Is this the wilderness? I'm already standing outside Ghost Cloud City? Yiang scratched his head. This was the first time in his life he had set foot in the wilderness. In the early morning, the ghostly mist was particularly dense. With determined steps, Yiang arrived at a marketplace outside the gates of of Ghost Mountain City after walking for over 10 minutes. The market was shrouded in a thin mist, faintly revealing the glow of white lanterns. The lanterns swayed with the wind, and the soul-calming bells hanging from them emitted a crisp jingling sound. Many cultivators set up stalls to sell equipment, elixirs, and various spiritual artifacts. Some cultivators also shouted loudly, looking for teammates to form groups and prepare for wilderness adventures. Level 50 Ghost Warrior, tank gear, tough meat shield, fair price, only 2,000 federal coins. Invite me to your team if needed. A burly warrior crossed his arms, his voice deep and indifferent. Yiang glanced over and saw that his vitality was abundant, clearly closely tied to the tank gear he was wearing. In this world, aside from leveling up, gear is equally important. Equipment can significantly enhance attributes and boost combat power, but the price is steep, and ordinary cultivators simply can't afford it. Level 75 Ghost Mage leading the team, rapid leveling experience, 10,000 Federation coins per person, 2 hours of outdoor monster hunting, no bargaining. Hurry if you want in. On the other side, a man dressed in a mage's robe shouted loudly, his expression proud. The surrounding cultivators cast looks of awe and reverence. After all, this man's level was as high as 75, and his class was mage. Mages are renowned for their ability to kill monsters in large areas, level up extremely quickly, and possess immense combat power, earning them the well-known title of mage lords. In the world of cultivators, mages generally hold a high status. His 10,000 federal coins? Yiang secretly clicked his tongue. This price is equivalent to 2 months of living expenses for an average family, yet it only covers 2 hours. Yiang sighed at the enormous cost of cultivation, and this was just the expense for leveling up, not including the cost of buying equipment. He glanced at his cheap sportswear, which he had bought for 200 coins during a clothing store promotion, not even owning a single piece of equipment. Compared to the colorful and elaborately equipped cultivators in the market, he appeared particularly shabby, completely like a novice who had just entered the world of cultivation. One day, I must get myself a good set of equipment. The boost to combat power from equipment is truly terrifying. Yiang stroked his chin, brimming with confidence. He possessed the world's #1 profession, Celestial Master, and held in his hands the heaven-defying skill 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder. Surpassing them is just a matter of time. He glanced around at the crowd in the marketplace and muttered to himself. At that moment, the marketplace suddenly became chaotic. Everyone raised their heads to look up at the sky. Yiang was curious and followed to take a look. He saw 4 figures flying through the air. They can fly? Yiang was surprised, but upon closer inspection, he understood. What? These 4 were not truly flying through the air. Instead, a woman in the group wearing a gray mage robe was casting a flight spell, allowing them to fly a short distance for a limited time. It's the Tsangming squad, someone whispered in shock. They're here to catch people to make up the numbers again. Quick, retreat. Don't let them target you. It's miserable to be caught to make up the numbers. The person who was thrown into the depths of the wilderness last time still hasn't returned. He's probably been devoured alive by vengeful spirits. As the 4 arrived, the marketplace instantly fell into chaos. The crowd retreated one after another, clearly showing great fear of these individuals. Many stall owners simply packed up and ran away, creating an exaggerated scene. Young man, leave quickly, don't let the Tsangming squad set their sights on you. An old man patted Yiang on the shoulder and reminded him. Yiang asked in confusion, Senior, are they really that terrifying? The old man shook his head with a bitter smile. Terrifying? Do you even need to ask? The Tsangming squad is a top-tier team at level 90 of the first rank. All 4 of them are elite powerhouses, running rampant in the wild. If you're caught by them to make up the numbers, it won't end well. Before he could finish speaking, the old man's expression suddenly changed as the 4 of them flew straight toward their direction. The old man didn't have time to say more and dashed away. Yiang also wanted to avoid trouble. Less is better than more. The Tsangming squad was clearly extraordinary. Having just entered the world of cultivators, it was best not to provoke them. But it was already too late. The surrounding people had long dispersed, leaving Yiang alone, making him exceptionally conspicuous and hard to avoid attention. 4 figures landed, surrounding Yiang. A burly man clad in armor grabbed Yiang by the back of his collar and laughed heartily. Not bad. This time it didn't take much effort to catch this kid to make up the numbers. The woman in the gray robe cast a cold glance at Yiang and said, Stop dawdling. The teleportation array to the depths of the wilderness requires 5 people to activate. We only have 4. With this kid, it's enough. After teleporting, just leave him there. Hee, that's right. The burly man gave Yiang a sinister smile. Kid, tough luck. Help us make up the numbers. Let's go. As the 4 conversed, the gray-robed woman cast a spell, and the group floated into the air. Before Yiang could react, he was taken by the 4 as they flew away from the marketplace. This kid probably won't won't make it out alive. After the four left, the market crowd gradually returned to normal, casting sympathetic glances from afar. Yes, the boy abandoned in the depths of the wilderness has a very slim chance of making it back to Ghost Mountain City alive. The road is full of vengeful spirits. Before long, Yiang was brought to a formation shaped like an 8 trigrams. The formation emitted a faint purple glow and was guarded by an elderly man with gray hair. The old man exuded a profound aura, full of mystery. "Old Zhou, please activate the teleportation array." The gray-robed woman paid the fee, saluted, and greeted him respectfully. "Are there enough people?" the gray-haired old man asked. "Yes, 5 people, meeting the requirements," the woman responded with a forced smile. The old man's gaze swept over Yiang, paused for a moment, but did not pay much attention, only nodding coldly. "Don't move recklessly, bear the consequences if you fall into spatial turbulence," the old man reminded indifferently. Then, his hands formed complex seals, the 8 trigrams formation trembled, and purple light surged, instantly enveloping the 5 people. As the light gradually faded, the teleportation array was already empty. Places that can be called deep in the wilderness are usually more than 500 miles away from Ghost Mountain City and are true no man's lands. Here, it is silent and devoid of human presence, with only ferocious ghosts running rampant. It is a forbidden zone for humans, and only powerful cultivators dare to venture deep into it. Of course, such perilous areas are not without benefits. The ghosts are of extremely high levels, and if one has the strength to slay them, there is a high chance of obtaining high-grade equipment. Outside the Black Mountain Forest, a burst of intense purple light flickered. As the purple light dissipated, 5 figures landed on the ground. "Ah, we've finally arrived." The burly man Xiaoshan laughed heartily and shoved Yiang forward. Yiang staggered a few steps, nearly falling, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. The teleportation just now, shifting like the stars on the moon, instantly traversing an endless distance, made him feel a bit unwell. After a moment of adjustment, Yiang raised his head and solemnly surveyed his surroundings. This is the heart of the wilderness? He had some basic knowledge of wilderness survival. The depths of the wilderness lay 500 miles away from Ghost Mountain City, where fierce ghosts roamed, making it extremely perilous. He hadn't expected to be thrown into such a dangerous place before he could accomplish anything. "His so cold." Yiang shivered as a chilling aura swept over him. The world was shrouded in darkness, ghostly mist permeated the air, and the sinister energy attacked as if tangible. Compared to Ghost Mountain City, the sinister energy here was more than 10 times stronger. When enveloped by the sinister energy, one felt waves of coldness. Yiang knew that if one stayed in this energy for too long, they would either fall gravely ill or lose their life. However, the 4 people beside him were chatting and laughing, completely unaffected. Yiang turned to carefully observe the 4 of them, only to see that their auras were profound, and as they stood, they resembled small mountains, their vitality strong. They were indeed powerful individuals at level 90 of the first transformation. What was even more surprising was that in this environment filled with densing energy, the equipment worn by the 4 of them emitted a faint golden glow. Yiang's gaze shifted to the burly Xiaoshan. When Xiaoshan's entire battle armor was attacked by the sinister aura, it automatically emitted a golden radiance, dazzlingly bright and exceptionally imposing. Yiang noticed that this golden light easily dispelled the surrounding sinister aura without affecting Xiaoshan in the slightest. The gray-robed mage woman also emitted a golden glow all over her body, and the staff in her hand shimmered with golden light, dispelling the sinister aura. The remaining 3 were equally impressive, their equipment emitting a golden glow. Golden grade equipment? Yiang's eyes narrowed. Equipment emitting golden light signifies the grade as golden grade. The 4 people of Xiaoshan had no trace of mixed colors on their bodies. They were entirely covered in dazzling gold, clearly equipped with a full set of golden grade gear, exuding extreme luxury. The equipment tiers in this world are divided into whiteboard, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, legendary, orange, mythical, red. Golden grade equipment is extremely rare, with each piece being incredibly valuable and capable of significantly enhancing its owner's combat power. Even wearing just one piece of golden equipment can significantly boost combat power. As for the 4 people in front of him, they are all equipped with a complete set of golden gear, and with the set's attributes, they are exceptionally formidable. Yiang looked at them, feeling envious in his heart. The value of the equipment on these 4 people is probably worth millions of federal currency. "Kid, what are you looking at?" Xiaoshan chuckled and thrust the golden greatsword into the ground in front of Yiang. The golden greatsword shone brilliantly, its dazzling light almost making it impossible for Yiang to keep his eyes open. This single golden greatsword, being a weapon, was worth nearly 1,000,000 federal credits. Extremely powerful attack, slashing ghosts as easily as slicing through vegetables. The gray-robed woman cast a cold glance at Yiang, her expression indifferent as if looking at an ant. She said to Xiaoshan and the others, "Let's go, don't waste time. This person is no longer of any use." "Alright, it's time to set off." Xiaoshan laughed heartily as he hoisted the golden greatsword onto his shoulder. Immediately, the 4 of them cast the flying spell and disappeared into the thick ghostly mist in the blink of an eye. Only Yiang was left standing alone. Left behind? Yi Sheng touched his chin, suddenly realizing why everyone in the market had fled. This place is 500 miles away from Ghost Mountain City, and the journey back is fraught with extreme danger. Countless fierce ghosts roam freely. Without formidable strength, one would be trapped here with little chance of survival. No wonder everyone is so afraid and fled completely. Yi Sheng sneered, feeling little turmoil in his heart. Although he was in a perilous situation, he possessed the world's #1 profession, Celestial Master, which was enough to handle it with ease. Where to next? Yi Sheng pondered. Since he had already ventured deep into the wilderness, he naturally did not plan to leave easily. Having encountered so many powerful individuals, he was eager to become stronger himself. He raised his hand to look at the space wristband on his wrist. Distributed freely by the Federation, it integrates storage, communication, mapping, and other functions, making it very convenient. Yi Sheng opened the electronic map, locked onto his current location, and observed the surrounding environment. Soon, his gaze fixed on a place name. Withered Grave Village? Yi Sheng nodded. Let's go there. It's not far and is a gathering place for ghosts. With the decision made, he looked up to determine the direction and set off on his journey. Over 10 minutes later, Yi Sheng arrived at Withered Grave Village, standing on the outskirts and gazing inward. The desolate village is an abandoned place, filled with crumbling walls and ruins, overgrown with wild grass and vines, clearly uninhabited for a long time. Every house has a grave mound in front of its door, creating an eerie atmosphere. The village is silent and still, the quietness unsettling. Yi Sheng understood well that the more it seemed like this, the more dangerous it was. He let out a low shout, and a streak of green light flashed between his brows. Heaven's Eye, open. The Heaven's Eye technique is a commonly used spell taught at school. It requires no specific profession and can be learned by everyone, allowing one to perceive unclean things. A vertical eye opened at the center of Yi Sheng's brows, emitting a cold, clear light. In an instant, Yi Sheng witnessed a horrifying scene. At every grave, there was a white-clad female ghost sitting and weeping, with eerie green ghostly flames burning white paper. The entire village was suddenly enveloped in a chilling green aura, sending shivers down one's spine. Yi Sheng's eyes narrowed sharply. This was his first time encountering ghosts on such a large scale. He fixed his gaze on a female ghost, and an information panel appeared before his eyes. Monster, white-clad vengeful ghost. Level, first tier, level 52. First tier, level 52. So strong? Yi Sheng glanced around, his expression slightly serious. A level 52 ghost creature in its first transformation is already extremely formidable, with a dense aura of energy, making it difficult to deal with easily. No wonder it's the depths of the wilderness. Even the random ghost creatures encountered here are so powerful. Yi Sheng frowned deeply. Never mind, let's try the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder here, he said calmly. The 9 Heavens Divine Thunder possesses terrifying power, increasing attack strength by 10,000% and causing ghost-type damage to skyrocket by 20,000%. It is the nemesis of ghostly beings. The fierce ghost in front of me, level 52, is indeed powerful, but whether it can withstand this devastating thunder strike remains unknown. At the same time, in the Black Mountain Forest over 100 miles away from the Withered Grave Village, the air was thick with energy, and ghostly shadows flickered. Senior, are you sure there's no danger? Lu Ming's teeth chattered as he gazed at the shadows in the forest, a faint fear creeping into his heart. A middle-aged man with a long beard stood nearby, smiling. With me here, what are you afraid of? Zongshan stroked his beard and smiled. Seeing Lu Ming's fearful expression, he felt slightly disappointed. Zongshan, a second-turn Ghost Master level expert from Tianfeng Group, was sent today to help Lu Ming level up and also to evaluate whether he was worth signing. I'm not afraid. Lu Ming noticed the disappointment in Zongshan's eyes and forced himself to stay calm. Zongshan shook his head and sighed. If Lu Ming weren't a rare grade A professional, such a temperament wouldn't be worth the effort. The hurdle of the mind cannot be overcome. It is a major taboo in cultivation. Living in fear all your life, no matter how strong your power, it will be hard to unleash. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one in this wilderness can harm you. The monsters here are high level, the experience is abundant, and farming them will help you level up quickly, allowing you to get through the novice phase in no time. Zongshan was full of confidence. He was a second-tier Ghost Master, and elite first-tier teams like the Tsangming squad were insignificant before him. Lu Ming nodded. Being assigned such a top-tier expert to lead the team, Tianfeng Group's confidence was extraordinary. Let's go. Follow me into Black Mountain Forest. Zongshan took the lead and stepped into the depths of Black Mountain Forest. Although Lu Ming was still somewhat fearful, he could only muster his courage and follow closely behind. Withered Grave Village. Yi Sheng gazed at the eerie, abandoned village shrouded in sinister energy and stepped in without hesitation. Gray ghostly mist filled the village, with desolate graves scattered before the dilapidated houses. A female ghost in white sat crying in front of a grave, while ghostly green flames burned white paper, crackling with a chilling sound. The entire village was enveloped in a spine-chilling green aura. Yi Sheng's expression remained calm as he ventured deeper into this terrifying place, his heart unperturbed and without a trace of fear. A dry branch snapped underfoot, and the faint sound instantly startled numerous white-clad female vengeful spirits. spirits. Their hair hung loose as they suddenly turned their heads, and the eerie green ghostly flames surged abruptly to a height of 2 meters. Ah, ah! A sharp ghostly wail suddenly echoed. The fierce female ghosts in white, upon seeing an intruder, left the graves one after another and surged toward Yishang like a tide. If it were someone else, they would probably have been terrified out of their wits. But Yishang's adrenaline surged, his mind entered a state of clarity, and all fear instantly vanished. He shouted lightly, "Celestial Master's decree, transcend your wandering soul." Ha! 9 heavens divine thunder. Yishang sat cross-legged in midair, his hands forming intricate seals as he unleashed a destruction-level skill for the first time. 9 heavens divine thunder. The world changed instantly. Endless dark clouds rapidly converged, forming a thick layer within a short time, covering a 100-mile radius and plunging the earth into darkness. A golden thunderbolt streaked across the sky, illuminating the heavens and earth. 9 heavens divine thunder. At this moment, Yishang seemed like a completely different person, radiating an aura of solemnity, with golden lightning flickering in his eyes. With a soft shout, dark clouds churned in the sky, fierce winds arose, and countless golden lightning bolts surged from the clouds, creating a breathtaking phenomenon. Over 100 miles away, an old man and a young boy were grinding levels in the forest. The sky suddenly darkened, dense clouds gathered, and golden lightning flickered. "Little girl, why did the sky suddenly turn dark? Is it going to rain?" The little girl in a mage's robe sucked her finger, curiously looking up at the sky, and asked her grandfather. Her white-haired grandfather, a powerful level 70 ghost stinger of the first rank, observed the celestial phenomenon with a complex expression. "No matter how you look at it, it seems like some great power cast a spell." He forced himself to stay calm and turned to comfort his granddaughter. "Don't be afraid, it shouldn't affect us." The Black Mountain Forest was not far from the withered grave village. Zongshan led Lu Ming deeper in and began slaughtering ghostly creatures. Zongshan truly lives up to being a second-tier ghost master. The powerful ghosts charging at him were all killed with a single palm strike. Lu Ming teamed up with Zongshan, allowing them to share experience points. As Zongshan slaughtered high-level ghosts, the experience points skyrocketed. White light flashed around Lu Ming, and his level rapidly soared. In just over 10 minutes, Lu Ming's level shot up from 0 to level 12. The rapid upgrade speed made him beam with joy, completely forgetting his fear of ghosts. "At this rate, I'll soon reach level 50 and become a skilled player." This treatment was extraordinary, having a second-tier ghost master helping with leveling up. After all, he was an A-level professional. Just as the two were leveling up, boom! Suddenly, dark clouds gathered densely over the Black Mountain Forest, thunder rumbled, and the world plunged into sudden darkness. "Ha! What's going on?" Zongshan stopped his movements, his expression filled with astonishment. In the sky, dark clouds churned, golden lightning streaked through, creating a terrifying scene. Even a formidable figure like Zongshan couldn't help but solemnly gaze at the sky. Affected by this anomaly, the ghosts in the Black Mountain Forest all retreated into hiding, as if encountering their natural nemesis. "Senior, what happened?" Lu Ming curiously looked up. The golden lightning moved through the dark clouds, making him feel a majestic heavenly power. "There might be an expert nearby," Zongshan said, squinting his eyes. "An expert nearby?" Lu Ming was surprised and then widened his eyes. "Are you saying this phenomenon was caused by someone? How is that possible?" Zongshan gazed at the sky filled with golden thunderbolts and sneered. "Manipulating celestial phenomena artificially is unlikely. Only those with power at the 5th or 6th tier and above can achieve that. It must be someone using a forbidden spell scroll." As he spoke, he scrutinized the sky and muttered in confusion, "But what kind of forbidden spell is this? I've never seen it before, and its power shouldn't be this immense." Before he could finish his sentence, Zongshan's mouth suddenly snapped shut, because he witnessed an unforgettable scene with his own eyes. Golden lightning, after a brief buildup, descended from the dark clouds like an unstoppable force, instantly enveloping a 100-mile radius and annihilating all living beings. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to fall silent, and all sounds ceased. Meanwhile, in the desolate village at the center of the golden lightning, Yisheng performed a hand seal, as if bathing in the golden lightning, with dense bolts striking around him. The white-clad vengeful spirits surging like a tide seemed to have encountered their nemesis. A golden lightning bolt struck one of the white-clad vengeful spirits, instantly dealing 10,000 times critical damage. White smoke billowed from the spirit, and it turned to ash in an instant without even letting out a scream. This once mighty level 52 vengeful spirit was obliterated in a flash. The damage value was off the charts. The golden lightning spanned 100 miles, leaving no ghostly creature within its range unscathed. Accompanied by the extermination of the ghosts, a series of notification sounds echoed in Yisheng's ears. "Congratulations on killing a level 52 first-tier white-clad fierce ghost, gaining 3,568 experience points. Congratulations on killing a level 76 first-tier headless ghost, gaining 12,168 experience points. Congratulations on killing a level 93 first-tier infant ghost, gaining 32,332 experience points. Congratulations on killing the level 99 infant ghost king of the first reincarnation, gaining 124,200 238 experience points. Congratulations on killing. Endless experience surged in like a tide, instantly filling Yi Shang's empty experience bar, causing his level to rise rapidly. With each level up, the experience bar emptied, only to be filled again by the endless experience, causing his level to soar once more. Swish! Just like that, Yi Shang's level skyrocketed at an astonishing speed, his body continuously radiating white light. Level 0, first tier level 14, first tier level 28, first tier level 39. In just a single breath, Yi Shang had surged to first tier level 50. First tier level 50 is a significant threshold for cultivators. It usually takes years of constant battles with fierce ghosts, facing numerous crises, where even the slightest mistake could lead to being devoured by the ghost tide, leaving not even a trace of bone. Yet Yi Shang crossed this threshold in just an instant, with a speed that shocked the world. However, this was only the beginning. The upgrade white light continued to shine, and the levels kept soaring. First turn level 50, first turn level 59, first turn level 60, first turn level 72, first turn level 83. After 3 breaths, a blazing white light suddenly shone, and Yi Shang's level finally surged to first turn level 90. He was deeply shocked. Within 3 breaths, he had reached the standard of the Tsangming squad members. If he were to encounter the Tsangming squad again, Xiaoshan and the others would surely be astonished. Upon reaching first turn level 90, the difficulty of leveling up increased sharply, and the required experience was equivalent to the total needed to rise from level 0 to level 50, necessitating gradual accumulation. The members of the Tsangming squad were just like this, finding it increasingly difficult to advance. But Yi Shang seemed to ignore this rule, as the divine thunder of the 9 heavens swept across hundreds of miles, hunting countless ghostly creatures. Wave after wave of ghostly creatures fell, turning into massive amounts of experience to fill the experience bar. The level continued to soar. First turn level 92, first turn level 94, first turn level 96, first turn level 99. Finally, Yi Shang's entire body radiated a dazzling white light and suddenly leaped to first turn level 100. Max level. Yi Shang was utterly shocked. The rapid leveling speed felt like a dream. What others need over a dozen years to accumulate, he reached the pinnacle in just a few breaths. Can't improve any further. He scanned his surroundings. The divine thunder of the 9 heavens was still raging, but his level had stopped advancing. In this world, after reaching level 100, no amount of experience is useful. One must transcend to a higher realm to continue growing. In other words, Yi Shang must step into the second-rank Ghost Master realm before he can break through again. Second-rank Ghost Master realm? He shook his head and muttered to himself, "No rush, I'll deal with this later. There's something else to handle right now." Yi Shang's gaze turned to the pillar of light covering a 100-mile radius. It was the glow from the equipment drop visible from afar. The brighter the light beam, the higher the equipment grade. Various colored light beams stand tall, dazzling to the eye. That's a golden light beam, representing a gold-grade equipment. Yi Shang's breathing quickened as he continued to observe. Bronze beams of light are the most numerous and densely packed. Silver beams of light follow closely behind. Although golden beams of light are few, there are still over 100. Even. He was startled to see several dark golden beams of light shining brilliantly. The dark golden beams symbolize dark gold grade equipment, which is extremely rare. The equipment grades are as follows: whiteboard, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, legendary, orange, mythical, red. Gold grade is already rare, while dark gold grade is a treasure among treasures, exceedingly hard to come by. The Tsangming squad is strong, but they don't even have a single dark gold equipment. It is evident that such equipment is extraordinarily valuable. Yi Shang glanced over and saw more than 10 dark gold beams shining brightly. These are more than 10 pieces of dark gold level equipment. Swish! He breathed rapidly, secretly delighted. I've struck it rich. Immediately, he dared not slack off, knowing that so much equipment must have already attracted the covetous eyes of nearby strong individuals. If he didn't clean up soon, big trouble would be inevitable. Yi Shang stretched out his hand, and the equipment within a 100-mile radius flew toward him like raindrops. These pieces of equipment all bear the mark of Yi Shang and respond one after another. Countless pieces of equipment dance in the sky, densely packed, covering half the heavens. This scene makes many nearby experts green with envy, especially those dozen or so dark golden light clusters, which make their breathing quicken as they hasten to approach, eager to take a closer look. In the desolate village, Yi Shang opened his spatial bracelet, collecting the incoming equipment one by one as if using a pouch. After a dozen breaths, the last piece of equipment fell into the bracelet. Yi Shang let out a sigh of relief, glanced down at the fully packed spatial bracelet, and a rare smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Such a wealth of equipment was undoubtedly a massive fortune. Moreover, it included high-grade equipment, with even dark gold-level items among them. Yi Shang's gaze shifted, noticing several powerful figures rapidly approaching. He knew that if he didn't leave immediately, it would be difficult to stay here for long, and he would be caught in endless trouble. Without hesitation, he leapt up, his figure quickly vanishing into the vast ghostly mist. Shortly after Yi Shang left, several powerful figures arrived, most of them being second-tier Ghost Master level experts. They coldly scanned the deserted and barren graveyard village, pounding their chests in frustration, knowing they had missed a golden opportunity. Two figures landed on the ground. Zongshan arrived from the Black Mountain Forest with Lu Ming. As a second-tier ghost master, Zongshan's speed was extremely fast, and carrying Lu Ming with one hand did not slow him down in the slightest. Looking in the direction where Yi Sheng disappeared, Zongshan did not give chase. "Senior, not chasing?" Lu Ming asked curiously. Zongshan shook his head, his expression grave. "I don't know this person's true strength. Rashly pursuing might bring disaster." Lu Ming nodded, but excitement flickered in his eyes. Encountering such a strange event today, he would surely have something to brag about when he returned. Yi Sheng will surely be amazed upon hearing this. He laughed. After all, his brother was just an ordinary person with no knowledge. Telling him this would definitely leave him dumbfounded. Half an hour later, 200 miles away, in a valley where ghostly flames burned fiercely, several Gonyo ghosts lie horizontally within. These Gonyo ghosts have human bodies and bull heads, topped with two horns, standing over 3 meters tall, as towering as mountains. All are level 90, first-turn ghost creatures, exceptionally powerful and difficult for ordinary people to provoke. They are numerous and occupy the forbidden area of Gonyo Valley. Even the Tsangming squad would take a detour, wary and unwilling to provoke easily. A figure leapt forward, its aura powerful, sweeping through everything without the slightest fear of the herd of demonic bulls in the valley. The group of demonic bulls let out startled cries, their collective roars shaking the heavens. They all stood upright, resembling small mountains, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. The figure charged forward, and several Gonyo ghosts attempted to block the way, but before they could get close, they were blasted apart by a palm strike from a distance. If there were any onlookers, they would undoubtedly be utterly shocked. These were first-turn level 90 ghosts, yet they were defeated with a single palm strike by a figure in sportswear. The power far exceeded the first-turn level 90 tier, completely in a different league. A few minutes later, Yi Sheng crossed through Gonyo Valley, with corpses scattered everywhere. He burst into loud laughter, feeling an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. Now he had reached the pinnacle of level 100 in the first rank, possessing immense strength, capable of crushing a level 90 Gonyo ghost in the first rank with sheer brute force. Not long after, Yi Sheng stopped in a forest, found a thick branch to sit cross-legged on, and prepared to tally the gains from the desolate grave village this time. No one was around, so he opened his spatial wristband. What came into view was a mountain of equipment, filling him with both joy and worry. The joy came from the abundant harvest, while the worry stemmed from the sheer number of items that needed careful sorting. "Take it slow," he said. Yi Sheng muttered helplessly to himself and had no choice but to carefully organize each item. 2 hours later, he finally completed the inventory. The results were shocking. Bronze equipment, 1,129 pieces, silver equipment, 488 pieces, gold equipment, 108 pieces. Although there are only 12 pieces of dark gold equipment, they are extremely precious treasures. Yi Sheng took a deep breath. The drop rate for equipment is already very low, especially for high-grade equipment, which is even rarer. Some cultivators have fought desperately for days, enduring great dangers, just for a single piece of equipment. Most cultivators find it difficult to gather a full set of bronze equipment, and silver equipment is even rarer. Gold equipment is almost impossible to buy, and whenever one appears on the market, it is snatched up immediately. Those who own a complete set of gold equipment are all top-tier elites. This clearly shows that the strength of the Tsangming squad is indeed formidable. But this is not the main event. Yi Sheng's gaze turned to the 12 pieces of dark gold equipment, and he said in a deep voice, "These 12 pieces of dark gold equipment are the real treasure. Each piece of dark gold equipment is worth millions of federal coins and can be considered a rare gem. To obtain 12 pieces is truly rare." He took out 12 pieces of dark gold equipment, with 12 spherical light clusters floating before him, each in different colors such as jade white, black, and purple. These light clusters emitted a soft glow in the dark forest. Yi Sheng examined them one by one, including chest armor, a head crown, arm guards, and other accessories. Moments later, a delighted smile appeared on his face. Not bad luck. To be able to assemble a complete set from these 12 dark gold pieces of equipment. Yi Sheng's eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement. A set, as the name implies, is a series of equipment. Collecting the entire set can unleash powerful attributes far beyond those of scattered pieces. In the market, the price of a complete set is often hundreds of times higher than the price of individual pieces. After all, assembling a complete set of equipment is extremely difficult. Even for a silver level set, assembling it is already a challenge, let alone a dark gold level set. Yi Sheng's gaze was fixed on 7 of the 12 light clusters, his eyes burning with intensity. These 7 white jade-colored light clusters are a complete set of equipment. The 7 clusters of white jade light float in the air like 7 miniature suns, dazzling and mesmerizing to behold. Yi Sheng selected one of the white light clusters. Swish! The equipment information immediately appeared before his eyes. Headgear, white jade dragon crown. Level, can be equipped at first transfer, level 90. Class, physical/magical classes. Attack speed plus 160%. Casting speed plus 170%. Critical rate plus 56%. Critical effect increase plus 150%. Physical penetration plus 150%. Spell penetration plus 140%. Passive effect: intimidation damage from ghosts within 100 meters is reduced by 5%. Description: one of the White Jade series sets, as flawless as White Jade, a magical artifact containing immense energy. The wearer's combat power can undergo a transformation. Difficulty to obtain: difficult. White Jade series? It's just the casting speed alone is incredibly astonishing. Casting speed plus 170%, and on top of that, so many powerful bonuses. Yiang glanced at it and couldn't help but gasp, secretly marveling that this was truly dark gold equipment. He had once seen a piece of magic-based golden equipment, which only increased casting speed by 30%. Here, it was almost 6 times that. And casting speed is extremely critical. Previously, when he cast 9 Heaven's Divine Thunder, it took several minutes to successfully summon the thunder. If fighting someone, this time is enough to be killed dozens of times. It's best to achieve instant casting. Yiang thought to himself, but with plus 170% casting speed, the acceleration will definitely improve significantly. And this is just the crown. The set consists of 7 pieces, each with a casting speed bonus. When stacked together, the effect will be even more terrifying. Yiang's expression turned serious. Previously, his attitude toward equipment had been relatively indifferent. Now, for the first time, he deeply realized the importance of equipment. Destruction level skills are powerful, but their casting speed depends solely on the equipment provided. He continued to carefully examine the remaining 6 pieces of the White Jade set. White Jade Dragon Sword, White Jade Robe, White Jade Bracers, White Jade Leg Guards, White Jade War Boots, White Jade Belt. Adding the White Jade Dragon Crown, it makes exactly 7 pieces, completing the full set. Yiang secretly exclaimed his luck, unexpectedly obtaining a complete set of equipment. He stored the other 5 pieces of dark gold equipment into his space bracelet, leaving only the complete set of 7 White Jade dark gold pieces floating around him. 7 clusters of White Jade light resembled 7 small suns, containing immense energy, gently distorting the void. Come! Yiang took a deep breath and extended his hand with a gesture. Among the 7 pieces of White Jade and dark gold equipment, one shot out like a cannonball and directly equipped itself on him. In an instant, Yiang's aura surged. With a loud boom, his aura increased tenfold. Yiang was shocked. As a level 100 first-turn powerhouse, wearing a single piece of dark gold equipment instantly caused his aura to surge tenfold. He reached out to summon another piece of equipment, and after putting it on, his aura surged tenfold again, reached 20 times the original aura. A brilliant light flashed in Yiang's eyes as he shouted in a low voice, "Return to position." The remaining 5 pieces of equipment shot over like cannonballs and were swiftly equipped. All 7 pieces of dark gold equipment were fully donned, and Yiang's aura surged dramatically. 30 times, 40 times, 50 times. Almost every piece of equipment caused his aura to surge tenfold. 60 times. Finally, his aura skyrocketed to 70 times its previous level. 70 times the strength of a normal level 100 first-tier expert. A powerful wave of energy radiated from his entire body. Yiang was incredulous, his eyes filled with shock. And that was not all. When the 7th piece of equipment was donned, the set's attributes were activated. The energy within the body surged 30-fold once again, ultimately reaching an astonishing 100-fold. Yiang was utterly shocked, and with the White Jade longsword in his hand, he unleashed a strike. Though the sword's radiance was simple and unadorned, it swept across the small mountain ahead. Half of the mountain was instantly leveled, with rocks flying everywhere. Yiang looked at this astonishing power, even he couldn't help but gasp. Now, having reached the peak of level 100 in the first transformation, he had undergone a complete transformation, no longer the rookie he once was. Not only did he possess a full set of dark gold grade equipment, but his strength also surpassed that of ordinary level 100 first transformation experts by 100-fold. If we encounter that Songming squad again, kill them effortlessly. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Yiang's eyes. If it hadn't been for a heaven-defying trump card at that time, being thrown into the depths of the wilderness without reason would have surely led to a death without burial. This grudge must be repaid. First, take care of the current matters and sell the equipment in the spatial ring. This is a huge fortune. Yiang calmed his mind and looked at the spatial ring filled with equipment. If not dealt with quickly, continuing to acquire equipment would only leave no place to store it, causing more trouble. Bronze and silver equipment can be sold, while gold equipment isn't very useful. As for the remaining 5 pieces of dark gold equipment, they are not of much value. Yiang frowned slightly, pondering for a long time. He already had a complete set of dark gold equipment, and the remaining 5 pieces were no different from scrap metal. It would be better to sell them for money. After all, a single piece of dark gold equipment is worth millions of federal currency. Thinking of this, Yiang acted decisively and used the spatial wristband to access the Federation trading platform. The spatial
special wristband is rich in features, including a trading system.
Soon, Yiang contacted an equipment merchant, preparing to liquidate surplus equipment. An equipment merchant, as the name suggests, specializes in buying and selling equipment. They are well funded, and Yiang has a large amount of equipment this time. It's perfect to approach them, no need to sell piece by piece slowly. The spatial ring projected the hologram of an equipment merchant, while Yiang's image appeared on the other side. Both faces were blurred, their identities concealed. Unless both parties voluntarily agreed to meet, their true identities could not be revealed. The equipment merchant looked indifferent, initially just glancing casually at Yiang, thinking this was merely a small deal. Especially seeing that Yiang was young, he became even more certain that this was just a rookie eager to sell after taking out 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. Hurry up, I have other things to do after this deal, the equipment merchant urged. Yiang frowned and sent over the list of equipment he wanted to sell. At first, the equipment merchant was still indifferent, but after glancing at the list, his jaw almost dropped. Hiss, so many? He stared at the list in disbelief. 1,129 bronze equipment, 488 silver equipment, 108 gold equipment. Especially those 108 pieces of golden equipment, which made even someone accustomed to grand scenes drool uncontrollably. Golden equipment is extremely rare on the market, hard to buy even with money. Seeing so many at once is truly uncommon. Are you planning to sell them all to me in one go? The equipment merchant stared blankly at Yiang, his eyes full of flattery. Naturally, Yiang was impatient, annoyed by his rambling, and had no time to look for a second person. The equipment merchant repeatedly agreed, his attitude instantly changing to one of utmost respect. Such a major client is a once-in-a-century encounter. He moved swiftly and began a quick appraisal. The final valuation was over 46 million federal credits. Yiang nodded, and the equipment merchant was overjoyed. Delivery was also extremely convenient. It only required constructing a miniature teleportation array, and the equipment could be sent to the other party while the payment was directly transferred to Yiang's account. The entire process is guaranteed by the federal trading platform, with no risk involved. This trading method is already very mature. Of course, building a micro-teleportation array also incurs costs, but when dealing with a client like Yiang, the equipment merchant gladly covered the expenses. Sir, it's a pleasure working with you. The transaction was completed, and the light blue phantom of the equipment merchant revealed a smile, leaving fully loaded. Yiang said, there are still 5 pieces of dark gold equipment. Will you take them? Upon hearing this, the blue phantom trembled, staring at Yiang in disbelief. Who would have thought Yiang still had the real deal dark gold equipment? This is countless times more precious than golden equipment. Take it, of course we'll take it. Seeing Yiang's impatience, the merchant stammered in agreement. This transaction was completed quickly. The 5 pieces of dark gold equipment were valued at over 60 million, far exceeding the total price of the previous 1,000 pieces of equipment. Yiang nodded. The deal was made. Crack! The light blue image of the equipment merchant dissipated. Before leaving, he specifically left a business card and repeatedly urged Yiang to contact him if there were similar deals in the future, promising a high price. Over 100 million federal coins? After the merchant left, Yiang stared blankly at the account numbers alone. Unexpectedly, this time the gains were so substantial, earning over 1 billion federal coins. In the past, he wouldn't have even dared to dream of it. This world belongs to the strong. Yiang felt deeply moved. Ordinary office workers work from 9 to 5, and earning a few thousand a month is already considered good. But for cultivators, a single piece of equipment can easily cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Yiang personally experienced the ease of making money. Phew, anyway, I've finally embarked on this path. He let out a long breath full of confidence. Perfect timing. Just as Yiang was about to get up, his attention was drawn to a group chat with frequent message notifications. It was a classmate group, to be precise, a chat group for high school classmates. Yiang looked at the group name, his gaze slightly dazed. Since graduating from high school, he had rarely appeared in the group. The reason was simple. These classmates were all extraordinary. Either they came from prominent families or had successfully switched careers at a young age. In this world, ordinary people can only wait until the age of 18 to naturally change their profession. However, those with wealth and power can purchase profession-changing items at a high price to complete the transition early. As a result, many of his classmates had already changed their profession at the age of 8 or 9. Now, many of them are already skilled experts. Boom! Yiang was just an ordinary person during his student days, finding it difficult to integrate into his classmates' circles and having very few friends. He watched the messages in the group chat pop up one after another. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't resist clicking on it. Now, he had embarked on the path of cultivation, reaching the first turn at level 100, which could be considered enough to stand on equal footing with his classmates. In the group chat, the classmates were chatting enthusiastically, with messages popping up continuously. Who will save me? I've been stuck at level 100 of the first transition for a year. How do I get through the thunder tribulation of the second transition?
transition Ghost Master realm. Crack! A male classmate was complaining bitterly.
Yi Shang glanced over and recognized the person as Zhou Ming.
Born into a wealthy family, he transitioned early at the age of 15, now a first-turn level 100 expert.
To break through to the second-turn Ghost Master realm, one must endure the Lightning Tribulation. This is a life-and-death checkpoint for crossing major realms, and the Lightning Tribulation is extremely perilous. Although Yi Shang has not undergone the tribulation, he has heard others talk about it, all saying that the Lightning Tribulation changes color, and a single misstep could turn one to ashes, its danger unfathomable. Many level 100 first-tier experts remain stuck here for life, not daring to undergo the tribulation.
Zhou Ming was clearly also filled with fear.
At this moment, someone replied to Zhou Ming.
A mere lightning tribulation, it's quite simple. I have a solution. Zhou Ming asked anxiously, what solution do you have? That classmate laughed heartily and said, simple. Get yourself a set of dark gold level equipment, and you'll definitely survive the tribulation.
What? A set of dark gold level equipment? As soon as Zhou Ming heard this, his face immediately fell.
If he had an entire set of dark gold equipment earlier, why would he be complaining in the group?
A set of dark gold level equipment is worth at least tens of millions, and if it's a complete set, it would be over 1 billion federal coins. Moreover, it can only be purchased through connections. Although his family is well off, it is far from being this extravagant.
He cursed under his breath,
knowing full well that this kid was just messing with him. At this moment, a classmate changed the subject and gossiped.
Did you hear?
Not long ago, an unknown expert appeared in the wild and wiped out all the ghosts within a 100-mile radius with a single move.
Even quite a few boss-level ghosts were taken out in an instant. Really? Wiped out all the ghosts within 100 miles with just one move? Someone widened their eyes in disbelief. Are you kidding? Could it be a 5th-tier Grandmaster?
The crowd buzzed with chatter, discussing the news with great interest. A classmate who brought up the matter patted their chest and assured, it's true, I have a video.
Someone accidentally recorded it and posted it on a secret forum. Quick, show us. Don't brag.
Someone urged. Yi Shang watched as the topic suddenly shifted, his heart tightened, and he faintly felt that something was amiss.
Before long, that classmate indeed sent out the video.
Yi Shang clicked on the video, and his expression changed drastically. As expected, his premonition was correct. The video was precisely the footage of him using the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder in the desolate grave village. The photographer was not far from him, seemingly on a hillside about 10 miles away. The entire process was captured in full view, even recording his figure sitting cross-legged in mid-air. Due to the distance and the dense lightning, the video was shaky and blurry, making it hard to identify who it was.
In the classmates group chat, everyone exploded with excitement after watching the video. My goodness, what kind of skill is this? Golden lightning roaring across the sky, destroying everything within 100 miles? Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Why would such a powerful spell appear on such a low-level map?
The person in the video seems to be wearing sportswear.
Which great figure in Ghost Mountain City wears sportswear? A great figure wearing sportswear? Sounds a bit far-fetched, doesn't it? And would a great power be so idle as to go to the wilderness to use such methods?
The group was abuzz with discussion.
Someone asked gravely, does anyone recognize what kind of method this is?
I've never seen any great power in Ghost Mountain City capable of such a world-shaking thunder technique.
At this moment, a classmate named Yiang spoke up.
He had already passed the Lightning Tribulation and was a legitimate second-turn Ghost Master, holding a rather high status. Yiang said indifferently, the power of this lightning technique is remarkable. In the entire Ghost Mountain City, only Mr. Dean Shan can wield it, no one else.
Mr. Yin Shan? Everyone's expressions froze.
Mr. Yin Shang is a powerful 5th-turn Ghost King with a hidden lightning profession. His lightning techniques are astonishing.
Zhou Ming questioned, but the person in the video is wearing sportswear. How could that be Mr. Yin Shang? That's true.
Many people fell silent. Even Zhang Gang was at a loss for words. Yi Shang listened to the crowd's discussion, unable to stop himself from breaking out in a cold sweat. He hadn't expected his matter to become a hot topic in the class group, with someone even recording a video.
Even Zhang Gang has spoken.
Zhang Gang is quite famous among his classmates, and successfully passing the Thunder Tribulation to become a second-rank Ghost Master demonstrates his extraordinary strength.
Of course, Zhang Gang is just one among many classmates.
Among them, there are at least a dozen second-rank Ghost Masters, as well as third-rank Ghost Generals and even fourth-rank Ghost Lords, especially the fourth-rank Ghost Lords, whose status is esteemed and holds significant weight in the cultivation world.
Sure enough, after Zhang Gang expressed his opinion, many second-turn Ghost Master experts joined the discussion.
The third-turn Ghost Generals, however, mostly remained silent, seemingly uninterested in such topics.
Where's our class beauty, Shang Guaning? We should ask her about this.
Zhang Gang said with a smile.
That's right.
Our class beauty, Shang Guaning, is already a fourth-turn Ghost Sect cultivator, the only one who can interact with the mighty fifth-turn Ghost King. She must know the origins of this unknown expert. Everyone chimed in, laughter echoing continuously. Yi Shang's gaze was complicated.
sophisticated. Shang Guaning was not only the class beauty but also the school beauty, a prodigy among the younger generation in Ghost Mountain City.
At such a young age, she had already reached the 4th turn ghost sect realm. Yi Sheng had spoken to her once at school. This type of goddess-level figure is unattainable, not only stunning in appearance but also possessing extraordinary cultivation. Even the mentors hold her in high regard. At this moment, Shang Guaning suddenly spoke, her voice cold.
Everyone, instead of gossiping idly, why not focus on preparing for the upcoming federal entrance exam? Getting into Fengdu University is the true path.
The group fell silent. A moment later, Zhang Gang chimed in. That's right, everyone should focus on preparing for the exam.
The federal exam is what really matters.
Zhou Ming complained, you guys are all 2nd or 3rd transition pros, but I'm just a 1st transition at level 100.
It's going to be tough for me.
Zheng Gang consoled, the federal exam evaluates potential and overall scores.
You still have a chance. Federal grand exam?
Yi Sheng closed the class group chat and stopped paying attention. As Shang Guaning said, focusing entirely on preparing for the federal grand exam is the right path. Compared to these classmates, Yi Sheng's pride in just reaching level 100 after the 1st transition instantly vanished. Among these classmates, the weakest, Zhou Ming, has already reached 1st rank level 100 and is preparing to undergo the lightning tribulation. Not to mention Zheng Gang and over a dozen 2nd rank ghost masters, as well as a few 3rd rank ghost generals and 4th rank ghost lords. Compared to them, his own achievements are hardly worth mentioning and not something to boast about.
The road ahead is still very long.
They have the advantage of switching professions early, giving them enough time to grow. Although I started later, with the world's #1 profession, Celestial Master, catching up to them is only a matter of time. Yi Xing took a deep breath to encourage himself, quickly eliminating arrogance and complacency.
See you all at the federal exam.
He smiled, secretly wondering what expressions these classmates would have if they met him during the federal exam, finding it quite amusing. The forest was silent, and Yi Sheng gathered his thoughts, stroking his chin as he began planning his next step. Next, I must quickly break through to the 2nd turn Ghostmaster realm.
However, this won't be an easy task.
Yi Sheng pondered, his mind contemplating the conditions for breaking through to the 2nd turn Ghostmaster realm. To break through to the 2nd tier Ghostmaster realm, 2 key conditions must be met.
The first is to find the job transfer item for your profession. The second is to successfully survive the perilous lightning tribulation. The so-called job transfer item is the catalyst that initiates the transfer. Only by obtaining it can the lightning tribulation be triggered.
Yi Sheng stroked his chin and pondered, the job transfer item can only drop from a boss.
If luck is on my side, I can get it quickly. The hardest part is surviving the lightning tribulation.
But with my set of dark gold grade equipment, passing the first transfer lightning tribulation shouldn't be a problem. A hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes.
Although the tribulation is perilous, one's strength will skyrocket significantly after overcoming it.
According to evaluations, the power of a newly advanced Tier 2 Ghost Master is 50 times that of an ordinary Tier 1 level 100 expert.
That's right, a full 50 times.
A newly advanced Tier 2 Ghost Master can easily suppress dozens of Tier 1 level 100 experts.
Boom! However, there are exceptions. Equipment is a huge variable.
Take someone like Yi Shang, a freak equipped with a full set of dark gold level gear.
Although still at first transition, level 100,
his strength has already reached 100 times that of an ordinary first transition, level 100 expert, even surpassing twice that of a newly advanced second transition Ghost Master expert.
Of course, this is only in comparison to the strength of a newly advanced second transition Ghost Master.
If faced with a veteran second tier Ghost Master, clad in a full set of second tier golden grade equipment,
they could easily crush the power of Yi Shang's first tier dark gold equipment.
Breaking through major realms is the true path. Yi Shang's eyes burned brightly, his fists clenched tightly. After breaking through to the second tier Ghost Master realm, one can equip more powerful second tier gear. The power amplification will be even more terrifying, incomparable to first tier equipment. He rose and leapt out, his figure disappearing into the dense ghostly mist, heading deeper into the wilderness in search of boss-level ghost creatures.
Wow!
Several days later, in the swampy area filled with poisonous mist, green miasma surged as if it were tangible. But under the baptism of the golden divine thunder filling the sky, the poisonous mist gradually dissipated, and countless ghostly creatures turned to ashes. Deep within the swamp, a 10-meter-tall giant skeletal figure collapsed with a thunderous crash, scattering equipment all over the ground.
Anyone witnessing this scene would surely be astonished.
This 10-meter-tall giant skeletal figure was a level 100 max-level boss of the first tier, impossible for ordinary people to defeat alone, requiring the combined effort of 100 individuals. Now, however, it was instantly killed by the golden divine thunder, which is unbelievable.
Yi Shang's figure appeared, standing in the swamp.
His gaze swept over the equipment scattered across the ground, his brows tightly furrowed.
Still haven't found it.
After slaying the boss, he failed to obtain the job-changing item he had been longing for, leaving him slightly disappointed.
Phew, I didn't expect it to be this difficult.
Over the past few days, he had been relentlessly hunting bosses, hoping to obtain a clash change item and prepare for the lightning tribulation.
With strength 100 times greater than an ordinary first-class level 100 expert, Yiang was almost invincible in the depths of the wilderness.
Even the top-level first-class max-level bosses in the depths of the wilderness could hardly withstand a single round of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder's cleansing. Yiang's exaggerated strength is approximately 100 times that of an ordinary level 100 first-turn expert. Coupled with the massive skill boost from the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, the power can reach an astonishing over 200 times. This allows him to traverse the depths of the wilderness as freely as if it were his own backyard, instantly killing countless top-tier bosses and slaying over 20 in just a few days.
Yet even so, job transfer items remain elusive.
Take a break. Yiang frowned, found a piece of black stone, and sat cross-legged to begin recovering his strength. The power of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder is astonishing, but it has a fatal flaw: it consumes an enormous amount of energy. Each time it is unleashed, Yiang feels completely drained, making it difficult to activate it a second time in a short period, entering a state of weakness.
This can't go on.
He frowned in deep thought. Although using the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder to slaughter ghosts was not a problem, if he were to fight against people, he would fall into weakness after casting it once, becoming a lamb to the slaughter.
This is a fatal weakness.
Yiang had been searching for a way to break through, attempting to narrow the attack range of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder to reduce energy consumption. However, the essence of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder is a wide area skill, covering a radius of 100 miles, and the energy within the body is instantly depleted upon release. Multiple attempts to narrow the range all ended in failure. Releasing a destruction level skill is simple, but controlling it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yiang shook his head helplessly. Better to learn a new skill for now. The Nine Heavens Divine Thunder is difficult to control at the moment. He opened his spatial ring and began searching for skill books. Over the past few days, he had accumulated quite a lot, piling up like a mountain.
Fireball? A fire-type ghost magic skill, can't learn it.
Yiang casually tossed aside a fiery red skill book and picked up another one.
Savage Charge? A ghost warrior skill, not suitable for me.
He discarded all the ones he couldn't learn.
Finally, he whispered in surprise, "Huh? A Taoist skill book? This is a sword technique. Demon-slaying sword?"
Yiang held a golden skill book. Although it belonged to Taoist skills, it showed can be learned. That's right, although I am a Celestial Master, I actually transitioned from being a Taoist. The Celestial Master is a more formidable presence among Taoists and can naturally learn Taoist skills. His eyes lit up as he stared at the skill book. Demon-slaying sword. Detected learnable skill demon-slaying sword.
Would you like to learn it? Yes/no? Study.
Yiang did not hesitate and chose to study.
Ding. Demon-slaying sword successfully learned. Basic skill, demon-slaying sword, LV1, one of Taoist basic sword techniques.
Attack power increased by +5%.
Damage to ghost-type enemies increased by +2%.
Tip:
as the skill level increases, the damage percentage gradually increases. So weak?
Yiang glanced at it and frowned in dissatisfaction. This skill's attributes were extremely ordinary, with an attack power increase of only 5% and a mere 2% bonus damage against ghosts. He secretly felt disdain in his heart, unaware that this was actually the normal standard.
Just as Yiang was feeling dissatisfied, a prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! New skill detected.
Passive talent Heart of the Celestial Master triggered. Demon-slaying sword automatically upgraded to destruction level. Passive talent Heart of the Celestial Master triggered. Demon-slaying sword automatically upgraded to destruction level. Skill Vajra Demon-slaying sword.
Vajra Demon-slaying sword?
Sure enough, the innate passive Heart of the Celestial Master has been triggered again. A look of joy appeared on Yiang's face, and he was extremely excited. However, he was still unclear about the specific power of this new destruction level skill, Diamond Demon-slaying sword. He couldn't wait to pull up the skill description. Destruction level skill, Vajra Demon-slaying sword, LV1, single target attack skill, one of Taoism's top-tier demon-slaying sword techniques. Attack power increase +15,000%. Damage to ghost-type entities increase +25,000%. Single target attack skill? Yiang glanced over, his eyes flashing with ecstasy. Compared to area attack skills, single target attack skills consume far less energy. This undoubtedly solved the long-standing problem of energy consumption for him.
The power boost is this terrifying?
Yiang gasped in shock. The Vajra Demon-slaying sword boasts an attack power increase of an astounding +15,000%.
Retrieve, with damage against ghost-type entities skyrocketing to an incredible +25,000%. In comparison, the enhancement of the ordinary Taoist skill, Demon-slaying sword, is merely
attack power +5%, damage to ghosts +2%. The gap is more than just a little.
Simply insane.
Yiang was utterly shocked. What surprised him even more was that, as a single target
target attack skill. The attack power boost of Vajra Demon Slaying Sword even surpassed 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. The attack power of 9 Heavens Divine Thunder increases by plus 10,000%, while Vajra Demon Slaying Sword reaches as high as plus 15,000%.
Of course, this does not mean that the Vajra Demon Slaying Sword is stronger than the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder.
Let's go. The two excel in different areas. Whoosh! The Vajra Demon Slaying Sword has extremely strong single-target explosive power, while the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder is superior in its area of effect attacks. With this move, my actions will be much more agile, and there will be no more periods of weakness. Yiang burst into laughter. Over 10 minutes later, with most of his energy restored, he decided to move forward, eager to test the power of the Vajra Demon Slaying Sword. Swish! With this single-target destruction level skill, killing bosses will become much easier. No need to use 9 Heavens Divine Thunder for large-scale bombardment every time, avoiding excessive commotion.
Where to? Yiang opened the electronic map and quickly locked onto the target.
Headless Ghost Valley. There is rumored to be a Headless Ghost King boss here. Kill it, and maybe it will drop the job transfer item needed for Tribulation. Yiang confirmed the target and set off toward Headless Ghost Valley. The Headless Ghost Valley is located deep in the wilderness, where ghostly flames flicker and headless ghosts roam airily. These headless ghosts are all level 90 first-turn ghost creatures, numerous in quantity, making this place extremely dangerous. True. Deeper within, a top-tier level 1 boss, the Headless Ghost King, lurks.
This is the true peril that keeps countless cultivators from daring to approach. At this moment, the Headless Ghost Valley seemed to have just experienced a fierce battle.
The mountain walls had collapsed into rubble, and the ground was scattered with white powder, which was the remains of the headless ghosts after being slain. Deep in the valley, the Headless Ghost King, towering over 10 meters high, roared angrily and paced back and forth. Its shoulders lacked a head, with eyes, mouth, and nose located on its chest, resembling the mythical figure Xingtian. Scarlet eyes gleamed, massive fangs revealed their sharpness, and it occasionally attacked a golden eggshell-like protective shield. Within the golden protective shield, 4 figures sat in disarray, barely clinging to life. The protective shield was extraordinarily sturdy, and the Headless Ghost King's attacks could not break through in a short time. However, it was already riddled with cracks and would not hold for much longer. If the protective shield were to break, the 4 would undoubtedly face certain death, devoured alive by the Headless Ghost King with no chance of escape. If Wakaseiji were present at this moment, he would surely recognize the 4 people within the protective shield as the Tsangming squad who had captured him and taken him to the wilderness. For some reason, this team had become trapped in the Headless Ghost Valley, unable to escape, with their lives hanging by a thread. What should we do?
I don't want to die yet.
Xiao Shan, his burly figure clad in golden armor, had a face full of fear. The gray-robed woman, Liang, looked pale and her hair was disheveled, losing her usual composure. Seeing Xiao Shan in panic, she forced herself to calm down and said, "Don't panic, there will always be a way." Xiao Shan stared at the Headless Ghost King, his emotions collapsed, and he burst into tears.
Escape? Impossible. We're doomed.
He glared angrily at Liang and cursed, "It's all your fault for insisting on dealing with this Headless Ghost King.
Now none of us can survive."
In his rage, he tried to grab Liang by the neck, but the other team members hurriedly stopped him.
Boom! This scene frightened everyone, leaving Liang with a grim expression.
Once Xiao Shan calmed down, a member of the Tsangming squad said with a bitter smile, "Who could have imagined that the Headless Ghost King would mutate, possessing 30 times the strength of an ordinary level 100 first-turn powerhouse? Normally, a level 100 first-turn boss has 10 times the strength of an ordinary level 100 first-turn powerhouse, and a powerhouse can reach 20 times.
Reaching 30 times is extremely rare, and encountering such a monster can only lead to evasion."
However, they were unfortunate enough to run into this mutated creature. Speaking of bad luck, the Tsangming squad had made thorough preparations this time, even purchasing a top-grade ghost suppression talisman worth 3 million. They originally planned to weaken the Headless Ghost King's power, rely on their formidable strength to slay it, and loot some great equipment.
How exhilarating! But unexpectedly, the Headless Ghost King had just mutated, its combat power skyrocketing 30-fold, turning them into prisoners.
The golden light array disc is about to give out. A team member looked at the golden formation disc in Liang's arms, showing a look of despair. The Tsangming squad has survived until now solely thanks to the protective magical treasure golden light formation disc held by Liang. However, the disc is now covered in cracks, barely able to withstand the relentless attacks of the Headless Ghost King, and is on the verge of collapse. The gray-robed woman Liang bit her lip and looked at the heavily cracked golden light formation disc in her hand, her expression equally grim and unsightly. Just as everyone was in despair, a thunderous roar suddenly came from the entrance of the Headless Ghost Valley. Immediately afterward, the ground shook violently, and dust filled the sky, scattering with the wind. Clearly, a powerful figure had forcefully entered the valley. This sudden scene left Liang, Xiao Shan, and the others stunned, instinctively looking toward the valley entrance. Faintly, they saw a formidable figure charging into the Headless Ghost Valley, wielding a sword to slay the surging tide of headless ghosts. The sword light swept across, needing no fancy
fancy moves, yet it could instantly slay a level 90 first-turn headless ghost, its powerful aura striking fear into the heart. Xiaoshan was the first to react, his eyes igniting with a flame of ecstasy as he shouted excitedly, "A master has entered the Headless Ghost Valley, we're saved." The other two members of the Tsangming squad heard this and also revealed long-lost smiles. Who would have thought that in the midst of despair, a glimmer of hope could still be found? Liang looked toward the valley entrance in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, and softly said, "Who could this master be, daring to venture alone into the Headless Ghost Valley?" The other two team members responded solemnly, "This person is extraordinary. To easily slay a level 90 headless ghost of the first transformation, they must at least be a master of the first transformation at level 100 perfection, otherwise, they wouldn't possess such strength." Their sharp gazes clearly revealed that they had discerned the exceptional identity of the newcomer, far beyond the capabilities of their Tsangming team. Xiaoshan burst into laughter. "A master is just what we need. This way, we might have a chance to escape amidst the chaos." The two nodded in agreement, their faces finally lighting up with a glimmer of hope. After half a day of rushing, Yisheng finally arrived at the Headless Ghost Valley. Without hesitation, he charged into the valley entrance, completely unfazed by the tide of level 90 first transition headless ghosts, and began a sweeping massacre. Relying on strength 100 times greater than that of an ordinary level 100 first transition expert, Yisheng didn't need to use any skills. With a casual swing of his sword, he could slay a swath of headless ghosts. After a round of slaughter, Yisheng's gaze turned solemn as he stared into the depths of the valley, murmuring, "The target of this journey is the Headless Ghost King. I wonder if that beast is still alive." Suddenly, a deafening ghostly wail echoed, and billowing sinister energy surged out from within the valley. "Still alive." Upon hearing the sound, Yisheng's expression lit up with joy, recognizing it as the furious roar of the Headless Ghost King. He quickened his pace and rushed toward the depths of the valley. In an instant, Yisheng charged into the deepest part of the valley with an extremely domineering aura. But as he glanced around, his expression suddenly froze. Apart from the Headless Ghost King, which stood over 10 meters tall, there were actually other figures in the valley. A golden protective shield enveloped four battered figures, covered in cracks and on the verge of collapse. The four looked at Yisheng with hope in their eyes, as if seeing their last chance. Yisheng focused his gaze and was instantly stunned. "Tsangming squad, is it you?" He was utterly shocked, not expecting to encounter the Tsangming squad here. Moreover, it seems they are currently trapped by the Headless Ghost King, their lives hanging by a thread. As Yisheng recognized the four people, they were also shocked to recognize Yisheng. How could they forget the rookie who had been brought to this place by Yisheng just a few days ago? Now, he is transformed into a powerful first-turn level 100 peak expert, far surpassing the members of the Tsangming squad. This change is truly beyond imagination. I'm not dreaming, right? Xiaoshan was dumbfounded, the impression most vivid. Back then, it was he who grabbed Yisheng by the back of his collar and brought him into the teleportation array. In just a few days, Yisheng had become so powerful that it was hard for him to believe. "I must be dreaming, this is too unreal." He pinched himself hard, and the sharp pain made him realize that all of this was real. How is this possible? Liang was also dumbfounded. She also recognized Yisheng, whom she had once looked down upon, but now could only look up to. The rapid change was too shocking. The other two members of the Tsangming squad were equally confused. Definitely mistaken. They spoke in unison, believing the two just looked very similar. Otherwise, how could an unremarkable rookie suddenly transform into such a strong figure in just a few days? This is practically like a myth. That's right, it must be a mistake. Xiaoshan quickly nodded in agreement. Even Liang secretly acknowledged this explanation. However, Yisheng's words were like a bolt from the blue, shattering all hope. "Everyone, long time no see." He looked at the four of them with deep meaning, his gaze filled with teasing and amusement. The four of them, upon hearing this, felt as if struck by lightning. Yisheng's words undoubtedly confirmed his identity. "It's really you." Liang looked at Yisheng in disbelief. "Quality, dark gold." Xiaoshan almost dropped his jaw. "Who else could it be but me?" Yisheng spread his hands, looking at them teasingly. Back then, they had lifted him onto the teleportation array as if picking up an ant. Now, he was already a first-turn level 100 peak expert, far beyond what the few level 90 elites of the Tsangming squad could match. Senior, it was all a misunderstanding." Xiaoshan, sensing the unfavorable situation, was overcome by a strong desire to survive and turned to respectful submission. The other two members of the Tsangming team also knelt and begged for mercy. Although they did not understand how Yisheng had become so powerful in such a short time, Yisheng was now their only path to survival. Yisheng's gaze swept over and turned to the gray-robed woman, Liang. Her expression was stubborn, her pride refusing to bow her head. But amidst the pleading voices of Qiushan and the other two, her face suddenly turned pale and flushed alternately. Finally, Liang spoke, her voice tinged with a trace of shyness and helplessness. "Senior, please save us from this predicament." She forced a bitter smile that looked worse than crying, her cheeks flushed bright red with embarrassment. Back then, she looked down on Yisheng so much, but now, in such a sorry state, she was filled with disdain for herself instead. instead.
Rescue you? Keep dreaming.
Yisheng sneered, his gaze shifting to the Headless Ghost King.
Mutated?
He scrutinized closely and immediately sensed the unusually powerful aura of the Headless Ghost King. Yisheng estimated that the combat power of this Headless Ghost King was actually 30 times that of an ordinary level 100 first-turn expert. Most of the bosses he had encountered before were at most around 20 times, with 10 times being more common.
The Headless Ghost King roared angrily and charged forward in big strides.
Yisheng's expression remained calm, not taking it seriously at all. His strength far surpasses the Headless Ghost King, reaching 100-fold. Coupled with the amplification of the destruction level skill Vajra Demon Slaying Sword, his combat power instantly soars to 260 times.
That's right, a full 260 times.
Roar! Relying solely on dark gold equipment, he is already 100 times stronger than ordinary powerhouses. The annihilation level skill Vajra Demon Slaying Sword further increased his strength by 160 times.
Perfect timing.
With both combined, his combat power crushed the Headless Ghost King by 30 times. The earth trembled. The Headless Ghost King charged forward like a small mountain, causing the entire Headless Ghost Valley to quake. Yin energies surged like oppressive dark clouds, exuding a terrifying aura. Yisheng's expression remained calm, completely unmoved.
Meanwhile, the 4 members of the Tsangming squad were silent as cicadas in winter, their hearts uneasy.
Whether they could be saved depended entirely on whether Yisheng could defeat this Headless Ghost King. If he failed, none of them would escape death, and they would all perish together. The white jade longsword in Yisheng's hand suddenly radiated a dazzling golden light.
A massive Vajra 8 trigrams formation instantly appeared beneath his feet, golden light surging as the formation's intricate patterns flowed mysteriously. In an instant,
Yisheng stood atop the 8 trigrams formation, bathed in golden light. Clad in a white robe, he appeared otherworldly, like an immortal descending to the mortal realm.
Li Ying's eyes widened as she re-examined Yisheng. Where was the trace of that rookie from back then?
The Headless Ghost King suddenly accelerated, appearing in front of Yisheng in an instant. A palm struck down, the force like a blade, with a howling sinister wind that even shattered stones. Yisheng swung his sword to strike. A flash of swordlight, countless Vajra demon-slaying runes danced in the void. A massive golden sword radiance emerged across the sky, like a white-robed sword immortal striking down, engulfing the entire valley.
Wow!
The Headless Ghost King bore the brunt. Its massive body instantly began to dissolve, first the head, then the arms and legs, vanishing into nothingness within moments. After slaying the Headless Ghost King, the residual force of the swordlight struck the rear of the valley, stirring up a cloud of dust.
Countless Vajra demon-slaying runes danced, purifying the dense ghostly mist around. In an instant, the Headless Ghost Valley returned to silence.
As the dust settled, Li Ying and the other 3 stood frozen in place, witnessing the Headless Ghost Valley leveled to the ground.
This, Xiao Shan was dumbfounded.
One sword. Yisheng killed the Headless Ghost King, whose combat power was 30 times greater, with just one sword. Li Ying was also shocked. She had expected a fierce battle but hadn't anticipated it to end so quickly.
That was an incredibly powerful mutated boss.
Their team went all out but still struggled to compete, yet it was instantly killed by Yisheng.
The gap in strength is simply staggering.
The level of Yisheng's power clearly far exceeds their imagination. Yisheng ignored the 4 of them, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
The power of the Vajra demon-slaying sword made him extremely satisfied. 260 times combat power, achieving the freak among freaks. Even wearing a full set of Tier 1 legendary equipment wouldn't be this impressive, right?
Yisheng thought to himself. In terms of one-on-one combat, the Vajra demon-slaying sword far surpasses the 9 heavens divine thunder, with greater power and lower consumption. Sensing the energy within his body, Yisheng discovered that releasing the Vajra demon-slaying sword once only consumed about 20% of his stamina.
In other words, I can unleash 5 consecutive strikes.
Yisheng was quite satisfied with this, firmly believing that no one could withstand 5 consecutive slashes.
On the other side, boom!
The Headless Ghost King's body dissipated, and equipment rained down like a storm, with hundreds of items scattering to the bottom of the valley like raindrops. Beams of light of various colors shot into the sky, illuminating the silent and still Headless Ghost Valley.
Colorful and dazzling, brilliant and striking. Exploded. And it's a big explosion.
Li Ying and the other 3 had moist eyes, unable to contain their excitement. These pieces of equipment should have belonged to them, but now they were all in the holy pouch of fallen leaves.
Heavens, that's dark gold equipment.
Xiao Shan's eyes suddenly widened as he noticed several dark golden beams of light shooting up. The 4 of them breathed heavily, their hearts pounding wildly at the sight of the dark golden beams.
Although they all possessed golden equipment, they had never owned a single piece of dark gold equipment.
This has been their long-standing regret. Xiao Shan drooled, staring eagerly at those dark golden light beams, wishing he could rub them into his eyes. Yisheng glanced indifferently, unconcerned. These are merely Tier 1 dark golden equipment. He already has a complete set, so no matter how much drops, it's useless.
That's right.
Suddenly, a brilliant orange beam of light shot up into the sky, dispersing the dark clouds and creating a shocking phenomenon. Yisheng immediately turned
turned his head to look. Legendary equipment. Yiang and the other three almost bit their tongues in disbelief.
This orange beam of light appeared, catching everyone off guard. Yiang exclaimed in shock, as if in a dream. The Headless Ghost King actually dropped a legendary piece of equipment.
Legendary equipment?
Yiang was stunned, his eyes full of surprise. Legendary equipment not only has unparalleled attributes but also an extremely rare drop rate, making it incredibly precious. The Headless Ghost King actually dropped legendary equipment. Yiang's luck could truly be described as extraordinary. For a moment, he didn't know how to express his excitement. This luck is so good it's unbelievable. Yiang couldn't help but exclaim. Suddenly, a pure white ball of light rolled out, emitting a crisp and pleasant ding sound. The sound immediately caught Yiang's attention, and he turned his gaze toward it. The moment he saw the ball of light, Yiang's face instantly lit up with a joyful smile. It was a strand of pure, flawless feather, radiating a soft milky white glow. Seeing this white feather, Yiang's excitement even surpassed the moment he encountered legendary equipment.
Job change item. It finally dropped.
He beamed with joy, unable to hold back his laughter. This job change item was the treasure he had been tirelessly pursuing these past days. Once he obtained it, he could trigger the lightning tribulation and break through to the second-tier Ghostmaster realm in one fell swoop. The job-changing item's aura was entirely white, leaving no doubt that this was the job-changing item he had been waiting for so desperately.
Good, good, good,
Yiang said repeatedly, his heart filled with satisfaction.
This trip had been extremely rewarding.
As Yiang and the other three cast envious glances, Yiang stepped forward and walked toward the pile of equipment.
Kid, I advise you not to move.
A cold, mocking voice suddenly rang out, tinged with a hint of ridicule. Yiang paused his steps and involuntarily turned to look back.
On the distant hillside, two figures were already standing there, though it was unclear when they had appeared.
The two stood with their hands behind their backs, staring at Yiang in the valley with strange smiles, their greedy gazes locked onto the legendary orange beam of light. Their purpose was crystal clear. They were after that legendary equipment.
Two second-turn Ghostmaster realm experts.
Yiang's eyes slightly narrowed. He could tell at a glance that both of them had reached the second-turn Ghostmaster realm. The second-turn Ghostmaster realm, definitely the elite among elites. Strong individuals who successfully overcome the tribulation can easily serve as guest elders in major forces, with an annual salary starting at tens of millions. Younger brother Lu Ming once proudly said that he even had a second-turn Ghostmaster realm expert escorting him for upgrades.
Such treatment is extraordinary.
These two must have been attracted by that soaring orange light pillar.
Yiang glanced at the orange light pillar shooting straight into the sky.
Even from 100 miles away, the pillar of light was still clearly visible.
With the speed of a second-stage Ghostmaster realm expert, they could arrive in an instant.
This is troublesome. Yiang frowned slightly. Facing these two, he wasn't particularly worried about their strength. It was more that he found it a bit troublesome. At this moment, he was unleashing the devastating ultimate skill of Vajra Demon Subduing Sword, with a combat power reaching an astonishing 260 times. In contrast, the two second-tier Ghostmaster realm experts before him only had an aura of about 80 times.
The gap was overwhelmingly vast.
What? Although they were in the second-tier Ghostmaster realm, in his hands, they were nothing more than small fry easily crushed. No wonder they are two second-turn Ghostmaster realm experts. In the valley, Yiang and the other three exchanged glances, not expecting to encounter such formidable enemies along the way. This kid is probably in big trouble, Xiaoshan said in a low voice. The other members of the Tsangming squad also nodded one after another. The three's gazes flickered frequently, unable to resist sneaking glances at the equipment that had burst out not far away.
How could I? Kid, you're really lucky. Bai Ziliang sneered sinisterly, standing with his hands behind his back, leisurely sizing up Yiang.
Brother, it's better to say that we're the lucky ones. Bai Zishu grinned beside him. He had long seen through Yiang, who was merely a first-turn cultivator. A first-turn facing a second-turn Ghostmaster realm expert has absolutely no chance of winning, especially when there are two of them. Although the legendary equipment was dropped by Yiang, since they stumbled upon it, it was destined to belong to them.
Rather than saying Yiang was lucky, it would be more accurate to say they were lucky.
Yiang could never take anything away right under their noses.
Hand it over obediently, and I'll spare your life. Bai Ziliang extended his hand, his face full of mockery. He is blatantly bullying Yiang for his low cultivation level.
A greedy glint flashed in Bai Zishu's eyes.
Even for powerful experts at their level, in the realm of second-turn Ghostmasters, a piece of legendary equipment is highly coveted.
Humph. Yiang snorted coldly, completely disinclined to pay attention to the two of them, and turned to prepare to collect all the equipment. A treacherous flash of a blade darted from behind, extremely cunning. Yiang swiftly shifted his stance, agilely dodging the fatal strike.
Ding!
The blade's flash struck a distant mountain with astonishing power, instantly raising a cloud of dust and causing the mountain to collapse. Had Yiang not reacted in time, he would have already been cleaved in two.
Bai Ziliang sheathed his blade, lightly running his fingers along the edge, and sneered coldly, Kid, I told you, that thing belongs to us.
Courting death. Killing intent glance surged in Yi Shang's eyes. At this moment, the situation suddenly changed.
Xiao Shan and Liang, along with two others, suddenly sprang into action, rushing toward the pile of equipment at incredible speed.
The four moved swiftly and decisively, each grabbing a piece of equipment and turning to flee out of the valley.
Their actions were smooth and resolute.
Moreover, they were extremely clever, opting not to choose the legendary equipment but instead picking the relatively rare dark gold equipment.
Liang was even more cunning, directly taking away the white light orb.
She had long seen from Yi Shang's eyes that the job transfer item held extraordinary significance for him. This move was undoubtedly a harsh provocation to Yi Shang. The four moved at incredible speed. After all, they were all first-tier level 90 experts. From their sudden burst to escape, it took no more than a second for them to rush out of the valley. This scene ignited a nameless fury in Yi Shang's heart. Especially Liang, truly disgusted him. Dared to take away the job transfer item he worked so hard to obtain.
Courting death,
Yi Shang roared, his voice shaking the valley. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, he had never been so furious. Nor had he ever seen that Songming squad so shameless, repeatedly testing his limits. Yi Shang turned around, ready to pack up his gear and give chase. Bai Ziliang and his companions saw this, sneered coldly, and stepped forward to block him. "Kid, I told you, leave the stuff behind." Bai Ziliang's eyes were full of mockery as he blocked Yi Shang's path. At this moment, in Yi Shang's eyes, these two people looked utterly hideous and repulsive. "Die!" Yi Shang completely lost his patience, his eyes darkened as he slashed out with his sword. Outside the Headless Ghost Valley.
"Ha, we made it out."
Xiao Shan laughed heartily, his expression excited, fully displaying the exhilaration of surviving a disaster. The other two were also visibly delighted. "Not only did we escape, but we each got a piece of dark gold equipment. What a thrill! This operation was absolutely worth it. That kid must be furious to the point of madness. All that effort for nothing."
Mentioning Yi Shang, the two couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Liang looked at the white light orb in her hand, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Whether he can survive, it's really hard to say.
"That's right, those are two second-turn Ghost Master Realm powerhouses. That kid is in for a bad end." The two echoed one after another. "Let's go quickly, delaying any further might lead to trouble," Liang reminded.
Suddenly, a roar came from the direction of the Headless Ghost Valley. The group instinctively turned to look back, their faces turning pale in an instant. The scene before their eyes left them utterly hopeless. Under the gaze of Liang and the other three, a massive golden sword light suddenly surged from the direction of the Headless Ghost Valley, instantly causing the entire valley to collapse with a thunderous crash. Immediately afterward, the valley fell into a deathly silence, so quiet it was chilling. Moments later, a figure in a white robe leaped out from the Headless Ghost Valley. That person was none other than Yi Shang. As for Bai Ziliang and another second-turn Ghost Master Realm expert, they seemed to have vanished into thin air, completely without a trace.
What's going on? Where are those two second-turn Ghost Master Realm experts?
Xiao Shan and the other three were full of shock.
The matter ended too quickly. Yi Shang was supposed to have an intense battle with them, or even be killed, wasn't he? But now, in the blink of an eye, Yi Shang has leaped out of the Headless Ghost Valley, while those two have vanished without a trace. A trace of fear flashed in Liang's eyes. "Those two are probably already dead." "What?" Xiao Shan was shocked, unable to believe it.
Liang's guess was indeed correct.
Just now, Yi Shang instantly killed Bai Ziliang and his companion with a single sword strike.
Before their deaths, Bai Ziliang and his companion were still filled with shock, unable to believe that such a monster like Yi Shang could exist in this world. That power reached an astonishing 260 times. By the time they realized it, it was already too late.
With a single sword strike, they were completely obliterated by Yi Shang. "Run!" Xiao Shan and the other two showed fear on their faces, their bodies trembling.
Especially when they saw the white-robed figure, like a demon god, rapidly approaching. A trace of despair rose in their eyes.
This freak can actually kill a second-turn Ghost Master Realm expert. Who else can be his opponent?
Yi Shang's speed was astonishing, with surging energy coursing through his body. Even without any movement techniques, he was as swift as the wind. In an instant, he blocked the path of the three, his gaze as cold as frost. "Spare us!" Xiao Shan and the other two were completely panicked, kneeling and prostrating themselves, crying bitterly.
"Done." Liang was full of despair, standing motionless to the side.
She knew very well that Yi Shang would never let them go.
"Die!"
Yi Shang roared in fury, swinging his sword to unleash a golden sword light that directly engulfed the four figures, unwilling to waste words on this pack of scoundrels. After the strike, a long ravine was plowed through the mountain forest. Four people were completely vaporized without a trace, leaving only four spatial rings quietly lying on the ground. Yi Shang gently beckoned, collecting the four spatial rings into his pouch. After a careful search, he found the white light cluster inside Li Ying's spatial ring. The job transfer item was still intact, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. This journey was not in vain after all. "Let's get out of here." Yi Shang glanced around, then leapt forward, quickly disappearing into the dense forest. With this, he finally possessed the job transfer item, enabling him to summon the Thunder Tribulation and step into the second-tier Ghost Master realm. Outside Inside the Headless Ghost Valley, a figure with an aura also belonging to the second-turn Ghostmaster realm rushed over at high speed. The moment he landed, the powerful force caused the surrounding ground to crack.
This figure was extremely formidable, standing upright and revealing the appearance of a middle-aged man.
This man was clad in battle armor, equipped with incomparably luxurious gear, each piece radiating a dark golden glow. From head to toe, it was a complete set of dark gold-grade equipment, with an aura as deep and heavy as an abyss. What's even more shocking is that this set of dark gold equipment is not of the first-tier level but the rare second-tier dark gold grade. Just this set of equipment alone could boost his combat power 100-fold. And that's a 100-fold increase compared to a second-tier Ghost Master realm expert.
This means his strength far surpasses that of ordinary people, completely overshadowing Yiang.
If Yiang were here, even relying on the destruction-level skill of a demon-slaying sword, he might not be able to contend with him. The gap in their realms is immense, and the difference in equipment levels is worlds apart. At this moment, Baitingyu's face was grim as he coldly surveyed the chaotic scene in the Headless Ghost Valley. Just now, the two members of the Bai family he sent out by Liang and by Zishu had their life signals completely vanish. The disappearance of the signals means they are already dead. Otherwise, the life signals would never have been cut off. The life signals of Liang and Zishu disappeared right here. Baitingyu's face darkened, almost dripping with gloom. Two outstanding members of the Bai family were killed right under his nose. The Bai family has dominated Ghost Mountain City for decades and has never encountered such humiliation. After a thorough search, Baitingyu indeed found a blood-stained head among a pile of rubble. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Bai Ziliang's head. The expression on the face was one of utter terror, clearly having witnessed an unbelievable scene before death.
Ziliang! Baitingyu couldn't help but cry out in heart-wrenching grief.
Bai Ziliang and Bai Zishu were disciples he had personally raised. He had placed great hopes in them, and they did not disappoint.
At a young age, they successfully passed the lightning tribulation, becoming the backbone of the Bai family's younger generation with boundless prospects. However, now, everything has come to nothing. Soul-searching talisman.
Baitingyu suppressed his grief and took out a talisman engraved with runes.
Bursts of chilling aura seeped out from the talisman.
He dripped a drop of fresh blood onto the blood-colored talisman, rubbed it between his hands, and the talisman instantly ignited with a ghostly green flame.
A ghostly green flame enveloped Bai Ziliang's remaining head.
Moments later, the memories from just before his death appeared on the head. In the scene, a figure in a white robe unleashed a sword strike, its momentum immense, with countless 8 trigrams runes dancing in the sky. The sword light struck the scene, and the image vanished instantly, fleeting as it was. Baitingyu stared at the image, his expression growing even darker.
This soul-searching talisman can reveal the deceased's final memories before death, but it has a time limit. If it exceeds an hour, even a soul-searching talisman worth millions becomes useless.
Bai Ziliang had been dead for less than half an hour, so it was still within the time limit.
White-robed figure?
Baitingyu frowned, finding the white-robed person extremely unfamiliar. Unfortunately, the sword's light flickered with golden brilliance, making the face blurry and completely unrecognizable.
But it doesn't matter, this tracking talisman can record this person's aura. He took out another talisman. Tracking talisman. The talisman hovers in the air, glowing faintly, absorbing and recording all surrounding auras.
If the same aura is encountered in the future, the tracking talisman will light up, helping to confirm the target's identity.
The tracking talisman can also indicate the direction of escape. As long as it faces the direction of the fugitive, the talisman will glow faintly, clearly indicating the tracking direction. Of course, the effect depends on the quality of the talisman.
The tracking talisman in Baitingyu's hand was clearly top-notch, worth over 10 million.
Humph, kid, you can't escape.
A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Baitingyu's eyes.
The disciples of the Bai family are not so easily killed. A day passed, and deep in the wilderness, a 5-person team was cautiously advancing.
This team was extraordinarily powerful, with all 5 members being consummate-level experts at the first transformation and level 100. Even so, as they ventured deep into the wilderness, they still tread carefully, constantly on guard against powerful specters and sudden ghost-tide attacks.
Take a break.
Captain Zhang Kuei, with his strong build and slightly disordered breathing, had consumed a significant amount of energy during the long journey. He waved his hand, found a black boulder, sat cross-legged on it, and began to regulate his breathing to recover. The other 4 also breathed a sigh of relief, their exhaustion evident. In the depths of this wilderness, the constant tension was unbearable, and after prolonged periods, fatigue naturally became overwhelming.
Captain, we've already been in the deep wilderness for half a month. When are we going back?
The young team member Wanyu couldn't help but complain. During this half-month, they had defeated 4 bosses, fended off 2 waves of ferocious ghost tides, and once nearly got surrounded by ghost soldiers, barely making it out. The other 3 also cast their gazes over, clearly showing the same desire to retreat.
Zhang Kuei stroked the beard on his chin, looked at the exhausted group, and said with a bitter smile, "Just hold on for 2 more days, and then we'll head back." He knew clearly that if he didn't retreat now, it would be hard to ensure the safety of the team in this place. Everyone felt relieved relieved upon hearing this and their bodies relaxed.
Wang Yu was secretly overjoyed. The harvest this time was quite abundant, and selling off the high-level equipment would be enough for him to splurge for a while. Thinking about the luxurious life ahead, he was in an excellent mood.
Someone's here!
Zhang Kuwei suddenly shouted, alerting everyone. The four who had just relaxed immediately tensed up.
In an instant, a figure quickly emerged from the forest.
The person had a youthful face and a calm demeanor.
Although they were a first-turn level 100 expert, there was no aura amplification, just purely ordinary cultivation. Ha, I thought it was some kind of expert.
Wang Yu saw the other party, curled his lips, and relaxed his body a bit more.
After all, the 5 of them each had an aura amplified by 20 to 30 times, with even the weakest, Wang Yu, having a tenfold aura amplification and wearing dark gold-grade equipment.
The young man in front of them had an ordinary aura, completely insignificant.
Kid, you gave us quite a scare. How about some compensation?
Wang Yu saw the young man emerging from the forest and was about to continue on his way, but he spoke up to make the other stop. The young man slightly furrowed his brows and turned to look at the 5 people.
Zhang Kuwei waved his hand with a smile and said, "A misunderstanding, feel free to go."
The young man nodded, paid no further attention, turned around, and leaped away, disappearing into the distant forest.
After the young man left, Wang Yu complained, "Captain, why did you let him go?
This was a great chance to extort him." Zhang Kuwei scolded, "In this deep wilderness, don't stir up trouble." Wang Yu didn't take it seriously,
thinking the captain was being overly cautious.
In the forest, Yiang was hurrying along, precisely the seemingly ordinary young man from earlier.
This disguise bracelet is really useful.
As he hurried on, he glanced at the golden bracelet on his wrist, a legendary piece of equipment that had recently surfaced, called the Ring of the Disguiser.
This bracelet is powerful.
First of all, it is a spatial bracelet with an enormous internal space, equivalent to 10 football fields, far superior to the cheap bracelets previously distributed for free by the Federation. With this space, Yiang no longer has to worry about storing equipment. Secondly, the bracelet possesses 2 great abilities, camouflage and stealth.
Camouflage can disguise one's aura as any desired aura.
Yiang tried it and was able to disguise himself as having the aura of a third-turn Ghost General Realm expert.
However, it is limited by his own realm and cannot go higher.
This also explains why Zhang Kuwei and the other 4 only detected the aura of an ordinary first-turn level 100 cultivator.
The concealment skill is even more formidable.
Allows the wearer to enter a brief state of invisibility, undetectable to the naked eye, with their presence completely erased, lasting for 3 seconds. Though it lasts only 3 seconds, it is enough for a skilled individual to execute dozens of lethal assassinations.
What a pity!
Yiang shook his head, feeling somewhat regretful. This Ring of the Disguiser is undoubtedly a divine artifact for assassins, but for him, it is rather dispensable. However, after all, it is a legendary piece of equipment and is quite valuable.
Lei Mountain Stream is not far now.
Yiang confirmed the direction. He came on this journey precisely to undergo his tribulation. The environment of Lei Mountain Stream is unique, with a peculiar magnetic field that can disrupt the lightning tribulation and weaken its power to a certain extent. Many powerful individuals choose such extraordinary natural wonders to undergo their tribulations, aiming to increase their success rate.
Lightning tribulations are extremely perilous. The more cautious, the better.
Yiang would rather spend extra time traveling to Thunder Mountain Ravine than risk undergoing the tribulation directly. After all, it's my first tribulation, and I have no experience. It's better to play it safe, he thought to himself. Half an hour later, Yiang arrived at Thunder Mountain Stream.
The area was barren, with blackened, charred rocks.
It was evident that powerful individuals often underwent tribulations here, as lightning strikes had turned the surrounding trees and vegetation to ashes. Thunder Mountain Stream was silent and still. Seeing no one to disturb him, Yiang breathed a sigh of relief. He definitely doesn't want to be disturbed during the tribulation, as that would be absolutely fatal.
Right here then.
He casually found a black stone and sat cross-legged, his expression immediately turning solemn. Stretching out his palm, a white light orb appeared in his hand. The light orb emitted a soft glow. Yiang focused his gaze, only to see a white feather floating within the ball of light, which was the job transfer item that had burst out from the Headless Ghost King. This is the job transfer item for a celestial master. He examined it curiously. Job transfer items come in all shapes and forms, each unique in appearance. A warrior's job transfer item might be a broken sword or perhaps a damaged axe. The meaning behind this white feather was something Yiang couldn't figure out.
Forget it, don't overthink it.
Quickly undergo the tribulation and step into the second-tier Ghostmaster realm. That's the real priority, he resolved silently. Thinking about the power of the second-tier Ghostmaster realm, Yiang had long yearned for it. He took a deep breath, preparing to face the impending lightning tribulation. Once I crush the job-changing item, the path to the second tier will officially begin. Yiang stared intently at the white feather in his hand, his heart surging with excitement.
Changing professions is actually extremely simple.
As long as one's cultivation reaches the first transition at level 100, crushing the profession-changing item will trigger the transformation of the physical body, evolving toward the second second transition Ghostmaster realm. However, this defiant transformation goes against the operating laws of the Heavenly Tao. Once detected by the supreme rules, it will inevitably bring down a lightning tribulation to obliterate the defiant lifeform and safeguard the order of the Heavenly Tao.
Trying to obliterate me? It's not that easy.
Yi Shang's lips curved into a confident smile as he decisively crushed the white feather.
The feather shattered instantly, transforming into specks of white light that merged into his body.
In an instant, countless white specks of light surrounded his entire body, shimmering like stars. Those specks of light slowly merged into his body, as if peeling away a barrier that had been hindering Yi Shang's transformation. Without the constraints of the barrier, his physical body began to undergo a frenzied transformation. His skin and muscles became increasingly resilient under the nourishment of energy, his blood boiled like scorching magma, impurities gradually dissipated, and it became incomparably pure. His internal organs emitted a faint radiance as the power of evolution surged through him. At the same time, above the Thunder Mountain ravine, tribulation clouds slowly gathered. The Supreme Rule sensed a powerful aura of life evolution, and the tribulation clouds grew increasingly dense and pitch black, swiftly enveloping the heavens and earth within a 100-mile radius, dark and oppressive.
Countless ghosts fell silent and dormant, and the surroundings became utterly still.
A muffled thunder roared out from the depths of the tribulation clouds. Immediately afterward, raindrops the size of beans poured down from the pitch-black tribulation clouds, heavily striking the scorched earth of Thunder Canyon. A raindrop fell on a piece of dead wood, bursting into splashing water and moistening the cracked soil.
Here,
Yi Shang looked up, gazing at the tribulation clouds looming overhead, feeling a vast and majestic pressure from heaven and earth.
The lightning tribulation descended.
Countless powerful figures turned pale at the mention of it and retreated in fear. His classmate Zhou Ming delayed for a whole year, never daring to take the step of facing the tribulation. At this moment, Yi Shang resolutely confronted the thunder tribulation.
Come on.
A sharp light flickered in his eyes. The transformation within his body continued, steadily advancing toward the second turn Ghostmaster realm.
But this process is not accomplished overnight. A single misstep could lead to being incinerated by the tribulation lightning, reduced to ashes, and all efforts would ultimately be in vain.
Overcoming the tribulation lightning is the threshold to entering a new realm, where everything will be completely transformed. Suddenly, after brewing for a long time, the tribulation clouds unleashed the first bolt of heavenly lightning. The heavenly lightning twisted like a giant serpent, instantly illuminating the pitch-black world.
Dozens of miles away, someone is undergoing a tribulation.
Zhang Kuei exclaimed in shock, staring at the suddenly dim sky. Wan Yu and the others also stood up together, their hearts surging with excitement, unable to rest.
They were all first-turn level 100 experts, highly attuned to lightning tribulations.
It's coming from the direction of the Thunder Mountain stream,
Wan Yu exclaimed. Swish, who could it be? Zhang Kuei's expression was complex, a mix of surprise and admiration.
Surprised that someone dared to face the Thunder tribulation head-on, striving for a higher realm.
Admiring the courage to confront the peril of the Thunder tribulation, something ordinary people wouldn't dare to attempt. Once the tribulation begins, there is no turning back.
If unprepared, the only outcome is death and the dissipation of one's path, turning into ashes of the tribulation. For this reason, countless first-turn level 100 experts hesitate to take the step. Even Zhang Kuei and his four companions, despite already possessing the class change items, have long been too afraid to make this move. They always feel that they are still a bit lacking and want to prepare more. Especially Zhang Kuei, who has been stuck at the first-turn 100th level for 5 whole years. Although his combat power has reached 30 times that of an ordinary first-turn 100th level expert, the fear in his heart has made him hesitant to move forward.
This is like an inner demon, tormenting him day by day.
At this moment, he looked up and gazed into the direction of Thunder Mountain stream, his eyes revealing complex emotions. Seeing this person dare to face the Thunder tribulation directly, a trace of admiration involuntarily arose in his heart.
Who exactly is it? Wan Yu was equally full of shock. Boom!
He had been stuck at the first-turn 100 level for a long time, not daring to take this step. Whether it succeeds or not is still uncertain, one person in the team said with a solemn expression.
Difficult. Another person shook their head, completely lacking confidence. Indeed, difficult.
Zhang Kuei smiled bitterly. Out of 10 people who face the lightning tribulation, perhaps only 2 succeed.
This person's courage is certainly commendable, but reality always brings clarity. That's right, everyone sighed.
If the Thunder tribulation is easy to overcome, they would have already taken the step. Over the years, they have seen too many experts of the same level perish under the Thunder tribulation.
How many strikes of heavenly thunder can this person endure?
Zhang Kuei said, focusing intently. The Thunder tribulation consists of 9 strikes of heavenly thunder. Only by enduring all 9 can the tribulation clouds disperse.
Successfully overcoming the tribulation is the only way to advance to the second-rank Ghostmaster realm.
Wan Yu sneered. I bet you can't even withstand the first strike. A winding heavenly thunder suddenly struck down from the tribulation clouds, illuminating the pitch-black world as it directly hit Thunder Mountain Gorge.
It's starting. Zhang Kuei and the others' eyes gaze tightened as the lightning tribulation officially descended.
Immediately, a golden sword light soared from Thunder Mountain stream. The sword light shook the heavens and the earth, with countless 8 trigrams runes dancing in the sky, meeting the heavenly thunder head-on.
It actually chose to counterattack.
Amid the astonished gazes of Zhang Kuei and the others,
that heavenly thunder was actually extinguished by the sword light. That's right, it was actually extinguished. Half an hour later,
after the heavenly thunder dissipated, the tribulation clouds fell into a moment of silence, as if stunned and incredulous, witnessing for the first time someone capable of extinguishing a thunder tribulation.
One sword to extinguish the thunder tribulation?
Zhang Kuei and the others were completely dumbfounded. They had witnessed many grand scenes but had never seen anyone actively attack during a tribulation, let alone destroy the lightning tribulation.
In the Thunder Ravine,
this person not only didn't defend but actually used sword light to clash head-on with the lightning tribulation.
How is this possible?
Zhang Kuei was stunned, witnessing such a method of undergoing a tribulation for the first time.
Just as everyone was in shock, the tribulation clouds seemed to be enraged. After a brief brewing, the second heavenly thunder struck down with a roar.
This time, its power surged more than tenfold, fiercely smashing toward Thunder Ravine. The power of the second heavenly thunder was astonishing, striking down with a roar, as if the tribulation cloud had been angered by the obliterated lightning tribulation. However, the response from the Thunder Mountain stream was still a golden sword light. The descending heavenly thunder was once again effortlessly cut down by the sword light. This scene almost left Zhang Kuei and the others dumbfounded, as if the person undergoing the tribulation was not facing a life and death trial, but rather enjoying a vacation. Immediately after, the third, fourth, and fifth heavenly thunders descended one after another, all effortlessly destroyed by the monster in the Thunder Mountain stream with a single sword strike. A few minutes later, Zhang Kuei stared in the direction of Lei Mountain stream, watching as 8 heavenly thunders were successively extinguished, his expression numb.
Only the last one remains, Zhang Kuei said in a deep voice.
As long as this monster withstands the final heavenly thunder, the lightning tribulation will come to an end.
The 9th heavenly thunder descended mightily, its momentum overwhelming.
The people in the Thunder Mountain stream appeared exceptionally focused as a dazzling golden sword light soared into the sky. This sword seemed to channel all its strength, suddenly colliding with the 9th heavenly thunder. The sword light swept across the night sky like a startling flash. In the eyes of Zhang Kuei and the others, an incredible scene unfolded. The sword light not only destroyed the final thunder tribulation but also soared into the sky, dispersing the tribulation clouds that shrouded the heavens.
Seeing this scene, Zhang Kuei and the others were completely dumbfounded.
It was the first time in their lives they had ever heard of tribulation clouds being scattered. Wang Yu was stunned, his eyes wide and mouth agape. At that moment, he even felt that the thunder tribulation was nothing, and he could easily handle it himself. But he quickly calmed down, realizing that only the monster in Thunder Ravine was strong enough to achieve such a shocking feat. If it were him, he would probably be far from reaching such a level.
What kind of monster is hidden in Thunder Ravine?
After a long while, the other 3 in the team finally couldn't help but speak, their tones full of astonishment. Zhang Kuei's expression turned solemn. Let's go. We'll personally visit Lei Mountain stream to see what kind of freak this is. With that, he didn't wait for the others to react and leapt forward, rushing toward Lei Mountain stream. Wang Yu and the others were momentarily stunned, then quickly followed, equally curious about the powerful figure in Lei Mountain stream. All of them were peak-level first-turn 100-grade experts, moving at incredible speed. A few minutes later, they caught sight of Lei Mountain stream from afar. Zhang Kuei immediately slowed his steps, gazing cautiously at the scorched area, not daring to approach rashly. After all, that tribulation anomaly had just broken through and was nurturing its cultivation. If disturbed recklessly, it was likely that no one would escape unscathed. Wang Yu and the others also became particularly cautious, following behind Zhang Kuei. If not for extreme curiosity, they would never have risked coming to this place. Moments later, the group emerged from the forest, and what came into view was a scorched and blackened Thunder Mountain stream. The tribulation lightning had just passed, the charred boulders were still emitting wisps of smoke, and countless tiny lightning bolts flickered across the ground, yet to fully dissipate.
On this scorched land, a figure sat cross-legged on a large rock. That person was bathed in lightning, meditating with eyes closed, their aura surging.
The aura of a first-stage cultivator had completely vanished, replaced by the enviable cultivation level of a second-stage ghostmaster, with energy continuously emanating outward. Though newly stepping into the second stage, there was no doubt they were already a powerful second-stage ghostmaster. However, when Zhang Kuei and the others saw the face of the seated figure, they were all dumbfounded.
This freak, they actually knew him.
No, to be more precise, they had seen him before.
Not long ago. Impossible, is it him?
Wang Yu exclaimed in shock, his eyes almost popping out.
Zhang Kuei and the others were also stunned.
This figure was precisely the young cultivator who had passed by their resting place earlier. At that time, Wang Yu had wanted to cause trouble for him, but Zhang Kuei stopped him, preventing a conflict. Wang Yu was quite disdainful of him at the time, thinking he was just an ordinary first-stage level 100 cultivator. But now, this guy guy they regarded as an ordinary cultivator turned out to be a world-shaking prodigy.
Crossing the lightning tribulation was simply effortless. How could it be him? Zhang Kuei was stunned, recognizing Yi Shang.
He clearly remembered that a few days ago, when he saw Yi Shang, his aura was even weaker than Wang Yu, the weakest member of their team. But now, this once ordinary cultivator has turned into such an astonishing existence. In the Thunder Mountain stream, lightning crackled around Yi Shang, emanating a powerful aura of the second transformation Ghostmaster realm. He closed his eyes to feel the changes within his body, his heart filled with joy. At this moment, he felt stronger than ever before. After successfully breaking through the second transformation, the shackles that had been troubling him finally disappeared. His body felt as if it had been completely emptied. If his previous body was like a bottle filled with water, leaving no extra space to hold energy, then now, not only had the bottle been emptied, but its capacity had also expanded tenfold. You can continue to store more power and become even stronger.
Is this the second stage Ghost Master realm?
Yi Shang was as joyful as a child. The changes brought by the second stage are immense, as if everything has started anew. Power can be enhanced again, hunting monsters to accumulate experience, and skills can become even more powerful. More importantly, he can now equip second-tier gear. This is a qualitative leap. The importance of equipment is particularly evident, especially high-quality gear. During the first tier, Yi Shang had already deeply experienced this.
A single piece of first-tier dark gold equipment can enhance combat power 100-fold, truly terrifying.
However, a single piece of second-tier gold equipment far surpasses the combined power of multiple first-tier dark gold equipment. This is a difference in levels, which quantity cannot compensate for. Second-tier equipment contains stronger energy, making its combat power superior. Previously, Yi Shang managed to kill two second-turn Ghost Master Realm experts purely by luck. Those two had just stepped into the second turn, with levels not exceeding level 10 of the second turn, and many pieces of equipment were still unusable. Relying on his dark gold equipment and destruction level skills, Yi Shang's combat power reached an astonishing 260 times, making survival nearly impossible.
Second-turn equipment can only be worn by those above the second turn.
Yi Shang was ecstatic.
I finally have a huge space for improvement.
Suddenly, Yi Shang opened his eyes. He had long noticed someone secretly watching Lei Mountain stream from afar, hiding in the distance and observing him. However, after advancing to the second transformation, his perception greatly improved. He sensed that those people were merely a few first-rank cultivators at the 100th level, not worth fearing, so he paid them no further attention.
Do you need something?
In the Thunder Mountain stream, Yi Shang slowly opened his eyes and coldly stared at the 5 people not far away. He recognized these 5. He had encountered them earlier in the forest. Clearly, they had noticed the unusual movements from his tribulation and had come specifically to investigate.
Nothing. Zhang Kuei and the others looked nervous, hastily waving their hands.
Faced with Yi Shang's overwhelming sense of oppression, they felt a deep fear. Only Wang Yu's face turned pale earlier. He had planned to cause trouble for Yi Shang. If not for Zhang Kuei stopping him, it might have already led to a disaster. A monster who undergoes tribulation as effortlessly as drinking water is not someone to provoke, otherwise, there would be no way out.
Zhang Kuei cupped his hands and said, "We are merely here to observe the ceremony and congratulate you on successfully overcoming the tribulation."
After all, some people invite friends and family to witness their tribulation, though Yi Shang had not invited them. "Leave this place." Yi Shang's voice was cold, and after advancing to the second-tier Ghost Master realm, his demeanor had become even more composed and imposing. The few people before him were nothing but ants. He had no intention of entangling with them.
Leaving now. Zhang Kuei breathed a sigh of relief.
He could see Yi Shang's contempt for them, feeling both sorrowful and relieved. The sorrow was that, despite the 5 of them all being first-turn, level 100 peak experts, they were regarded as nothing by Yi Shang. The relief was that at least they could leave alive. In this wilderness, there is no law to speak of. The weak are preyed upon by the strong, and when encountering the powerful, one may be killed with no trace of their body left behind. Moments later, Zhang Kuei and his group of 5 turned and disappeared into the forest, moving far away. To Yi Shang, these 5 were merely a minor episode, not worth paying much attention to. Now, I have reached the second stage of the Ghost Master realm. Yi Shang exhaled deeply, reflecting on the arduous journey filled with countless trials and tribulations. No wonder most people find it so difficult to cross major realms. Yi Shang opened the class group chat. During this period, he had been staying deep in the wilderness, either focused on leveling up or frantically hunting bosses to compete for job transfer items. Later, he went through a tribulation and had been incredibly busy. He felt as if he had almost lost contact with the outside world, like a complete savage. Browsing through the messages, he found that only Lu's mom had sent a message, asking where he had gone and why he hadn't returned yet.
Lu Shushan and Lu Ming, on the other hand, were completely silent, not even a word of greeting.
Yi Shang couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. It seemed that in this life, he would find it hard to experience the warmth of family affection.
Forget it, luckily I didn't like this in my previous life.
He shook his head with a bitter smile. In his previous life, his family was harmonious and happy. Afterward, he sent a message to Lu's mom, saying that he had found a job but needed to travel for work and wouldn't be able to return home for a long time. After sending the message, Yixing turned to look at the class group chat, hoping to use it to understand the current situation outside and avoid becoming a complete recluse. In the class group chat, the most active person was still Zhou Ming. He had been stuck at level 100 of the first stage for a long time, frantically asking the group for advice on tribulation techniques and precautions, collecting various theories. Some classmates at the second stage Ghost Master realm generously shared their knowledge, benefiting him greatly.
Zhou Ming laughed heartily.
Yixing couldn't help but smile as he watched the scene.
In contrast, he had successfully passed the tribulation, becoming a second transition Ghost Master, standing on the same level as other second transition classmates in the group. He calmly set aside Zhou Ming's updates and continued browsing other chats, keeping an eye on current events and hot topics.
Soon, he noticed the casual chat between two girls.
The Bai family recently issued a bounty order. The reward is as high as 2 billion federal coins. So high, another girl exclaimed in surprise. 200 million as a bounty is practically astronomical. Zhou Ming picked up the topic. Who would dare provoke the Bai family? For them to issue a bounty, it's truly something unusual. The girl said, someone killed 2 members of the Bai family, enraging the Bai family's upper ranks.
That's why they issued the bounty, vowing to catch the culprit and grind them to dust.
Really?
Zhou Ming was shocked.
Someone actually dares to kill a member of the Bai family?
Yixing glanced through the group messages, his brows slightly furrowed.
The Bai family, he knew a little about them. The top-tier force in Ghost Mountain City, immensely powerful.
Whoosh!
Among them, there are even 4th Transformation Ghost Sect Realm experts, and a 5th Transformation Ghost King Realm Patriarch overseeing.
The Bai family holds immense power in Ghost Mountain City, and no one dares to provoke them.
On ordinary days,
when people see members of the Bai family, everyone avoids them. Who would dare to kill their descendants? Regarding this, Yixing shook his head indifferently. The Bai family's hierarchy is too high, far beyond what he can reach at this stage. Although he has already reached the second transformation of the Ghost Master realm, he is still far from the 4th and 5th transformations. As for the bounty order issued by the Bai family, it has nothing to do with him. However, what made Yixing involuntarily tense up was when the girl continued to say, the Bai family released a sketch of the suspect.
To be honest, the sketch looks remarkably like one of our former classmates.
Really? Quickly, share it so we can take a look, Zhou Ming said curiously. A sketch was soon shared in the group, attracting everyone's attention.
The sketch turned out to resemble one of their classmates very closely.
Yixing's gaze swept over, and his expression suddenly changed. The person in the portrait actually bore a 70% resemblance to him, especially the posture and demeanor. They were almost identical. How could this be? Yixing's face darkened as he stared intently at the portrait, his mind constantly pondering.
Bai family, 2 young disciples.
He suddenly recalled that not long ago in the Headless Ghost Valley, he had killed 2 people, 2 young second-turn Ghost Master realm experts, who tried to seize the legendary equipment he had dropped, only to be wiped out cleanly by his sword. At the time, he hadn't paid it any mind, but looking back now,
those 2 are actually members of the Bai family?
Yixing's mouth twitched. He realized that he had probably gotten himself into big trouble. All the signs almost confirmed that the culprit the Bai family had put a bounty on was him, especially that portrait. It was clearly completed by an expert based on clues, ultimately forming an image extremely similar to him.
Have I formed a deep grudge with the Bai family?
Yixing sighed inwardly. He was well aware of the Bai family's strength.
Such a colossal entity was definitely not something he could easily provoke at this point.
This means that his future path will be even more perilous.
The atmosphere in the class group became lively. Hey, you guys have to admit, this portrait really does look a lot like Yixing.
Zhou Ming glanced at the portrait, pointed at it, and laughed heartily.
To be honest, it does resemble him about 70%. Many classmates started discussing.
After all, they had spent 3 years together in high school, were familiar with each other, and naturally recognized people accurately.
Could it really be Yixing?
Zhou Ming said with a sly smile, teasingly.
A girl responded with a laugh. That's not certain. The resemblance in the portrait is so high, it's hard to say it's impossible.
Another girl nodded in agreement. Yeah, it can't be such a coincidence.
Zhou Ming widened his eyes after hearing this. Hey, you don't really think it's Yixing, do you? Him? In the eyes of his classmates, Yixing always seemed like a passerby, unable to blend into their circle.
Everyone fell silent, fully aware that Yixing was just an ordinary person, and whether he had changed professions or not was still uncertain.
If the Bai family's bounty was really for Yixing, no one would believe it. It's just a coincidence.
At this moment, Zheng Gang stepped forward, glanced at the portrait, and said firmly, Zheng Gang is a second-turn Ghost Master realm expert in the group, and his words carry considerable weight.
If even he says it's not possible, then it's even less likely. Moreover, the idea of Yixing hunting down 2 second-turn Ghost Master realm experts sounds like a fantasy.
Changing the topic, Zhang Gang began inviting the second-turn classmates in the group to explore the Netherworld Ghost Domain. Zhou Ming saw this and obediently remained silent. Netherworld Ghost Domain is a high-level ghost domain filled with second-turn ghost creatures and even third-turn and fourth-turn ghost creatures, extremely dangerous. First-turn cultivators can't even get in. At minimum, one must reach the second-turn Ghost Master realm to gain a foothold.
Who wants to team up?
See you at Netherworld City, Zhang Gang asked with a frown, having been rejected multiple times.
He was not confident about going alone.
After all, the Netherworld Ghost Domain is a dangerous place even for second-turn Ghost Master realm experts, so traveling together would be the safest option. Moments later, his second-turn classmates in the group politely declined with various excuses. Zhang Gang sighed and had no choice but to set out alone. At this moment, a heavyweight figure appeared in the group. Jiang Hao, a third-turn ghost general. Jiang Hao replied in a deep voice, Zhang Gang, come to Netherworld City and join me.
I'll look out for you. Zhang Gang was overjoyed and repeatedly expressed his gratitude.
As a third-turn ghost general powerhouse, Jiang Hao's strength far surpassed Zhang Gang's. It is understood that he is thriving in Netherworld City and holds a key position in the Netherworld Pavilion. With him backing him up, Zhang Gang felt much more at ease and unafraid of being bullied. Jiang Hao waved his hand generously. We're all classmates, we should help each other.
No need to be so polite.
After saying that, he turned and left the group chat. His arrival and departure were both extremely decisive, showcasing the demeanor of a three-turn ghost general realm expert.
Classmates are actually divided into several circles.
Jiang Hao, at this level, naturally interacts more with other third-turn ghost general cultivators. Second-turn ghost master cultivators find it difficult to strike up a conversation. In this world, strength is the true king.
With Jiang Hao backing him up, Zhang Gang happily left the group chat.
On the other side, upon learning about the enmity with the Bai family, Yi Shang felt heavy-hearted and also left the group chat. In the Thunder Mountain Ravine, Yi Shang sat cross-legged alone, his brows tightly furrowed. Unexpectedly, I inadvertently ended up in a feud with the Bai family. His expression was grim. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and muttered to himself, if I had to choose again, I fear I would still take action in the Headless Ghost Valley. Those two tried to snatch the legendary equipment he had dropped, so it was only right to fight back. Even if I had known their identities, with my temperament, I wouldn't have backed down easily.
Forget it, what's done is done. So what if it's the Bai family?
He exhaled a breath of turbid air, a relieved smile appearing on his face. Yi Shang had always believed in the principle of meeting challenges head-on. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, build a dam.
If trouble arises, just solve it.
Though the Bai family was strong, they were not invincible. The Bai family has an ancestor at the 5th-turn Ghost King realm, numerous experts at the 4th-turn Ghost Sect realm, and even more at the 3rd-turn Ghost General realm, moving in groups. He stroked his chin, calculating his strategy. Pondering for a long time, Yi Shang firmly said, there is no other way, only by continuously strengthening oneself is the right path. If I can advance to the 4th-turn Ghost Sect realm, or even the 5th-turn Ghost King realm, the Bai family won't be able to do anything to me.
In the end, it's still because I'm too weak. He let out a sigh.
This world is survival of the fittest, where only strength is revered. However, Yi Shang is not without a trump card. His trump card is terrifyingly powerful, the Celestial Master. The world's #1 profession, with every move being a destruction-level skill, invincible within the same realm.
Once stepping into the 4th Transformation Ghost Sect realm, almost no one can rival. When I reach the 5th Transformation Ghost King realm, even the White Family Patriarch will have to obey me.
A cold and fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes. Yi Shang was born unwilling to admit defeat, and this life is no different. No matter how powerful the force, they can forget about making him bow his head. However, before becoming strong, it's better to act low-key. He lowered his head and glanced at the legendary bracelet on his wrist, Ring of the Disguiser. The bracelet has a disguise function. With the ability to disguise, one can change their appearance. Although the wanted poster only has a 70% resemblance, it is enough to bring endless trouble. If he goes out with his current appearance, he will definitely be recognized. Soon, he will fall into endless predicaments. Yi Shang is neither stubbornly inflexible nor the kind of adorably obstinate fool. Disguise, he whispered softly. Activating the disguise skill of the Ring of the Disguiser, his appearance visibly changed. In just a moment, he had switched to an entirely new and unfamiliar face. This face was so unrecognizable that even Lu Shushan and Lu Ming, the people most familiar with him, wouldn't recognize him, let alone outsiders. After disguising himself, Yi Shang felt much more at ease. Where to next, he pondered, beginning to plan for the future. Having passed the lightning tribulation, he stepped into the 2nd-tier Ghostmaster realm, but his level was only 0, just entering this stage. I need to find a place to continue leveling up, Yi Shang said without hesitation. This is beyond doubt. To solve the Bai family's problems, one must continuously strengthen oneself. Moreover, the federal exam is approaching. If one can get into Fengdu University, the troubles with the Bai family can also be easily resolved. Students of Fengdu University are
are not to be trifled with. Even an ordinary mentor stepping forward can shake the entire Guishan city. Being looked down upon by his peers, Yiang naturally felt a bit unwilling in his heart, but he understood that strength is the best response. A few days later, deep in the wilderness, a figure roared past like a wild dragon, exuding a powerful aura. His speed reached an astonishing 236 meters per second, with fierce winds howling along the way. When encountering ghostly entities on the road, he charged through without hesitation. Those entities were violently scattered, like meteors colliding, instantly dissipating into nothingness, unable to comprehend how they had met their end even in death. Yiang suddenly halted, casually found a large rock, sat cross-legged on it, and began to restore his internal energy. The high-speed travel over the past few days had consumed a significant amount of his energy. Panting, he smiled wryly and said, "Traveling like this is truly exhausting." Although he complained, Yiang also understood that there were only 3 ways to travel in this world. The first is the teleportation array, but unfortunately, it is not available everywhere, and it cannot directly reach all destinations. The second is a flying artifact, which is extremely fast and incredibly efficient. By simply injecting internal energy, one can travel long distances at high speed, greatly conserving physical strength. Unfortunately, Yiang did not possess a flying artifact. He once casually searched on the federal trading platform, and even the cheapest flying artifact cost 5 billion federal coins. He only had 1 billion in his account, which was far from enough to afford it. He used to think that 1 billion was a fortune, but now he realized it was merely a drop in the bucket. The price of a second-tier dark gold level piece of equipment often far exceeded 1 billion. The third way to travel is to advance to the third-rank ghost general realm, using the vast energy within the body to fly through the air. But Yiang has just entered the second-rank ghost master realm, and there is still a long way to go before reaching the third rank. Looks like I can only honestly restore my energy and continue on the journey. Sitting cross-legged on the rock, he thought to himself, the destination of this journey is the Nether ghost domain. After careful consideration, Yiang decided to head to the Netherworld ghost domain, the place most suitable for him to continue leveling up. The Netherworld ghost domain is vast and boundless, containing countless terrifying ghostly creatures. Boom! In comparison, the highest level of ghostly creatures in the wild is only at the first transition, whereas in the Netherworld ghost domain, first transition level 100 ghostly creatures are merely the lowest tier. Second transition ghostly creatures surge like tides. Third transition ghost general level creatures are everywhere, and even fourth transition ghost sect level and fifth transition ghost king level creatures are not uncommon. The Netherworld ghost domain is a secret realm where powerful individuals gather, with countless forces stationed there. Yiang learned that many classmates were also present, including Jianghao, who had reached the third turn ghost general realm, and even the school beauty Shangguaning, who was at the fourth turn ghost sect realm. Compared to the wilderness out there, the Netherworld ghost domain is the true stage. Yiang sighed with emotion. At that moment, a streak of light swiftly approached from the distance. Yiang heard the sound, looked up, and softly wondered, "Huh? Is that a flying magical artifact?" A ghostwood boat was flying in the air, the most common flying magical artifact, valued at about 5 billion federal coins. Even the most ordinary ghostwood boat makes traveling much easier than enduring hardship on foot. Looking at it, Yiang felt envious. If he owned one, he could spare himself such exhausting journeys. In the air, the ghostwood boat transformed into a streak of light, speeding forward at high velocity. On the boat, a man sat cross-legged, continuously channeling his internal energy into the ghostwood boat, steering it as it raced ahead. Quite lucky to have gained Jianghao's protection, Zhang Gang smiled, his mood slightly relaxed. However, his brows furrowed tightly. Still, crossing the Netherworld ghost domain to reach Netherworld City is no easy task. Arriving at the Netherworld ghost domain is only the first step. There are still 3,000 miles of perilous paths ahead to reach the renowned Netherworld City. The Netherworld ghost domain is extremely dangerous, with second-tier ghost tides frequently appearing and occasional sightings of third-tier ghost general-level entities. Although Zhen Gang is a second-tier ghost master, encountering a third-tier ghost general-level entity is still perilous, and the slightest mistake could cost him his life. Reaching the Netherworld City, the 3,000-mile journey won't be easy. It's best to travel together and look out for each other. Unfortunately, his classmates all declined with various excuses. Zhang Gang shook his head helplessly. Someone below? Suddenly, he sensed a fellow expert of the same level meditating in the forest. Although not as powerful as his second turn level 50, it was still a genuine second turn ghost master realm, extremely rare in this wilderness. Looks like he's traveling as well. Zhang Gang observed closely and said in surprise, but it seems this person doesn't have a flying artifact? Those who can advance to the second turn ghost master realm usually have abundant wealth and at least possess a flying artifact for transportation. Crack! After all, teleportation arrays are expensive, and flying artifacts are the most economical way for long-distance travel. But this person had nothing at all, relying solely on his own speed to travel and sitting cross-legged to recover energy. Seeing this, Zhang Gang's eyes turned, and he came up with an idea. Although this person had just
stepped into the second transformation, he was still a strong practitioner in the second transformation Ghostmaster realm. If he could bring him along, there would be an extra layer of support upon reaching the Nether Ghost Domain, making the journey to the Nether City smoother.
Take him.
Zhang Gang's mind stirred as he maneuvered the Ghostwood boat to slowly descend toward the forest.
It's coming down.
Yiang looked up and saw the Ghostwood boat, which had sped past earlier, suddenly change direction and fly straight toward him, causing a trace of vigilance to rise in his heart. A cultivator possessing a Ghostwood boat is by no means an ordinary person. Even a first-turn cultivator couldn't afford such a flying treasure worth 5 billion. Whoosh! The Ghostwood boat swiftly landed in the forest, stirring up a gust of wind that made the surrounding leaves rustle. Yiang stood up, the white jade longsword already in his hand, calmly looking at the approaching figure. In this wilderness, killing and looting were common, so vigilance was naturally indispensable.
Don't misunderstand, I mean no harm.
A hearty voice came from the Ghostwood boat, attempting to ease Yiang's guard. Immediately, a young man stepped down from the Ghostwood boat, clad in heavy battle armor, his aura robust, clearly a powerful second transformation Ghostmaster. Yiang took one look, and his expression froze instantly. It was an old high school classmate, Zhang Gang. Not long ago, Yiang had seen him speaking in the class group chat, saying he was going to the Netherworld Ghost Domain. He hadn't expected to meet him in the depths of this wilderness. Yiang's eyes became unfocused, not expecting such a coincidence. Zhang Gang stepped off the ghostly wooden boat but did not recognize Yiang. After all, Yiang's appearance had long been altered into a completely new look with the help of the Ring of Disguise. Even Lu Shushan couldn't recognize him, let alone Zhang Gang. He simply assumed the person before him was a stranger, a second-turn Ghostmaster realm expert.
My name is Zhang Gang. I was passing by and decided to pay a visit.
Zhang Gang smiled, cupping his hands in greeting, and noticing Yiang's wariness, he deliberately tried to ease the atmosphere.
Yiang.
Yiang snapped out of it and took the initiative to speak, not using an alias.
Since my appearance has changed, there's no need to hide my name. Yiang?
Zhang Gang was momentarily stunned and carefully scrutinized the person before him.
What? Is there a problem?
Yiang raised an eyebrow, feigning a probing tone, trying to use Zhang Gang's reaction to verify whether his identity had been uncovered. Zhang Gang examined him for a moment and then explained with a smile, "Don't misunderstand, it's just that you have the same name as one of my classmates, so I was momentarily taken aback." Obviously, he did not recognize Yiang. Yiang secretly admired the magic of the Ring of Disguise in his heart. Even at such a close distance, it had not been seen through.
What a coincidence!
Yiang touched his nose and smiled wryly. "It really is quite a coincidence," Zhang Gang said with a smile, merely taking it as a coincidence of names, never imagining that the two were actually the same person.
In Zhang Gang's impression, Yiang was just an ordinary first-turn cultivator.
Even if he had changed professions, he would still be a first-turn novice. How could he possibly be the second-turn expert with such a powerful aura standing before him?
What is this?
Yiang asked curiously.
Zhang Gang replied casually, "Brother Yi, are you preparing to head to the Nether Ghost Domain?"
"That's right." Yiang nodded. Zhang Gang's expression changed slightly, then he explained, "It's nothing, I just wanted to invite Brother Yi to travel together." He sincerely expressed his intentions, hoping to journey to Netherworld City together. Both of them were at the second-tier Ghostmaster realm, making the journey much safer.
Netherworld City? Yiang pondered.
He had originally planned to enter the Netherworld Ghost Domain and had not considered going to Netherworld City. However, Zhang Gang has the Ghostwood boat accompanying him, which is quite fitting.
Traveling alone and enduring hardships to reach the Nether Ghost Domain might take 7 days, exhausting oneself just from the journey. Where would there be time to level up?
With the Ghostwood boat, it only takes 3 days, making it much easier. Going to Nether City sounds good, it's a chance to broaden my horizons, Yiang said with a smile.
Brother Zhang, I'll be troubling you then.
Zhang Gang's face lit up with joy, and he quickly made way for Yiang to board the boat. Yiang did not hesitate and leapt onto the Ghostwood boat. Moments later, the Ghostwood boat transformed into a streak of light, speeding toward the Netherworld Ghost Domain. 3 days later, Yiang and Zhang Gang not only successfully entered the Netherworld Ghost Domain but also approached Netherworld City. Although they encountered many obstacles along the way, they all passed safely.
Brother Yi, we are only a little over 100 miles away from Netherworld City.
We're almost there, Zhang Gang said with a smile on the Ghostwood boat, his mood greatly improved by their safe arrival. After spending a few days together, Zhang Gang developed a good impression of Yiang, feeling that he was a reliable person. Both are at the second-turn Ghostmaster realm, so their connection is naturally close.
It's indeed almost there, Yiang said, his expression relaxed. The Nether Ghost Domain is extremely perilous, with second-turn ghost tides rampaging.
Once, from a distance, they saw a third-turn ghost general-level ghostly creature, exuding a fierce aura and surrounded by gusts of eerie wind. Wherever it passed, sand and stones flew, as if a vengeful spirit were roaming. Fortunately, Zhang Gang, with his rich experience, promptly hid the Ghostwood boat in the valley and activated the breath concealment formation, avoiding detection by the ghost general-level creature. Otherwise,
Otherwise, the two might have found it difficult to escape. Zheng Gang laughed and said, "Brother Yi, we share similar interests. When we reach Nether City, we must look out for each other." Yi Shang nodded. "Of course." Zheng Gang changed his tone and solemnly said, "Brother Yi, the Netherworld City is no ordinary place. Its forces are intricate and complex, with a mix of all kinds of people and powerful authorities gathered there. After arriving, it's best to keep a low profile and avoid offending major powers, or the consequences could be dire." Yi Sheng smiled faintly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He had heard a bit about the Netherworld City, the core of the Netherworld Ghost Domain, which boasts hundreds of cities and is teeming with experts. This massive city with a population of tens of millions is far beyond what Ghost Mountain City can compare to. Of course, Ghost Mountain City's forces also have a presence in Netherworld City, but they are merely a small faction among many and hardly worth mentioning. This is one of the reasons why Yi Sheng chose to come here. Since even the forces of Ghost Mountain City are insignificant, the Bai family is even more negligible in Netherworld City. In fact, there are likely countless forces in Netherworld City that are far stronger than the Bai family. However, Yi Sheng quite agreed with Zheng Gang's words. In a city teeming with such powerful figures, being cautious is absolutely necessary. After all, the second-turn Ghost Master realm is merely the starting point in Netherworld City. The number of third-turn Ghost General realm experts is abundant, and only fourth-turn Ghost Lord realm masters can act with some degree of impunity. Speaking of the fourth-turn Ghost Lord realm, Yi Sheng couldn't help but think of Shang Guaning, the former campus beauty, and his classmate, who was also a formidable expert. During their student days, she had already stepped into the fourth-turn Ghost Lord realm, and her current strength goes without saying. Even in a place like Netherworld City, where experts are as common as clouds, her status and position should be considered upper middle tier. "Brother Yi, is there a specific destination in the Nether City?" Zhang Gang asked. "Boom, not yet." Yi Shang shook his head. He was still a newcomer here, unknown to anyone, and naturally had no fixed place to stay. Zhang Gang smiled and said, "If that's the case, why not join the Xianming Pavilion where I belong?" Xianming Pavilion? Yi Shang was taken aback, clearly having never heard of it before. Zhang Gang patiently explained, "Xianming Pavilion is a force within Yuming City that cannot be underestimated. It is a first-class giant. Unlike other groups or martial arts halls, Xianming Pavilion has loose management, and most of its members are freelancers. Normally, one can take on tasks in the pavilion or freely trade with powerful individuals, offering a high degree of flexibility." Zhang Gang added, "Since you're new here, it won't be easy to join Xianming Pavilion without an introduction. With my recommendation, you can naturally join smoothly." He continued, "If you enter Yuming City without an identity, the city defense forces will drive you out at night. But with an identity from Xianming Pavilion, you won't have to worry about that." Yi Sheng smiled helplessly. "Then I'll trouble brother Zhang." Zhang Gang laughed heartily and said mysteriously, "Moreover, I have a classmate who is now in the third transformation Ghost General realm and holds an important position in the Xianming Pavilion. I am heading there to seek his support. If you join me under his command, with his protection, life will naturally be comfortable, and no one will dare to bully us." Yi Shang understood immediately. He knew that the classmate Zhang Gang mentioned, who was in the third transformation Ghost General realm, was none other than Zhang Hao. He had already noticed their conversations in the classmate group earlier. This trip, Zhang Gang was indeed going to seek Zhang Hao's support. As the two chatted and laughed, the Ghostwood boat sped forward, and a grand, majestic city over 100 miles away gradually came into view. The walls of Netherworld City were towering and imposing, reaching several hundred meters high, resembling a giant beast standing in the Netherworld Ghost Domain. The walls were jet black, shrouded in a faint ghostly glow, with countless secret runes and spells engraved upon them, forming a complex array that tightly guarded the entire city, capable of withstanding any ghost tide. Near the city wall, Yi Shang saw soldiers dressed in pitch-black standard armor patrolling in formation. Their aura was all at the second-rank Ghost Master level, and many were even much stronger than him, making him deeply feel that Nether City was extraordinary. In front of the city gate, Zheng Gang put away the Ghostwood boat. If one were to fly over the city wall, they would surely be shot down by the city guards' crossbows. Only those at the 5th-rank Ghost King level could cross the wall freely without fear. "Brother Yi, how about we go directly to the headquarters of the Xianming Pavilion to meet my classmate?" Zheng Gang said. "All right." Yi Shang nodded. The two entered the city and headed straight to the headquarters of the Xianming Pavilion. The headquarters of the Xianming Pavilion was a skyscraper over 100 stories tall, located in the center of the Netherworld City, exuding extraordinary grandeur. The people passing by were either dressed in sharp suits or short skirts with long legs, all belonging to the upper class. What? But the majority here are still powerful cultivators. Zheng Gang and Yi Shang stepped into the building, and a beautiful waitress immediately came forward to greet them. "Welcome to the Xianming Pavilion." Zheng Gang said directly, "I'm looking for Elder Jian Hao. Do you have an appointment?" the waitress asked respectfully. "Yes," Zheng Gang replied. "Please take the elevator to the 46th floor. I'll lead the way," the beautiful waitress said, bowing as she guided them. The 46th floor was exceptionally quiet.
quiet. Zhang Gang and Yi Shang were led into a tea room, where they waited for half an hour, but Jiang Hao still did not appear. Zhang Gang said awkwardly, "He's busy with work, let's wait a bit longer." "There's no rush," Yi Shang said with a smile. Over 10 minutes later, footsteps sounded outside the tea room, and a young man of similar age to the two walked in. The young man had short hair, a sharp demeanor like a blade, and eyes that gleamed brightly. Yi Shang and Zhang Gang immediately recognized him as their classmate Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao. A gleam flashed in Zhang Gang's eyes. Although his expression was reserved, he couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. Jiang Hao was now an elder of the Xianming Pavilion, a powerful figure in the third-rank ghost general realm. His status was prestigious, while Zhang Gang was merely a second-rank ghost master, with a clear disparity in their positions. "Old classmate." Jiang Hao saw Zhang Gang and stepped forward with a smile to embrace him. This embrace instantly dissolved the barriers between them. Jiang Hao patted Zhang Gang's shoulder and laughed. "The bond of classmates, 3 years of friendship, how could it be false? No need to be formal." "Exactly." Zhang Gang laughed heartily, feeling grateful. Despite Jiang Hao's distinguished status, he still cherished the camaraderie of classmates, which was truly admirable. "And who might this be?" Jiang Hao noticed Yi Shang's unfamiliar face and turned to Zhang Gang to inquire. Zhang Gang quickly introduced, "A friend I met on the way, we hit it off, so I invited him to join us. Coincidentally, his name is identical to that of one of our classmates." "Oh, really?" Jiang Hao smiled faintly, his eyes filled with curiosity, wanting to know which classmate Yi Shang shared the same name with. "I am Yi Shang." Yi Shang cupped his hands and said, his gaze complex. For now, under the pressure from the Bai family, he couldn't reveal his identity. "Yi Shang?" Jiang Hao was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then immediately chuckled. "It's that kid." For Yi Shang, the impression he gave to Jiang Hao was that this person possessed an unyielding character. Although he was just an ordinary person during his student years, he never flattered or tried to curry favor with his fellow cultivator classmates. This was vastly different from the other students. He simply focused on his own matters every day, and his gaze would occasionally become extremely profound, not at all like that of a young man. This made Jiang Hao always a bit curious about Yi Shang. What Jiang Hao didn't know was that Yi Shang had already lived 2 lives, with astonishing social experience and a heart that had long matured. That really is quite a coincidence. Jiang Hao shook his head and chuckled. He glanced at Yi Shang, whose face at this moment appeared unfamiliar and was not that of his classmate. For the remaining time, Jiang Hao and Zhang Gang were reminiscing about old times. Neither of them paid attention to Yi Shang anymore. Yi Shang also did not disturb the two of them. Half an hour later, Jiang Hao left. He is a third-turn ghost general realm expert and holds the position of elder in the Xianming Pavilion. His affairs are extremely busy, and being able to spare half an hour to entertain the two of them was already quite difficult. Zhang Gang and Yi Shang walked out of the tea room. Zhang Gang smiled and said, "Brother Yi, I apologize for the earlier neglect and hope you can forgive me. Just now, I was so focused on catching up with Jiang Hao that I almost forgot there was also a Yi Shang nearby." "No worries, you old classmates are reuniting." "It's me, the outsider, who's causing trouble for you," Yi Shang said. Zhang Gang laughed heartily and grabbed one of Yi Shang's hands. "Alright, enough talking. I'll take you to register your identity with the Xianming Pavilion. With Elder Jiang Hao as your guarantor, you are almost certain to join the Xianming Pavilion. Once you have this identity, you can move freely in Yuming City without worrying about being expelled by the city defense forces." The two chatted as they left the 46th floor. With Jiang Hao's guarantee, Yi Shang quickly registered as a member of the Xianming Pavilion, and also became a steward of the Xianming Pavilion. Zhang Gang patted Yi Shang's shoulder and said with a smile, "You are at the second-turn Ghost Master realm, different from ordinary members who are at the first-turn cultivator level. According to the rules, you can become a steward of the Xianming Pavilion. This steward enjoys many conveniences in the Xianming Pavilion. However, since you have just stepped into the second-rank Ghost Master realm and your level is still low, you can only become a bronze steward." Yi Shang lowered his head and looked at the bronze token in his hand. The front is engraved with the 3 characters Xianming Pavilion. On the reverse side are the characters steward. It represents the identity of Yi Shang in the Xianming Pavilion and also signifies his position and status within the pavilion. According to Zhang Gang, the stewards in the Xianming Pavilion are divided into 3 levels. They are Bronze Deacon, Silver Deacon, and Gold Deacon. I am merely the lowest-ranking Bronze Deacon, only slightly stronger than a first-turn cultivator, a member of the Xianming Pavilion. But I do have certain authority, allowing me to mobilize 10 first-turn Xianming Pavilion members to carry out some internal tasks. Yi Shang looked at Zhang Gang and asked, "Brother Zhang, what rank of deacon are you now?" "I am a Silver Deacon." Zhang Gang smiled and said, "Once your cultivation reaches the threshold of second-turn level 50, you can apply to become a Silver Deacon." Second-turn level 50? Yi Shang pondered. Level 50 of the second rank is considered a small watershed, similar to level 50 of the first rank. Reaching level 50 is regarded as entering the mid-stage of this realm. What about the Golden Deacon? What are the requirements? Yi Shang looked up and asked. Zhang Gang said, "Naturally, only those who who have reached the pinnacle of level 100 in the second transition can become golden deacons.
Mentioning the golden deacons,
Zheng Gang did not forget to remind, the golden deacons hold quite a high status in the Xianming pavilion.
Brother Yi, if you encounter them, make sure not to offend them. That's natural. Yi Sheng nodded.
Zheng Gang said, according to the rules of Xianming pavilion, Brother Yi, you will be assigned to a team. Upon hearing this, Yi Sheng frowned.
He didn't want to be constrained. A squad generally consists of 5 people. He is unwilling to team up with 4 other strangers. Don't rush, let me finish speaking.
Seeing Yi Sheng frown, Zheng Gang explained, the squad only gathers together when carrying out Xianming pavilion missions. After the mission is over, if you still wish to stay with them, then stay. If not, you can act independently. After all, Xianming pavilion is not a charity organization. Members must make certain contributions.
You need to understand this, Zheng Gang said.
Hearing this, Yi Sheng said no more.
Since you've taken on the identity of Xianming pavilion, it's only right to make some contributions to it.
There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Zheng Gang said, don't worry, completing tasks will earn you contribution points.
These contribution points are extremely valuable. You can exchange items in the contribution pavilion. Don't underestimate this contribution pavilion.
As long as you have enough contribution points, you can even exchange for second-tier legendary equipment.
And also,
you hold the position of steward, though it's just the lowest rank of bronze steward.
The Xianming pavilion will also arrange a residence for you in Netherworld City. Zheng Gang saw Yi Sheng's indifferent expression and couldn't help but laugh. Don't underestimate this residence.
You should know that in Netherworld City, every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. A simple residence alone is worth more than 5 billion federal coins, something an average person could never afford.
A house for over 5 billion federal coins?
Yi Sheng was stunned.
He currently has 1 billion federal coins and originally thought buying a house in Nether City would be quite simple.
But now, upon hearing this, he realized his money was far from enough.
Zheng Gang gave a wry smile. Isn't that the case?
This is still the housing price in a remote corner. In the central area, it starts at hundreds of billions.
And, in the Netherworld Ghost domain, federal currency is extremely cheap. Hard currency is Ghost Spirit Stone. In transactions between cultivators, most do not use federal currency, they use Ghost Spirit Stones. As he spoke, Zheng Gang flipped his palm, and a stone emitting a faint glow appeared in his hand. Yi Sheng lowered his head to look, hearing about this Ghost Spirit Stone for the first time. Only noticed that this Ghost Spirit Stone seems to contain extremely pure energy. Seeing Yi Sheng's confusion,
Zheng Gang continued to explain, the Ghost Spirit Stone has many uses. It can be used for formations, alchemy, refining equipment, and most importantly, it can enhance experience points.
Increase experience points? Yi Sheng was stunned. How to increase? Aren't experience points gained from killing monsters? How can they come from a spirit stone?
Zheng Gang said seriously, the Ghost Spirit Stone contains pure energy.
Absorbing this energy will convert it into experience points.
If there are enough Ghost Spirit Stones, you can level up from second transition level 0 all the way to second transition level 100 perfection. Of course, the cost would be too great. Moreover, Ghost Spirit Stones are extremely valuable, and generally, no one would waste them like this.
Yi Sheng asked a very concerned question, saying, then isn't the federal currency useless? Can it only be used back in Ghost Mountain City?
Since the cultivators in the Nether Ghost domain all trade using Ghost Spirit Stones, the federal currency becomes extremely impractical.
Zheng Gang said, not exactly. Let me put it this way.
1 billion federal coins can be exchanged for 100 Ghost Spirit Stones.
What? So cheap?
Yi Sheng was completely stunned.
The 1 billion federal currency in his hands suddenly lost its appeal.
Zheng Gang patted Yi Sheng on the shoulder. Brother Yi, if there's anything else in the future, feel free to come to me. Yi Sheng expressed his thanks. After the two parted ways, Yi Sheng found the residence arranged for him by Xianming Pavilion.
Thank you.
It was an ordinary apartment of over 100 square meters, but the location was excellent, situated in the city center and very close to the Xianming Pavilion building.
Inside the house,
Yi Sheng let out a long sigh of relief. Being a steward does have its perks. No need to search for accommodation on my own or pay high rent like the first-tier Xianming Pavilion members.
The rented houses are all located in the remote corners of Nether City, extremely inconvenient. Night fell.
Yi Sheng stood by the window, looking out at the bustling scene of Nether City. Nether City truly lives up to its reputation as a metropolis with a population in the millions, far more prosperous than Ghost Mountain City.
At night, neon lights flicker, and skyscrapers are everywhere. Unlike the silence of Guishan City at night, where no one dares to go out for fear of vengeful spirits taking lives.
The nights in Yuming City, however, are bustling with noise and filled with the atmosphere of life. The entire Yuming City feels like forbidden ground for ghosts, simply because there are too many powerful cultivators within. If a ghost were to intrude into such a place, it might not even make it a few meters before being dealt with by a passing cultivator. Even the powerful fourth-turn ghost sect realm ghosts dare not set foot in the Nether City. Yi Sheng took a hot bath and slept soundly through the night. By the next next day, he felt completely refreshed, his spirits restored to their peak.
Continue.
Yiang stepped out the door and had breakfast. Sitting in a cafe, sipping a cup of coffee, and looking out through the floor-to-ceiling window at the bustling crowd outside. At this moment, Yiang seemed to have stepped out of the cultivation world and returned to the life of an ordinary person, free from battles, feeling a familiar sense of warmth. But as he looked at an information screen not far away, Yiang was quickly pulled back into the world of cultivators.
On the information screen, lines of recruitment notices were scrolling continuously.
Recruiting security guards, requirement, only cultivators who have reached level 100 are eligible.
Monthly salary, 1 ghost spirit stone. Recruiting academy instructors, minimum requirement, cultivators at the 2nd rank ghost master realm.
Monthly salary, 3 ghost spirit stones.
Recruitment information scrolling continuously. Yiang couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. This netherworld city is truly absurd.
Level 100 first-turn cultivators can only work as security guards. Although the pay is high, with 1 ghost spirit stone per month, it still feels like skipping 50 years of hard work and prematurely living a laid-back life.
Forget it, not looking anymore.
If I were to get a job, I could only be a college mentor,
earning 3 ghost spirit stones a month.
Yiang withdrew his gaze and shook his head. I should put in more effort myself. Being just at the initial stage of the 2nd turn ghost master realm really isn't much.
Yiang sighed. He opened his skill attribute panel.
Destruction level skill, Divine Thunder of the 9 Heavens, LV1, upgradable. One of the Supreme Taoist secret techniques, summons the Divine Thunder of the 9 Heavens to cleanse impurities and vanquish evil, with a coverage radius of 100 miles.
Note, upgraded from Thunder Summoning Technique.
Due to its immense power and wide coverage, use with caution. Destruction level skill, Vajra Demon Slaying Sword, LV1, upgradable, a single target attack skill, one of Taoism's top demon slaying sword techniques. Attack power increased by plus 10,000%.
Damage to ghost-type creatures increased by plus 20,000%.
Yiang glanced over and noticed the difference. Now, after advancing to the 2nd turn Ghost Master realm, both destruction level skills are marked with the upgradable prompt. Attack power increase plus 15,000%.
Damage to ghost-type entities increase plus 25,000%.
This means the power of the 2 destruction level skills can continue to be enhanced,
become stronger and more exaggerated. This is the benefit of improving one's realm. Make yourself stronger in every aspect. But upgrading the 2 destruction level skills requires proficiency? Yiang glanced.
Under the 2 destruction level skill slots, a proficiency progress bar appeared for each. The progress bar for 9 Heavens Divine Thunder was a pitiful 2%. This might be related to the fact that he had only used it once before. Now, the proficiency progress bar of Vajra Demon Slaying Sword has increased slightly, reaching 12%.
The frequency of using the Vajra Demon Slaying Sword before was indeed quite high, but there is still a considerable distance to upgrade to LV2. It seems that as long as I use it more, the proficiency will increase. It's not too difficult. I wonder what the power of the 2 destruction level skills will become after being upgraded to LV2. Yiang touched his chin, feeling a bit expectant. The 2 destruction level skills at LV1 are already so exaggerated, upgrading them by 1 level might make their power even stronger. He put away the 2 destruction level skill slots. Yiang activated the Ring of Disguise. The previous spatial ring had already been removed. Now the spatial ring has been replaced with the Ring of Disguise. Its internal space is much larger, equivalent to 10 football fields, enough for Yiang to store many items.
The things that were revealed later are also among them. Yiang opened the Ring of the Pretender and began searching. I wonder if there's a new Taoist skill book revealed. Yiang searched through a pile of skill books. Later, in the Headless Ghost Valley, many ghost creatures were slain, including a Headless Ghost King, yielding quite a number of items. At the time, he had hastily collected everything, piling them up like a mountain, without having the time to sort them out.
Those pieces of equipment were already secondary.
What Yiang cared about was whether there were any new skill books he could learn.
There really is one.
After rummaging for more than 10 minutes, Yiang actually managed to find a learnable Taoist skill book from a pile of skill books.
What skill is this? Ghost Command Technique?
Yiang glanced at the skill book in his hand, its cover a dark greenish blue, with a curious expression. Common skill, Ghost Command Technique, one of the Taoist ghost controlling spells, allows the capture of vengeful spirits and commands them to fight. Success rate for capturing ghost entities, 3%.
Number of captures, 3. Note, can only capture ghosts lower than your own level. So bad?
Yiang glanced at it and couldn't help but curl his lips.
Not to mention the capture limit is only 3.
That can only capture ghostly creatures lower than one's own level, making this ghost controlling technique incredibly useless.
What use can ghostly creatures lower than one's own level have?
The help they provide can be said to be negligible. To level up, one needs to eliminate higher level ghostly creatures. If one takes ghostly creatures lower than their own level to fight, afraid that as soon as you rush up, you'll be torn apart by those fierce ghosts. Completely useless.
useless, too weak.
Yiang shook his head, dismissing this ghost controlling technique.
Ding!
A new skill ghost command technique has been detected.
Would you like to learn it?
Although Yiang didn't think much of it, he still chose to learn it. After all, he possessed the powerful passive skill, Celestial Master's Heart.
Yes/no?
It could upgrade ordinary skills to destruction level. After successfully learning, it indeed triggered the talent passive Heart of the Celestial Master.
Ding!
Detected new skill ghost command technique. Talent passive Heart of the Celestial Master triggered. Ghost command technique automatically upgraded to destruction level. Yiang widened his eyes and looked. He saw that after the passive talent Heavenly Master's Heart was triggered, the skill bar lit up with a strong white light. When the white light faded, the information in the skill bar had changed. Yiang fixed his gaze, and with just one look, his breathing immediately became rapid. Destruction level skill, commanding spirits and dispatching generals, LV1, one of the advanced Taoist secret techniques, an upgraded version of the spirit manipulation technique.
Success rate of capturing ghosts, 100%. Number of captures, 10.
Note, upgraded from the spirit manipulation technique, it can capture ghosts one major realm higher than the user. However, fierce ghosts one major realm higher are excessively violent. Use with caution. Yiang's eyes widened, especially noticing the final enhancement. Able to capture ghost entities one major realm higher than oneself. Currently, he is at the second turn Ghost Master realm. One major realm higher would be the third turn Ghost General realm. This means he can capture third turn Ghost General realm ghost entities to assist him in battle.
What? The capture quantity is still 10. The capture success rate is also 100%.
This means almost no failures.
What does this mean?
Even if you encounter a third turn Ghost General level fierce ghost, you can directly restrain it and make it serve you. Yiang was stunned.
This, spirit binding and commanding, is just too outrageous.
At level 2, you can bind level 3 ghost entities and even carry 10 of them.
Isn't this practically invincible?
Level 3 Ghost General Realm ghost entities. Yiang had seen it on the way to Yuming City. Such ghostly beings can travel through the air, leaving waves of eerie energy in their wake, howling between heaven and earth, even causing second-turn ghost tides to retreat. Back then, if it weren't for Zhang Gang and himself dodging in time, they might have died at the hands of that third-turn Ghost General level fierce ghost.
But now, I can actually bind such a fierce ghost?
Yiang felt incredulous. After a long time, Yiang sighed with emotion, as expected of the Celestial Master. Every skill is incredibly powerful. After his sigh, Yiang thought it was reasonable. The Celestial Master can rank first on the Heavenly Tao list.
Suppressing so many SSS level monstrous professions, how could it be a simple profession?
Only each of these destruction level skills is worthy of the identity of a Celestial Master. Next, go capture 10 third-turn Ghost General Realm spirits.
Leveling up will be incredibly easy, and I won't even need to lift a finger. I can level up just by lying down.
Just imagining the scene of those 10 third-turn Ghost General Realm spirits working for him for free made Yiang burst into laughter, finding it endlessly amusing. Yiang drained the coffee in his cup, his eyes lighting up as he said,
"It's time to set off.
First, find a way to upgrade to the perfect level of second transition at level 100.
Reaching the perfect level of second transition at level 100 still has quite a few benefits.
You can directly become a Golden Deacon of the Xianming Pavilion.
Golden Deacons possess numerous privileges, far superior to the current Bronze Deacon.
Zhang Gang is currently a Silver Deacon, enjoying far better treatment than Yiang, and he has mentioned this matter to him before. Remind him to work hard to improve his cultivation level, so his position in the Xianming Pavilion can become increasingly stable, especially in the Netherworld city, where everything is determined by strength. Even if Zhang Gang didn't remind him, Yiang would still do it. He is eager to become stronger now. You can't live under the shadow of the Bai family forever. Yiang was about to get up and leave the cafe when a notification sound rang out.
Is it the Bronze Steward token from the Xianming Pavilion?
Yiang let out a soft exclamation and took out the Bronze Steward token. It turned out that someone had used the Bronze Deacon token to contact him.
Ding! Is it that small team I was assigned to?
Yiang glanced over and couldn't help but frown.
After joining the Xianming Pavilion, the pavilion randomly assigned him to a team of 4.
At this moment, the 4 members of the squad used this to contact him, saying they were about to start the mission,
urging him to meet at the Xianming Pavilion building. Is the mission coming so soon?
Yiang frowned but quickly relaxed. Zhang Gang once mentioned that after joining the Xianming Pavilion, one would receive a task in a very short time.
This task must be completed. First, it is to ensure that new members contribute to the Xianming Pavilion as soon as possible. Second, it is to test the new members' abilities through this task. If they fail, they will be directly removed. The Xianming Pavilion may be loosely organized, but it doesn't tolerate useless people. Otherwise, how could it become a top-tier force in Nether City?
Forget it, there's still contribution points to earn after completing the task, so it's not for nothing. Yiang gathered his thoughts, glanced at the location he had agreed upon with the 4, then left the cafe and headed straight for the Xianming Pavilion building.
Xianming Pavilion pavilion building, inside a lounge.
4 figures were waiting impatiently. The aura of these 4 was extremely powerful, all of them at the second turn Ghostmaster realm. They were a burly man, a bald elder, and a young man sitting silently while holding a long blade, and a woman who constantly exudes a chilling aura. At this moment, a beautiful waitress brought in some tea and snacks, cautiously glancing at the 4 of them.
Recognizing that all 4 were silver stewards of the Xianming Pavilion. Enjoy your meal.
The beautiful waitress set down the items, bowed slightly, and carefully exited the lounge, not daring to disturb the 4 people. This person has such an air of arrogance, making the 4 of us wait for him for so long. The burly man spoke, his face dark and gloomy. The bald old man chuckled, we'll all be part of the same team in the future, so waiting a bit is no big deal. Speaking, he looked at the taciturn young man holding a blade and the woman exuding an icy aura. The woman with the icy aura glanced at the 3 of them and snorted coldly, whether we can form a team depends on your abilities.
If you're not qualified, it's better for everyone to act separately. Ha!
Such bold words,
want to test it out right now?
The burly man retorted defiantly. The bald elder quickly mediated, saying, both of you, please calm down. If you want to see each other's strength, you'll naturally have the chance after we leave for Nether City this time. There's no need to fight here. As for the young man holding the blade, he kept his eyes closed the entire time, never once glancing at the 3 of them, remaining very silent and reserved. The bald elder said, once this last young friend arrives, we can set off. Several people were talking, when a figure walked into the lounge, drawing their attention. Even the young man holding a blade with his eyes closed opened them to look.
Everyone, sorry to keep you waiting.
Yiang walked into the lounge and smiled, clasping his fists toward the 4 people. The place they had agreed to meet was precisely this lounge. The 4 were all second-turn Ghostmaster realm experts, so Yiang felt he hadn't come to the wrong place. The 4 gave Yiang a once-over. The burly man spoke first, where is your steward token? As he spoke, he took out his own steward token.
This was to confirm Yiang's identity.
The bald elder and the others also took out their steward tokens. Yiang looked over, his gaze slightly shifted. The steward tokens in the hands of these 4 people turned out to be silver steward. Then, under the gaze of the 4, Yiang took out his own steward token.
Bronze steward?
When Yiang took out the steward token, the 4 burly men couldn't help but freeze, staring blankly at the token in Yiang's hand.
You've just stepped into the second-turn Ghostmaster realm?
The burly man was somewhat incredulous. At this moment, Yiang had restrained his aura, making it only possible to sense that he was a second-turn Ghostmaster realm expert, but the exact level could not be accurately perceived. Yiang nodded, there was nothing to hide about this. He was indeed newly stepping into the second-turn Ghostmaster realm. The burly man stopped speaking.
The icy woman directly sneered and said, are you kidding me? Why did the Xianming Pavilion assign us a bronze deacon? Isn't this just adding a burden to us? That's right.
Her words were blunt as she stared at Yiang, sneering relentlessly without giving him any face, brutally realistic.
The bald elder didn't know what to say anymore.
Although there is a slight difference in strength among the 4 of them, they are all silver deacons.
Their realm levels have all reached second transition, level 50 or above.
This realm signifies that each of them has struggled and honed themselves in the second transition Ghostmaster realm for a long time. Yiang, a newcomer who has just stepped into the second transition Ghostmaster realm, is simply not on the same level as them. The icy woman continued to sneer. This mission is to head to the Blood Moon Valley. The vengeful spirits in that Blood Moon Valley are all around second tier, level 50. He's just a newcomer who has barely stepped into the second tier. Going there is courting death.
Most importantly, he'll drag us down.
The icy woman stared at Yiang and said, already considering him a burden. At this moment, the taciturn youth holding a blade finally spoke up.
In my opinion, the 4 of us are enough.
After speaking, he closed his eyes again. As soon as these words were spoken, the bald elder was stunned. This meant abandoning Yiang, leaving only the 4 of them to act. After a moment, the burly man was the first to speak, thinking this was a good plan.
4 people, huh? The ice-cold woman sneered.
Not bad, it's enough to complete this Blood Moon Valley mission.
I agree too.
Then, the 3 turned to look at the bald elder. The bald elder glanced at Yiang and nodded helplessly. In such matters, the minority must obey the majority. The ice-cold woman looked at Yiang and snorted coldly. Kid, you have to complete this on your own.
I agree. If you fail and get expelled from the Xianming Pavilion, that's your own misfortune, and you can't blame anyone else.
After speaking, he was the first to get up and walk out of the lounge. The burly man and the young man holding a knife also stood up and followed him out. Before leaving, neither of them spared Yiang a glance. The bald elder gave Yiang a pitying look before leaving, but said nothing and walked out of the lounge. After a while, only Yiang was left in the lounge.
Have I been kicked out of the team?
Yiang touched his nose and then said, this works too.
Acting alone is actually much more convenient.
Yiang grinned. Being able to act alone, he was more than happy to take it easy. He possesses destructive level skills, making it completely unnecessary for him to team up with others. others. For him, any task is not a problem at all. Yi Sheng glanced at the mission details provided by the Xianning Pavilion this time.
Go to Blood Moon Valley and collect 100 blood moon grass?
Yi Sheng looked up and, after glancing at the task details, couldn't help but ponder. The task also described that this blood moon grass was to be used by a 4th-tier ghost sect powerhouse from the Xianning Pavilion, which is why the task was issued within the pavilion. It just so happened to fall on their squad's shoulders.
Truly, it's a case of orders from above and running yourself ragged below.
And it's to venture into such a dangerous place, all for some blood moon grass.
Yi Sheng sighed.
The strong in this world truly enjoy all kinds of privileges.
As long as they want it, the people below must do it even if it costs their lives.
Only by becoming the strongest can one follow the true path.
Yi Sheng couldn't help but understand this principle.
Let's go. Although the Blood Moon Valley is filled with 2nd-tier level 50 ghost creatures, they are nothing to me. Yi Sheng stood up and left the lounge.
The Netherworld ghost domain is extremely vast.
After leaving the Netherworld city, Yi Sheng did not immediately choose to head to the Blood Moon Valley to complete the task. Instead, he delved into the Netherworld ghost domain.
In the Black Forest, Yi Sheng leaped forward while pondering. This Netherworld ghost domain.
2nd-tier ghost tides are everywhere, perfect for practice and honing 2 ultimate destruction level skills. The density of ghost tides is the highest. Yi Sheng entered the Netherworld ghost domain this time, planning to first upgrade the 2 devastating skills, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder and Vidra Demon Subduing Sword. First, upgrade the 2 skills to LV2, enhance their power to soar once again. Otherwise, his combat strength would be greatly diminished. This first turn Dark Gold set is already outdated after advancing to the 2nd turn. Nowadays, boosting combat power still relies on destruction level skills.
Yi Sheng said. As for the Blood Moon Valley mission, completing it later won't be too late.
Yi Sheng had a clear plan and set his goal. With a leap, he continued deeper into the Nether ghost domain. He aimed to find the 2nd-tier ghost tide to grind proficiency for 2 devastating level skills. One day later, in a region of the Nether ghost domain, dark clouds suddenly gathered. Next, countless golden lightning bolts roamed through the clouds.
After a brief brewing, they crazily poured down into the densely packed ghost tide below.
At this moment, the ghost tide being bombarded below was formed by 2nd-turn ghost creatures.
There were thousands of them.
Each ghost creature is equivalent to a 2nd-stage ghost master, extremely ferocious,
far more powerful than 1st-stage ghost creatures, and the facts have proven this point.
Under the baptism of golden lightning, many 2nd-stage ghost creatures could withstand several bolts of lightning without dying, roaring as they charged forward.
But the golden lightning was too dense. In the end, the ghost tide formed by thousands of 2nd-turn ghost creatures was ultimately annihilated. The entire process was extremely spectacular.
After a round of divine thunder from the 9 heavens,
Yi Sheng's figure appeared.
The air at this moment was exceptionally humid. Every time the 9 heavens divine thunder appeared, it would bring torrential rain. At the same time, an entire region would be scorched black by the lightning strikes. Yi Sheng looked at the still smoldering region, touched his chin, and said, as expected of a 2nd-turn ghost creature, it can actually withstand the strikes of the 9 heavens divine thunder. Yi Sheng was somewhat incredulous. Whoosh! 9 heavens divine thunder attack power increased by plus 10,000%.
This is still acceptable. The most terrifying thing is its restraint against ghostly entities. Damage to ghostly entities increased by plus 20,000%.
This is the most deadly part.
Ordinary ghostly entities can't withstand it at all.
But a 2nd-tier ghostly entity was actually able to endure several lightning strikes, which truly surprised Yi Sheng. After Yi Sheng eliminated these thousands of 2nd-turn ghost creatures, he pulled up the attribute panel and glanced at his current level.
Not bad. After wiping out these thousands of 2nd-turn ghost creatures, I've already leveled up to 2nd-turn level 10.
Yi Sheng nodded, then shook his head again. After advancing to the 2nd-tier ghost master realm, leveling up has become particularly difficult. Even just leveling up by 1 requires an extremely exaggerated amount of experience, far beyond what was needed in the 1st tier.
It's been a whole day, and he has only leveled up by 10.
From 2nd-tier level 0 to 2nd-tier level 10. Yi Sheng shook his head, thinking to himself that leveling up after the 2nd transition was indeed quite challenging. Even with his 9 heavens divine thunder, a devastating skill with an extremely wide range, it was still this difficult to advance. For other ordinary cultivators, they would probably have to rely on time to slowly accumulate progress. During this period, battling fierce and malevolent ghosts, who knows how many dangers they would have to face. Yi Sheng Dao, it seems that those cultivators who can advance to 2nd-turn level 50 are extraordinary. They must all have their own means of self-preservation.
No wonder they can become silver stewards of the Xianning Pavilion.
At this moment, Yi Sheng finally realized the exceptional nature of those silver stewards. Yi Sheng couldn't help but think of the burly man, the bald elder, the silent knife-wielding youth, and the icy woman. These 4 probably all have their trump cards hidden up their sleeves. Enough thinking, let's check the proficiency of the 2 destruction level skills. Yi Sheng gathered his thoughts and pulled up the skill panel. The proficiency of 9 Heavens Divine Thunder has increased from 2% to 23%. The proficiency of Vajra Demon Subduing Sword has risen from 12% to 46%.
The progress is delightful. Improving so much proficiency in just one day is not bad at all.
Yiang closed the skill panel, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and said, "Let's keep grinding.
Upgrade the 2 destruction level skills to LV2 as soon as possible."
Yiang looked up, identified the direction of the Nether Ghost Domain, and leapt forward, continuing his search for the Ghost Tide. In the Nether Ghost Domain, ghost creatures are as abundant as tides and can be seen everywhere. It is far beyond comparison to the wilderness outside Ghost Mountain City.
3 days later,
tens of thousands of ghost creatures in a valley were completely wiped out by several rounds of 9 Heavens Divine Thunder from Yiang. Then, a dazzling upgrade white light lit up on his body.
"Ha ha, second transfer, level 50.
Yiang burst into hearty laughter, his laughter full of joy. After 3 days of intense effort, slaying countless ghostly creatures, Yiang finally leveled up to second tier level 50.
He had become unequal to the burly man and his 4 companions. Second tier level 50 was already equivalent to the mid-stage of the second tier.
Compared to the unstable aura during the early stage of the second transformation, it has become extremely mature. The power has also surged significantly. Yiang's expression was joyful as he looked at the skill panel. Upon seeing it, his mood became even more pleasant.
The Vajra Demon Subduing Sword was upgraded to LV2 just a day ago. Its power has greatly increased. The 9 Heavens Divine Thunder is a bit more troublesome,
but now, its proficiency has also reached 100%.
A promotable button appeared.
After Yiang clicked on the upgrade, the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder successfully leveled up to LV2. Take a look at the changes in the 2 destruction level skills. Yiang hurriedly checked the upgraded 2 destruction level skills. Destruction level skill, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, LV2, one of the supreme Taoist secret arts, summons divine thunder from the 9 heavens to purify and eliminate evil, with a coverage radius of 100 miles. Attack power increased by plus 20,000%.
Damage to ghost-type entities increased by plus 40,000%. Note, upgraded from Thunder Summoning Technique.
Due to its immense power and wide coverage, use with caution. Destruction level skill, Vajra Demon Slaying Sword, LV2, single target attack skill, one of Taoist top-tier demon slaying sword techniques. Attack power increased by plus 30,000%.
Damage against ghost-type entities increased by plus 50,000%. So powerful?
Yiang's gaze swept across, his face filled with joy. The original attack power of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder was only plus 10,000%.
Now it has reached plus 20,000%.
The damage boost against ghost-type creatures has also increased from the original plus 20,000% to plus 40,000%.
The increase in power is so significant, it will be even easier to eliminate second-turn ghost creatures next, Yiang said.
Previously, eliminating second-turn ghost creatures was somewhat strenuous.
Powerful second-turn ghost creatures required several golden lightning bolts to be destroyed, but now the power has multiplied so much, it might be able to achieve instant kills.
In this way, the efficiency of leveling up from second-turn level 50 to second-turn level 100 might actually be even faster. The power of the Vajra Demon Slaying Sword has also multiplied countless times,
Yiang said.
The attack power of the Vajra Demon Slaying Sword has increased to an astonishing plus 30,000%.
Damage against ghosts and monsters is even more terrifying,
plus 50,000%. With such high damage, no second-tier ghost creature can withstand a single strike. This Vajra Demon Slaying Sword has an incredibly terrifying single-target attack boost, making it a powerful weapon for dealing with bosses. Yiang was quite satisfied with its power. Unfortunately, in the past few days, he hadn't encountered any second-turn boss-level ghost creatures, only quite a few second-turn elite-level ghost creatures. Apart from these 2 destructive level skills, there was also Spirit Summoning and Dispatching. However, Yiang hadn't been able to use Spirit Summoning and Dispatching in the past few days. The Spirit Binding and Dispatching technique can capture third-turn ghost general realm spirits.
Extremely powerful. However, Yiang hasn't encountered such high-level spirits in recent days. If it's only used to capture second-turn spirits, it would be somewhat overkill.
Better wait for an opportunity to capture a third-turn ghost,
Yiang said. Second turn, level 50.
Yiang stroked his chin. Now I can apply to become a silver deacon.
Additionally,
Yiang flipped his palm, and a bronze deacon token appeared in his hand. The bronze deacon token was rough in texture and dull in color, far inferior in quality to the silver deacon tokens held by the bald elder and others. The most important thing is, after becoming a silver deacon, many additional privileges will be granted in the Xianming Pavilion. After applying to become a silver deacon, one can then exist on the same level as the burly man, and powerful figures like Zhang Gang. Yiang toyed with the bronze deacon token in his hand and pondered. His conditions had already been met to apply for silver deacon. Moreover, the application process was extremely simple and did not require returning to the Xianming Pavilion building. He only needed to use the bronze Bronze Deacon token to contact a senior elder of Xianming Pavilion.
The process is simple, but reaching the cultivation of second rank level 50 is rare.
Yiang thought for a moment and then put away the Bronze Deacon token. He decided not to apply for the Silver Deacon. I'll wait until I reach the perfect state of second rank level 100 before directly applying for the Gold Deacon.
One step to success, saving trouble.
Yiang smiled and changed his mind.
Upgrading to the second transition at level 100 perfection might be troublesome for others,
but for Yiang, it's just a matter of a few days, especially with the two devastating skills fully upgraded to LV2, greatly increasing their power. The speed became even faster. Swish! Instead of applying twice, why not get it done in one go?
It also saves the trouble of having a steward elder from the Xianming Pavilion make 2 trips, doesn't it?
Yiang smiled, and after a brief pause, he set off, heading deeper into the Nether Ghost Domain.
5 days later, Fierce Ghost Slope.
Fierce Ghost Slope is a notoriously dangerous place, even within the Netherworld Ghost Domain. Very few cultivators dare to set foot here. This is because the ghosts in Fierce Ghost Slope are all second tier, level 100 fierce ghosts. Even if taken out individually, it can easily annihilate a second turn level 50 team of burly man and bald elders. Coupled with the tide-like presence of ghostly creatures in Fierce Ghost Slope, this place has become even more unapproachable for the living. In the past, Fierce Ghost Slope was always very quiet. Rarely does anyone come to such a place, but in these past few days, a formidable figure has appeared on Ghostly Hill,
turning this place into a monster farming paradise. Ever since this person arrived, thunderclouds have continuously gathered over Ghostly Hill.
Within 5 days, under round after round of golden lightning strikes, many areas of Ghost Hill had already turned charred black. At this moment, just after a wave of 9 heavens divine thunder had passed and the thunderclouds in the sky had yet to dissipate, more thunderclouds began to gather once again,
preparing for the next wave of 9 heavens divine thunder.
The interval between these waves was only a mere few minutes, which was somewhat unbelievable. After a while, the thunderclouds, after a brief brewing, unleashed another wave of golden lightning like raindrops, baptizing Fierce Ghost Slope.
Large swaths of second turn level 100 fierce ghosts were harvested as if being mowed down.
They then transformed into a massive amount of experience points.
Fierce Ghost Slope truly lives up to its reputation as a notorious danger zone. The ghostly tide seemed endless, surging wave after wave toward a figure in white.
Almost there, Yiang sat cross-legged in midair, his energy becoming incomparably powerful.
Boom! Faintly, an aura on the verge of perfection emanated from his body.
If there were top-tier experts of the second class here, they would surely be shocked to recognize that this is the aura of someone about to step into the second class at the perfect level of 100. This indicates that their level has already reached above the second class level 98,
possibly even the second class level 99. As an incredibly dazzling white light shone on Yiang's body, a sense of perfection finally emanated from Yiang's body. As the aura of perfection spread, Yiang let out a hearty laugh.
After 5 days of intense effort, he had finally advanced from level 50 of the second tier all the way to level 100, reaching the state of perfection.
To be honest, this is truly incredible. You should know.
It took Yiang less than 10 days to go from level 0 of the second transition to the perfect realm of level 100 of the second transition. In 10 days, others might struggle to level up even once, but Yiang skyrocketed by a full 100 levels.
This is something hard for anyone to believe. This Fierce Ghost Slope truly lives up to its reputation. Over 10 minutes later,
Yiang laughed heartily.
Boom!
The fierce ghosts on Fierce Ghost Slope are all level 100, second tier. Killing such fierce ghosts undoubtedly yields the highest experience points.
Ha ha ha.
Moreover, Yiang did not team up with anyone and enjoyed the maximum experience points all by himself throughout the process. The experience points can be said to be maxed out. In just 5 days, he advanced to the second transition, level 100, perfect realm. Of course, this couldn't have been achieved without the contribution of the 9 heavens divine thunder being upgraded to LV2. Additionally, with the level increase, the energy within Yiang's body now flows like a great river, long past the previous situation where energy depletion occurred frequently. Nowadays, as long as the energy is in a full state, Yiang can consecutively use the 9 heavens divine thunder twice without exhausting his strength. This undoubtedly further enhances the leveling speed.
No more experience points.
Yiang glanced at the experience bar.
He discovered that hunting ghost creatures no longer yielded experience points.
Yiang understood that this was a phenomenon after reaching level 100 in the second class advancement, just like when he reached level 100 in the first class advancement. Next, we need to obtain the job transfer item from the boss and summon the second turn Thunder Tribulation. Only by overcoming the second turn Thunder Tribulation and advancing to the third turn Ghost General Realm can further progress be made. So soon, it's time to break through to the third turn Ghost General Realm. Even Yiang himself felt it was somewhat unbelievable. This speed is too fast.
How long has it been since he changed his profession? Less than a month.
And now he's about to break through to the third tier Ghost General Realm.
If this were said out loud, others probably wouldn't believe it. Too unrealistic.
But when it comes to the world's #1 profession, Celestial Master, such things are perfectly normal. Among the top 100 freak professions on the Heavenly Dao rankings, there are probably plenty of people capable of achieving this. Yiang has never underestimated the 100 freak professions on the Heavenly Dao rankings. Ranked among the world's top 100, this is not something that can be achieved easily. Yiang knew clearly that his future competitors were likely to be these people. Let's get out of this Ghost Hill first. Yiang turned around and headed out of Ghost Hill.
Even after 5 consecutive days of bombardment, fierce ghosts continued to emerge from the depths of Ghostly Hill.
It was as if there was a ghost nest within Ghostly Hill, endlessly producing ghostly creatures. Although Yiang was unafraid of these ghostly beings, their constant harassment was somewhat troublesome.
After leaving Ghostly Hill,
after more than 10 minutes, Yiang found a quiet place and sat down cross-legged.
I can apply to become a golden deacon now, Yiang pondered.
According to the rules of the Xianming Pavilion, one can become a golden deacon of the Xianming Pavilion as long as they reach the second transition and level 100 perfection realm.
Golden Steward holds a rather prestigious position in the Xianming Pavilion. Is someone with a certain level of status?
After all, the number of strong individuals at this level has already started to dwindle.
Every second turn level 100 expert is extremely valuable to the Xianming Pavilion.
They are an important source of combat power.
Many matters that second turn level 50 silver deacons cannot handle must be dealt with by second turn level 100 gold deacons.
Therefore, Xianming Pavilion treats gold deacons with exceptional favor.
Possesses far more privileges than the silver deacon.
Yiang took out the bronze deacon token.
This bronze deacon token no longer matches his status.
Then, Yiang used the bronze deacon token to open a light screen. In the light screen, there was an introduction to the various privileges of the golden deacon, which Yiang needed to understand. After reading the introduction, Yiang said, "The privileges of this golden deacon are really quite a lot." Yiang was somewhat surprised.
After becoming a golden deacon, you can get a 500 square meter standalone luxury villa in the Netherworld city.
It even comes with a butler and servants to serve you. Yiang understood how astonishing the value of a 500 square meter standalone luxury villa was in the Netherworld city. Most importantly, such a large villa is probably impossible to buy even if you have money, because the land in the Nether city is generally controlled by various major forces and occupied by them. After they develop it, it is only available for use by members within their own forces.
It's not something you can buy just because you have money. A moment later, but this standalone luxury villa is just the basics.
Many privileges left Yiang astonished.
Finally, Yiang's gaze fell on the most practical privilege: salary.
That's right, after becoming a golden deacon, there would be a salary. 100 ghost spirit stones per month. You can also receive an advance annual salary of 1,200 ghost spirit stones in one go. It is a considerable remuneration. Based on the exchange rate of 100 ghost spirit stones for 100 million federal currency, becoming a gold deacon comes with a monthly salary of 100 million federal coins. This is a fixed income, even if you just lie down and do nothing. The benefits are really quite a lot, Yiang said, stroking his chin. Immediately, Yiang did not hesitate and planned to apply. Becoming a golden deacon of the Xianming Pavilion has no downsides. In the Netherworld city, having the protection of such a powerful force can make many strong individuals wary and reluctant to kill easily.
Otherwise, it would mean making an enemy of the Xianming Pavilion. Ordinary members of the Xianming Pavilion are one thing, but if a golden deacon is killed, even the Xianming Pavilion must take it seriously. This concerns the reputation of the Xianming Pavilion.
If they don't reclaim their dignity in this matter, then in the future, anyone would dare to act recklessly against the Xianming Pavilion.
Apply. Yiang looked at the bronze deacon token in his hand and used it to contact a deacon elder of the Xianming Pavilion. A figure appeared on the bronze deacon token.
The figure was composed of a light screen, a form of remote communication technology. This figure was an old man, dressed in loose martial arts attire, but his aura was powerful, a third-rank ghost general realm expert. Li Zhengtang clasped his hands behind his back, yawned, and lazily glanced at the bronze deacon token in Yiang's hand, his expression casual. To someone of his elder-level status, a mere bronze deacon was nothing.
Li Zhengtang usually couldn't even be bothered to spare a glance.
At the moment, there is something, but it's probably a trivial matter. Boy, summoning an elder at will, if it's a trivial matter, you will be punished. Li Zhengtang glanced at Yiang, full of warning. Yiang smiled and stated his purpose: Senior, I want to apply for the identity of a golden deacon. Li Zhengtang was yawning, and upon hearing this, his mouth hadn't even closed. He looked at Yiang in astonishment.
What did you say? A moment later,
Li Zhengtang dug at his ear, thinking he had misheard.
Just a bronze deacon, not even a silver deacon yet, directly applying to become a gold deacon? Is this kid joking with me? What is it? Apply to become a golden deacon.
Yiang had no choice but to repeat it once more. Li Zhengtang's face darkened. Kid, are you messing with me? Li Zhengtang Tang simply thought he had encountered a reckless youngster who was making fun of him, the elder. But the next moment, Li Zhengtang's jaw almost dropped in shock. It was Yi Shang, feeling helpless, who had no choice but to release the aura of a second turn level 100 perfection stage to show him. Second turn level 100 perfection stage. That's true. Li Zhengtang was stunned. He realized that Yi Shang was not joking with him. A level 100 second turn player is indeed qualified to apply to become a golden deacon of the Xianming Pavilion. For a moment, Li Zhengtang's attitude took a complete 180-degree turn. Looking at Yi Shang, he jokingly scolded, "With your level of strength, how did you end up as a bronze deacon?" Yi Shang's strength, even if he hadn't reached second rank level 100 before, should have at least qualified him as a silver deacon. But strangely enough, he was only a bronze deacon. This matter is quite strange, leaving Li Zhengtang utterly puzzled. Yi Shang also didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't possibly say that he had just leveled up from second rank level 0 to second rank level 100. But this matter was somewhat astonishing. Afraid of scaring Li Zhengtang, the strength is sufficient. The identity matches too. He is indeed one of our Xianming Pavilion members. Immediately, Li Zhengtang very seriously verified Yi Shang's identity. The bronze deacon token was not forged, and coupled with Yi Shang's second tier level 100 combat power, he indeed qualified to become a gold deacon. A miniature teleportation array suddenly appeared in front of Yi Shang. It was created by Li Zhengtang on the other side. Soon, a golden steward token was teleported over and landed in Yi Shang's hand. Yi Shang looked at the golden steward token in his hand, a smile appearing on his face. After obtaining this golden deacon token, it signifies gaining various privileges of the Xianming Pavilion. This bronze deacon token is no longer useful, so I will take it back. Li Zhengtang looked at the bronze deacon token in Yi Shang's hand and said, "Of course." Yi Shang put away the golden deacon token and handed the bronze deacon token to the other party. After handling all this, Li Zhengtang was about to leave. However, before departing, Li Zhengtang smiled warmly at Yi Shang and said, "Young friend, my name is Li Zhengtang, and I am an elder of the Elder Hall of the Xianming Pavilion. Swish, feel free to come to me if you need anything in the future. Let's get closer to each other." With that, Li Zhengtang's figure disappeared. Yi Shang smiled, knowing that Li Zhengtang was trying to win him over. There aren't many golden stewards in the Xianming Pavilion. Moreover, each golden deacon serves under the command of an elder. The more golden deacons an elder commands, the stronger their influence becomes. Their position within the Xianming Pavilion becomes increasingly solid. These elders within the Xianming Pavilion also form factions, and when conflicts of interest arise, the strength of their respective forces determines the outcome. This point, Yi Shang was aware of. Becoming a golden deacon was merely the first step in Yi Shang's plan. Yi Shang opened the Contribution Pavilion. The Contribution Pavilion is actually similar to the Federal Trading Platform. The difference is that the Contribution Pavilion exclusively belongs to the Xianming Pavilion. It contains many precious treasures not found on the Federal Trading Platform. In addition to exchanging with contribution points, the Contribution Pavilion also accepts the buying and selling of ghost spirit stones, because many treasures in the Contribution Pavilion were placed there by powerful figures from the Xianming Pavilion. These third turn and even fourth turn experts also need ghost spirit stones, which are a hard currency. Yi Shang currently has no ghost spirit stones, but after becoming a golden deacon, he can advance 1 year's salary. That is, 1,200 ghost spirit stones. It should be enough to buy quite a few things in the Contribution Pavilion. Yi Shang used the golden steward token in his hand to open the Contribution Pavilion, and a light blue screen appeared before him. He glanced over at it. Yi Shang discovered that there were indeed quite a few treasures in the Contribution Pavilion. There were even pieces of equipment for the third turn Ghost General Realm and the fourth turn Ghost Sect Realm. Among them were even dark gold grade equipment. But the prices were astonishingly exorbitant, and there were even more second turn dark gold grade equipment. Yi Shang looked at them one by one. Second turn dark gold grade chest armor, black magic armor. Price, 1,320 ghost spirit stones. Second tier dark gold weapon, fire cloud spear. Price, 1,480 ghost spirit stones. Yi Shang glanced at it and frowned after a moment. He found that the prices of these second tier dark gold equipment were all quite steep. If you want to assemble a set of second tier dark gold equipment, it won't happen without tens of thousands of ghost spirit stones. Moreover, even if you manage to assemble it, it will only be scattered second tier dark gold equipment. It won't be a dark gold set. To assemble a set, Yi Shang glanced at the Contribution Pavilion. Even the Contribution Pavilion can't gather enough. It's extremely difficult. The prices are all this high? Yi Shang complained. He had been full of confidence just now, but after seeing the prices, he realized that his annual salary of 1,200 ghost spirit stones was nothing at all. Can't even afford a single second tier dark gold equipment. This is somewhat outrageous. As for the second tier dark gold set, don't even think about it. Too poor. Yi Shang had a headache. Besides, luck hasn't been on my side lately.
lately, I haven't encountered a single second turn boss. Dark gold grade equipment. The drop rate for ordinary ghost creatures is extremely low, making it very hard to obtain. Only boss level ghosts have a relatively higher drop rate. But during this time, Yiang did not encounter any second tier boss level ghosts. Forget it, with the Vajra demon slaying sword, dark gold level equipment isn't that urgent. Yiang collected his thoughts. For now, I don't plan to purchase dark gold grade equipment. The amplification of the destruction level skill of Vajra demon slaying sword is terrifying enough. It's even more powerful than the amplification of an entire set of dark gold grade equipment. Even if he doesn't have a single piece of second turn dark gold grade equipment, it doesn't affect his invincibility in the second turn realm. Destruction level skill. This is his greatest reliance. No longer looking at second tier dark gold equipment, Yiang glanced at the equipment of other grades, showing little interest. Although it could also enhance combat power, for Yiang, who possessed destruction level skills, it was dispensable. Buying it would just be a waste of ghost spirit stones. It's better to save them for critical moments. Ha! Flying magic treasure? Yiang rummaged around and discovered quite a few flying magic treasures, his eyes lighting up. Equipment can wait, but this flying magic treasure is indispensable. All along, Yiang had relied on his own 2 feet to travel. This undoubtedly seriously affects efficiency. A lot of time is wasted on traveling. For example, this trip to Ghost Hill wasted an entire day. Most importantly, relying solely on legs and feet for traveling is too exhausting. Zhang Gang's ghost wooden boat, he had been coveting it for a long time. The ghost wooden boat requires 450 ghost spirit stones. Yiang saw a ghost wooden boat for sale in the contribution pavilion, which was much cheaper than buying it with federal currency. However, Yiang now somewhat looks down on the ghost wooden boat. The ghost wood boat is the most basic means of transportation. Its speed can only reach 300 kilometers per hour. In the contribution pavilion, Yiang saw many flying magical treasures, with speeds reaching up to 800 kilometers per hour. Some can even reach speeds of thousands of kilometers per hour. This Black Fiend vessel can reach 2,000 kilometers per hour, but the price is a bit too expensive. A full 6,000 ghost spirit stones. Yiang was tongue-tied. Although he was extremely envious, he couldn't afford it with his current ability. Forget it, I'll just buy this ghost fog ship instead. It can reach 850 kilometers per hour. Moreover, it's large enough, and the ship is engraved with a ghost fog formation, which can conceal its tracks. It's the most cost-effective option. Yiang glanced at the ghost mist ship, worth 1,200 ghost spirit stones, exactly 1 year's salary. Compared to the basic transportation tool like the ghostwood boat, it was far superior. Moreover, the ghost mist ship was considered a hot-selling item. Zhang Gang had once boasted to Yiang that he was close to saving enough money to buy this ghost mist ship. He didn't manage to buy it, and now it's Yiang's turn to purchase it. After deciding to buy this ghost mist ship, Yiang used the golden deacon token to contact the Xianning pavilion and withdrew a year's salary in advance. 1,200 ghost spirit stones. Next, he directly purchased the ghost fog ship in the contribution pavilion. A miniature teleportation array was constructed in front of Yiang. A flash of light. A ghost fog ship, only the size of a palm, was teleported over. Yiang looked at the ghost fog ship, which resembled a model, and marveled at its wonder. Although the ghost fog ship now looks small, like a model, as soon as it is thrown into the air, it can instantly enlarge. The principle is the same as Zhang Gang's ghostwood boat. This flying magical treasure cannot be created randomly, it is entirely crafted by artifact refiners. Yiang said, "In this world, apart from combat professions, there are also many auxiliary professions. Blacksmiths are one of them. High-level blacksmiths hold a status even higher than combat professions and are even wealthier. Take this ghost fog ship for example. As long as one is crafted, it can bring in a huge profit. Many corporate powers typically support this type of artifact craftsman." Yiang toyed with the ghost fog ship, unable to put it down. A moment later, converted into federal currency, this ghost fog ship is far more expensive than any luxury car, worth a full 1.2 billion. With this ghost fog ship, traveling will be much faster. With the increased travel speed, Yiang's thoughts began to stir involuntarily. His eyes shifted, and an idea sprouted in his mind. With this ghost fog ship, one can venture deep into the netherworld ghost domain to capture a few third-turn ghost general realm ghosts for personal use. Once this thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. Third-turn ghost general realm ghosts possess extremely formidable combat power, and spirit binding and general dispatch guarantees a 100% capture success rate. The quantity is 10. As long as you find a third-turn ghost general realm ghost, you can capture it instantly. If you capture 10 third-turn ghost general realm ghosts to keep by your side, you will undoubtedly gain 10 powerful helpers. When encountering a second-turn expert, you can easily crush them. You don't even need to do it yourself. With the ghost mist ship, it won't take long to reach the depths. Thinking of this, Yiang decided to set off. He tossed the ghost mist ship in his hand into the air. The ghost mist ship expanded as it faced the wind upon upon ascending into the air. In an instant, it transformed into a tower ship over 12 meters tall and more than 20 meters long. The hull of the ghost mist ship was as black as ink, inscribed with numerous formation patterns. These patterns constantly emitted wisps of ghostly mist, shrouding the ghost mist ship and making the entire vessel appear extremely mysterious. Yiang knew that this was the ghost mist formation attached to the ghost mist ship. Once activated, the ghost mist would become even thicker, to the point where the ship itself could not be seen. Flying into the air could avoid the sight of ghostly creatures, making it seem like a patch of cloud drifting by, greatly enhancing safety. Yiang leaped onto the deck of the ghost mist ship, sat cross-legged, and then activated the ghost mist ship. Although the ghost mist ship is bulky, its speed is not slow at all. It immediately transformed into a streak of light, flying into the distant sky at a speed of 850 kilometers per hour. 2 hours later, Yiang arrived at the depths of the Nether ghost domain, and the speed of the ghost mist ship slowed down, becoming more cautious. In the depths of the Nether ghost domain, second-turn ghost creatures are rarely seen. Any ghost encountered here would be at the third-turn ghost general level, extremely dangerous. Just take a stroll around the perimeter. Yiang was extremely cautious. A third-turn ghost general realm has crossed a major boundary. Once again completed a transformation. A leap has occurred in the level of life, and the combat power is extremely formidable. If measured specifically, the combat power is thousands of times that of a second-turn ghost master. Thousands of times. This is not much of an exaggeration. That's right. A third-turn ghost general, due to the vast energy within their body, can even travel through the air. Whoosh! This is something absolutely impossible for a second-turn ghost master. As a ghost of the same third-turn ghost general realm, their combat power is naturally equally terrifying. A gap of over 1,000 times, even with destructive level skills, he is far from being a match. Yiang was very clear-headed, carefully steering the ghost mist ship, circling the outskirts of the Nether ghost domain without daring to venture deeper. Yiang's eyes lit up as he saw a massive dark cloud sweeping across the distant sky, resembling the emergence of a ghost king. Strands of terrifying hair surged out from the dark clouds. This is a female ghost, with each strand of hair measuring hundreds of meters long. 3,000 strands of black hair dancing wildly in the air. Wherever she passes, the atmosphere is chilling. Yiang recognizes this female ghost. She is called 3,000 strands of black hair. A head of long black hair is its weapon, swinging with a sharpness surpassing the sharpest blade. A thunderous roar. In Yiang's gaze, the long hair of the ghostly woman swept across a small hill, instantly shredding it to pieces. This is it. Yiang's eyes lit up, intending to capture this third-turn ghost general realm ghost. Yiang steered the ghost mist ship, rapidly chasing after the 3,000 strands of hair. It was only because of the ghost mist ship that Yiang could catch up with such a third-turn ghost general realm ghost. Over 10 minutes later, not only can it fly, but its speed is incredibly fast. Yiang was safe and sound. He sat cross-legged on the ghost mist ship, with a small gray sphere orbiting around his body. This small gray sphere was none other than the third-turn ghost general realm 3,000 strands. Under the power of spirit binding and general dispatch, these 3,000 strands of black hair had no chance to resist before being captured by him effortlessly. Ha ha, this is a powerful combat force. Yiang laughed heartily. This 3,000 strands of black hair is a level 10 third-turn ghost general, a ghostly being with extremely heavy energy. Not enough. One is not enough. Yiang put away the gray sphere and dared not easily release this 3,000 silken threads. When this female ghost is released, her appearance is quite terrifying and unpleasant to look at. Binding spirits and dispatching generals still has 9 slots left. We need to capture them all. Yiang smiled, steering the ghostly mist ship to continue searching the outer depths. Whoosh! Next, Yiang might have approached the gathering place of the 3,000 strands of hair. He encountered 9 more in succession. He was too lazy to search for other third-turn ghost general realm ghosts and simply used spirit binding and dispatching to capture them one by one. Over 10 minutes later, in just half a day, 10 gray spheres were already surrounding Yiang. All of them were third-turn ghost general realm 3,000 strands of hair. Yiang looked satisfied as he gazed at the 10 gray spheres encircling his body. If we encounter a formidable enemy next, releasing these 10 3,000 silken threads will undoubtedly achieve invincibility below the third transformation. After finishing this matter, Yiang collected his thoughts and said, I must complete the Blood Moon Valley mission. The Blood Moon Valley mission did not disappear just because Yiang was promoted to Golden Deacon. It still remains, and it's a must-do. However, with his current strength at the second transition and level 100 perfect realm, completing such a task is already very easy and won't take much time. Let's set off. Once it's done, we can return to Nether City. Yiang changed direction and steered the ghost mist ship straight toward Blood Moon Valley. Blood Moon Valley. It is named so because a blood-red moon hangs high in the sky day and night. Under the illumination of the blood moon, the entire Blood Moon Valley is bathed in a crimson hue, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Within the valley, streaks of blood-red shadows howl sharply as they dart through. If a stranger steps into the valley, they will instantly
eventually be possessed by these blood shadows, drained of all their vital essence, and die. 4 disheveled figures staggered out of Blood Moon Valley. The moment they stepped out of Blood Moon Valley, enough! The 4 figures could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground one after another, gasping heavily. Everyone's face revealed a trace of relief at having survived a disaster. These 4 people were none other than the members of the same team as Yiang. Disliking Yiang as a burden, they decided to set out with just the 4 of them to enter Blood Moon Valley and complete the mission. But during their journey to Blood Moon Valley, the 4 of them nearly lost their lives in the valley. This time, being able to come out of Blood Moon Valley alive is truly luck. Ha ha! The bald elder collapsed to the ground, laughing heartily as if narrowly escaping death. The taciturn young man holding a blade had a strange expression at this moment, his face alternating between pale and flashes of red. This was caused by being possessed by the blood shadow ghost in Blood Moon Valley. The dense blooding energy remaining in the body cannot be dispelled in a short time. The long blade in his arms also showed a notch. Who knows what kind of brutal battle it went through in Blood Moon Valley to end up in such a miserable state. It's all the fault of Xianming Pavilion for assigning us a bronze deacon. The icy woman's face was as cold as frost, and her shoulder had been pierced by a ghostly hand. If it weren't for relying on the robust physique of a second-turn ghost master, he would have already bled to death. At this moment, now complaining about the Xianming Pavilion for assigning them a bronze steward like Yiang, the burly man said, "This Blood Moon Valley mission was meant to be completed by 5 people. Now that we're short one, the difficulty naturally increased, but fortunately, it's done." Cough, cough. The burly man coughed violently as he spoke, spitting out a few mouthfuls of fresh blood. He had also suffered significant injuries. "Everyone, no matter what, we completed the mission and made it out alive," the bald elder said with a smile. He flipped his palm, and over 20 blood moon grass appeared in his hand. This was precisely the target of this mission. This time, over 100 blood moon grass were needed. Divided among 5 people, each would need to gather over 20. Each of them had over 20, adding up to nearly 90. As for the remaining gap, that is Yiang's matter and has nothing to do with them. They only need to hand over their task quota. "This place is not suitable for staying long. We should leave quickly." The burly man stood up and said. The brief rest had restored some of his energy. Several people nodded, knowing that this place was not safe. The young man holding the blade was the most seriously injured, with the energy continuously corroding his body, but at this moment, he had no choice but to muster his strength and stand up. A layer of cold air enveloped the ice woman's body, and this cold air had a significant destructive effect on ghostly entities. With a sharp cry, she leapt into the distance first. Others followed closely behind. Not long after several people left Blood Moon Valley, a mass of ghostly mist swiftly flew over from the distant sky. The ghostly mist abruptly stopped when it reached the sky above Blood Moon Valley. Then, the mist dispersed, revealing a black-painted tower ship. Yiang sat cross-legged on the deck of the ghost mist ship and couldn't help but smile when he saw the Blood Moon Valley below. The speed of this ghost mist ship is indeed fast. How long has it been? It has already returned from the outer depths. If I had to travel on my own, it would probably take several days. Huh? Yiang laughed heartily, put away the ghost mist ship, and leapt down toward the Blood Moon Valley below. For a moment, Yiang's feet stepped on the ground as he looked toward Blood Moon Valley. At this moment, Blood Moon Valley was shrouded in a faint blood-colored moonlight. Shadows of blood darted back and forth within the valley, emitting piercing ghostly wails. The entire Blood Moon Valley appeared extremely eerie and terrifying. However, Yiang didn't care much about this. This Blood Moon Valley is merely a level 60 danger zone for second-class transformations. For someone like Yiang, a second-class transformation level 100 peak expert, Blood Moon Valley could only be considered a low-level danger zone and posed no threat to him at all. "Let's go." Those 4 should have already left. Yiang glanced toward the depths of Blood Moon Valley but did not see the 4 burly men. Thinking about it, it made sense. After all, it had been almost 10 days. The 4 should have already completed their mission and returned. "Wow, let's finish the Blood Moon Valley mission quickly so we can return to Nether City." Yiang stepped forward, hadn't taken more than a few steps before stopping again. At some point, the golden steward token in his arms began to heat up, and the heat was astonishing. Yiang knew that this was a signal only sent when the Xianming Pavilion had an urgent matter. Yiang frowned and took out the golden steward token. Yiang saw a scarlet email. The scarlet email emitted a glaring red light, signifying an urgent situation that required immediate attention. He clicked on the email. Yiang looked at the contents inside. A moment. Yiang's eyes revealed contemplation. This was an urgent mission, assigned to him alone. Order Yiang to rush to Icewind Valley immediately. The sooner, the better. The email mentioned that since he is the only golden deacon near Icewind Valley, the task has fallen to him. Moreover, the task reward is extremely generous. An astonishing 2,000 contribution points. Truly incredible. You should know that in the contribution pavilion, 1 contribution point is equivalent to 1 ghost spirit stone. What happened? 2,000 contribution points are equivalent to 2,000 ghost spirit stones. A piece of second-tier dark gold equipment
equipment is only worth 1,500 ghost spirit stones.
The other party used a piece of second-tier dark gold equipment as payment, which can certainly be considered generous.
What exactly happened? To urgently summon a golden deacon?
Yiang, however, was pondering.
The golden deacons are usually quite leisurely.
There are rarely any major events that disturb them. But now, for a golden deacon to personally take action, the matter must be extremely troublesome. Moreover, with such generous rewards, the difficulty of this task is likely not small, perhaps even extremely perilous.
Do you want to take on this task? Yiang's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. This task is not mandatory. It was issued by a big shot within the Xianning pavilion.
He can choose to accept it or not. Just as Yiang hesitated, the task reward unexpectedly increased again, reaching 3,000 contribution points.
It was evident how urgent the other party was. This?
Yiang was shocked. 2,000 contribution points are already quite a lot, equivalent to a piece of second-tier dark gold equipment.
But now, after hesitating for just a moment, it has actually risen to 3,000 contribution points. It seems that the big shot from Xianning Pavilion who issued the task is really in a hurry, Yiang said.
At the same time, it might also be related to being the only golden deacon near Icewind Valley.
Should we wait a bit longer?
The other party seems so eager, they might increase the reward. Yiang stroked his chin. In fact, he wasn't afraid of dangerous missions. With his combat strength, as long as it's not a third-turn ghost general realm expert, he can handle it. After seeing those 2,000 contribution points, he decided to accept it. Later, it increased to 3,000 points, and Yiang really had no reason to refuse.
Forget it, one must be honest and kind. The other party is in such a hurry. Let's just consider it as forming a good relationship.
Yiang shook his head, deciding not to exploit the other party. The one who posted the task might be a powerful figure at the fourth-turn ghost sect level from the Xianning Pavilion. Enjoying the short-term gain now might offend this big shot, which wouldn't be worth it in the long run. Yiang didn't plan to leave the Xianning Pavilion for the time being, so there was no need to make enemies. Immediately, Yiang stopped thinking and directly accepted the task. But before that, I still need to complete the Blood Moon Valley task first. This Blood Moon Valley task won't take much effort. Yiang leaped forward, heading into the Blood Moon Valley. After stepping into the Blood Moon Valley, countless blood shadow ghosts pounced toward him. Yiang paid no heed, charging straight through as he made his way deeper into the Blood Moon Valley. What was an extremely perilous Blood Moon Valley for the burly man, the bald elder, and the other four, was like his own backyard to Yiang. Although the blood shadow ghost is bizarre, it is ultimately just a level 62nd tier ghost and poses no threat to Yiang. Blood Moon grass can only be found deep within Blood Moon Valley. Yiang ventured into the depths and easily obtained more than 20 Blood Moon grass plants.
In just over 10 minutes, Yiang walked out of Blood Moon Valley, having completed the mission. If the burly man, the bald elder, and the other two saw this scene, they would be so furious they'd cough up blood. The mission that took them nearly 10 days of hardship and life-threatening danger to complete was finished by Yiang in just over 10 minutes. The difference is truly worlds apart. Obtained more than 20 Blood Moon grass plants, Yiang did not delay to avoid mission failure. The mission was issued so urgently, the situation must be extremely critical. Head to Icewind Valley.
This place is only over 1,000 miles from Icewind Valley, and with the speed of the Ghost Mist ship, we can get there quickly. Yiang tossed the Ghost Mist ship into the air. The Ghost Mist ship expanded with the wind, instantly transforming into a 12-meter-tall tower ship hovering in midair. Yiang leaped onto the deck of the Ghost Mist ship, urging it to transform into a streak of rapid light heading toward Icewind Valley in the northwest. At the same time as Yiang was rushing to Icewind Valley, the burly man, the bald elder, the four of them were on their way back to Netherworld City.
Everyone. Fortunately, this time we escaped unscathed.
The bald elder, having recovered somewhat from his injuries, smiled with a relaxed expression.
The burly man also looked satisfied. Yeah, once we return and submit the task, we can earn 100 contribution points.
100 contribution points are equivalent to 100 ghost spirit stones.
Exchanged into federal currency, that's 100 million.
The reward is quite generous and can make up for the price they paid for this near-death experience. The burly man laughed and said, "Everyone, from now on, the four of us will be a team, so let's get closer to each other."
This is only natural, the bald elder echoed.
This time, even the icy woman softened her expression a bit and did not refute. After this trip to the Blood Moon Valley, the four of them had come to acknowledge each other's strength. She was an ice element ghost mage, with a frail body. This time, the burly men of Blood Moon Valley protected her exceptionally well, especially the knife-wielding young man who, in order to save her, was possessed by the blood shadow ghost and suffered significant injuries. The ice-cold woman turned to look at the knife-wielding young man and softly asked, "How are your injuries?"
"No problem."
The young man with the blade shook his head and rarely smiled, saying, "Just some minorine energy, I've already dispersed it."
"That's good. I owe you a favor."
The icy woman bit her lip and said, "We're all part of the same team, no need to say such things." The young man with the blade shook his head. The burly man said regretfully, "It's a pity we only have 4 4 people. If we had 5, our strength would be even greater. It would also make carrying out the mission much easier.
The icy woman sneered, "Humph,
That kid is bound to fail the Blood Moon Valley mission this time.
If he can't complete the mission, he'll be kicked out of the Xianming Pavilion. At that time, Xianming Pavilion will naturally assign us a new teammate." The bald elder laughed and said, "Yes, as long as we add another silver deacon, our team's strength will be sufficient."
Having gone through a life and death experience together, the bond between the 4 of them had deepened significantly. As they were chatting, their expressions suddenly changed.
The silver deacon order in their arms began to heat up. Several people were forced to stop in their tracks and took out their own silver deacon orders to check. "It's an emergency dispatch order."
The burly man glanced at it, then looked up with a drastic change in expression. The other 3 didn't look much better. They all planned to return to Nether City to rest, but suddenly received this kind of urgent order.
"Can't we just ignore it?" the ice-cold woman said. "No way. This is an emergency summons. It's mandatory and cannot be refused.
If you refuse, you'll be expelled from the Xianming Pavilion," the burly man said with a serious expression.
Directly dispelled the ice woman's thoughts.
The bald elder also said, "Indeed, we are just silver stewards. Only gold stewards have the privilege to choose whether to accept or decline. As silver stewards, once we see an emergency order, we must rush there immediately. Even a moment's delay is unacceptable.
But our current combat strength can only maintain 70% of its peak."
The ice-cold woman's face looked grim. Seeing the heavy expressions on everyone's faces, the burly man took the initiative to press his hand down and reassured.
"Everyone, don't worry. The prompt for this task mentioned that this time the mission is led by a golden deacon, right?
With this esteemed person here, we won't feel much pressure."
"That's true."
The bald elder nodded, feeling slightly relieved upon seeing a golden deacon leading the team. Golden deacons are all second turn, level 100 consummate realm experts. They are only one step away from the third turn ghost general realm. Far stronger than these second turn, level 50 ghost master realm cultivators.
The burly man said, "Everyone, it's better to go see this esteemed golden deacon as soon as possible. If we're late, we might be held accountable."
The ice-cold woman looked helpless. Faced with such a situation, compliance was inevitable. Several people had no choice but to turn around and head toward the gathering place, Icewind Valley. Icewind Valley, where cold air rages all year round, keeps the temperature consistently around -70 degrees Celsius. Such astonishingly low temperatures make it impossible for ordinary people to approach.
If one were to recklessly intrude, they would only end up frozen into an ice sculpture, unable to escape.
What's more, the Icewind Valley is teeming with groups of second-turn level 70 ice ghosts, and their numbers are astonishing. At this moment, on the road leading to Icewind Valley, one after another, powerful figures were darting swiftly, rushing toward Icewind Valley. Each of these individuals was a silver deacon of the Xianming Pavilion, all above second-turn level 50, with imposing auras and icy gazes.
Placed in the outside world, they all possess remarkable identities.
A moment later, in a frosty mountain forest over 10 miles away from Icewind Valley, more than 30 silver stewards had already arrived here, sitting cross-legged in the frost-covered forest, quietly waiting for others to arrive.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
4 figures rushed over. After entering the frost forest, they were surprised to see more than 30 silver stewards already seated here. These 4 were none other than the burly man and his companions.
So many silver stewards?
The ice woman was shocked to see such a scene after entering the frost forest. It was her first time seeing so many silver stewards gathered together.
All right, the scene was truly astonishing. The bald elder looked serious. What exactly happened? Why were so many silver stewards urgently summoned here? Moreover, it seems that more silver deacons are on their way.
This doubt is not limited to the 4 of them. Every silver deacon in the frosty mountain forest has it at this moment.
Everyone is noisily discussing it. "Everyone, please calm down."
A silver steward stood up, pressed his hand down, and said, "Once everyone is here, we'll know the mission target."
The crowd gradually quieted down.
After entering the Frost Mountain forest, the bald elder saw many old acquaintances among the crowd and stepped forward to greet these silver stewards.
"Old Zhao, you were summoned here too." A silver deacon saw the bald elder and laughed heartily.
The bald elder gave a wry smile and leaned closer to the man. "Isn't that the truth? I just completed a mission in Blood Moon Valley and hadn't even caught my breath before being sent here to Icewind Valley.
It's really killing me."
Speaking, he patted his faintly aching shoulder. The silver deacon laughed and said, "This time, those summoned are all the ones closest to Icewind Valley.
It seems the situation is urgent, and there's even a golden deacon overseeing the operation."
"Old Zhao, you don't need to worry.
With this golden deacon overseeing, you and I will be perfectly safe. The power of the golden deacon is something these silver deacons deeply understand."
The bald elder glanced in the direction of Icewind Valley and nodded, saying,
"Indeed,
Icewind Valley Valley is a perilous area for those at level 70 of the second transition. Someone like me, a level 50 Silver Deacon of the second transition, can contribute very little.
This time, we were summoned merely to assist this esteemed Golden Deacon. You certainly have a clear understanding of the situation.
The Silver Deacon burst into hearty laughter.
The bald elder glanced around and curiously asked, "Has the esteemed Golden Deacon arrived?"
"Not yet."
The Silver Steward shook his head. "Be patient and wait." As two figures leaped into the Frosty Mountain Forest.
The Frosty Mountain Forest was then filled with 50 Silver Stewards.
Such a powerful lineup can only be assembled by the Xianming Pavilion in a short time. After gathering 50 people,
the tokens of the Silver Stewards heated up, and they all received the details of this mission. One by one, they curiously looked over. For a moment, everyone looked up, each with a strange expression on their face.
"Is it really just to rescue a junior trapped in Icewind Valley?"
a Silver Deacon said in a deep voice. The mission's objective was very clear: to rescue a junior trapped in Icewind Valley.
But this junior is no ordinary person.
He is the grandson of a fourth-turn ghost sect powerhouse from the Xianming Pavilion. His talent is exceptionally high, possessing an S-level profession. He is highly regarded and has great expectations placed upon him by the fourth-turn ghost sect powerhouse of the Xianming Pavilion. Because of a conflict with someone, he killed a young master of the Azura sect and was cornered in Icewind Valley by two powerful experts from the Azura sect. And these two experts from the Azura sect are both at the peak of the second transformation. If it weren't for two other factions contending with the Azura sect, the person would likely have already been killed. A Silver Deacon stood up and said solemnly, "Everyone, this mission involves two experts at the peak of the second transformation.
We must proceed with utmost caution." Upon hearing this, many Silver Deacons began to clamor. Over 10 minutes later,
they were merely Silver Deacons,
and a second-turn consummate level expert was equivalent to a Golden Deacon of the Xianming Pavilion.
Let them face such a powerful opponent, they stand no chance of winning.
Two second-turn consummate realm experts?
After seeing the mission details clearly, the bald elder and the burly man exchanged glances. If it were dealing with the icy ghosts in Icewind Valley, they would still have some confidence.
Facing two consummate second-turn realm experts, there isn't the slightest chance of victory.
The bald elder said, "Don't worry, we're just providing support from the side.
The one truly taking action is the Golden Steward who has yet to arrive."
The burly man nodded upon hearing this, feeling slightly reassured.
"Let's go."
The mission details mentioned that we should head to the outskirts of Icewind Valley to meet up with that Golden Steward. The burly man spoke, and quite a few Silver Stewards had already set off toward the outskirts of Icewind Valley. The four of them hurriedly followed. Icewind Valley is nestled between two towering mountains. There is only one entrance to the valley, while both sides are sheer cliffs as if carved by a blade. The entire Icewind Valley was swept by fierce winds, with the cold gusts like sharp ice blades, cutting painfully into the skin. At this moment, at the mouth of the valley, two groups were confronting each other. The two groups were facing off at the mouth of Icewind Valley. On one side were two peak second-turn experts from the Shura sect, sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the valley. Additionally, a grand formation was set up at the valley entrance. The formation emitted rolling black mist, seemingly possessing a strong allure for countless ghostly entities, drawing them to howl and rush into it. Within the formation, a massive ghostly figure was slowly taking shape, as if it were about to form an even more powerful ghostly entity. On the other side were two forces blocked by the Shura sect outside the valley entrance.
One was the Bai family, the other was the Guyu Tower.
The combined forces of the Bai family and Guyu Tower totaled over 100 people.
Each team is led by a peak second-turn expert.
But such formidable strength is still blocked outside Icewind Valley, unable to enter and rescue people.
The people from Xianming Pavilion haven't arrived yet?
Guyu slightly furrowed her delicate brows, her expression already showing a hint of dissatisfaction. Beside him, Bai Tingyu smiled faintly.
Not in a hurry?
Guyu cast a cold glance at him. The one trapped in Icewind Valley is a direct descendant of my Guyu Tower. This time, the ones trapped in Icewind Valley include not only a junior from Xianming Pavilion but also,
there was also a direct descendant of the Guyu Tower and a member of the Bai family.
The three of them teamed up to venture into Icewind Valley and had a conflict with the young master of the Shura sect. Afterward, they joined forces to kill that young master of the Shura sect. They caused a great disaster. The experts from the Azura sect who arrived were determined to take the lives of the three.
In Icewind Valley, many experts from the Azura sect were besieging the three.
At the valley entrance, two Azura sect experts at the second transformation consummate stage blocked the way, stopping Bai Tingyu and Guyu Qing.
Bai Tingyu laughed heartily, his laughter bold and rough. Guyu Qing, aren't the Bai family disciples also trapped inside? I'm just as anxious as you.
Guyu Qing let out a cold snort, her gaze fixed on the entrance of Icewind Valley. The two experts from the Azura sect were dressed in black robes, and the black mist from the formation behind them was growing increasingly dense. Bai Tingyu saw through her thoughts, wanting to rush into Icewind Valley to save people, and said, "With just the two of us, it will be very difficult to break through the obstruction of these two. Adding their Shura formation, there's simply no chance
to get in. Speaking, Baitingyu squinted and said, "This Shura formation has been set up for quite some time now, and it's likely already condensed into a third-turn ghost general-level ghost creature. If the two of us recklessly enter the formation, these two Shura sect experts alone would be troublesome enough. If we add the third-turn ghost general-level ghost creature, the two of us might end up perishing within. Third-turn ghost general-level ghost creature. Even Baitingyu and Guyuaching find it quite challenging to deal with. After all, the power gap between a second-turn ghost master and a third-turn ghost general is 1,000-fold. Not in a hurry. This is a massive chasm, difficult to bridge." Baitingyu smiled and said, "Miss Guyuaching, it would be better to wait for the arrival of the Golden Steward of Xianning Pavilion. With the combined strength of the three of us, the chances of breaking through the formation will be much greater." Baitingyu comforted Guyuaching. Guyuaching understood that what he said made sense, but her inner anxiety left her restless. She only felt that Xianning Pavilion's speed was too slow. Just as Guyuaching was feeling agitated, figures leapt out from the distant mountain forest. There were over 50 figures, each one a silver deacon of the Xianning Pavilion. After these silver deacons appeared outside Icewind Valley, they gathered in one place, exuding a powerful aura. Baitingyu saw this and smiled at Guyuaching, saying, "Isn't this the Xianning Pavilion arriving already?" Guyuaching glanced around and quickly snorted coldly, "They're just silver deacons. The golden deacons of the Xianning Pavilion have yet to arrive." Baitingyu, upon being reminded by him, also noticed that the golden deacon of Xianning Pavilion hadn't arrived and couldn't help but frown. "The people from Xianning Pavilion have arrived." Humph. Many strong figures from the Bai family and Guyu Tower looked toward the group of silver deacons, causing a commotion. They had already been waiting for Xianning Pavilion for a long time. Finally, the person has been awaited. Why isn't the golden steward of Xianning Pavilion here? Yeah, could it be that Xianning Pavilion only sent some silver stewards this time? What use are silver stewards? They can't possibly break through the obstruction of the Shura sect. What is Xianning Pavilion up to? Many strong individuals from the Bai family and Guyu Tower voiced their complaints. They waited for half a day, only to be greeted by a group of useless silver stewards. A strong individual from the Bai family shouted at the group of silver stewards, saying, "Hey, could it be that your Xianning Pavilion doesn't even have a single level 2 full circle expert? Yeah, this is just too disappointing. And yet you dare to call yourselves a top-tier force in Nether City?" Even the people from Guyu Tower started to stir noisily. In the distance, the group of silver stewards from Xianning Pavilion turned red-faced upon hearing this. They exchanged glances, momentarily unable to refute. Their gold steward indeed had not arrived yet. Only their group of silver stewards had made it here. "Nonsense, who said we don't have a golden deacon?" A silver deacon couldn't hold back his anger and cursed. On the other side, the Bai family and Guyu Tower people saw that Xianning Pavilion dared to talk back and immediately began mocking. After all, there were more than 50 silver deacons, and for a moment, both sides started a war of words. In the crowd, 4 people, including a burly man and a bald elder, looked at the chaotic scene and couldn't help but exchange glances. The bald elder said curiously, "Why hasn't our Xianning Pavilion's golden deacon arrived yet?" The burly man, who was arguing heatedly with someone opposite him, replied upon hearing this, "Perhaps something delayed him." The young man with the sword remained as silent and reserved as ever, not participating in this farce. He only occasionally opened his eyes to look into the distance, as if he too was waiting for the arrival of the golden deacon. Guyuaching watched the chaotic scene without speaking to stop it, seemingly wanting to use this as a way to vent her dissatisfaction with the Xianning Pavilion. Baitingyu also watched, similarly refraining from intervening. Amidst the chaos, a cloud of mist finally arrived late in the distant sky. "It's a ghost mist ship." Someone pointed to the distant sky and shouted loudly, "Is it the golden steward of the Xianning Pavilion? Who knows? Maybe not." Many people from the Bai family and Guyu Tower looked toward that cluster of mist. The group of silver stewards from the Xianning Pavilion were even more eagerly anticipating. Just their group of silver stewards alone really couldn't hold the scene. "It should be our golden deacon arriving, right?" A group of silver deacons looked hopeful. During the earlier verbal clash, their esteemed Xianning Pavilion was accused of having no experts, which was simply a great humiliation. After all, their Xianning Pavilion is one of the top forces in Nether City. How can such humiliation be tolerated? They have never endured such indignity in the Netherworld ghost domain. "It must be the golden steward of my Xianning Pavilion." The burly man and the bald elder also widened their eyes, looking toward that mass of mist, their gazes filled with hope. Even the young man holding a blade, who had kept his eyes closed and remained silent, opened his eyes at this moment and looked toward the misty cloud. "Is it the golden steward of the Xianning Pavilion?" Guyuaching looked into the distant sky, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Baitingyu clasped his hands behind his back, also gazing at that mass of mist, and said with a smile, "Won't we know soon enough?" The distant sky. The ghost mist ship, shrouded in a layer of mist, sped rapidly toward Icewind Valley. "It's here!" On the deck of the ghost mist ship, Yiang sat cross-legged, gazing into the distance at Icewind Valley. "This mission is merely to save someone?" one? Yi Shang's eyes flickered. On the way to Icewind Valley, Yi Shang had already learned the full details of the mission. It turned out to be rescuing a young disciple. However, this young disciple was no ordinary person. He was the grandson of a 4th Turin Ghost Sect realm expert from the Xianming Pavilion and possessed an S-grade professional talent. Usually, they treasure him so much, no wonder they're willing to pay a high price. A grandson with an S-level professional talent is indeed worth nurturing. Yi Shang smiled. S-level profession. It is already extremely rare, and if it can grow smoothly, its future combat power will be incredibly strong. Its potential might even surpass that of the 4th Turn Ghost Sect expert from the Xianming Pavilion. However, the opponents are 2 second-turn consummate experts from the Shura sect. Yi Shang touched his chin, took out a small gray ball, and played with it in his hand. This gray sphere is precisely the 3rd Turn Ghost General Realm Ghost creature, 3,000 silken threads, and Yi Shang has as many as 10 of these gray spheres. With these 10 3rd Turn Ghost General Realm Ghost creatures, I can easily deal with any 2nd Turn Ghost Master. Hee. Yi Shang chuckled, looking forward to the scene of releasing the 10 3,000 black threads. We've arrived. The Ghost Mist ship moved at an extremely fast speed, reaching Icewind Valley in the blink of an eye. Quite a lot of people down there? There are also dozens of silver deacons? Yi Shang glanced downward, observing many people. At the same time, he also noticed dozens of silver deacons. The mission details did mention that there would be quite a few silver deacons assisting him on the side. Yi Shang didn't pay much attention, thinking there were only a dozen people. Unexpectedly, nearly 50 silver deacons arrived all at once. As expected of Xianming Pavilion, a top-tier force in Nether City, they managed to gather so many experts in such a short time. If it were an ordinary force, it wouldn't be able to do it. Yi Shang shook his head, steering the Ghost Mist ship as it descended below. The entrance to Icewind Valley. In everyone's gaze, a ghostly mist ship descended and stopped in front of the silver stewards of the Xianming Pavilion. This scene fell into the eyes of many, all showing a hint of surprise. After the ghostly mist ship stopped, the clouds and mist on the ship dissipated, revealing the figures on the deck. It was a young man dressed in a white robe, with a calm expression, his gaze sweeping over the crowd in Icewind Valley, and he exuded the aura of the second transformation's perfect realm. Seeing this, everyone immediately confirmed that the newcomer was undoubtedly the Golden Deacon of the Xianming Pavilion. Yi Shang's appearance was akin to a stabilizing force, like a needle anchoring the sea. Instantly, a group of silver stewards became extremely excited. The Golden Steward of their Xianming Pavilion had finally arrived. Many silver stewards revealed a look of pride, glancing at the Bai family and the Guyu Tower's forces not far away. It seemed to say, "Didn't you claim that our Xianming Pavilion had no experts? Take a look. Here comes our Golden Deacon. You'd better shut that mouth quickly. Greetings, my lord." More than 50 silver stewards cupped their hands in unison, their voices resonating like a bell. Not far away, the people from the Bai family and Guyu Tower quieted down, all sizing up Yi Shang, the Golden Steward. Among the group of silver stewards, the burly man cupped his hands, then laughed heartily, feeling elated. Just now, he was the fiercest in the verbal battle with the Bai family and Guyu Lu, but deep down, he felt somewhat uncertain. At this moment, the arrival of the Golden Deacon instantly boosted his confidence, as if he had found a strong backing. Whoosh! The bald elder also wore a smile on his face. After the 4 of them cupped their hands in salute, they all raised their heads and looked at the Golden Deacon in unison. Just one glance, and the 4 were stunned. The 4 clearly saw Yi Shang's face. Wow, how could it be him? The icy woman turned pale, instantly recognizing Yi Shang. Isn't that the Bronze Deacon they considered a burden and kicked out of the team? How did he suddenly transform into the Golden Deacon of the Xianming Pavilion? And his status is even above theirs? Now they see him as their pillar of support. I must be seeing things. The burly man stammered incoherently, rubbing his eyes hard, unable to believe what he was seeing. The young man holding the blade narrowed his eyes and his pupils trembled violently upon seeing Yi Shang. Clearly, he also couldn't believe what he was seeing was real. The bald old man's eyes almost popped out in shock, instantly recognizing Yi Shang as well. I must be dreaming. How did he become a Golden Deacon of the Xianming Pavilion? The icy woman seemed to be in a dream, her whole being somewhat dazed. The bald old man shook his head and fixed his gaze on Yi Shang. A moment. Level 2 Perfection Realm Aura. That's right. The bald elder muttered to himself. At this moment, Yi Shang did not restrain his aura. He repeatedly identified it. Indeed, the aura belonging to a second-turn consummate realm expert could be felt emanating from Yi Shang's body. But in this way, the confusion in the bald elder's eyes grew even stronger. How did Yi Shang become a Golden Deacon in just 10 days? Isn't this too mythical? Could it be that I was mistaken back then, failing to recognize greatness? Is this person actually a Gold Deacon, but holding a Bronze Deacon token? Various speculations quickly flashed through the minds of the 4. But soon, the expressions of the 4 people all changed involuntarily, especially the ice-cold woman, whose face turned pale and bloodless. She bit her lip tightly, realizing that she might have caused a huge disaster. Back then, she had mocked this
golden deacon to the extreme.
She was also the first to vote to abandon this golden deacon.
This undoubtedly deeply offended this person. The faces of the three burly men didn't look much better either.
Each of them avoided eye contact, lowering their heads, fearing that Yiang would notice them in the crowd.
Yiang put away the ghost mist ship and slowly descended from the air, his gaze sweeping over the 50 or so silver deacons. Looking at the crowd of experts, his expression turned complicated.
How could it be?
10 days ago, he was just a lowly bronze deacon, a newcomer to the Xianming pavilion.
Someone like Zheng Gang, a silver deacon, was an unattainable figure to him. But in the blink of an eye,
not only had he surpassed the other party, but he had also become a gold deacon of the Xianming pavilion.
Status is far beyond what these silver stewards can compare to.
At this moment, they even have to rely on their own combat strength. Yiang could tell from their gazes that these silver stewards regarded him as their pillar of support. Yiang sighed to himself, his eyes scanning the crowd.
Immediately, Yiang let out a light huh, his gaze falling on the crowd.
Yiang saw 4 silver deacons with their heads lowered, their eyes desperately avoiding contact, as if trying to evade someone.
After Yiang's gaze swept over them, although the 4 kept their heads down, he still recognized them at a glance.
They were precisely the 4 burly men who had once regarded him as a burden.
That really is quite a coincidence.
Yiang sneered, withdrawing his gaze from the 4 people and temporarily ignoring them.
Are you the golden steward of the Xianming pavilion? A cold voice came from behind.
Yiang turned his head and saw a woman with an exceptionally beautiful face.
The woman's gaze was cold as she looked at him,
with a hint of displeasure in her expression.
It seemed as if she was blaming him for taking so long to arrive.
Exactly.
Yiang cupped his hands and said, "May I ask who you are?"
Wow. The mission details mentioned that not only Xianming Pavilion was involved, but 2 other forces also participated in this conflict. However, the mission details did not disclose the background of these 2 forces. Therefore, Yiang did not know who the woman before him was.
Guyu Lu, Guyu Qing.
Guyu Qing snorted coldly but still revealed her background.
I am Bai Tingyu, from the Bai family.
On the other side, Bai Tingyu smiled and cupped his hands in greeting.
Yiang looked at him. Upon hearing that he was from the Bai family, his gaze narrowed slightly, and he tentatively asked, "The Bai family? Which Bai family?"
Bai Tingyu straightened his chest proudly and said, "The Bai family of Ghost Mountain City."
The Bai family of Ghost Mountain City could be considered a first-rate power even in Nether City.
There are 5 Ghost King realm experts stationed there.
It's them?
It seems there is more than one.
Even the Netherworld Pavilion is extremely wary of them.
When Yiang heard Bai Tingyu mention the Bai family of Ghost Mountain City, his mind buzzed.
There may be many Bai families,
but in Ghost Mountain City, there is only one Bai family. He hadn't expected to encounter a Bai family expert who had placed a bounty on him here. After a slight shock, Yiang looked up at Bai Tingyu, maintaining a calm demeanor to avoid revealing anything to the other party. At the same time, he also sized up Bai Tingyu. Bai Tingyu had a rather burly figure and was dressed in a full suit of battle armor. This battle armor emitted a dark golden sheen throughout. This meant that all of Bai Tingyu's equipment was of dark gold grade. It might not even be loose pieces, but a complete set of dark gold grade equipment. Given the Bai family's influence, it's very possible that Bai Tingyu possesses a complete set of dark gold grade equipment. While Yiang was observing Bai Tingyu was also observing Yiang, especially the equipment on Yiang, which made Bai Tingyu's eyes reveal a strange expression. Although the equipment on Yiang also had a dark golden sheen, judging from its aura, it was all just first-tier level equipment.
A second-tier consummate realm expert, equipped with a set of first-tier dark gold equipment?
This was somewhat peculiar. For a moment, Bai Tingyu felt that this golden deacon of the Xianming Pavilion was strangely poor. It wasn't just Bai Tingyu who felt this way. Guyu Qing also had a peculiar expression on her face.
Everyone here was a second-turn perfected realm expert.
Bai Tingyu possessed a full set of dark gold grade equipment, and Guyu Qing was no less impressive, also wearing a full set of second-tier dark gold grade equipment. In comparison, Yiang appeared incredibly shabby, clearly not on the same level as the 2.
"Sir, you seem quite interested in my Bai family?"
Bai Tingyu noticed Yiang constantly sizing him up and even inquiring about his background, which made him ask curiously.
"Extremely powerful."
Yiang chuckled, withdrew his gaze, and replied evasively, "Just a little curious, that's all."
"There are quite a few Bai families in Yuming City." Bai Tingyu laughed heartily and said, "May I know your name, sir? You look quite unfamiliar. There are quite a few golden stewards in the Xianming Pavilion. Why have I never seen you before?"
The golden stewards in the Xianming Pavilion are also limited in number. Bai Tingyu knows quite a few, yet has never seen Yiang among the golden stewards.
"I am Yiang, and I just recently joined the Xianming Pavilion."
Yiang cupped his hands, his expression calm.
"Greetings, brother Yi. We must get closer in the future." Bai Tingyu laughed heartily. He was very sociable and had many friends.
As Xianming Pavilion was a top-tier force in Nether City, he naturally wanted to associate with them. But Bai Tingyu's laughter quickly froze. It was because a tracking talisman in his spatial ring suddenly lit up. This tracking talisman was precisely crafted back in the Headless Ghost Valley, imprinted with the aura of that mysterious expert. Whenever he approached that mysterious expert, the tracking talisman would light up, locking onto the person he intended to track. He has been in Icewind Valley for a long time, and the tracking charm has remained inactive. But now, after approaching Yiang, the tracking charm has emitted a faint glow. What does this indicate? There's no need to say more. Yiang is the mysterious expert in the Headless Ghost Valley. Bai Tingyu's eyes instantly revealed a murderous intent as he looked at Yiang, but immediately, he concealed that trace of murderous intent in his eyes very well.
Now is not the right time to kill Yiang.
Next, we still need to rely on Yiang's power to break through the obstruction of the Shura sect and rescue the Bai family members trapped in Icewind Valley. At this moment, if there is a conflict with Yiang, not only is there no guarantee of keeping Yiang, but it would also delay the important matters. No matter what, the Yiang before us is indeed a genuine second transition perfection realm expert. He is a master of the same realm. What puzzled Bai Tingyu was, Yiang, a dignified second-turn consummate realm expert, would actually take action against two juniors of the Bai family.
The reason remains unknown. Brother Yi. The smile on Bai Tingyu's face remained unchanged as he cupped his hands again, intending to first stabilize Yiang.
The fleeting ferocity in Bai Tingyu's eyes just now did not escape Yiang's notice. Although he didn't know what method the other party had used to discover him, he was well aware that he had likely been exposed. Yiang saw the other party still wearing a smiling face, so he smiled and cupped his hands, calmly saying, "Brother Bai." Although the two appeared calm on the surface, they were already plotting in their hearts how to kill each other. On the side, Gu Wuqing was naturally unaware of the schemes between the two and urged, "Since everyone is here, what are we waiting for? Kill these two from the Shura sect and quickly charge into Icewind Valley to save people." "Of course," Bai Tingyu said with a smile, squinting as he glanced at Yiang. Yiang also nodded slightly. Bai Tingyu looked toward the entrance of Icewind Valley, now shrouded in black mist, and added, however, that Shura formation has probably already condensed a third-turn ghost general level fierce ghost. Although the three of us can suppress the two from the Shura sect, this third-turn fierce ghost is somewhat tricky. We need to use some methods to break in quickly. Shura formation? Yiang looked up and also glanced toward the entrance of Icewind Valley. He had heard of this Azura formation before. It is a famous ghost condensing formation. It can gather countless low-level ghosts into a high-level fierce ghost. After setting up the formation, the Azura formation will have a strong attraction to vengeful spirits. The vengeful spirits will uncontrollably rush into it. Afterward, these vengeful spirits will be affected by the formation and devour each other within it. Eventually, they will coalesce into a vengeful spirit of a higher realm. This is precisely the specialty of the Shura sect. However, the Shura formation is not without its weaknesses. This forcibly condensed third-turn fierce ghost's combat power is limited, far inferior to a true third-turn ghost general-level fierce ghost. At the very least, compared to the 3,000 green threads he captured, its combat power is far weaker by more than a notch. Of course, since it is still a third-turn ghost general-level fierce ghost, it remains quite troublesome for a second-turn ghost master-level expert. However, even experts like Gu Wuqing and Bai Tingyu have little chance of winning against a third-turn ghost general realm ghost. The gap of 1,000-fold in combat power is still very difficult to bridge. Gu Wuqing looked at Bai Tingyu and asked, "Do you have any ideas? Stop keeping us in suspense. The people inside are probably about to reach their limit." For a moment, Gu Wuqing's expression was anxious. Blood-drawing technique. Bai Tingyu's mouth moved slightly, but no sound came out. Only Gu Wuqing and Yiang heard his words. Sound transmission into secrecy? Yiang was startled, listening to Bai Tingyu's voice by his ear. Sound transmission is a special skill that doesn't require any specific profession. As long as you obtain the skill book, you can learn it. However, the skill book for sound transmission is extremely rare and highly valuable. Blood induction technique? Hearing this, Gu Wuqing's expression became unnatural. Yiang, however, was somewhat puzzled, not knowing what kind of skill this blood guide technique was. But since Bai Tingyu brought it up specifically, it was likely to be of some help to the current situation. Bai Tingyu glanced at Gu Wuqing and Yiang, noticing that Yiang didn't understand this blood guide technique, so he continued to explain it in a secret voice transmission. Yiang's expression changed slightly after hearing this. It turns out that this blood lure technique uses humans as bait. As long as the technique is applied to a person's body, it will have a great attraction to ghosts. They will pursue relentlessly, never stopping until one side perishes. It only ends when the ghost is destroyed or the person is killed by the ghost. Extremely vicious. Bai Tingyu's plan was very simple. It was to have someone act as bait, enter the Shura formation to attract the third-turn ghost general level ghost, so they could rush in to save people. But all three knew that being hunted by a third-turn ghost general level ghost was extremely dangerous, with little chance of survival. Who will make the bait is the question. Bai Tingyu's lips curled into a cruel smile as he suggested, "Each of our three factions will send 5 people to act as bait. I will perform the blood lure technique on them. At that time, after the three of us deal with the 2 experts from the Shura sect, we will let them enter the Shura formation to divert the ghost creatures at the third turn ghost general level for us.
Upon hearing this, Gu Yueching's face showed a look of reluctance. Once this is done, these people are bound to die.
Bai Tingyu noticed the look of reluctance on Gu Yueching's face and advised, Miss Yueching, your Guyu Tower has plenty of guest retainers, just send out 5 of them. These forces, support these guest retainers precisely for such purposes, don't we?
Speaking, Bai Tingyu sneered. He naturally wouldn't send out the Bai family disciples.
Instead, he would send out the Bai family enshrined. The Bai family had plenty of these enshrined. Losing a few wouldn't matter to the Bai family, they could simply recruit more.
Gu Yueching was deeply conflicted but ultimately agreed.
After all, those trapped in Icewind Valley were the direct descendants of the Guyu family.
Brother Yi, what do you think?
After Gu Yueching agreed, Bai Tingyu turned to look at Yi Shang.
Yi Shang nodded. He already had someone in mind but curiously asked, why must it be 5 people?
Bai Tingyu chuckled, if there are fewer people, we won't be able to delay that third turn ghost general level ghost for too long.
So that's what you're worried about?
Yi Shang sneered. These people from the great aristocratic families truly regard human lives as worthless.
In an instant, 5 people stepped out from the Bai family.
5 people also walked out of the Guyu Tower. They were all enshrined members of the 2 factions, not core disciples. After these people walked out, they were quite puzzled, but since their leader had given the order, they couldn't refuse.
Moreover, with 3 second-turn perfection realm experts present, they didn't think there was any danger. Xianming Pavilion sighed.
A burly man, a bald elder, an icy woman, and a youth carrying a blade stepped forward. The expressions of the group were not very pleasant, and an inexplicable sense of foreboding lingered in their hearts. Although they didn't understand why Yi Shang specifically asked the 4 of them to step out, considering the grudges between them, it likely wasn't anything good. They originally wanted to refuse, but since Yi Shang was a golden deacon, disobeying orders could result in their direct execution.
Why are there only 4? Bai Tingyu frowned.
Yi Shang replied indifferently, there are only 4. Seeing this, Bai Tingyu waved his hand and didn't argue with him.
Missing 1 wouldn't make a difference. Next, Bai Tingyu quietly performed the blood guide technique on the 14 people.
Without informing them in advance of what was to come, they were simply told to wait for orders. Gu Yueching's beautiful eyes carried a murderous intent as she looked at the 2 experts from the Shura sect.
Take action.
Bai Tingyu was the first to rush out, laughing as he lunged at a Shura sect expert in the second transformation consummation realm.
Gu Yueching followed closely behind.
Yi Shang's gaze shifted. At this moment, it wasn't appropriate to slack off, so he stepped forward and followed. The 3 charged forward. 2 powerful figures from the Azura sect let out a cold snort, having been prepared, and rose to fight.
In an instant, 5-second transition perfection realm experts were locked in fierce combat. The entrance of Icewind Valley echoed with continuous roaring sounds.
Gu Yueching flung a fiery red silk ribbon into the air. The fiery red silk burns with raging flames, exuding terrifying heat. It appears delicate but swings like a powerful whip. The fiery red silk struck the side of the mountain wall, instantly shattering it with a terrifying force. Yi Shang looked over, his eyes filled with astonishment.
This fiery red silk is clearly a second-tier dark gold grade weapon at a glance. Adding Gu Yueching's second-tier dark gold set made the aura she exuded extremely terrifying. If Yi Shang didn't have a destruction level skill, purely in terms of aura, he wouldn't compare to her. Second-tier dark gold set. The combat power boost is incredibly terrifying.
The expert from the Azura sect, dressed in a black robe, hastily struck out with a palm, and the black handprint collided with the fiery red silk. He was also wearing a pair of second-tier dark gold gloves. His body was clad in a complete set of second-tier dark gold equipment,
not inferior to Gu Yueching.
Bai Tingyu needs no further elaboration. Naturally, he is equipped with a complete set of second-tier dark gold level gear. He has a burly physique, and as he strides forward, a yellowish-brown aura surges around him, unexpectedly drawing upon the power of the earth element. Countless rocks wrapped around his arms, quickly forming 2 massive rocky arms in a short time. As he swung them forward to smash, accompanied by the roaring surge of earth element power, it seemed as if they carried the force of 10,000 pounds, capable of shaking mountains and trembling peaks.
Yi Shang couldn't help but feel embarrassed.
The 4 people exchanging blows were all clad in Tier 2 dark gold grade sets, while he looked pitifully shabby.
Do it!
Still wearing a Tier 1 dark gold grade set, Yi Shang symbolically swung his sword. Golden sword light streaked across the sky, accompanied by flickering 8 trigrams runes, but its power was not high.
A master from the Shura sect easily blocked it.
The reason this sword strike was so weak was that Yi Shang only used 10% of his strength. After the Vajra demon-slaying sword reached LV2, Yi Shang was already able to control its power well. Yi Shang was very clear that the real opponent next would be Bai Tingyu. The 2 were bound to have a true life and death battle, relentless and unending. He needed to conserve his strength to deal with this person.
And also,
at this moment, if he were to go all out, it would inevitably reveal his true strength to the opponent, giving them a chance to prepare. At this moment, an unexpected change occurred. Bai Tingyu and Gu Yueching, taking advantage of Yi Yiang holding off one person, managed to deceive a master of the Shura sect, suddenly joined forces to attack one person. Caught off guard, that person was struck, flying backward with a roar and crashing into a mountain wall behind him, spitting out a mouthful of blood. When he looked down, his chest armor had already shattered. This caused his expression to change drastically. His chest armor was second-tier dark gold equipment, and it had just been destroyed like that. It is evident how ruthless these two were just now, intending to take his life. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief. If not for this, he feared he would have perished under the combined assault of these two. However, with the chest armor shattered, the set's attributes immediately dissipated, causing his combat strength to plummet significantly. This created a significant gap in combat power between him and Bai Tingyu and Gu Yuqing. The clash between the strong is inherently unpredictable and ever-changing. Especially when there is a slight disparity in combat strength, it becomes even easier for the opponent to seize a weakness and deliver a fatal blow. Retreat into the Azura formation and use the third turn Ghost General Realm's fierce ghosts to kill the three of them. The expert from the Azura sect, whose breastplate had shattered, let out a fierce shout, calling out to his companions who were being held back by Yiang. Seeing this scene, the expert from the Azura sect blasted away the idol Yiang and joined that person, retreating into the Azura formation behind them. In the blink of an eye, two experts from the Azura sect had fled into the Azura formation, where black mist surged in the rear. Get inside! Bai Tingyu finally turned his gaze to the 14 individuals who had been subjected to the blood guidance technique. 14 people's expressions changed. This is asking them to enter the Shura formation first. Isn't this sending them to their deaths? Bai Tingyu's expression softened as he coaxed, "Don't worry, we'll follow right behind to hold the line. You're just scouting the way." Bai Tingyu spoke while wearing a threatening expression. The 14 people seemed to face a stance of being killed outright if they refused. Defying orders on the battlefield is something no superior can tolerate. The 14 people had no choice but to comply, rising and leaping into the Shura formation. During this time, the burly men all looked pale. "We're going in too." Seeing the 14 people enter the Shura formation, Gu Yuqing immediately said. Bai Tingyu, however, reached out to stop her and said with a cruel smile, "No rush, let these 14 people lure away the third-rank Ghost General level fierce ghosts first." Gu Yuqing opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. Yiang glanced around, his expression cold and stern. He didn't care about the life or death of the four burly men. Back then, the four had cornered him. If he hadn't had some skills, he might have been forced into a dire situation. He, Yiang, was by no means a kind-hearted saint. In his previous life, he adhered to the principle of exacting revenge for the smallest grievance. If others did not offend him, he would not offend them. If someone dared to humiliate him, they shouldn't expect him to respond with a pleasant demeanor. After several breaths, Bai Tingyu felt it was about time and slowly spoke, "All right, let's go in." After speaking, he was the first to charge into the Shura formation. Gu Yuqing and Yiang immediately followed. Within the Shura formation, billowing black mist surged, shrouding the entire entrance to Icewind Valley. Countless vengeful spirits were drawn in, flooding into it. Three figures chased in. Yiang glanced around, his brows slightly furrowed. Okay. In this Shura formation, there were no third-turn Ghost General Realm ghosts to be seen. They were probably lured away by the 14 people who performed the blood guide technique. The two experts from the Shura sect were also nowhere to be found. Bai Tingyu seemed capable of pinpointing the location of those two Shura sect experts. He took a step forward and headed deeper into the Shura formation. Gu Yuqing and Yiang followed him. As they ventured deeper, Yiang's gaze flickered. Along the way, 4 or 5 corpses have already been seen. They are precisely the cultivators among those 14 people. These shattered corpses were all torn apart by ghost claws. Among them, Yiang saw the corpse of the ice woman, her chest pierced by a ghostly claw, her heart gouged out, lifelessly collapsed by the roadside. Her lifeless eyes were wide open, filled with terror. It was as if she had seen a horrifying presence before her death, or perhaps she couldn't believe she had fallen like this. Yiang merely glanced briefly before withdrawing his gaze. In this world, the law of the jungle is all too normal. Countless cultivators fall every day. As for the 3 bald elders, Yiang has not seen them for the time being. They should have fled deeper under the pursuit of a third-turn Ghost General level ghost. After walking a bit further, there were even more corpses. After all, these people were only second-turn cultivators. Being hunted by a third-turn Ghost General Realm ghost, it was difficult for them to escape alive. Soon, Yiang saw the corpses of the blade-wielding youth and the bald old man. Their bodies had already been torn apart, leaving only blood-stained heads. Yiang's gaze was cold and stern as he followed Bai Tingyu deeper inside. A moment later, the 3 of them heard a ferocious roar of a vengeful ghost, with surging sinister energy churning ahead. They saw a fierce ghost over 3 meters tall, ruthlessly hunting down the few remaining fleeing figures. Not far away, the faces of 2 experts from the Shura sect looked grim. They wanted to stop the third-rank fierce ghost from continuing to hunt these people, but the third-rank fierce ghost was completely uncontrollable. Swish! Especially when they saw Bai Tingyu and the other 2 approaching closely, they knew the situation was hopeless. Headless. With the third-rank ghost general level fierce ghost being held back, the two of them alone were no match for Baitingyu and the other two. If you insist on fighting, you might fall here today. The two experts from the Shura sect never expected the Shura formation they set up would be broken like this. Your methods are truly vicious, sacrificing as many as 14 people in a blood ritual. Follow me. A Shura sect expert looked at Yiang and the others, sneering repeatedly. After speaking, the two Shura sect experts acted decisively. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, they promptly abandoned the mission. Don't chase them, Gu Yuqing spoke, stopping Baitingyu. Her goal this time was to save lives, not to engage in a fight, especially since the two experts from the Shura sect are peak second-turn realm powerhouses. If they are determined to escape, it would be impossible to stop them. Baitingyu stopped in his tracks, a smile appearing on his face. This crisis had been successfully resolved. Save these people? Gu Yuqing looked at the few remaining individuals being pursued by the third-turn fierce ghost. Baitingyu shook his head. No rescue. We still need a few people to hold off the third-turn fierce ghost. Gu Yuqing bit her lip. All 5 members of her Guyu tower had already perished. At this moment, the remaining people were all by family retainers and members of the Xianming pavilion, so she naturally didn't care. The two set off, heading deeper into Icewind Valley. Yiang quickly followed. Yiang still attached great importance to this mission. Not only are there 3,000 contribution points, but it also allows a powerful figure at the 4th transformation ghost sect realm to owe him a favor such generous rewards. Save me. Passing by the 3rd level fierce ghost, a disheveled figure looked at Yiang and cried out in terror. Yiang turned his head and saw that the burly man was still alive but severely injured, covered in blood and filth, barely holding on. Yiang snorted coldly and immediately withdrew his gaze, showing no intention of saving him. This burly man is no good either. Blame yourself for having impure thoughts at the beginning, reaping bad consequences, and now you must repay them. As a netizen from the previous life once said, you've narrowed your path. Deep within Icewind Valley, 3 young figures stood back to back, appearing to be only 12 or 13 years old, currently fighting desperately against their opponents. Surrounding and attacking the 3 were dozens of experts from the Shura sect, striking ruthlessly, aiming to kill the 3 youths in the shortest time possible to avenge their young master. We can't hold on much longer. Bai Ziyu's face was pale, lamenting incessantly. On the side, Song Xiaotian gritted his teeth and said, we have to hold on even if we can't. Someone will definitely come to save us later. Gu Yuejiao, dressed in pink, glanced at Bai Ziyu and snorted coldly. I'm just a young woman and haven't complained, yet you, a grown man, are whining endlessly. Let's go. As the 3 spoke, a burst of laughter came from outside the valley. Ziyu, Uncle 8 is here to save you. The laughter was rough and deafening. After hearing it, Bai Ziyu's face lit up with joy, and he turned to look outside the valley. A burly figure, completely shrouded in earth element energy, appeared, charging straight ahead toward the depths. Okay. Beside him were several Bai family retainers. Seeing this, Bai Ziyu laughed heartily and said proudly to Gu Yuejia and Song Xiaotian, someone from the Bai family has arrived. We're saved. At critical moments, you can always count on my Bai family. Bai Ziyu's expression was full of pride. Gu Yuejio snorted coldly, unable to stand his smug demeanor, her gaze constantly looking toward the outside of the valley. Alright, she didn't believe that no one from Guyu Tower would come to rescue her. Sure enough, behind Baitingyu, a woman surrounded by swirling fiery ribbons appeared, her aura equally formidable, a cultivator at the peak of the 2nd transformation realm. Whoosh! It's Sister Yuqing. Gu Yuejiao's face lit up with joy upon seeing the newcomer, her eyes sparkling. Bai Ziyu then looked at Song Xiaotian and exaggeratedly said, Song Xiaotian, where are your people from Xianming Pavilion? Why is no one coming to save you? Xiaotian, this time you're benefiting from our luck. Gu Yuejio also chuckled. Song Xiaotian's expression darkened, unable to refute. He had yet to see the people from Xianming Pavilion appear. However, he also didn't believe that his grandfather would abandon him. Someone will definitely come to save me. In a moment, behind Baitingyu and Gu Yuqing, a figure arrived late. This figure was dressed in a white robe, hands clasped behind their back, exuding the aura of a 2nd stage perfection realm. Song Xiaotian was puzzled. He had never seen this person in the Xianming Pavilion. Just as Song Xiaotian was unsure of the identity of this figure, a large number of Xianming Pavilion's silver stewards appeared behind the figure. One of our Xianming Pavilion members, a gold steward. Song Xiaotian's face lit up with joy. After Baitingyu and the other 2 appeared, the dozens of experts from the Shura sect were quickly annihilated. The 3 of them, Bai Ziyu and his companions, escaped from danger and went to find their respective elders. You are Song Xiaotian, the grandson of Senior Song Tianhui? Yiang looked at Song Xiaotian in front of him. Exactly. Song Xiaotian nodded, looking at Yiang with a joyful expression. He had a great liking for this big brother who had rescued him from danger. My name is Yiang. Yiang smiled, sensing Song Xiaotian's goodwill toward him. Big brother Yi. Song Xiaotian obediently called out. He is only 12 years old this year, but his talent is astonishing, possessing an S-level profession with limitless potential. As people conversed,
One by one, they began to relax.
Especially the group of silver stewards from the Xianming pavilion. Although this mission was perilous, it was fortunately completed in the end. At that moment, the entire Icewind Valley trembled. Then, the earth-yellow light surged, and infinite earth element energy rose from the ground, condensing into massive earth-yellow pillars, causing the Icewind Valley to tremble violently. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. One after another, they turned their heads to look. They saw Baitingyu, who was somehow already setting up a formation. The whole body surged with earth element energy, embedding one after another of the astonishingly valuable earth-colored talismans into the nearby rocks, harnessing the power of the earth to form an incredible formation.
Earth Spirit Formation. Baitingyu, what are you doing? Gu Yuqing shouted angrily, looking at Baitingyu. This Earth Spirit Formation is a trapping formation. Once successfully deployed, it becomes extremely difficult to break out.
Baitingyu acted extremely suddenly, even she didn't have time to react, and the formation was already more than halfway complete.
It's just, Gu Yuqing couldn't understand what Baitingyu was trying to do. The people from the Shura sect had already retreated. Who is this targeting again?
The Earth Spirit Formation was successfully set up in the blink of an eye, trapping everyone inside. After the Earth Spirit Formation was completed, everyone within it immediately felt their bodies sink, experiencing an immense gravitational force that made even lifting their feet extremely difficult.
This undoubtedly restricted everyone's speed. Set up the Earth Spirit Formation.
Baitingyu had the situation firmly in hand.
Laughing heartily, he looked at Gu Yuqing and said, Gu Yuqing, this matter has nothing to do with you.
As he spoke, he turned to Yishang, his eyes glinting with cold light.
The moment of revealing his true intentions had finally arrived.
Yishang's expression remained calm. He had long anticipated this scene, and his heart was undisturbed.
Even if Baitingyu doesn't make a move, he will find an opportunity to kill the other party.
This Baitingyu seems to know quite a lot.
Gu Yuqing noticed that Baitingyu was targeting Yishang and couldn't help but be stunned.
But after confirming that this matter had nothing to do with her, she decided not to get involved. With the group from Guyue Tower, they retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Gu Yuqing withdrew far away, stopped, and looked at Yishang, shaking her head. She did not have high hopes for this golden deacon of the Xianming pavilion.
Although a golden deacon, he was very weak. Clad in second-tier dark gold equipment, not to mention the strength displayed earlier when clashing with the Shura sect was also very weak. Compared to her and Baitingyu, both of whom possess second-tier dark gold sets, they are simply not on the same level. Sister Yuqing, what's going on with them? Boom! Gu Yuejia asked curiously, wondering how things escalated to a fight so quickly.
It has nothing to do with our Guyu Tower.
Don't meddle in other people's business. Gu Yuqing patted her head and said, Ha, there's going to be a good show. Uncle Ba is about to unleash his fury. Bai Ziyu backed away to a far distance.
Seeing his eighth uncle about to take action against a powerful expert at the peak of the second transformation, he couldn't help but get excited.
He looked at Song Xiaotian in the distance with a gaze full of peculiarity. White family, what are you trying to do?
Many silver stewards of the Xianming pavilion reacted, realizing that Baitingyu was actually planning to intercept and kill their own golden steward, and each of them couldn't help but be shocked.
Didn't expect this to happen. Not good.
A silver deacon said with a grave expression.
All the silver deacons could see that their own gold deacon was significantly outmatched by the opponent.
If a fight breaks out, it will most likely end with the demise of our own golden deacon.
Boom! By then, will it implicate them as well?
For a moment, many silver deacons became flustered.
Brother Yi. Song Xiaotian looked up at Yi Shang with a worried expression.
Yi Shang smiled at him, patted his shoulder, and told him to go to the back to find the group of silver deacons.
After calming Song Xiaotian down and sending him away,
Yi Shang looked at Baitingyu, flipped his palm, and 10 small gray spheres appeared in his hand, which he then began to toy with. He raised his head and looked at Baitingyu with a playful gaze. You all. Yi Shang's gaze turned playful. The 10 third-turn ghost general level 3000 strands of hair he captured were still being tested. This Baitingyu couldn't wait to rush up and let him test the blade. Who knows what kind of expression Baitingyu will have after being besieged by 10 third-turn ghost general level 3000 silken threads. The corners of Yi Shang's mouth lifted into an amused smile, his expression completely unflustered. Not far away, Gu Yuqing witnessed this scene, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. I really don't know where Yi Shang's confidence comes from.
Even at this moment, he remains fearless. Kid, running into you this time is truly an unexpected delight.
Baitingyu laughed heartily, without explaining anything to the crowd, and directly made his move. He feared that delay might lead to unforeseen changes. In an instant, Baitingyu's body surged with earth element energy, his height rising to an astonishing 2 meters, and his entire body was covered in a layer of rock armor. He began striding rapidly toward Yi Shang, a bloodthirsty smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the Earth Spirit Array generated a powerful gravitational force, affecting Yi Shang's speed. It had no impact on Baitingyu. Many people closed their eyes, not daring to look anymore. Yi Shang was just an ordinary second-turn consummate realm expert, possessing only the realm but lacking complete equipment.
As for Baitingyu, Baitingyu.
It is equipped with a second-tier dark gold set, causing combat power to skyrocket by hundreds of times.
The gap between the two is too vast.
Baitingyu alone could kill 10 Yishangs.
Brother Yi. At the rear, hiding behind a group of silver deacons, Song Xiaotian looked terrified.
Gu Yuqing shook her head, feeling that Yishang was doomed this time. Yishang, on the other hand, seemed to be petrified with fear, standing motionless in place without any intention of making a move.
But very soon, just as Baitingyu approached Yishang not far away,
under everyone's gaze, Yisheng threw out the 10 gray spheres he had been playing with. The 10 gray spheres shot toward Baitingyu like 10 sharp arrows, leaving streaks of gray shadows in the air.
What is he doing? Gu Yuqing was stunned to see this scene. Faced with the extremely furious Baitingyu, Yisheng didn't think about how to defend but instead threw out 10 small gray balls of unknown purpose. What is he trying to do? Smash the charging Baitingyu to death?
Not only did Gu Yuqing fail to understand Yisheng's actions, but everyone else was also stunned. Throwing out 10 powerless gray spheres, this is just too ridiculous. Could he really have been scared silly? Baitingyu burst into laughter, his gaze sweeping over the 10 gray spheres flying toward him.
After realizing they posed no threat, he completely ignored them. He couldn't even be bothered to defend.
Although the 10 gray spheres whistled as they hurtled toward him, they carried no power at all and probably couldn't even break through his rock armor.
Kid, you must have been scared out of your wits.
A trace of ferocity appeared in Baitingyu's eyes as he prepared to take Yisheng's life.
But in the next moment, a scene that shocked everyone occurred. It also left Baitingyu utterly horrified.
The 10 gray spheres, while flying toward Baitingyu, suddenly began to transform. The changes turned into fierce ghosts with disheveled long hair flying wildly, their faces twisted in ferocity, screaming as they lunged at Baitingyu. With the appearance of these 10 fierce ghosts, the entire Icewind Valley erupted with terrifying yin energy.
For a moment, the overwhelming yin energy surged like a tide, shrouding the heavens and the earth.
The sudden turn of events caused someone to cry out in horror.
Just felt the body instantly plunge into an extremely icy state.
It was all because the sinister aura carried by those 10 fierce ghosts was truly terrifying, reaching a nearly tangible level.
Waves of chilling aura invaded everyone's bodies.
At the same time, their hearts grew even more fearful.
What is this? Third transformation ghost general realm fierce ghost?
Someone shouted in fear, looking incredulously at the 10 terrifying fierce ghosts that emerged and rushed toward Baitingyu. Each person's body turned cold, sensing that a great disaster was about to befall them.
Gu Yuqing's face turned pale, looking in disbelief at the 10 3,000 silken threads.
She naturally recognized the 3,000 silken threads. A true third-turn ghost general realm fierce ghost. By no means comparable to the third-turn fierce ghost blocking the valley entrance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. That fierce ghost was merely pieced together from countless second-turn fierce ghosts. Its foundation is extremely weak. But the 3,000 strands of green silk before us are genuine third-turn ghost general realm fierce ghosts.
And there are 10 of them. How did he manage to control them? To actually make third-turn fierce ghosts serve him?
Gu Yuqing was shocked, and when she looked at Yishang, a storm surged in her heart.
A second-turn ghost master subduing a third-turn ghost general level fierce ghost? This is absolutely an unbelievable matter. Does it have something to do with his profession? A thought flashed through Gu Yuqing's mind. Brother Yi. Song Xiaotian widened his eyes, witnessing Yishang release 10 third-turn ghost general level fierce ghosts. Truly unbelievable.
That is a third-turn ghost general realm fierce ghost, whose combat power is thousands of times that of a second-turn cultivator. Although Baitingyu is strong and possesses a full set of second-turn dark gold grade equipment, the combat power boost is at most only a few hundred times, still far from reaching thousands of times. It seems even a single third-turn ghost general realm fierce ghost would be hard to deal with. Baitingyu saw 10 gray small spheres transform into 10 third-turn ghost general level fierce ghosts charging toward him.
In an instant, his face turned deathly pale. No matter how much he calculated, he could never have predicted that Yishang actually had such a heaven-defying method. Not only could he control third-turn ghost general level fierce ghosts, but 10 of them at once? How is he supposed to play like this? With 10 third-turn ghost general level fierce ghosts, wouldn't that make him invincible in the second-turn realm? Retreat!
Baitingyu reacted extremely quickly, with earth yellow energy surging all over his body as he retreated violently. If he encountered other third-turn ghost general realm fierce ghosts, it would be fine, but what he encountered was the 3,000 silken threads, extremely skilled at trapping enemies.
Sure enough, just as Baitingyu was about to retreat, the long hair of the 10 3,000 silken threads suddenly surged, sweeping toward Baitingyu like a waterfall. Just in an instant,
Baitingyu didn't even have time to escape before before countless strands of hair wrapped around his body, turning him into a giant dumpling.
Impossible.
From inside the dumpling came a terrified scream.
Then, only a loud roar was heard.
Countless strands of hair tightened, like sharp steel wires, slicing through Bai Tingyu's body and shattering him into countless pieces. A blood-colored drizzle began to fall from the sky.
The entire Icewind Valley fell into a deathly silence. A breeze swept through, carrying a drizzle of blood, splashing all over Bai Ziyu's head and face.
Uncle 8.
Bai Ziyu wiped the bloodstains off his face in a daze, then began to tremble uncontrollably.
He was somewhat incredulous.
His own 8th uncle actually died in battle just like that.
He was instantly killed in less than the time it takes for a single breath. For a moment, Bai Ziyu felt as if he were trapped in a dream. He couldn't believe all of this was real. Not only him, but others also seemed to have fallen into a dream, one by one becoming dumbfounded and silent.
All of this happened too quickly, occurring in the blink of an eye. The dignified second-turn perfected realm expert Bai Tingyu was actually killed in an instant like this, torn to pieces by 10 third-turn Ghost General Realm Fierce Ghosts.
After Bai Tingyu's death, the 10 3,000 green silks did not stop there.
Not good.
The Bai family suffered a calamity, slaughtered by the 10 3,000 green silks. Moments later, the scent of blood filled the entire Icewind Valley. At the rear, witnessing all this, the group of silver stewards from the Xianning pavilion swallowed hard, their gazes toward Yiang now filled with fear, especially upon seeing the 10 third-turn Ghost General level Fierce Ghosts, who had slaughtered the Bai family and were now hovering above Icewind Valley. Their hearts grew even more terrified.
Invincible realm.
Someone in the Xianning pavilion groaned softly. With these 10 third-turn Ghost General realm Fierce Ghosts, this golden deacon has already stepped into the invincible second-turn realm.
With 10 figures of 3,000 green threads present, who in the second-turn realm could still be his match?
What a pity. The members of Guyu Tower were all pale-faced, looking up at the 10 third-turn Ghost General realm Fierce Ghosts roaring and flying in the air. These ghost creatures had just slaughtered the Bai family members. In addition, third-turn ghost creatures are all capable of flying through the air. If Yiang harbored murderous intent at this moment, not a single one of them would be able to escape. Brother Yi. Guyu Qing revealed a smile that looked even worse than crying. No, she was also afraid that Yiang might silence her. After all, Yiang had killed Bai Tingyu. Bai Tingyu was a direct descendant of the Bai family, and after his death, the Bai family would certainly not let it go. Yiang grinned at her. Crash.
Guyu Qing almost burst into tears when she saw it.
Yiang looked somewhat like the Grim Reaper, especially when he smiled. It was even more terrifying. Guyu Qing swore that in all her life, this was the first time she had been so afraid of someone. Guyu Qing was as silent as a cicada in winter. Yiang paid her no mind. He was not a murderous demon. Guyu Tower had no grievances with him, and he wouldn't act without reason. If he killed these people, he would end up making enemies with Guyu Tower. Yiang leaped and returned to stand before the group of silver stewards from the Xianning pavilion.
Brother Yi. Song Xiaotian's face was filled with joy as he looked at Yiang in surprise.
After this battle, it was clear that everyone had underestimated this Brother Yi.
Master.
The group of silver stewards from Xianning pavilion all cupped their hands, their eyes showing a hint of reverence. Previously, their respect for Yiang was merely superficial. At this moment, the group of silver stewards felt genuine awe from the depths of their hearts. Yiang is definitely a powerhouse in the second transformation, an invincible realm.
An invincible realm. This is extremely rare.
Similar to masters like Guyu Qing and Bai Tingyu, who possess a full set of second-tier dark gold equipment and whose combat power is amplified hundreds of times, there are actually many.
However, those who can be called second-tier invincible realm experts are extremely rare, because it is too difficult. Who dares to claim invincibility at the same level? Only a very small number of people can achieve this.
They all possess special means, allowing them to remain invincible at this level. Yiang is precisely one of them. At the second transformation realm, he can command 10 third transformation Ghost General realm Fierce Ghosts, making him almost unbeatable.
Truly dares to call oneself invincible.
Others would have no objections, only heartfelt awe.
At the same time,
this world is just like that. The strong are revered.
Everything is decided by fists.
Yiang raised his hand, and the 10 3,000 black threads dancing in the air immediately flew toward him. Bursts of chilling cold swept over, causing Song Xiaotian, who stood beside Yiang, to shiver.
In an instant,
the 10 3,000 black threads transformed into 10 gray spheres, swirling around Yiang, and the chilling cold completely dissipated.
This finally made the surrounding silver deacons feel a bit better.
But seeing Yiang effortlessly control the 10 3,000 silken threads, their gazes toward him became even more reverent. Yiang put away the 10 gray spheres, glanced at the people of Guyu Tower, and then took the lead in heading out of Icewind Valley.
Song Xiaotian and the group of silver deacons followed closely behind.
This time, they finally held their heads high in front of the people of Guyulu. Half a day later, in the sky above a certain area of the Netherworld Ghost Domain, a ghostly mist ship was flying forward at a leisurely pace. On the deck, Yiang sat cross-legged, dressed in white.
On the side, Song Xiaotian lay idle. widely. After leaving Icewind Valley, the two dismissed the group of silver stewards, and Yiang took Song Xiaotian back to Nether City. As long as he sent the person back, his task this time would be considered complete. He could smoothly obtain 3,000 contribution points. Yiang sat cross-legged, his eyes revealing contemplation as he pondered the upcoming situation. Bai Tingyu is dead, and he was killed by him in full view of everyone. Though things seem calm now, a thunderstorm is bound to follow. It will certainly not end here. With the Bai family's vengeful nature, how could they possibly let him go? Last time, when he killed 2 young members of the Bai family, they issued a bounty. Let alone someone as important as Bai Tingyu, they will definitely not let it rest. My feud with the Bai family is growing deeper and deeper. Yiang shook his head, somewhat helpless. Stepping into the world of cultivators is like this. It's inevitable to have conflicts with others. But the ultimate outcome is, the strong survive. If you're weak, just wait to be crushed by the other side. What should I do next? Yiang pondered how he should face the storm from the Bai family next. The Xianming Pavilion's banner is finally going to come into play. Yiang pondered. This time, the situation was somewhat unusual. Although he killed Bai Tingyu in full view of everyone, it was precisely because of this that the matter would be easier to handle. Swish! Just because everyone saw that Bai Tingyu was the one who attacked him first. Moreover, from the surface, there seemed to be no reason at all. Others had no idea why Bai Tingyu made a move. They only saw Bai Tingyu suddenly launch an attack, intending to kill him. Yiang was forced to fight back, and only then did he kill Bai Tingyu. In this way, Yiang stood on the moral high ground. Could it be that you want to kill me, but won't allow me to fight back? Let's go. Where in the world is there such reasoning? Even if this matter were to reach the Bai family, they probably wouldn't have much to say about it. If your skills are inferior and you get killed, who can you blame? Moreover, Xianming Pavilion cannot simply stand by and let itself be targeted by the Bai family. This time, I was completing a task for Xianming Pavilion when I was unreasonably provoked. Now that something has happened, did your Xianming Pavilion hide away, ignoring the lives of your subordinates, acting like a coward? If Xianming Pavilion really does this, it will probably become the laughingstock of the entire Yuming city. Who would dare to rely on Xianming Pavilion then? The impact of this is too great. All these reasons are why Yiang chose to decisively kill Bai Tingyu in Icewind Valley. He could eliminate the one hunting him while also using Xianming Pavilion to suppress the matter. A win-win situation. Why wouldn't Yiang be happy to do so? Brother Yi. At this moment, Song Xiaotian spoke up, interrupting Yiang's thoughts. Yiang looked at him in confusion. Song Xiaotian grinned and said, "There's a post station of our Xianming Pavilion up ahead. Let's stop and take a break. I'm tired." Hearing this, Yiang thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. There were still 7,000 or 8,000 miles to travel back to Yuming City. Moreover, Song Xiaotian had been trapped in Icewind Valley for so long that his energy and spirit were already utterly exhausted. It was indeed time to rest. Even Yiang, after being out for such a long time, felt a bit tired. Heading to the post station to rest for a night and setting off the next day would be good. Post station. A type of temporary stopover point established in the wilderness. You can enter it for a brief rest. Some powerful factions, if conditions allow, will set up such stations in the wild for the strong members of their forces to rest. At the same time, the stations also serve as intelligence gathering points. The collected intelligence is sent back to headquarters daily, serving multiple purposes. Xianming Pavilion, as a top-tier force in Nether City, naturally established numerous relay stations in the wilderness. Ghostfire Relay Station. It is a small relay station set up on Ghostfire Mountain. Several people are stationed here year-round, rotating continuously. Outside the Ghostfire station, there stood a withered tree, with a few yellowed leaves hanging on its branches, swaying and falling with the wind. Underneath this tree, 2 people were playing chess. A yellowed leaf drifted down and landed right on the chessboard, blocking one of the pieces. The person picked up the yellowed leaf, smiled, and looked at the person sitting across, saying, "Brother Zhang Gang, how long have you been at Ghostfire Station?" Hearing this, Zhang Gang let out a bitter laugh, placed a piece on the chessboard, and said, "It's been almost half a month already. However, my duty term ends tomorrow, and I can return to Nether City." Sunjua complained, "People like us, silver stewards, really have it tough. It's just slightly stronger than those bronze deacons. Both of them are silver deacons, responsible for guarding the Ghostfire Station. Although Ghostfire Mountain is not too dangerous, it still requires at least a second turn level 50 or above silver deacon to guard it. In addition, apart from the 2 responsible for security, there are also several service staff managing the daily affairs at the Ghostfire Station." The 2, feeling bored, played chess to pass the time. Otherwise, it would be extremely hard to endure in this silent Ghostfire Mountain. Zhang Gang nodded, deeply agreeing. Some time ago, after arriving at Nether City with Yiang to report in, he was sent out on a mission. The task is to guard this Ghostfire post for half a month. Once the time is up, you can return. After Zhang placed a piece, he suddenly thought of someone and muttered to himself, "I wonder how Yiang is doing now. It's been half a month, and that kid hasn't sent any news at all." Zhang Gang stroked his chin. Yiang
Yiang had just joined the Xianming Pavilion and was merely a bronze deacon.
In the Xianming Pavilion, the days of a bronze deacon were not easy at all.
Some of the tough tasks that silver deacons were unwilling to do would fall on their shoulders.
Yisheng is probably sent out on a mission too,
Zheng Gang speculated. In the past half-month he had contacted Yisheng several times but received no response. He guessed that Yisheng must be extremely busy and couldn't spare the time to reply to his messages. Sun Zhuo said, "Brother Zheng Gang, you're somewhat better off having Elder Jiang. How is your backing? Many tough tasks won't fall on your shoulders. I'm different. The next mission will probably be another life or death situation."
Zheng Gang chuckled upon hearing this.
Anywhere you go, having a backer and not having one are two completely different things. With a backer, many things become easier, especially when there are benefits to be had. You're among the first to enjoy them.
But without any backing, it's a completely different story.
You're the first to take on any dangerous task. Even if you die, no one will stand up for you. The difference is immense, and Zhang Gang deeply understands this. Zhang Hao, as a third-turn Ghost General Realm expert, holds the esteemed position of an elder in the Xianming Pavilion, enjoying a notable status. With his backing, Zhang Gang has been much more at ease.
At this moment, many silver stewards within the Xianming Pavilion envy him for this.
If I could find a fourth-turn Ghost Sect Realm expert as a patron in the future, it would be even better.
Zheng Gang thought to himself, Zhang Hao is my old classmate.
Zheng Gang looked proud, with a hint of boasting.
Sun Zhuo indeed showed a look of envy. I really envy you, having such a powerful classmate as your backing.
The two chatted casually while continuing to play chess. Have you heard? Not long ago, 4 silver deacons fell all at once. Sun Zhuo loved gossip. He often enjoyed browsing news in the internal group of Xianming Pavilion during his free time.
Zheng Gang looked shocked. 4 silver deacons died all at once? He found it somewhat unbelievable.
A silver deacon is at least a level 50 second tier powerhouse. How could they fall so easily? It's even rarer for 4 silver deacons to fall at the same time.
Unless they encountered a war between factions.
Yeah, only then would a large number of silver deacons fall. On ordinary days, it is rare to see a silver deacon fall. Those who can become silver deacons are already highly experienced and often avoid dangerous places.
When did it happen?
Where?
Zheng asked curiously. It is said to be in Icewind Valley. The news has just come out, and there is no definite information yet.
Sun Zhuo said, Icewind Valley? That's a perilous place for level 72nd tier players. What are these 4 silver deacons doing in such a place?
Are they not afraid of dying?
The Nether Ghost domain has too many dangerous places. Although they are silver deacons above level 50 in the 2nd tier, they really don't count for much in the Nether Ghost domain. Rushing in recklessly still makes it easy to lose one's life. Sun Zhuo said, sometimes, you just can't help it. While the two were talking, Sun Zhuo received a message. He opened the message and was immediately startled. He hurriedly looked up at Zhang Gang and said,
Brother Zhang Gang, quickly make preparations.
A golden deacon is about to pass through our ghost fire station. Accompanying them is a young master from the Xianming Pavilion.
These two are not people we can afford to offend. The golden deacon is coming? Zhang Gang was stunned upon hearing this. A desolate place like Ghost Fire Station would actually have a golden deacon passing through.
Then, before the two had time to notify the service staff at the station, they saw a ghostly mist ship flying toward them from the distant sky. Sun Zhuo saw the ghostly mist ship, his expression flustered, and said, it's too late, we should go and greet it first, so as not to be seen by this lord as disrespectful.
That makes sense, let's go greet it and make sure we show proper decorum.
Zhang Gang found it quite reasonable and nodded in agreement. The two stepped forward and stood in front of the ghost fire station, standing solemnly with both hands, gazing respectfully at the ghost mist ship flying toward them.
In the air, Brother Yi, up ahead is the ghost fire station of Ghostfire Mountain. Song Xiaotian looked excited, sitting on the deck of the ghost mist ship and looking down at the mountains below.
In the ghostly mist of Ghostfire Mountain, an ancient and weathered post station stood, with a withered old tree in front of its door.
Yisheng said, it's getting dark. We'll rest here for the night and set off for Nether City tomorrow. One night is enough. Song Xiaotian nodded in satisfaction.
Everyone here is a cultivator. A night's rest is enough to restore peak energy.
He was already extremely satisfied. Thank you, Brother Yi. Song Xiaotian expressed his gratitude to Yisheng with great politeness.
The speed of the ghost mist ship was also extremely fast, cutting through the sky and arriving in the blink of an eye. It quickly reached the sky above the ghost fire station and then slowly descended. In front of the ghost fire station, Sun Zhuan and Zhang Gang looked up, watching the ghost mist ship descend toward the ghost fire station. The hull of the ghost fog ship is shrouded in dense mist, making it impossible to see the figures on board.
Sun Zhuo's expression was filled with excitement. A golden deacon arrived at the station he was guarding.
This was a great opportunity to curry favor. If done well, he might be able to ingratiate himself with this golden deacon. Sun Zhuo endured the hardships of having no backing and racked his brains to try to gain the favor of a prominent figure. Zhang Gang shook his head helplessly. Beside him, Zhang Gang's expression remained relatively calm. He had Zhang Hao as his backing and no longer needed to curry favor with others. Unless it was
was a powerful figure at the fourth turn ghost sect realm. But Zheng Gang's expression was extremely respectful.
The Golden Deacon holds a much higher status in the Xianming Pavilion compared to the Silver Deacon, being a second-turn consummate realm expert, not someone to offend lightly.
Second-turn consummate realm, ha!
Zheng Gang looked at the ghostly mist ship gradually descending, his face full of emotion. Once upon a time, Zheng Gang had always hoped to reach the pinnacle of the second transformation, but it was too difficult. After reaching level 50 in the second transformation, even leveling up by one level would take several years. To leap across 50 levels and achieve the pinnacle of the second transformation would require an extremely long time. Without special opportunities, it might take a lifetime to accumulate enough. The ghostly mist ship descended from the sky, and the eerie fog enveloping the hull slowly dissipated. Then, two figures stepped down from the deck.
"Greetings, my lord."
Sun Zhuo and Zhang Gang bowed their heads, not raising them immediately to look. Yisheng stepped off the ghost mist ship, glanced at the simple ghost fire station, and then fixed his gaze on the two silver deacons. Yisheng knew that every station had silver deacons stationed there, but when he got a clear look at one of the two silver deacons, Yisheng couldn't help but be stunned.
"Zhang Gang?"
Yisheng exclaimed in surprise, not expecting to encounter Zhang Gang, whom he hadn't seen for half a month, in such a place. Zhang Gang was puzzled. The golden deacon in front of him actually called out his name, and the voice sounded somewhat familiar.
He instinctively looked up. "Yisheng?"
Zhang Gang looked up, and when he saw clearly that it was Yisheng, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. His body staggered, almost falling to the ground. He never expected that the person standing in front of him would be Yisheng.
"What golden deacon?"
Sun Zhuo looked at the two, puzzled. The appearance of these two clearly indicated they knew each other.
More than just knowing each other.
Zheng Gang smiled bitterly and continued, "Brother Sun Zhuo, I fear we might have been waiting for the wrong person. My brother Yisheng here is merely a bronze deacon.
The person we are waiting for is likely someone else."
Zheng Gang finished speaking and relaxed completely. He had thought that the person coming off the ghost mist ship was a golden deacon.
"It's here." Unexpectedly, it turned out to be Yisheng.
And that ghost mist ship should belong to the young man next to him.
With Yisheng's financial strength, how could he afford such a flying magical artifact? Ha!
Sun Zhuo was stunned upon hearing this.
"Got the wrong person? How could that be? Are you sure?" Sun Zhuo asked. Zhang Gang was absolutely certain. He waved his hand casually and said, "Sure, he's not the person we're waiting for." "What are you talking about?" Song Xiaotian couldn't stand it anymore and looked at Zhang Gang and Sun Zhuo with a puzzled expression.
These two silver stewards are really strange. Muttering mysteriously, they were actually saying that they were not the ones the two were waiting for.
"Isn't this looking down on people? Who are you looking down on?" Thinking of this, Song Xiaotian felt a bit angry.
He straightened his chest and glanced sideways at Sun Zhuo and Zhang Gang, saying, "Hey, the message about your reception was sent to you by me through Xianming Pavilion.
The people you're waiting for are me and Brother Yi. And also, Brother Yi is not some bronze deacon as you claim." Song Xiaotian looked at Zheng Gang with a warning expression. This person actually insulted Brother Yi.
He even said Brother Yi is a bronze deacon.
Whoosh! Is there really such a powerful bronze deacon in this world? Unbelievable. Brother Zheng Gang, what on earth is going on?
Sun Zhuo was completely confused. Zheng Gang was also a bit dazed. He looked at Song Xiaotian, then turned to Yisheng, his eyes full of confusion. Yisheng saw this and let out a bitter laugh, knowing he needed to explain. At this moment, he had restrained his aura, making it impossible for Zheng Gang to see through him with his cultivation level.
"Zheng Gang, the person you're waiting for is indeed me."
As Yisheng spoke, he no longer restrained the aura of his second-turn perfected realm cultivation and slowly released it. As Yisheng's aura was released, the few people present immediately felt as if a massive mountain was pressing down on them.
It is indeed the aura of the second transformation at the perfect stage.
Sun Zhuo's eyes flickered. Although he didn't know what was going on with Zhang Gang, he no longer had any doubts and respectfully addressed him. "Sir." Zhang Gang felt the aura emanating from Yisheng, and his eyes instantly widened to the extreme, almost causing his eyeballs to pop out of their sockets.
He stammered incoherently. "How is that possible? Yisheng, when did you advance to the second turn perfected realm?" Zhang Gang was dumbfounded.
His head buzzed incessantly, and his heart felt as if it were being struck by raging waves. He clearly remembered that when he first met Yisheng had just stepped into the second turn Ghostmaster realm.
"You know each other? How did it suddenly advance to the second stage of perfection? Could it be that I woke up too abruptly and am still dreaming?"
Zhang Gang patted his cheeks, and waves of pain surged, making it feel like he wasn't dreaming.
"But all of this feels too unreal." To the side,
Sun Zhuo ignored the frantic Zhang Gang, looked at Yisheng with a face full of smiles, and extended his hand in invitation. "My lord, please enter the post station." Yisheng glanced at Zhang Gang, knowing he wouldn't be able to process it for a while, so he paid him no further attention. Under Sun Zhuo's greeting, he led Song Xiaotian toward the Ghostfire post station. Zhang Gang followed behind in a daze.
That night, a faint light glimmered in the Ghostfire Inn.
In the main hall, there were over a dozen tables set up for dining. On one of the tables, Zhang Gang was still sitting there with a bewildered expression. Beside him, only Sun Zhuo was accompanying him.
Brother Zhang Gang, do you really know this golden deacon?
Sun Zhuo was somewhat incredulous. This brother Zhang Gang really knows quite a few powerful figures. It's one thing to know Elder Jiang Hao, who was at the third turn Ghost General realm, but now there's also a golden deacon. Sun Zhuo was secretly envied.
Yes, I know.
Zhang Gang nodded woodenly, still unable to accept in such a short time that Yiang had surpassed him and become a golden deacon. Sun Zhuo glanced around and whispered, I heard he just returned from Icewind Valley.
Icewind Valley? Zhang Gang asked in confusion. What about it? You don't know yet?
Sun Zhuo widened his eyes. Something major has happened in Icewind Valley, and it might be related to this person.
What major event happened in Icewind Valley?
Zhang Gang turned his head and looked at him.
Sun Zhuo widened his eyes and said, You don't know yet, do you?
Just a short while ago, a brutal battle broke out in Icewind Valley. Dozens of the Bai family's consecrated elders were all slaughtered. Also, the 4 silver deacons I mentioned to you before who died. It happened in Icewind Valley.
Dozens of the Bai family's consecrated members died? Zhang Gang was stunned upon hearing this.
Those who can become consecrated members of the Bai family are all second-turn Ghost Master Realm experts.
Dozens of second-turn Ghost Master Realm experts being slaughtered at once is indeed big news.
Sun Zhuo immediately said, the slaughter of dozens of consecrated ones is just a minor issue. There's something even more shocking.
Something even more shocking? Zhang Gang was dumbfounded.
Sun Zhuo glanced around before approaching Zhang Gang closely and lowering his voice to say,
Bai Tingyu has been killed.
This person was one of the core members of the Bai family, yet he was mercilessly slaughtered in Icewind Valley.
What?
Zhang Gang was shocked, his eyes suddenly narrowing.
Who did this?
As soon as he asked this question, he couldn't help but look up at a guest room, trembling as he pointed towards it and said,
You don't mean it was him, do you? Precisely, this esteemed golden deacon.
Sun Zhuo nodded, looking at the guest room with lingering fear. Slaughtering dozens of second-turn Ghost Master Realm experts, such an achievement is not something just anyone can have. Not only does it require immense strength, but also, one must be a madman.
Zhang Gang was incoherent.
He looked up at the guest room, as if getting to know Yiang all over again. This man could definitely be called a god of slaughter. The scent of blood lingered on his hands. Sun Zhuo patted Zhang Gang's shoulder and said, knowing such a friend, you can't tell whether it's a blessing or a curse.
Zhang Gang was speechless. The next morning,
after a full night's rest, Yiang and Song Xiaotian shook off their previous fatigue and regained their energetic demeanor, especially Song Xiaotian, who regained the vibrant energy that young people should have. In front of Ghost Fire Station, Yiang and Song Xiaotian boarded the Ghost Mist ship.
This time, there was one more person. Zhang Gang chose to accompany the two and return to Nether City. The days of his duty have just ended, and he can return now.
Taking Yiang's Ghost Mist ship will save a lot of effort. Take care, sir. Sun Zhuo's face was full of smiles as he cupped his hands toward Yiang.
A moment later,
the Ghost Mist ship soared into the sky and headed toward the distant horizon.
Phew! Finally sent off this plague god.
Seeing the Ghost Mist ship leave, Sun Zhuo instead let out a sigh of relief. He originally intended to flatter Yiang, as befriending a golden deacon would naturally be advantageous. But ever since he heard about Yiang's actions in Icewind Valley, he immediately abandoned that idea.
This is indeed a god of slaughter.
But after causing such a catastrophic disaster in Icewind Valley, whether he can survive is another matter. So many members of the Bai family were slaughtered, it's obvious they won't let this go easily.
At this moment, clinging to Yiang, isn't this courting death? Actively get involved in this storm vortex?
Sun Zhuo, is not that foolish.
This matter has blown up.
Sun Zhuo shook his head, glanced at the ghostly mist ship departing in the distance, and turned back to the Ghost Fire Inn. In the air, the Ghost Fog ship was advancing at a speed of 850 kilometers per hour. On the deck, Yiang sat cross-legged, dressed in white. Beside him were Song Xiaotian and Zhang Gang. Zhang Gang, looking at Yiang, who seemed like a completely different person, still felt somewhat unaccustomed.
Yiang, why did Bai Tingyu suddenly make a move against you? Zhang Gang asked curiously. Just now.
Zhang Gang still couldn't suppress the curiosity in his heart and brought up the matter of Icewind Valley, wanting to confirm if it was Yiang's doing. Yiang then smiled and explained the entire process to him without hiding anything. After hearing everything, Zhang Gang, though amazed by Yiang's incredible strength being able to control 10 third-turn Ghost General level fierce ghosts with such a heaven-defying method, still couldn't understand why Bai Tingyu would inexplicably attack Yiang. Yiang shook his head, naturally unwilling to reveal the reason behind it. His identity could not be exposed yet, for once it was revealed, the Xianming Pavilion will then consider this a personal vendetta between me and the Bai family, giving them a reason not to protect me. By not revealing my identity, I remain a golden steward of the Xianming Pavilion. It was in the course of working for the Xianming Pavilion that the conflict with the Bai family arose. The Xianming Pavilion will have no choice but to protect me. Not sure. Maybe only Bai Tingyu himself knows. After speaking, Yiang smiled. That's really strange. Zhang Gang scratched his head and said, said, however, the next matter might be a bit troublesome. If the Bai family pursues this, we still don't know how the senior members of Xianming Pavilion will view this situation.
Yiang nodded. Although his plan was perfect, it ultimately depended on the opinion of the senior members of the Xianming Pavilion.
If the senior members of the Xianming Pavilion disregarded the consequences and insisted on handing him over to the Bai family to appease their anger, all his plans would be in vain. Song Xiaotian patted his chest and said, Brother Yi, the Xianming Pavilion definitely won't do such a thing.
Taking a step back, isn't my grandfather still around? Who is your grandfather? Zheng Gang asked curiously.
He had always known that Song Xiaotian's identity was not simple, but Zheng Gang was not entirely clear about his background.
Song Tianhui is my grandfather, Song Xiaotian said with a proud expression. Song Tianhui? A fourth-turn ghost sect realm expert of the Xianming Pavilion? Zheng Gang was stunned upon hearing this. Half a day later, with the ghost fog ship as transportation, the speed was incredibly fast. In just half a day, the majestic and grand city walls of Netherworld City were already in sight. The city walls of Netherworld City resembled a massive mountain, pitch black as ink, inscribed with countless formation runes, making it impossible for any ghostly beings to step into the city. Whoosh! Yi Shang and the other two arrived aboard the ghost fog ship. Arriving at a grand city like Netherworld City, all kinds of luxurious flying magical treasures could be seen everywhere. The ghost mist ship appeared extremely shabby in comparison, utterly unpresentable. Yi Shang even saw a 100-meter-long ghost dragon soaring across the sky, heading toward Netherworld City. Atop the ghost dragon's head stood a formidable expert exuding a powerful aura. At least a fourth-rank ghost sect realm expert. Yi Shang shook his head, feeling that he still resembled a country bumpkin, with a long road ahead of him. Soon, after reaching a spot not far from the city gate, Yi Shang put away the ghost mist boat. Upon arriving at Netherworld City, if one dares to ride a flying magical treasure into the city, they will only be shot down by the guards on the city walls with crossbows. The guards on the city wall, even the weakest, are at the second-tier ghost master realm. There are even quite a few third-tier ghost generals patrolling. Unless you are at the fifth-tier ghost king realm, only then can you disregard the defensive forces of Nether City and enter by flying without restraint. Otherwise, you can only obediently walk into Nether City on foot. Let's go! Yi Shang landed and led the two through the gates of Netherworld City. Entering this grand city, Yi Shang felt a bit emotional. The last time he left Netherworld City, he had just stepped into the second-rank Ghostmaster realm. Now, upon his return, he had already reached the peak of the second rank, Xianming Tower, towering over 100 floors high. Various luxury cars were parked in front of the building, with many upper-class individuals and white-collar workers coming and going. Even more so, it was filled with the powerful figures of Xianming Pavilion. Yi Shang entered the tower with Song Xiaotian and Zhang Gang. In the lobby on the first floor of the building, people came and went, with experts visible everywhere, including some third-turn ghost general realm powerhouses passing by. After Yi Shang stepped into the lobby, he unexpectedly attracted quite a few gazes. Isn't he that Yi Shang? In the lobby, many people stopped in their tracks and looked toward Yi Shang. Someone recognized him. That's right, it's him. I checked our Xianming Pavilion's internal records, and the photo matches him. Hey, this guy is a killing god. Incredible. I like his personality. You like him? He's caused big trouble, someone sneered. This golden deacon really dares to do anything. He actually slaughtered dozens of the Bai family's worshippers, plus a core member. People are talking. Apparently, the events in Icewind Valley have already reached Xianming Pavilion, and it's causing quite a stir. It seems the entire Xianming Pavilion knows about it. Some, however, are focusing on Yi Shang's strength. This person is a rare second-turn invincible realm expert. Someone looked serious, carefully observing Yi Shang, as if they were looking at some rare species. Invincible realm. It is both a description of a level of cultivation and a form of respect. Only because too few people can reach this level. It's just too difficult. Who dares to call themselves invincible? But once you reach this level, you possess invincible means. Such second-turn invincible realm prodigies, even in a first-class force like the Xianming Pavilion, are only a handful. Pitifully few. Now, the Xianming Pavilion has gained another, Yi Shang. It's hard not to become famous. It is said that this person's invincible technique is commanding 10 third-turn ghost general realm fierce ghosts. Hiss. Is that for real? Controlling third-turn ghost entities at the second turn is already outrageous, and they can command 10 of them? Someone's eyes widened. If it's true, it can indeed be called an invincible realm, and even those few in the invincible realm may not be his match. Someone gasped in shock. Commanding 10 third-turn ghost general level fierce ghosts, this ability is truly heaven-defying. No wonder he could easily crush a master like Bai Tingyu and slaughter dozens of the Bai family's enshrined experts. Indeed, he has such strength. Zheng Gang listened to the discussions around him. Standing behind Yi Shang, he couldn't help but show a look of envy as he gazed at Yi Shang's back. The invincible realm. Although it's just the second-turn invincible realm, it is still the invincible realm. If he could achieve such an accomplishment, it would be enough for Zheng Gang to brag about for a lifetime.
lifetime. Especially in the classmates group, he could hold his head high with pride.
Unfortunately, Jiang Gang felt he didn't have such talent. Brother Yi, it seems you've already made a name for yourself in the Xianning Pavilion. Song Xiaotian listened to the discussions around him, feeling excited and happy for Yi Shang.
At the same time, he urged himself to reach the heights of Brother Yi in the future.
Second turn invincible realm. He could definitely do it too. After all, he possesses an S-class profession. Even his grandfather, Song Tianhui, has high hopes for him. Yi Shang listened to the discussions around him, but he frowned. He didn't want to become the center of attention. This was inconsistent with his usual low-key style. In addition, killing Bai Tingyu and slaughtering dozens of Bai family's retainers seems to be more serious than he had imagined. Yi Shang lifted his foot and walked into the Xianning building. Upon returning to Xianning Pavilion, Jiang Gang left. Let's go.
Yi Shang safely escorted Song Xiaotian back, successfully completing the mission.
Received 3,000 contribution points.
For the next 3 days, Yi Shang stayed in the residence allocated by Xianning Pavilion to refine his cultivation. At the same time, he kept an eye on the developments in Icewind Valley. Just as Yi Shang had expected, the Bai family did not let the matter rest. Instead, they aggressively pressured the Xianning Pavilion to hand over the person. The Xianning Pavilion was divided into 2 factions regarding this matter.
One faction chose to firmly protect Yi Shang and angrily rebuked the Bai family.
The reasoning was very simple. Yi Shang had a conflict with the Bai family while carrying out a mission for the Xianning Pavilion.
Moreover, it was Bai Tingyu who unreasonably made the first move against Yi Shang. This is evident to all.
Not only did over 50 silver stewards witness it, but even the people from the Guyu Tower saw it. It was later confirmed, and the Bai family had no argument. In this situation, if they handed the person over,
where would the reputation of the Xianning Pavilion go? Would anyone dare to seek refuge with the Xianning Pavilion in the future?
The Li Bao faction not only believes that the person cannot be handed over, but also demands accountability from the Bai family.
Why did Bai Tingyu attack their Xianning Pavilion's golden deacon without cause? The Bai family must provide an explanation.
The other faction, unable to withstand the Bai family's pressure, believes it's not worth clashing with the Bai family over a golden deacon. Having a feud with the Bai family will cause great losses to the Xianning Pavilion.
Even, the external members of the Xianning Pavilion might be hunted down by the Bai family.
By then, the sacrifice won't just be a single golden deacon. For 3 whole days, the 2 factions argued incessantly, but no conclusion was reached.
The pressure from the Bai family was becoming increasingly urgent.
No matter what, Yi Shang had already become a well-known and prominent figure in the Xianning Pavilion. In the room, Yi Shang felt slightly stifled. He got up and walked to the window, looking at the scenery outside. He really disliked the feeling of the situation being out of his control, especially when his own life and death had to be decided by others.
My strength is still too weak.
Yi Shang's gaze flickered as he looked out the window. Although he currently possesses the strength of the second transformation's perfect realm, he still feels like an ant when facing a behemoth like the Bai family. If it weren't for the Xianning Pavilion standing in the way, the other party could easily crush him to death. I still need to undergo tribulation as soon as possible and step into the third transformation ghost general realm. That's the true path. After a long while, Yi Shang exhaled a turbid breath. This time relying on the Xianning Pavilion is merely a temporary measure. Not to mention whether the current crisis can be overcome. Even if it is, it won't last long.
Only by becoming strong oneself is the true principle.
At this moment, the door was knocked from the outside. Yi Shang collected his thoughts, making himself appear a bit more composed. Thud, thud, thud. His personality had been like this in his previous life. The greater the pressure, the more he concealed his emotions, unwilling to let others notice.
Please come in.
Creak. The door was pushed open from the outside. The first to walk in was Jiang Gang. Over the past 3 days, Jiang Gang had almost come by every day, worrying himself sick over Yi Shang's matters and trying every possible solution. This deeply moved Yi Shang. In contrast, the other members of the Xianning Pavilion had been avoiding him as much as possible, fearing they might get involved in any trouble.
Yi Shang, look who I brought.
Jiang Gang chuckled and stepped aside to reveal the person behind him.
Jiang Hao?
Yi Shang turned to look upon hearing this, and the person standing behind Jiang Gang was indeed Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao saw Yi Shang inside. Of course, he knew about Yi Shang's situation, and he originally didn't plan to get involved. After all, Yi Shang was just a friend Jiang Gang had met on the road, and it had little to do with him. Moreover, this time Yi Shang's situation was particularly tricky. But after 3 days of being unable to resist Jiang Gang's persistent persuasion, he finally came to meet Yi Shang. You truly surprise me. Jiang Hao sat across from Yi Shang, looking at him with a complex expression. When first meeting Yi Shang, he was merely a cultivator who had just stepped into the second-turn Ghostmaster realm. He was completely disregarded.
But how many days have passed?
Yi Shang has transformed and already become a second-turn perfection realm expert. To be precise, it should be a second-turn invincible realm expert. Even he was envious of the ghost control technique. For a second-turn cultivator to command 10 third-turn ghost general realm fierce ghosts ghosts. This method is somewhat defying the heavens. However, this also explains why Yi Shang was able to reach the second turn perfection realm in such a short time.
No, with 10 third turn ghost general realm fierce ghosts, the leveling up speed is naturally very fast.
In the past few days, many experts in the Xianning Pavilion have frequently discussed this point. Nearby, Zheng Gang listened to Jiang Hao's words with a complicated expression.
Just lucky, Yi Shang smiled.
He actually had plenty of trump cards, far more than just a mere spirit summoning technique.
Jiang Hao asked, is your ghost control technique a secret art? Secret art, different from skills. Arcane arts can be learned by everyone.
The reason Jiang Hao asked this was to find out whether Yi Shang's ghost controlling technique was an arcane art or a professional skill.
If it's an arcane art,
as long as Yi Shang is willing to hand it over, it is entirely possible to have many big shots from the Xianning Pavilion step in to protect him.
Even the Bai family won't be able to do anything. But if it's a professional skill, then there's no way.
Everyone knows that professional skills cannot be taught.
To be honest, even Jiang Hao was extremely envious of Yi Shang's ghost controlling technique.
Jiang Hao did not speak explicitly, only looking at Yi Shang with a profound and reserved expression. When Yi Shang sought his gaze, he naturally understood what he meant. Not to mention that summoning spirits and dispatching generals is his professional skill. Even if it were some kind of secret technique, he couldn't possibly hand it over to get through this crisis.
Sorry, it's my professional skill.
Yi Shang spread his hands. Jiang Hao stared at Yi Shang for 2 seconds, then let out a dejected sigh. He could tell Yi Shang wasn't lying.
That ghost controlling technique is indeed a professional skill. There's nothing that can be done about it. Professional skills cannot be passed on. Even killing Yi Shang would be useless.
This undoubtedly also extinguished the thoughts of the experts in the Xianning Pavilion.
Jiang Hao coughed lightly and got back to the point, saying, Yi Shang, your situation is very tricky. I can only promise to do my best to mediate for you, but whether it will succeed depends on your fate.
Yi Shang smiled faintly, not taking it seriously. Jiang Hao, to put it bluntly, was just an elder of the Xianning Pavilion. His influence was limited and couldn't sway the decisions of the higher-ups in the Xianning Pavilion. Now it's already quite good that the other party has this intention. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, he got up and took his leave.
Thank you.
Zheng Gang opened his mouth slightly and said helplessly, Yi Shang, this is the best I can do. Zheng Gang felt a bit ashamed. With his abilities, this was all he could achieve. Yi Shang patted his shoulder and smiled. I owe you one for this.
The next 2 days, the Bai family exerted even more pressure, demanding the Xianning Pavilion hand over the person.
The senior members of the Xianning Pavilion were also in endless debate, unable to make a decision.
Just as everyone was feeling anxious, something unexpected happened. A big shot from the Xianning Pavilion stepped forward, determined to protect Yi Shang, absolutely refusing to hand him over to the Bai family. This person is none other than Song Xiaotian's grandfather, Song Tianhui, a fourth-turn ghost sect realm expert from the Xianning Pavilion. Song Tianhui's stance undoubtedly settled this matter. The two factions immediately fell silent. Song Tianhui was originally one of the senior members of the Xianning Pavilion.
With him speaking up as a guarantor, everyone would naturally give him some face. The reason some people agreed to hand over Yi Shang earlier was simply because Yi Shang was just a young man with no background, someone dispensable to the Xianning Pavilion. But now that a senior member is willing to step forward as a guarantor, the situation immediately changes.
However, although Song Tianhui stepped in to protect Yi Shang,
it was only limited to ensuring that Yi Shang would not be handed over. He could only guarantee Yi Shang's safety within the Xianning Pavilion, but could not truly resolve the enmity between him and the Bai family. If Yi Shang were to leave the Xianning Pavilion, he would still be hunted by the Bai family.
This, even Song Tianhui has no way to handle it.
Although he is a fourth-turn ghost sect realm expert, the Bai family also has experts of this level. Even with his reputation, it's impossible to make the Bai family compromise.
Sure enough, afterward, the Bai family released a statement.
With extreme sarcasm, they said, unless Yi Shang acts like a cowardly turtle and hides in the Xianning Pavilion for his entire life without coming out to face people, the moment he steps out of the Xianning Pavilion, even half a step, will be the time he meets his end without a burial place. Xianming Building, inside a high-standard lounge. An elderly man with white hair sat on the sofa, leisurely watching TV and switching channels with the remote control in his hand. The old man appeared amiable, his aura calm and steady, giving no indication that he was a fourth-turn ghost sect realm expert.
Grandpa, please think of another way. We can't let Brother Yi be trapped in the Xianming Pavilion for the rest of his life, can we? Song Xiaotian shook Song Tianhui's body, persistently trying to persuade him.
Yi Shang's matter seemed to be resolved, yet also seemed unresolved.
Song Xiaotian felt somewhat unwilling to accept it.
Song Tianhui, feeling dizzy from being shaken, smiled wryly and said, Xiaotian, being able to protect him and not hand him over to the Bai family is already the limit of what Grandpa can do. As for the Bai family of Xianming Pavilion wanting to hunt him down, there's nothing I can do about it.
Even if I step in to mediate, the Bai family wouldn't give this old man any face. How could that be?
You are a 4th turn ghost sect realm expert. The Bai family will definitely give you face.
Song Xiaotian was unwilling to give up. In his view, there was nothing his grandfather couldn't accomplish. Grandfather was a 4th turn ghost sect realm expert.
Song Tianhui smiled bitterly, feeling it was necessary to explain the seriousness of this matter to his grandson.
Xiaotian, this time the one killed was Bai Tingyu, one of the core figures of the Bai family. With such a person dead, how could the Bai family possibly let it go? Wouldn't they care about their reputation?
Unless a 5th turn ghost king realm expert steps in, otherwise, no one's influence would work. As soon as he heard that this matter required a 5th turn ghost king realm expert to intervene, Song Xiaotian immediately fell silent.
5th turn ghost king realm? How could he possibly invite such a level of powerhouse? The Xianming pavilion does have two, but they are both ancestor level figures. Just kidding, how could we bother them over something like this? Song Xiaotian looked like a deflated balloon, his face falling as he dejectedly said, is there really no way? Brother Yi only got into this situation because he was trying to save me.
It's my fault for dragging him into this.
Song Tianhui said, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have stepped forward. But if I continue to intervene, it will mean an endless feud with the Bai family. By then, even your grandfather might fall.
Speaking seriously, Song Tianhui said, don't underestimate the Bai family. As a top-tier force, the Bai family not only has experts at the 5th turn ghost king realm, there are quite a few strong individuals at the 4th turn ghost sect realm.
Your grandpa here still can't shake such a powerful family clan. Song Tianhui sighed and said, as long as this kid stays in the Xianming pavilion, his life will be safe.
When more time has passed, things might take a turn for the better.
The Bai family can't keep watching him forever. Song Tianhui picked up the remote control and continued switching TV channels. Song Xiaotian looked helpless upon hearing this. After listening to Grandpa Song Tianhui's analysis, it seems this matter can only be handled this way. It's just unfortunate for Brother Yi. He will probably have to stay in the Xianming pavilion and won't be able to go out in the future. We can only hope that the Bai family will forget about this matter. But everyone knows how difficult that is. It's even impossible. Xianming building, 46th floor. Inside an office. Zhang Gang paced back and forth. Is there really no way at all?
Zhang Hao shook his head. This is already the best outcome. As long as he stays in the Xianming pavilion, his life will not be in danger. With time, the Bai family might stop paying attention to him.
Besides this, there is no other way. Zhang Hao's viewpoint was surprisingly consistent with Song Tianhui's.
Zhang Gang sighed. This is as much as I can help him. Zhang Hao smiled and said, I'll be going out for a while soon. Be careful in the Xianming pavilion on your own.
You're going out? Where to? Zhang Gang was taken aback.
Zhang Hao nodded. I need to make a trip to the ancient land.
A lot has been happening over there recently. Xianming pavilion wants to transfer me over to provide support. The ancient land. Zhang Gang took a deep breath upon hearing this. If one were to ask where the most dangerous place in the netherworld ghost domain is, it must be the ancient land.
Such places are generally only accessible to 3rd turn powerhouses. Of course, there are also quite a few 2nd turn cultivators who venture there to seek fortune. If luck is on their side, they might obtain great treasures in the ancient land. This treasure refers to legendary equipment.
The ancient land has another name, the land of ancient treasures, because the probability of obtaining high-grade equipment there is extremely high. Even the legendary equipment with an extremely low drop rate is frequently dropped in the ancient land. Even red mythic grade equipment can appear. It has attracted countless experts to go there. Zhang Gang said, I heard that Shangguaning is in the ancient land. Mentioning Shangguaning, Zhang Hao's expression was complex. Shangguaning, one of their classmates,
one of the few who advanced to the 4th turn ghost sect realm,
gifted with extraordinary talent, possesses extremely formidable combat strength.
During her time at school, she was not only the class beauty but also one of the school beauties.
Undoubtedly a prominent figure. Even Jiang Hao could only look up to Shangguaning. Yes, she is also in the ancient land.
Jiang Hao's gaze was complicated. He had always wanted to catch up with Shangguanying's pace, but advancing to the 4th turn ghost sect realm was too difficult.
As hard as ascending to the heavens.
Especially the 4th lightning tribulation, which is a near-death experience.
Just as the two were talking, a figure hurriedly entered the office.
Elder Jiang, something major has happened. This person was Jiang Hao's assistant, who entered the office and said anxiously.
Jiang Hao frowned. What's the rush? Speak slowly. The assistant said, your friend
Yi Sheng has left the Xianming pavilion.
Zhang Gang, upon hearing this, almost sprang up from the sofa. He exclaimed, Yi Sheng left the Xianming pavilion? How is that possible? Is he out of his mind? Jiang Hao was not flustered upon hearing this. He looked at his assistant with a face full of surprise and asked, are you sure? Sure. It just happened moments ago. The assistant nodded with absolute certainty.
In fact, Yi Sheng not only left the Xianming pavilion but did so in a very high-profile manner, without hiding his whereabouts.
Just like that, he boldly stepped out of the netherworld city.
What? This action left countless experts of the Xianming pavilion stunned. They all secretly thought this person must be crazy. Isn't
Isn't this courting death? Without the protection of the Xianning Pavilion, the Bai family will act immediately.
Just a second-turn cultivator, though invincible, if faced with a true third-turn Ghost General Realm expert, they would likely be instantly suppressed and killed.
He's courting death, Zhang Gang said anxiously.
Jiang Hao, however, shook his head, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and said, I really underestimated him. The first time Jiang Hao had a different opinion of Yi Shang. Under such pressure, Yi Shang not only did not retreat to Xianning Pavilion but instead left Yuming City in a high-profile manner.
The fierceness of Yi Shang's character is evident. This is clearly not intending to bow to the Bai family but choosing to confront them head-on. I just don't know where his confidence comes from.
Jiang Hao shook his head.
Although Yi Shang's courage is commendable, this move is undoubtedly a path to death. Could it be relying solely on those 10 third-turn Ghost General level fierce ghosts? Jiang Hao couldn't help but laugh.
A third-turn Ghost General level fierce ghost is indeed formidable, but that is only particularly effective against second-turn cultivators. When facing a true third-turn Ghost General level cultivator, it stands no chance at all.
On the other side,
Song Tianhui also received the news, his expression appearing quite surprised.
Your brother Yi is truly extraordinary,
Song Tianhui said with a cheerful smile.
Song Xiaotian, however, was utterly shocked. He didn't expect Yi Shang to make such a choice, choosing to face the colossal Bai family alone. Grandpa. Song Xiaotian looked at his grandpa. Song Tianhui didn't wait for him to speak and said, I've done everything I can.
Since he made this choice, what happens next will depend on his fate.
Yi Shang's decision caught even the Bai family off guard. By the time they reacted, Yi Shang had already left Netherworld City.
This action gave the Bai family the first impression that Yi Shang was trying to escape.
Just half an hour after Yi Shang left Netherworld City,
the Bai family's response was extremely swift. 3 figures stepped out of the Bai group's building, a cruel smile appearing at the corners of their mouths. Among them were 2 third-turn Ghost General Realm powerhouses and 1 second-turn Invincible Realm prodigy of the Bai family.
The 3 people walked out and left the Netherworld City, flying through the air in pursuit of Yi Shang.
This scene was witnessed by many. The people of the Xianning Pavilion shook their heads, already convinced that Yi Shang could not survive. Being hunted by 2 true third-turn Ghost General Realm powerhouses, a mere second-turn Ghost Master Realm cultivator could not possibly survive. The senior members of the Xianning Pavilion were only slightly surprised upon hearing this. They quickly stopped paying attention to the matter. Yi Shang was, at best, just a second-turn cultivator and not worth their excessive attention. Since this time it is Yi Shang's own choice, life and death have nothing to do with Xianning Pavilion.
Outside Yuming City,
after Yi Shang left the city alone, he summoned the Ghost Mist ship, transforming into a streak of light heading deep into Yuming City.
Escape?
That was naturally impossible for him. This time, taking the initiative to leave the Xianning Pavilion, Yi Shang's idea was very simple. That was to directly break through to the third-turn Ghost General Realm. Once he stepped into this domain, even the Bai family wouldn't be able to easily harm him. As for the other path, staying cooped up in the Xianning Pavilion forever, that was absolutely impossible. Not in line with his character. On the deck of the Ghost Mist ship, Yi Shang turned to look at Nether City and sneered, the Bai family? Huh? I'll be waiting for you in the depths of the Nether Ghost domain. Let's see if your Bai family can kill me, or if I will slaughter all the experts of your Bai family. After saying this, Yi Shang burst into hearty laughter and steered the Ghost Mist ship away. 2 third-turn Ghost General Realm experts from the Bai family, along with a second-turn Invincible Realm prodigy, had been relentlessly tracking Yi Shang. This kid is quite slippery.
Bai Jinping frowned.
He was a third-turn Ghost General Realm expert, holding a rather prominent position even within the Bai family. This time, the Bai family dispatched Bai Jinping and Bai Zhenyu, 2 third-turn Ghost General Realm experts, to track Yi Shang.
It is imperative to kill this person.
Uncles, this man won't escape. Bai Zedong sneered coldly, his face full of arrogance.
The following days,
he was a prodigy of the Bai family at the second transformation Invincible Realm, possessing unmatched skills at the second transformation level, allowing him to remain undefeated. Achieving such accomplishments has made him highly prestigious among the younger generation. The Bai family also holds him in great regard. This promising talent will surpass others of the same level in combat power once he steps into the third-turn Ghost General Realm in the future.
He might even reach the third-turn Invincible Realm.
This time, upon hearing that Yi Shang is also a second-turn Invincible Realm, Bai Zedong was filled with fighting spirit and volunteered to join the hunting ranks. Want to compete with Yi Shang and see who is truly invincible? Bai Jinping smiled. That's right, with this tracking talisman, he can't escape.
escape. But what surprises me is that this boy didn't flee from the netherworld ghost domain but is wandering around in it instead?
Bai Jinping frowned, somewhat puzzled. According to common sense, being hunted by two third-turn ghost general realm experts, Yiang should have fled the netherworld ghost domain as the best choice.
But this kid did not make such a choice.
Bai Jinping rotated the tracking talisman in his hand.
When the tracking talisman pointed southwest, it immediately emitted a faint yellow light.
Seeing this, Bai Jinping smiled faintly. This boy is in the southwest direction.
Let's go, we'll catch up to him. Alright, Bai Jinyu nodded.
Bai Zedong's eyes revealed a fighting spirit as he said, "Uncles, when we see this person, you must hand him over to me.
He will be the stepping stone on my path to invincibility."
As he spoke, dazzling light shot out from Bai Zedong's eyes.
On the other side, in recent days, Yiang had been moving around the edges of the depths of the netherworld ghost domain.
While searching for a second turn level 100 boss ghost, he hoped to obtain a class change item, thereby summoning the Tribulation lightning to transcend the calamity and step into the realm of the third turn. On the other side, continuously practicing summon spirits and dispatch generals, hoping to upgrade it to LV2. In one region, a third turn ghost tide surged, with energy covering the sky and blocking out the sun.
10 third-turn fierce ghosts were engulfed by the ghost tide and instantly torn into pieces. In a dark corner, Yiang concealed his aura.
After seeing the 10 third-turn fierce ghosts torn apart, he quietly captured another 10 fierce ghosts within the third-turn ghost tide. Next, the 10 fierce ghosts were annihilated once again. In this way, the cycle repeated and the proficiency of spirit capturing and dispatching was rapidly improving. Yiang was pleasantly surprised to see the proficiency of spirit capturing and dispatching reach 100%. Then he clicked on the upgrade. The next moment, the destruction level skill spirit binding and dispatching was successfully upgraded to level 2. Boom! Yiang looked over. After spirit binding and dispatching was upgraded to level 2, the capture quantity skyrocketed to 50. That's a full 5 times more than the previous 10.
Hiss! 50 of them? So many?
Yiang gasped in shock.
Over 10 minutes later. Wow!
This increase is just too significant.
Enough!
Yiang chuckled. 50 third-turn fierce ghosts. This quantity is enough to cause a qualitative change through a quantitative shift, equivalent to a wave of third-turn minor ghost tides.
Hee. Interesting.
Yiang looked back. He could sense that the person chasing him had gotten closer again.
Let's catch this giant axe bull demon then.
Yiang withdrew his gaze from behind and glanced at the nearby third-turn ghost tide. The third-turn fierce ghosts in this ghost tide are all level 20 giant axe bull ghosts. Each ghostly figure stands 3 meters tall, wielding a rusty, worn giant axe, possessing immense strength. As for the 3,000 strands of hair, it had long been torn apart by the ghost tide during Yiang's process of grinding proficiency.
Capture.
Yiang reacted swiftly. This time, there were as many as 50 third-turn fierce ghosts to capture. Even with a 100% success rate, it was still a physically demanding task.
He grabbed for several minutes before finally collecting enough. For a moment, 50 gray beads surrounded his body, emanating an eerie aura.
Let's go, leave here first. Yiang stood up and headed into the distance. This place is too close to the third wave of ghost tides. Once entangled, it's hard to escape.
Half a day later.
In a canyon, Yiang sat cross-legged, seemingly resting, yet also appearing to be waiting for someone.
Moments later, 3 figures swiftly approached.
2 of them walked through the air, their aura extremely powerful, with one of them carrying a young man in his hand. Yet even while carrying a young man, his speed was not affected in the slightest. There's no other way third-turn ghost general realm experts are simply too formidable.
Their combat power is thousands of times that of second-turn cultivators. Stepping into this realm is equivalent to achieving a qualitative leap. Such a huge gap makes second-turn cultivators only able to look up to them.
The 2 carried someone and arrived in the blink of an eye, their overwhelming aura causing the surrounding airflow to become chaotic, stirring up a gust of wind in the canyon.
Kid, why aren't you running anymore?
Bai Jinping snorted coldly, looking strangely at Yiang, who was sitting cross-legged in the canyon, feeling that something was off.
This kid seemed to be waiting for their arrival. Afraid there's no escape now, right?
Bai Jinyu said with his hands clasped behind his back.
Bai Zedong looked at Yiang, scrutinizing him intently. You are Yiang? Boom! Bai Zedong spoke, sneering disdainfully. He couldn't see anything remarkable about Yiang. Someone like this dares to call themselves invincible? Isn't this slandering him? You think you're worthy? Bai Zedong was being held, yet still wore a look of arrogance.
He looked at the 2 uncles and said, "Uncles, hand him over to me and watch how I take his head.
Let him see what true invincibility is." Bai Jinyu laughed heartily. Zedong really has an invincible demeanor. Alright, I'll leave this kid to you. Put me down.
Bai Zedong twisted his body slightly, feeling a bit awkward. At this moment, Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu were still standing in midair, and he was still being held by Bai Jinping like a little chick, which was somewhat embarrassing.
Bai Jinping let go. Bai Zedong leaped and landed on the ground.
Yiang opened his eyes and looked at the 3 people. Even though he was blocked here by 2 third-turn ghost general realm experts, his expression remained calm, showing no trace of panic. Bai Jinping saw this scene and frowned slightly.
Setting aside other matters, just this composure alone made him uneasy.
He felt that this young man could not be allowed to live and must be killed, otherwise, he would surely bring disaster to the Bai family in the future.
I've been waiting for you for a long time, you're really too slow.
Yi Shang yawned, his posture casual.
But this enraged Bai Zedong. Kid, you're courting death. A trace of hostility appeared in Bai Zedong's eyes.
Yi Shang glanced at him in surprise and said curiously, what a strange thing to say.
Aren't you here to kill me? You sure talk a lot of nonsense. Bai Zedong was choked by the remark and couldn't say a word for a long while. Cut the nonsense, let me see what you've got.
Bai Zedong gave a sinister smile, stepped forward, and his body suddenly ignited with blazing ghostly blue flames. Behind him, a pair of ghostly blue fire wings unfurled. As the ghostly blue flames appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted rapidly.
The light seemed to be completely obscured.
The place where Bai Zedong stood seemed to have plunged into a ghostly underworld, appearing extremely eerie. When Yi Shang saw this scene, his eyes narrowed, and a trace of vigilance rose in his gaze. The ghostly blue flames on Bai Zedong's body were particularly strange, lacking terrifying high temperatures. On the contrary, they exuded an extreme chill. A ghostly blue flame rose from his body, and the surrounding ground was visibly covered with a layer of frost.
This made Bai Zedong look like a vengeful ghost emerging from the underworld. Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu stood in midair with their hands behind their backs.
Upon seeing the ghostly blue flame on Bai Zedong's body, Bai Jinyu smiled and said, Zedong's netherworld ghost flame has become even more refined. Bai Jinping nodded and said with a smile, this netherworld ghost fire is an unbeatable technique.
Once it touches someone, it won't stop until one of them perishes.
It will burn away all the flesh and blood of the affected person, leaving only a skeleton before extinguishing. Especially against ghostly entities, the damage is even greater.
Is this his invincible realm technique? Yi Shang frowned.
Those who can reach the invincible realm are never simple.
Each possesses an unbeatable technique, allowing them to remain undefeated within the same realm,
trained intensively by various forces. Because this invincible technique can be continued. At the second transformation, one can reach an invincible state, and at the third transformation, this technique can still be relied upon to achieve an invincible state.
Especially after the fourth transformation and the fifth transformation. If one can still achieve the invincible realm, the rewards will be astonishing. Just imagine, how important would a fifth-turn invincible realm existence be to a faction?
Bai Jinyu looked at Yi Shang cautiously and said, this kid is said to also be in the invincible realm.
Will he cause any trouble for the subcave?
Bai Jinping replied calmly, full of confidence, with the two of us here, nothing will happen to the subcave.
That's true.
Bai Jinyu felt slightly relieved.
Indeed.
With the two third-turn ghost general realm experts present, even if Yi Shang possessed an invincible technique, he wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble.
If anything unexpected happens, the two of them can easily suppress and kill Yi Shang and rescue Bai Zedong. This is absolute confidence in their own strength. In the canyon,
Bai Zedong took a step forward, looked at Yi Shang, and said with a sinister smile, kid, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Quick, show me your skills.
Rest assured. I heard, you can control 10 third-turn ghost general level fierce ghosts, can't you? Hurry up and summon them for me to see.
Let's find out whether your invincible skills are stronger or my netherworld ghost fire is stronger. As Bai Zedong spoke, he pressed forward step by step.
He possesses an invincible fighting spirit. He is confident that there are no opponents in the second transformation realm.
Even if the opponent also possesses some kind of invincible technique, it won't matter. He is confident he can suppress them all the same.
His Baizi cave is the true invincible realm.
The netherworld ghost fire can burn any opponent. Yi Shang stood up, looked at Baizi cave, and stroked his chin, who said I only have one invincible technique.
His methods are not limited to just one spirit binding in general dispatch.
It's just that spirit binding and commanding has been used a bit more frequently lately, making others mistakenly believe that his greatest trump card is spirit binding and commanding.
Let's test the Vajra demon subduing sword on this kid. This move hasn't tasted blood yet.
Yi Shang muttered to himself. The power of the Vajra demon subduing sword is even more immense.
It is a single target destructive skill, especially after upgrading to LV2. The increase in attack power is even more exaggerated. Who can stop it? At the very least, no one in the second transition realm can resist it. One of the invincible techniques as well.
That is, the combat power of a third-stage ghost general realm expert is excessively exaggerated. The gap widened to over 1,000 times, leaving Yi Shang helpless. But if it's within the same realm, if Yi Shang claims to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first.
It is the true invincible realm within the invincible realm. Use this kid to consecrate the sword. Slay a second-turn invincible realm prodigy. Surely the Bai family will feel the pain, right?
Yi Shang remained calm, his gaze fixed on two third-turn ghost general realm experts not far away.
With this sword, there are only two who can withstand it. Attack power increased by plus 30,000%. But if caught off guard, the two might not react in time. Bai Zedong stepped forward, his entire body engulfed in in ghostly blue flames. Wherever he passed, the ground was covered in thick frost. The corners of his mouth curled into a strange smile, as if he was about to brutally kill an invincible realm expert, which gave him a great sense of accomplishment. Still not releasing those 10 third-turn fierce ghosts? Bai Zedong approached Yi Shang step by step. Yi Shang glanced at him, his gaze peculiar, thinking to himself, is this kid being too cooperative? He's actually walking toward me step by step, afraid I can't reach him? Getting this close, isn't this like sticking your neck out for him to chop? And even choosing the perfect spot. Since that's the case, Yi Shang had no reason to hold back. A long sword appeared in his hand, its blade glowing with sword light. Watching Bai Zedong approach step by step, Yi Shang didn't waste any words. The Vajra demon-slaying sword suddenly slashed out. Ha! Sword move? Bai Zedong was stunned. He was still waiting for Yi Shang's 10 third-turn fierce ghosts, but as the sword light flashed, before he could react, the world before his eyes was engulfed in a dazzling golden brilliance. With this sword, Yi Shang had put in all his strength. After a single sword strike, the entire canyon trembled. The mountain walls on both sides collapsed, countless boulders tumbled down, rumbling loudly. Looking down from above, it was as if a golden sun had risen in the canyon, then transformed into a brilliant sword light that slashed across the entire canyon. Wow! The scene was exceptionally horrifying. When the sword light slowly dissipated, the entire canyon fell into silence. Yi Shang waved his hand, dispersing the smoke and dust in front of him, and looked toward the open space ahead. The ground where Bai Zedong was standing had already been plowed into a deep ravine by a flash of sword light. Boom! As for Bai Zedong himself, he was simply gone, evaporated by the Vajra demon-slaying sword. Yi Shang was speechless. Bai Zedong was a bit too overconfident. After he slashed with his sword, Bai Zedong almost had no defense, taking the blow head-on with his body. In this situation, it's hard not to be vaporized. And at this moment, not far away, two figures were hovering in mid-air, staring blankly at the scene as if they were dreaming. This can't be blamed on the two of them. Everything happened too quickly. It occurred in the blink of an eye. Bai Zedong approached Yi Shang, chose his position, and then Yi Shang struck with a sword. It's as if the two of them had agreed in advance. I'll stand still, you strike. And then, Bai Zi cave was vaporized. Zedong. For a long time, Bai Jinping finally came back to his senses and looked at the spot where Bai Zedong had been standing. All that remained on the ground was a deep sword mark and a ravine. Where was the Bai family's invincible genius? Zedong. Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu were both incredulous. They had been full of confidence, believing that as long as they were present, Yi Shang wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. They could ensure Bai Zedong's safety. But their invincible genius was just cut down in front of them like this. They didn't even have time to react. Everything happened too quickly. You, how dare you? Bai Jinping looked at Yi Shang, his face flushed red, clearly already furious. Bai Zedong was a prodigy of the invincible realm, and now he's gone just like that. At this moment, Bai Jinping's heart was bleeding. Bai Jinyu, however, was shocked and said, this kid's invincible technique, isn't it controlling 10 third-turn ghost general realm fierce ghosts? What is this swordsmanship skill? Bai Jinyu suddenly realized that this kid in front of him actually possessed more than one invincible technique. Everyone had underestimated him. Monster! Bai Jinyu's eyes were filled with shock. For someone in the invincible realm, possessing one invincible technique is already the limit. He had never heard of any prodigy being able to possess two invincible techniques at the same time. If he were to find out that all the skills Yi Shang had learned were invincible techniques, Bai Jinyu would probably be so shocked his jaw would drop. Kill him! Bai Jinping shouted furiously, pulling Bai Jinyu out of his shock. Yi Shang sneered coldly, looking at the two enraged third-turn ghost general realm experts, feeling exceptionally pleased. Just as Bai Jinping and the other rushed through the air to attack, 50 gray spheres suddenly appeared around Yi Shang, and with a flick of his hand, he scattered them toward Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu. The 50 gray spheres shot out like 50 bullets. While Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu were momentarily stunned, the spheres transformed in midair into 50 giant axe-wielding bull demons. Each demon stood over 3 meters tall, holding a massive, rust-covered axe, roaring as they charged toward the two. Giant axe bull ghosts are all third-turn, level 50 elite ghosts. Incredibly strong. Their ghostly bodies are tough and resilient. With a total of 50 of them charging together, it resembles a small-scale ghost tide surging forward, accompanied by waves of eerie energy and thick ghostly mist along the way. The momentum is impressive, far beyond what the previous mere 3,000 silken threads could compare to. Hey, not good. It's a level 50 elite grade fierce ghost with 3 transformations. Bai Jinping's expression changed. He reacted swiftly, striking out with a palm to repel a giant axe-wielding bull ghost that had charged right in front of him. But soon, he was entangled by even more giant axe bull ghosts. Swish, swish, swish. For a moment, Bai Jinping was actually held back. Bai Jinyu was also held back, and he said in shock, isn't this guy only capable of controlling 10 third-turn fierce ghosts? And just the third-turn level 10 or so 3,000 silken threads. Where did these level 50 third-turn elite ghosts come from? And there are so many of them. Bai Jinyu was utterly shocked. 50 level
level 50 third turn elite ghosts, this tactic has been upgraded again. Even with Bai Zedong relying on the Nether Ghostfire, he would likely be overwhelmed by the tide of 50 level 50 third turn elite ghosts, with no chance of survival. Bai Jinping was furious. Why do you care so much about him? Deal with these level 50 third turn fierce ghosts and don't let this kid escape. Otherwise, neither of us will be able to explain when we go back. With Bai Zedong's death, the severity of the situation undoubtedly increased. This was a significant loss for the Bai family, as they lost a talented and promising young member. Bai Zhenyu gathered his thoughts and began to strike with full force. Although both were Ghost General Realm cultivators around level 30 of the third transformation, dealing with a level 50 fierce ghost of the third transformation was still quite effortless. This was because both of them were equipped with rather exceptional gear. Each of them even had legendary orange glows shimmering on their bodies. This means that both of them have at least one third-tier legendary equipment. Third-tier legendary equipment. It can undoubtedly elevate their combat power to an extremely terrifying level. Yi Sheng saw the two entangled and turned to leave without the slightest hesitation, extremely decisive. Yi Sheng was very clear that relying on these 53rd turn level 50 elite fierce ghosts to kill the two was simply unrealistic. Unless they were 53rd turn level 100 perfected realm ghost creatures, these 53rd turn level 50 elite fierce ghosts could only manage to entangle the two for a brief moment, which was already quite good. At the same level, human cultivators are far stronger than ghost creatures. Okay, even with a difference of 20 or 30 levels, one can still slay ghosts. This is because human cultivators have too many techniques, and coupled with the lack of intelligence in ghosts, they are easily outmaneuvered. Of course, the premise is that the number of ghosts is not overwhelming. If they swarm in like a tide, human cultivators can only flee hastily, unable to confront them head-on. Take your time, you two. I won't be joining you. Yi Sheng laughed heartily, turned around, and left under their gaze. His demeanor was calm, as if he had planned all of this from the start, just waiting for them to come and suffer a loss. This scene clearly infuriated Bai Jinping, causing him to lose his grip and almost get his head smashed by the giant axe of the Minotaur ghost. Yi Sheng departed and continued on his journey to search for a second-turn boss-level ghost, planning to drop a job transfer item and then directly undergo tribulation to step into the realm of the third transfer. However, obtaining a job transfer item is quite challenging. Over the next 3 days, Yi Sheng killed more than 30 second transfer boss-level ghost creatures, yet none of them dropped the item. Instead, he managed to gather a complete set of second transfer dark gold level equipment, replaced the original level 1 dark gold set. In a mountain forest, Yi Sheng sat cross-legged on a thick branch, holding a yellow skill book in his hands. Yellow Bell Curse? A defensive skill? Yi Sheng looked at the skill book in his hand. It was another Taoist skill book. It had dropped in the past few days. The drop rate for skill books was already low, and getting a skill book for one's own class was even harder. A large pile of skill books was stored in Yi Sheng's space bracelet, but there were only a few Taoist skill books. Detected a learnable skill, Huangjong Curse. Learn it? Learn! Without any hesitation, Yi Sheng chose to learn this Taoist skill, Huangjong Curse. After learning it, you will most likely acquire another devastating skill. Ding! Huangjong Curse successfully learned. Taoist skill, Huangjong Curse, LV1, one of the Taoist defensive spells. Defense increased by plus 25%. Ghost damage reduction plus 12%. Introduction, condenses a spell to summon a golden bell shield, defending against external damage. As the skill level increases, the defense can gradually improve. The Taoist skills are still so weak. Yi Sheng just glanced at it and shook his head. This Huangjong spell may be a defensive technique, but its enhancements are too weak. Ding! Defense increase plus 25%. Yes/no? Damage reduction against ghosts plus 12%. No wonder the Taoist profession is rated so low, far inferior to some A-level or even S-level professions in strength. At the moment Yi Sheng shook his head, a notification sound unsurprisingly echoed in his mind. Got it! Yi Sheng's face lit up with joy, knowing that the passive talent would be triggered. Passive talent, Heart of the Celestial Master, triggered. Huangjong Curse automatically upgraded to destruction level. Talent passive, Heart of the Celestial Master, triggered. Yellow Bell Curse automatically upgraded to destruction level. Heaven Suppressing Divine Bell. Heaven Suppressing Divine Bell? Yi Sheng took a sharp breath. Just hearing the name makes the skill seem extraordinary. Next, he was extremely curious about the effects of the new destruction level skill, Heaven Suppressing Divine Bell. Yi Sheng couldn't wait to pull up the skill description for Heaven Suppressing Divine Bell. Destruction level skill, Heaven Suppressing Divine Bell, LV1, defensive skill, one of Taoism's top-tier defensive spells. Defense boost plus 15,000%. Damage reduction against ghosts plus 25,000%. Ding! New skill detected. Such a terrifying defense boost? Yi Sheng's gaze swept over, and his eyes widened. The defensive power of the Heaven Suppressing Divine Bell had actually increased by an astonishing plus 15,000%. The damage reduction against ghost-type entities was even more shocking, plus 25,000%.
Yellow Bell Curse. It's truly pitiful in comparison. Yi Shang sighed. The Yellow Bell Curse's defense boost is only a pitiful plus 25%. Ghost damage reduction plus 12%. Not even a fraction of the Heavenly Town suppressing bell. Swish. The two are simply not on the same level. Being professionally powerful is the true way to go. The Celestial Master is the world's #1 SSSS level profession.
The amplification of acquired skills is completely incomparable to low-level professions.
Even the so-called freak profession, the SSS level profession, pales in comparison.
It is entirely unmatched by the Celestial Master. After learning several destruction-level skills in succession, Yi Shang gradually realized the terrifying nature of the Celestial Master. I'm afraid the further it goes, the more powerful the Heavenly Master's might will become.
Just imagine, if the heaven-suppressing Divine Bell is upgraded to LV10, how terrifying would its defensive power be? By then, who could break through his defense? The Vajra demon-slaying sword has been upgraded to LV10. Its power is likely as vast as the abyss and the sea. Even the ghosts captured by the spirit commanding technique are unimaginably powerful beings. On a black plane, a second-tier boss-level ghost was slain by Yi Shang with a single strike. Its massive body disintegrated with a crash, turning into ghostly flames and dissipating. When this second-tier boss-level ghost was killed, Yi Shang sighed. Yi Shang looked over, wanting to see what it could drop. At the location of the second-tier boss's corpse, beams of light in various colors frantically fell. Among them were even 2 dark gold beams of light. But at this moment, Yi Shang no longer felt much about these dark gold-level beams. He had already gathered enough second-turn dark gold-level equipment, so no matter how much more dropped, it was useless. What he wanted was the second-turn job transfer item. Right in Yi Shang's focused gaze, a stunning white beam of light appeared among the other beams. After its appearance, it emitted a milky white halo, breathtakingly beautiful. Seeing this white beam of light, Yi Shang's face lit up with joy, followed by hearty laughter. Finally, it appeared. It really wasn't easy. One day later, Yi Shang strode toward the white pillar of light. Upon reaching it, he waved his hand and put it away. He then put away several dark golden pillars of light. As for the other equipment, he couldn't even be bothered to pick them up. Swish, 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 go!
Summon the lightning tribulation and transcend, stepping into the third-rank ghost general realm.
Yi Shang's eyes emitted a dazzling brilliance.
With his current combat strength, he could easily step into the third-rank ghost general realm.
The third-rank lightning tribulation was nothing to him at all.
It's just that I haven't been able to get the job transfer item, which is why it's been delayed until now. Once you step into the third-turn ghost general realm, your base combat power will increase 1,000-fold.
Wow! Yi Shang was faintly excited. He couldn't help but be excited.
The third transformation to the ghost general realm is a process of qualitative change.
The level of life will undergo a significant leap.
Otherwise, the combat power could never be thousands of times that of the second transformation Ghostmaster realm. Once Yi Shang steps into the third transformation ghost general realm, his base combat power will increase by thousands of times. Coupled with the terrifying amplification of destruction level skills, his combat power will achieve a qualitative enhancement.
Will become extremely terrifying. These two should be catching up soon, right?
Yi Shang turned his head to look back and could faintly see 2 figures appearing on the horizon.
Over the past few days, Yi Shang had been circling around with the two, constantly relying on the 50 ghostly entities captured through spirit binding and commanding to delay their pace, causing them great frustration. Once I step into the realm of the third transformation, it will be the death of these two.
Yi Shang leaped up, his eyes filled with killing intent, heading deeper inside.
Netherworld Ghost Domain, within a black valley.
After clearing the ghostly creatures in this area with a single move, Yi Shang sat cross-legged on a large rock. With a flip of his palm, a white ball of light appeared in his hand, and he fixed his gaze on it. Inside the white ball of light was a fragment of a golden broken bone. Mysterious ghost-suppressing runes floated around the golden broken bone, and it even contained traces of divinity.
Whose leg bone is this? How could it have such a phenomenon?
Yi Shang wondered curiously.
Stop thinking about it, let's summon the lightning tribulation as soon as possible.
With that, Yi Shang decisively crushed the golden broken bone in his hand. As the golden broken bone shattered, strands of golden light floated up from Yi Shang's palm.
Above the black valley, tribulation clouds quickly began to gather. In just a moment, the heavy tribulation clouds enveloped the entire black valley. Yi Shang looked up and couldn't help but take a deep breath.
He saw bolts of lightning roaming within the heavy tribulation clouds, seemingly gathering the next 9 heavenly thunders.
At this moment, 100 miles away,
Bai Xinping and Bai Jinyu followed the guidance of the tracking charm, tracing all the way to this point. Both of their expressions were rather grim. A mere second-stage cultivator had managed to evade them for several days. If such a matter were to spread back to Nether City, the two of them would likely lose their reputation and become a laughingstock. A dignified third-turn ghost general realm cultivator actually can't handle a second-turn cultivator. No one would believe this if it were told.
This kid is way too slippery.
Bai Jinyu complained, as he had never encountered such a troublesome troublesome second-turn cultivator before.
Crack. Bai Jin's expression was gloomy.
If it weren't for those 53rd turn ghost general level fierce ghosts, he couldn't have escaped for so many days.
Boom. Mentioning the 53rd turn ghost general level fierce ghosts made his anger surge uncontrollably.
He had thought that after dealing with a wave of 53rd turn ghost general level fierce ghosts, Yiang would no longer have such heaven-defying methods. By normal reasoning, a second-turn cultivator capturing third-turn ghost entities is already defying the heavens. Even if it can be captured, it should be extremely difficult. Wanting to capture enough to make 50, it's probably impossible without a very long period of time. Although Bai Jinping was surprised that Yiang could produce 53rd turn fierce ghosts, he didn't take it seriously and just thought that once they were all wiped out, Yiang would be at a loss. But the turn of events left him utterly astonished. The third turn ghost general level fierce ghosts in Yiang's hands seemed endless.
After he wiped out one wave, another wave surged forward. The number was still 50, not one less.
This made Bai Jinping's face darken,
complaining that even invincible level methods aren't this absurd, right? Is it really that easy to capture a level 50 fierce ghost after the third transformation? A 100% success rate? This kid should be running out of strength soon.
Bai Jinping speculated naively. Little did he know that Yiang caught them on the spot every time, with a truly 100% success rate.
Big brother, that kid seems to be undergoing a tribulation?
Bai Jinyu suddenly looked at the distant sky in shock. Bai Jinping was stunned and suddenly turned his head to look at the distant sky 100 miles away. Above a black valley, heavy tribulation clouds rapidly gathered, quickly covering the entire valley in a short time. Bolts of lightning brewed within the tribulation clouds, emanating a terrifying scene. This scene was all too familiar to Bai Jinping. He had once experienced this tribulation himself. It was a near-death ordeal that he barely survived to achieve the third turn ghost general realm.
Stop that kid. Bai Jinping's expression changed. Bai Jinyu chuckled and said, Big brother, this kid is courting death. He might not even need us to make a move and could end up dying under the lightning tribulation himself. How is that possible? Just in case,
if he manages to break through to the third turn ghost general realm, killing him will be even harder. Bai Jinping's expression turned serious, just in time to take advantage of his tribulation to kill him.
Let's go.
As he spoke, Bai Jinping's cultivation roared within him, and his powerful energy lifted him into the air, speeding off toward a location 100 miles away. Bai Jinyu, feeling helpless, had no choice but to follow.
At this moment, within the Black Valley, influenced by the tribulation clouds above, the void was filled with the power of lightning, with clusters of thunderballs drifting through the air.
Yiang's expression was serious.
This third turn thunder tribulation is even more terrifying compared to the second turn thunder tribulation. What? The lightning roaming within the black tribulation clouds is exceptionally thick, and its power is even more immense.
Even the first heavenly thunder possesses greater power than the 12th heavenly thunder during the second turn thunder tribulation. According to federal statistics, less than 30% can survive this deadly tribulation. It can be called a gate to hell, blocking countless experts. Breaking through to the third turn ghost general realm is no easy feat.
Yiang's pupils contracted.
The world before him suddenly brightened, and a blinding bolt of lightning shot out from the tribulation clouds, striking down at him without warning.
The first heavenly thunder descended. Meeting it was a golden sword light. Vajra demon-slaying sword. Gossip runes filled the sky,
flickering as they collided with the first heavenly thunder. The clash between the two caused the heavens and earth to tremble violently. In the end, the first heavenly thunder was still dispersed by the terrifying power of the Vajra demon-subduing sword. Not only that, the sword's radiance even surged into the tribulation clouds, churning them into a turbulent frenzy.
The second heavenly thunder followed closely.
This bolt of heavenly thunder was even thicker, illuminating over 100 miles around, yet it was still shattered by the golden sword light.
Then, the third lane, the fourth lane, the fifth lane, it's here, the sixth lane. Thunder continuously roared and descended, shaking the entire Black Valley as if it had fallen into a vast ocean of lightning.
Electric serpents darted wildly across the sky, and the entire valley trembled under the immense power, with countless rocks shattering and collapsing amidst rumbling sounds. This place seemed to have plunged into an apocalyptic scene.
Yet amidst the waves of lightning tribulations, a figure remained steadfast, calmly enduring one lightning strike after another.
Two figures appeared outside the Black Valley, staring in shock at the terrifying scene within.
Boom!
Bai Jinping looked utterly stunned as he saw Yiang sitting cross-legged amidst the vast sea of thunder, and said,
Sure enough, it's this kid undergoing the tribulation. It's already the seventh heavenly thunder. This kid seems to still be handling it with ease. A trace of panic appeared on Bai Jinyu's face.
Unlike the tension and fear others show during tribulation, Yiang's expression was too composed, as if he wasn't undergoing tribulation but on vacation. This mindset alone was enough to instill fear, making people want to eliminate him as soon as possible. Otherwise, once this individual matures, he will undoubtedly become an unimaginable force.
Stop him. Bai Jinping's face showed anxiety.
At this rate, this boy would most likely withstand the ninefold Thunder Tribulation and step into the third turn Ghost General realm, becoming an existence on the same level as them. Bai Jinping's figure shot out like a cannonball, stepping into the air toward the Black Valley, intending to take this opportunity to strike down Yiang and kill him in the cradle. Bai Jinyu also realized that this was probably the only chance to eliminate Yiang and hurriedly followed. Two powerful third-turn Ghost Generals charged in to kill. In the Black Valley, Yiang looked up and sneered upon seeing the two intruders. He was already prepared. 50 gray beads appeared around him, and with a flick of his hand, the 50 gray beads shot out like bullets, intercepting the two. These 50 third-turn fierce ghosts should be able to delay them for 2 breaths of time, enough for me to endure 2 more heavenly thunder strikes. Yiang threw out 50 gray beads and then ignored Bai Jinping and the other person. Instead, he focused his attention on the Tribulation lightning above his head. As for the 50 gray beads, after being thrown out, they transformed into 50 third-turn fierce ghosts in midair, baring their fangs and claws as they charged toward Bai Jinping and the other person.
Here we go again. Bai Jinping saw this move and couldn't help but fly into a rage.
The third-turn fierce ghosts in this kid's hands seemed endless, no matter how many were killed.
He couldn't even remember how many third-turn fierce ghosts of Yiang he had destroyed. On the other side, Yiang continued to undergo his tribulation. After enduring the 6th heavenly thunder, the 7th one, the 8th heavenly thunder struck consecutively. All were calmly dealt with by Yiang. It was only after the 8th heavenly thunder ended that Yiang solemnly looked up. He saw that the tribulation clouds in the high sky had become extremely dense, and the 9th heavenly thunder had not descended for the time being. Instead, it was brewing furiously. The final heavenly thunder. Yiang is serious. Among the 9 thunder tribulations, the power of the 9th is the most terrifying.
Many experts can calmly pass through the first 8, but often perish under this final one, failing at the last step.
On the other side,
Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu finally dealt with 50 third-tier fierce ghosts and stepped through the air toward Yiang to kill him. For the first time in his life, Yiang found himself in a life-threatening crisis. He had to face not only the impending 9th heavenly thunder but also the onslaught of Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu. Kid, go to hell. Bai Jin's face twisted with a ferocious expression as he approached the Black Valley. When he was within several dozen feet of Yiang, he thrust his spear forward, and a shocking spear light condensed in the air, crashing toward Yiang. Ha, you're dead for sure. On the side, Bai Jinyu coordinated, launching an attack as well. Both of them were third-turn Ghost General Realm experts, and at this moment, their full-powered strikes were immensely formidable.
At the same time, the heavens and earth suddenly brightened.
The 9th heavenly thunder also struck down fiercely after a brief brewing, aiming directly at Yiang, blocking him from entering the third transformation Ghost General Realm.
Let's see what you'll use to stop me now.
Bai Jinping's face was ferocious, with a hint of delight in his eyes. With the 9th heavenly thunder combined with the joint strike of the two, this kid is doomed.
Block it.
Yiang's jet black hair fluttered, and his eyes shot out dazzling beams of light. Realized it was a critical moment. If he could withstand the combined strike of the two and the 9th heavenly thunder, he would be able to step into the third-turn Ghost General Realm.
Heavenly Master's decree. Heaven-suppressing divine bell. Master Yi performed a complex hand seal. The next moment, a crisp bell chime echoed through the heavens and earth.
Immediately, a dazzling golden divine bell suddenly appeared, enveloping Master Yi's body.
Heaven-suppressing divine bell.
This is a divine bell radiating golden brilliance, standing over 5 meters tall. Intricate 8 trigrams inscriptions adorn its surface, with countless mythical birds and beasts manifesting. There are cranes dancing, the 4 symbols white tiger roaring through the mountains and forests, and even golden dragons leaping into the clouds. All these phenomena clearly highlight the extraordinary nature of this divine bell. Yiang suddenly looked up, his eyes radiating golden light. Although the defensive power of the heaven-suppressing divine bell has increased by plus 15,000%, it is still only at LV1 level, and its might is yet to be fully enhanced. It seems unlikely that relying solely on the heaven-suppressing divine bell can withstand the 9th heavenly thunder and the attacks from Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu. Yiang formed a hand seal.
Another chime of the bell rang out. On the first heaven-suppressing divine bell, a new heaven-suppressing divine bell unexpectedly appeared and overlapped it.
The 2 layers of heaven-suppressing divine bells directly stacked together.
Ha! Not enough, not enough, again, again.
Yiang was frantic, striving for perfection, continuously forming hand seals.
Boom! One divine bell after another began to stack. 2 bells, 3 seats, 4 seats, 9 seats, until it stacked up to 10 seats. Yiang's energy was exhausted, unable to stack Nuzhan Tian divine bells.
For a moment, Yiang seemed to be hiding within a turtle shell, protected by Tenjin Tian divine bells, awaiting the impending destructive blow. A massive spear light struck first, colliding with the layers of Jin Tian divine bells.
Not enough.
Following the spear light, a blade light came right after, also possessing the power of 3 revolutions, crashing into them together.
After 2 strikes, it was the 9th heavenly thunder. The 9th heavenly thunder was also extremely fast and immediately crashed forward. Continue. The first heaven-suppressing divine bell shattered instantly. However, it weakened the power power of the 3 strikes by a full 20%. Then, the second, third, and fourth heavenly suppressing divine bells shattered one after another. However, by the time the fourth heavenly suppressing divine bell shattered, Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu's spear and blade auras had already dissipated. Their power was exhausted, completely neutralized by the 4 heavenly suppressing divine bells. This may seem simple, but it is truly astonishing. You should know that Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu are genuine third-turn Ghost General Realm experts, with a base combat power thousands of times higher than Yi Shang's. If Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu are compared to elephants, then Yi Shang would at most be the size of a lion in front of them. Such a huge disparity. But just relying on the 4 Jintian divine bells to neutralize the full force strike of the two, it is indeed somewhat unbelievable. Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu were shocked when they saw their attack neutralized, both feeling it was rather incredible, as if they'd seen a ghost. Earlier, Yi Shang used the spirit binding and general dispatching technique to stall the two, and they merely thought Yi Shang was being opportunistic. Boom! But now, Yi Shang is directly confronting the two head-on. He still easily blocked their full force attack. Even with the 9th Heavenly Thunder assisting during the process, it still couldn't do anything to Yi Shang. It was as if the two were merely clowns. From beginning to end, Yi Shang's focus was entirely on the 9th Heavenly Thunder, never taking the two seriously. Boom! Crack! Bai Jinping felt as if he had been hit by 10,000 critical strikes. He was humiliated by a second-tier cultivator. For a moment, Bai Jinping's face alternated between shades of green and white. The third kind of invincible technique? Bai Jinyu's eyes nearly popped out. Just how many invincible techniques does this kid have? Bai Jinyu almost screamed. He actually saw at least 3 invincible techniques on the same person. This is simply unbelievable. For others, having just one would make them a heaven's favored child blessed with the fortune of the world. As long as they grow, their combat power would be immense. It can become the foundation of a faction's power. But what about Yi Shang? So far, Bai Jinyu has already seen him display 3 invincible techniques. Impossible. If this matter were to spread, others probably wouldn't believe it. How could such a monster exist in this world? It's absolutely impossible. If it did, how would others even compete? Not to mention the shock of the two. Yi Shang ignored the two of them and focused on the mighty 9th Heavenly Thunder. The 9th Heavenly Thunder was truly extraordinary. After shattering 4 Jintian divine bells, it went on to shatter another 4 Jintian divine bells. With 8 Jintian divine bells broken, Yi Shang was left with only 2 Jintian divine bells for protection outside his body. This surprised Yi Shang. At the same time, he realized that obtaining the Jintian divine bell was too late. If he had obtained it earlier, he would have had time to raise its level. If it could be upgraded to LV2 level, it seems that even the 9th Heavenly Thunderbolt cannot shatter a Jintian divine bell. This is not Yi Shang boasting, but based on past experience, every upgrade of a destruction level skill comes with a terrifying amplification. The Jintian divine bell is probably no exception. But what made Yi Shang breathe a sigh of relief was that the 9th Heavenly Thunder exhausted its power completely after shattering 8 heaven-suppressing divine bells. The remaining trace of lightning struck the next heaven-suppressing divine bell, only causing it to emit a deafening chime before dissipating. It's over. Upon seeing this, Yi Shang couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. 9 heavenly thunders have all been endured, which means successfully stepping into the 3rd transformation Ghost General Realm. No one can stop me now. The tribulation clouds in the sky have begun to dissipate. The torrential rain brought by the tribulation clouds has also ended, leaving the air filled with a humid scent. At the same time, a burnt smell lingered in the air, caused by the lightning tribulation scorching the surrounding rocks and trees. This kid actually passed the lightning tribulation. Bai Jinyu stared blankly at the figure sitting cross-legged inside the golden divine bell. He could sense that the figure was undergoing a physical transformation. Complete the life level transition from Tier 2 to Tier 3. Once completed, you can become a Tier 3 Ghost General Cultivator like them. Basic combat power increases by 1,000-fold. Bai Jinping's face turned extremely grim. This kid almost succeeded in transcending the tribulation right under his nose. He had never seen such a monster. During the tribulation, not only did he not need anyone to protect him, but even with their full force attacks and disruptions, they still couldn't stop him from succeeding. This is simply unimaginable. It can only mean one thing. The potential of this young man before us is simply enormous, his talent so astonishing it's almost monstrous. What is his profession? At this moment, Bai Jinping finally realized, feeling that the profession of this young man might be something terrifying. An S-class profession? Immediately, Bai Jinping shook his head. Impossible. Just an S-class profession couldn't be this monstrous. An SS-class profession? Bai Jinping's mind roared. Big brother, what should we do next? Bai Jinping was in a daze, but a voice pulled him back to reality. It was Bai Jinyu who had spoken. Yi Shang successfully overcame the tribulation, leaving the two of them standing there momentarily at a loss, not knowing what to do next. Especially Bai Jinyu, looking at Yi Shang's figure, always had a tingling sensation on his scalp. Bai Jinping was extremely decisive. With Yi Shang successfully transcending the tribulation
transformation and stepping into the third turn Ghost General realm. Killing him was no longer possible. Bai Jinping retreated, his eyes filled with reluctance, but he knew the tide had turned. Yi Shang was already unstoppable at the second transition, let alone now that he has stepped into the third transition realm, standing on the same level as them. Bai Jinping was very clear-headed. Retreating to the Bai family to report this matter was the most correct choice at the moment.
We must have the Bai family send out stronger experts to crush this boy.
As Bai Jinping retreated, he said fiercely, "This child is too monstrous. The outside world is probably still unaware. If we don't take advantage of its current weakness to annihilate it, once it grows, no one will be able to stop it.
No, it will be a disaster for the Bai family."
Bai Jinping made up his mind in silence, but soon, a voice came from behind, causing his body to stiffen and stop mid-air.
"Where are you going?" Behind Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu, a voice sounded.
This voice seemed to come from the netherworld, extremely cold and devoid of any emotion, as if it had already locked onto the two of them. This made the two freeze, then slowly turn to look. Amidst the charred black forest, the golden divine bell had dissipated and a figure rose tall.
Retreat! At this moment, Yi Shang's aura had undergone a complete transformation. A physical aura emanated, belonging only to the third transformation Ghost General realm. He was already on the same level as Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu.
His basic combat power increased by over 1,000 times.
A qualitative transformation was achieved.
Yi Shang lifted his foot, and at this moment, the energy within his body surged endlessly like a great river. As Yi Shang took a step, his body unexpectedly ascended into the air, creating a staircase with each step. After reaching the third-rank Ghost General realm, the biggest difference was the ability to rely on oneself to traverse the skies.
This was something that second-rank cultivators could not compare to.
Bai Jinping stood in mid-air, sneered coldly, and mocked.
"Boy, do you think that just because you've stepped into the third transformation realm, you can deal with us? What a joke!" Bai Jinping was very confident.
Although Yi Shang was in the same realm as them, he had only just entered it.
Bai Jinping merely thought it was no longer possible to kill Yi Shang, but as for Yi Shang killing them, how could a third-turn cultivator be so easily slain?
Bai Jinyu looked at Yi Shang, but he felt a bit of a tingling scalp.
He had an ominous premonition.
Especially watching Yi Shang walk toward them step by step. The closer he got, the stronger this feeling became.
"Big brother, we should leave for now. This kid is really strange,"
Bai Jinyu said uncertainly.
These past few days, he had been tormented by Yi Shang to the point of fear.
"Look at you, what a disgrace.
What can he do to us?" Bai Jinping was furious. How could his own brother be so embarrassing? Isn't he just a cultivator who has barely stepped into the third-turn Ghost General realm? And what about them? Wow!
He had been immersed in this realm for a long time. At this moment, Yi Shang felt an unprecedented strength within himself. His basic combat power had increased by over 1,000 times. This bridged the enormous gap between him and Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu, placing him on the same level.
And after being on the same level,
Yi Shang is confident that he is invincible. Although the Vajra subduing demon sword is still at LV2, its attack power has increased by plus 30,000%. But the base combat power has changed, increased by over 1,000 times.
Just kidding.
Using the Vajra demon slaying sword again, the resulting power is naturally different.
This is easy to understand.
Previously, as a second stage cultivator, if the base combat power was 1, the Vajra demon slaying sword only amplified it by plus 30,000%.
And now, the base combat power has become 1,000. It will be an increase of plus 30,000% based on 1,000.
The power caused by the two is incomparable, with a fundamental difference. Although Yi Shang has just stepped into the third transformation, with a destruction level skill, he can ensure that once he enters a major realm, he can achieve invincibility within the same realm.
A meteoric rise, becoming the invincible existence within this realm. In other words, the invincible third transformation, third turn invincible realm.
For others to reach this level, they would at least need to advance to the third turn, level 100 perfection realm first. But Yi Shang achieved it as soon as he stepped into the third turn. Although this sounds a bit exaggerated, Yi Shang can indeed accomplish this.
The amplification of the destruction level skill is too terrifying.
It can allow him to soar to the top in one step, saving him years of effort compared to others. Yi Shang walked forward step by step without wasting words with the two, and a long sword directly appeared in his hand. Bai Jinping sneered coldly, holding a long spear in his hand. He was ready to teach this kid a lesson and make him understand reality. Everyone was at the third transformation, and no one could overpower the other. Yi Shang slashed out with a sword, an extremely exaggerated golden sword light sword into the sky, slashing toward the two of them.
Bai Jinping saw this sword light and instantly couldn't laugh anymore.
From this sword light, he felt an extremely terrifying power, absolutely beyond what he could withstand.
Invincible realm power? How is this possible?
Bai Jinping widened his eyes, as he unexpectedly sensed the aura of the invincible realm within this sword light.
This was truly unbelievable.
Then, upon sensing the power of this sword light, Bai Jinping immediately chose to retreat.
Unwilling to clash head-on, Joking, he's just a third turn level 30 cultivator. How could he possibly be a match for the invincible realm that surpasses the third turn level 100 perfect realm? With his own strength, it's absolutely impossible for him to withstand this sword strike. Only a true third turn invincible realm prodigy could come forward to battle Yiang. What he couldn't understand, however, was why Yiang, who had just stepped into the third turn, could possess invincible realm combat power. This is simply inconceivable. What a pity, the sword's light was too fast. Even though the brothers Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu did their utmost to resist, they still couldn't withstand a sword strike at the invincible realm level. Swish, a thunderous boom.
The earth cracked open, plowed into a deep ravine.
Large expanses of mountain forests were leveled to the ground. The next second,
by the time the golden sword light disappeared, blood rain was drifting down from the sky. As for the figures of the Bai Jinping brothers, they had long since turned into fragments. The power of Yiang's sword actually evaporated the two people directly. After unleashing this incredibly powerful strike, the long sword in Yiang's hand shattered, turning into a pile of fragments that fell to the ground.
Too fragile.
Yiang looked down and couldn't help but shake his head. This long sword is a tier 2 dark gold grade weapon.
But even a weapon of this quality struggles to withstand the power of a single strike from Yiang after advancing to tier 3. The material is still not sturdy enough. It seems only a tier 3 weapon will do. The improvement after advancing to tier 3 is immense.
The basic combat power has increased by over 1,000 times, marking a complete qualitative leap.
The gap with the second transition has become enormous. 2 pieces of third transition legendary equipment?
Yiang glanced around and saw 2 pieces of equipment emitting a legendary orange glow floating at the spots where Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu had fallen. Yiang remembered that this was the third tier legendary equipment worn by Bai Jinping and the other person. Unlike the other equipment on the two of them, which was shattered by his sword, this one remained intact. Their spatial rings are broken too. Yiang shook his head regretfully. At the place where the two fell, Yiang did not see the spatial rings belonging to them. Most likely, they shattered along with the other equipment. Once a spatial ring breaks, the internal space will explode, and the items will be lost in the endless spatial turbulence, making it impossible to retrieve them in time.
This is something that cannot be helped. This is something that can't be helped. The spatial bracelet is inherently fragile. Yiang raised his hand and collected the 2 legendary orange pieces of equipment.
As expected of third-tier legendary equipment, it's truly sturdy, Yiang praised. At this moment, he held a legendary spear in his hand, as well as a legendary breastplate.
Both remained undamaged and perfectly intact after withstanding one of his sword strikes.
Yiang shook his head.
This spear is temporarily useless without the relevant skills.
This legendary breastplate requires a third-tier level 30, so I can't wear it for now. Yiang glanced at the 2 pieces of equipment, frowned slightly, and put both legendary items away. With his current combat power comparable to the invincible realm of the third tier, having legendary equipment could add some flair, but not having it wouldn't be a problem for now.
Moreover, the level of these 2 pieces of legendary equipment wasn't very high.
Both are level 30 legendary equipment for the third tier, not top tier level 100 legendary equipment for the third tier.
Legendary equipment is also divided into levels. Every 10 levels constitute a tier. For example, the weakest is level 10 third rebirth legendary equipment, followed by level 20 third rebirth, and so on.
The strongest is the level 100 top tier legendary equipment after the third transformation. According to this level, the value also varies. After storing away the 2 pieces of legendary equipment, Yiang took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within him like a mighty river, and his mood became exceptionally pleasant.
Finally reached the third transformation ghost general realm. It's really not easy. Ha ha.
Yiang burst into laughter, his voice echoing far and wide. After stepping into the third turn ghost general realm, he was no longer a minor figure.
Both his strength and status underwent a qualitative transformation. Wow.
Even if the Bai family wanted to deal with him, it would never be as casual as it was during the second transformation.
A third transformation ghost general realm expert would be an elder level figure in any faction, not to be underestimated.
Yiang flipped his palm, and a golden deacon token from the Xianming pavilion appeared in his hand. Looking at this steward token, Yiang sneered repeatedly. After this incident, Yiang had already seen through the so-called true nature of these forces. As long as something didn't align with their own interests, they could abandon you just the same. In the end, you still have to rely on yourself.
In that case, why should I stay in the Xianming pavilion?
Yiang snorted coldly, then exerted force with his palm.
Crack.
Yiang shook his head. The golden steward token was directly crushed into pieces in Yiang's palm, with fragments falling through his fingers. He crushed the golden steward token. Yiang sent a message to the Xianming pavilion, announcing his withdrawal from the organization. After finishing all this, Yiang hovered in midair, a contemplative look in his eyes. After a moment, a cold glint flashed in Yiang's eyes.
Having been hunted by the Bai family for so long, it's about time I collected some interest.
He is already at the third transformation ghost general realm and possesses the combat power of the third
third transformation invincible realm. He is fully capable of exterminating the third transformation elder-level powerhouses of the Bai family.
Yi Sheng thought it through very clearly. Since the conflict with the Bai family is already irreconcilable, he might as well strike them hard, cripple them. By then, the crisis would naturally be resolved. Yi Sheng asked himself and knew he was not someone who would take a loss without fighting back. If others lay a hand on him, they must pay back tenfold in blood.
Head to the ancient land. The Bai family has many bases there, and all the third-rank elders have gathered at this location.
After a brief moment of thought, Yi Sheng decided on his next destination.
Ancient land. Swish.
It is one of the most dangerous regions in the Netherworld ghost domain. There lie numerous ancient ghost cities, guarded by countless ghost soldiers and generals. Even the weakest ghost soldier is at the peak of second tier level 100, while the rest are powerful ghost soldiers and generals of third tier and fourth tier. But danger often comes with tremendous opportunities.
The drop rate in the ancient land is extremely high.
Gold tier equipment is just ordinary, and dark gold equipment is nothing special in the ancient land, easily found everywhere, making it very easy to assemble a complete set. Most importantly, the ancient land frequently drops legendary equipment. Occasionally, a red mythic level equipment would appear, causing a sensation. For this reason, countless powerful individuals frantically flocked to the ancient land. Many strong individuals benefited in the ancient land, obtaining a full set of legendary level equipment and gaining unimaginable combat power.
With a full set of legendary level equipment, they stepped into the realm of invincibility.
Apart from seeking revenge on the Bai family, if I want to become stronger, I must make a trip to the ancient land. Yi Sheng stopped thinking further, looked up to determine the direction, and then soared into the sky, roaring as he headed into the distance.
Time flew by, and a day passed.
In the Xianming building, a high-end lounge was exceptionally quiet. Two third-rank elders were smiling as they played chess, with incense curling up from a nearby table, adding a touch of elegance.
Brother Huang Chen, have you heard? That kid surnamed Ji has made a high-profile announcement about leaving our Xianming pavilion? After placing a piece, Chao Sui smiled and said, the kid surnamed Ji? Which elder's descendant is he?
Huang Chen was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, unable to recall who the young man surnamed Ji was.
Immediately, Huang Chen seemed to react. You're talking about that junior being hunted by the Bai family, right?
Originally, Yi Sheng, a mere golden steward, wouldn't have attracted so much attention from the elders. However, due to the Bai family incident, Yi Sheng's existence became widely known.
That's right, it's him. Chao Sui nodded, and his expression immediately darkened.
That kid crushed the Golden Deacon token and then made a high-profile announcement of his withdrawal from the Xianming pavilion.
Now, the entire Xianming pavilion knows about this. Everyone is talking about it. Crushed the Golden Deacon token? Huang Chen frowned, a trace of dissatisfaction appearing in his eyes. The steward's order is the symbol of the Xianming pavilion, and also its dignity. Being crushed like this is undoubtedly a sign of disrespect to the Xianming pavilion. He's got some nerve, really treating himself as someone important? Huang Chen snorted coldly.
From beginning to end, the high-ranking members of the Xianming pavilion never regarded Yi Sheng as important, merely treating him as a dispensable pawn. But now, the other party has voluntarily crushed the Golden Deacon token, which is undoubtedly a slap in the face to the high-ranking members of the Xianming pavilion. It is openly declaring that the Xianming pavilion is incompetent and useless. He is harboring resentment. Chao Sui held a piece in his hand without placing it, sneering repeatedly. Huang Chen pondered briefly and said, many people are discussing that this child, after all, is a promising candidate for the second-turn invincible realm. Back then, efforts should have been made to protect him, and he shouldn't have been abandoned like this. Regarding the decision of the higher-ups, many people have quite a few complaints. Chao Sui chuckled, Brother Huang Chen, this child is not a direct descendant of our Xianming pavilion, nor is he a nephew or relative of any fourth-turn powerhouse. He's completely an outsider. Such people are highly prone to harboring disloyalty and rebelling. What's more, our Xianming pavilion has several second-turn invincible realm talents. Why would we need him? Chao Sui looked utterly disdainful. Mentioning those few prodigies of the second-turn invincible realm in Xianming pavilion, Huang Chen said with a headache, I wonder how many of them can successfully undergo tribulation and step into the third-turn realm. Stepping into the third-turn realm is too difficult. Even for the second-turn invincible realm, it's not a guaranteed success. Chao Sui said, invincible techniques come in various forms. Some invincible techniques are not suitable for overcoming tribulations but are extremely difficult to counter in combat. Huang Chen nodded, indeed. Overcoming tribulations is too difficult. Who knows how many people will be eliminated? Chao Sui placed a piece on the board and smiled. However, Yi Sheng's act of crushing the Golden Deacon token has already angered a fourth-turn powerhouse. Personally issued the order that no one is allowed to protect this kid. Huang Chen laughed heartily and said confidently, even if this fourth-tier powerhouse hadn't spoken, no one would dare to take him into their faction in the future. Anyone who leaves my Xianming pavilion will find no one daring to take them in. Chao Sui smiled, indeed, this kid is also being hunted by the Bai family. He
he'd better fend for himself. Ghost Mountain City, Yuling Community, Lu Family. Lu Shushan's laughter echoed far and wide.
Xiaoming has truly made something of himself, successfully overcoming the lightning tribulation and stepping into the second-turn Ghostmaster realm. Our Lu family's ancestral grave must be emitting green smoke. In the living room, Lu Shushan laughed heartily, his expression extremely joyful. On the sofa, Lu Ming sat, exuding the aura of a second-turn Ghostmaster realm. Though he had just stepped into it, it was indeed the aura of the second turn. Dad, I told you I could bring glory to the Lu family. Lu Ming chuckled, his face full of pride. The Lu family had passed down through several generations, but had never produced a second-turn Ghostmaster realm expert. He was the first. Just yesterday, he successfully overcame the second-turn lightning tribulation and stepped into the second-turn Ghostmaster realm. The speed seemed fast, but with the resource support from Tianfeng Group, it was entirely reasonable. The ranks are boosted by the strong. Job change items are also accompanied by the strong to obtain. The difficult part is transcending the tribulation. Lu Ming was extremely fortunate. Although it was a bit strenuous, he managed to pass through without any danger, achieving the second-turn Ghostmaster realm. Not far away, Mother Lu was crying, wiping her tears as she said, "The path of cultivation is too dangerous." Xiaoming almost died under the lightning tribulation. If you ask me, let's give up on this path of cultivation from now on. Finding a stable job is good too. Lu Ming's tribulation clearly frightened Mother Lu. She only hoped that her child could live a peaceful life and didn't want to see him go through such danger again. Lu Shushan's face darkened at the sight and he scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? What would a woman like you understand? Only by becoming stronger can one survive in this world with a high quality of life. Besides, Xiaoming has gone through life and death trials to step into the second-tier Ghostmaster realm. This is a great thing. You should be happy. Why are you crying?" Lu Shushan's expression was somewhat ferocious. The Lu family finally has someone promising. How could they just give up so easily? Lu Ming also said, "Mom, you don't need to worry anymore. My A-level profession is very strong. It's just a mere second-turn Thunder Tribulation. Even the upcoming third-turn Thunder Tribulation won't be a problem." Lu Ming looked confident. He felt that Thunder Tribulations were nothing special, and the third-turn Thunder Tribulation wouldn't be difficult for him either. He could still pass through it and step into the third-turn Ghost General realm. Lu's mother paused for a moment, stopped crying, and said worriedly, "Where could Xiaoshang have gone? It's been almost a month, and there's no sign of him. Don't mention that kid to me." Lu Shushan's face immediately fell upon hearing this. Yi Shang had been missing for almost a month, as if he had vanished into thin air. Lu Shushan was still counting on Yi Shang to get a job and send some money home to help with household expenses. But judging by the current situation, there's no hope for that at all. "Dad, I'm going on a trip tomorrow." Lu Ming interrupted the two of them. "Where are you going?" Lu Shushan was stunned. Lu Ming said, "The ancient land." "The ancient land?" Lu Shushan looked puzzled. As an ordinary person, he obviously hadn't heard of such a place that only high-level cultivators knew about. After Lu Ming explained, he said, "After I passed the lightning tribulation, Tianfeng Group classified me as a key talent for cultivation. They plan to take a group of second-turn prodigies like me to the ancient land for training, to prepare for the upcoming federal grand exam." Upon hearing this, Lu Shushan's expression changed, and he rarely showed concern as he said, "If what you say is true, then even the weakest ghost soldiers in the ancient land are at the peak of the second-turn realm, and there are even stronger third-turn and fourth-turn ghost soldiers? Then that's too dangerous. Can't we not go?" Lu Ming grinned, "No problem. This is a rare opportunity. There are several elders at the third-turn ghost general level leading the team. Safety won't be an issue. Besides, the ancient land is a treasure trove for loot drops. Who knows, I might get a full set of legendary equipment. In this way, the upcoming federal exam will be more assured." Lu Shushan fell silent upon hearing the words federal exam. The federal exam. It is a global exam established for admission to the top federal university, Fengdu University. At that time, global talents will gather for a fierce competition. The winners will gain entry into this top-tier academy. It is the dream destination for all young people. What Lu Shushan values most is that upon graduating from Fengdu University, the worst outcome is becoming the lord of a city. If outstanding, one might even become a regional inspector upon graduation, holding a high position with significant authority. From then on, life would change. Lu Ming said seriously, "Dad, this ancient site is an opportunity. Whether I can get into Fengdu University depends on this trip. Moreover, there's only 1 month left until the federal entrance exam, and time is pressing." Lu Ming possesses an A-level profession, so naturally, he must aim for the federal grand exam. Hearing this, Lu Shushan no longer tried to stop him. "Then you must be careful." "Alright, that's enough. I'm going to rest now. Tomorrow, I'll be departing with the third-rank elders." Lu Ming got up, waved his hand, and then returned to his bedroom. Lu Shushan and Lu Ma were left sitting quietly. After a long while, Lu Ma spoke. "Could Xiaoming be in any danger?" "No. Didn't you hear that a third-rank elder is leading the team?" Lu Shushan waved his hand, his eyes showing reverence as he said, "That's a third-turn turn Ghost General Realm expert, capable of walking in the air, with extremely powerful combat strength.
With them around, Xiao Ming's safety is not an issue. What about Xiao Shang? Are we really just going to ignore him?
Lu's mother showed a look of reluctance in her eyes. Lu Shushan said, he's just going out to work, there's no danger.
What are you worried about?
Lu's mother glanced around, lowered her voice mysteriously, and said, Shushan, treating Xiao Shang like this, will those mysterious people agree? They send us quite a lot of money every year, and that money is meant for us to take care of Xiao Shang. But we've been diverting it all to support our Xiao Ming. You even let Xiao Shang go look for a job. Aren't you afraid of angering these mysterious people?
Hearing about the mysterious people, Lu Shushan's expression visibly tensed up.
The mysterious people mentioned by Lu's mother were an extremely formidable group of powerful individuals, each with an aura as deep as an abyss, but never showing up in person, always appearing in black, taking a distant glance at Yi Shang before quickly leaving, making them seem extremely mysterious. Every year, a sum of money would be sent to Lu Shushan through special channels. First, to thank Lu Shushan for raising Yi Shang.
Second, to ensure Yi Shang could live a better life. No problem, these people are very mysterious.
They seem to have some concerns and dare not stay too long. Every time, they just take a glance and leave in a hurry, unable to discover what we've done.
Lu Shushan lowered his voice and said.
Lu Ma sighed, feeling guilty, and said, I really feel sorry for Xiao Shang. On the way to the ancient land, a ghostly mist ship was speeding along. On the deck, Yi Shang sat cross-legged in a white robe.
This ghostly mist ship is somewhat slow.
Yi Shang shook his head, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with the speed of the ghost mist ship. Nowadays, his flying speed could reach 1,000 kilometers per hour. However, the ghost mist ship could only manage 850 kilometers per hour. Nevertheless, long-term flying consumed an extreme amount of internal energy, so Yi Shang had no choice but to pilot the ghost mist ship to the ancient land.
Need to find an opportunity to replace this flying treasure.
Yi Shang made a silent decision. Feeling bored, Yi Shang opened the class group chat to catch up on some recent happenings in the outside world. The class group seemed somewhat quiet, with very few people talking.
This is vastly different from the usual hustle and bustle.
Yi Shang found this a bit strange. The class group has indeed been much quieter recently. At this moment, Zhou Ming complained in the class group, there have been so few people talking these past few days. A message popped up right after, and it turned out to be Zhang Gang's reply. No choice, the federal grand exam is getting closer and closer, and everyone is preparing for it. I heard Jiang Hao say, all the classmates who have reached the third turn Ghost General Realm have already entered the ancient land.
Want to make a final sprint and become stronger. Even Jiang Hao went to the ancient land 2 days ago.
Zhang Gang spoke with a hint of loneliness. Since Jiang Hao went to the ancient land, he hasn't even had anyone to talk to these past few days. As for him going to the ancient land, he does not have such qualifications. To go to the ancient land, the weakest strength required is at least the second transition perfection realm, or someone must take you there.
Otherwise, it would be seeking death. Zhang Gang is only at second transition level 50, still quite far from the second transition perfection. Ancient land, Zhou Ming exclaimed.
His strength made him even less qualified to go. Yi Shang watched the two chatting. From their few words, it was learned that those third-turn Ghost General Realm classmates had all unanimously gone to the ancient land.
But this is also normal. The ancient land is the fastest place to enhance one's strength.
Especially for third-turn Ghost General Realm experts, the ancient land can be considered a treasure trove, and there's no reason not to go. Swish! If luck is on your side, gathering a complete set of third-tier legendary equipment in the ancient land will undoubtedly give you an absolute advantage in the Federal Grand Exam.
Federal Grand Exam, Fengdu University.
Yi Shang sat cross-legged on the deck, somewhat lost in thought.
The Federal Grand Exam is a global examination established for admission to the top federal university, Fengdu University. At that time, global elites will gather for a fierce battle. Jiang Hao and these third-turn classmates are obviously going to participate. Even the fourth-turn Ghost Sect Realm Shang Guaning will take part, and has been preparing for it all along. None of his classmates didn't want to get into Fengdu University. Fengdu University is not just a university, it's the top-tier circle of the Federation.
Yi Shang murmured to himself.
Fengdu University gathers countless freaks and prodigies of the Federation, and countless offspring of the powerful and noble gathered together.
According to Yi Shang's knowledge, 90% of the Federation's high-ranking officials graduated from Fengdu University. It can be said that Fengdu University is the Wampoa military academy of the previous life.
As long as you get admitted, upon graduation, at the very least, you'll be the lord of a city.
Or perhaps a regional inspector, holding a high position with significant authority. You will have the opportunity to enter the top power center of the Federation. This is the significance of being admitted to Fengdu University.
There's only 1 month left until the federal exam.
Yi Shang felt a bit anxious. He was determined to take the federal exam, and he was set on succeeding. However, his current strength was still somewhat lacking.
At that time, the federal grand exam will have countless freaks participating. Even someone like Shang Guaning, who is at the fourth turn Ghost ghost sect realm, will be there. How fierce will the competition be then?
The third turn may seem strong, but it's still not enough.
I still have 1 month.
I must at least raise my realm to the fourth turn ghost sect realm.
Tied with Shang Guaning.
Yi Shang's gaze looked into the distance, as if he had already seen the ancient land.
To achieve such a significant improvement in a short time, only the ancient land could help him accomplish it. Yi Shang closed the classmates group chat and stopped thinking about it. A month later, he will meet these former classmates at the federal exam. When these classmates see him, one wonders what kind of surprised expressions they will show. Half a day later, a ghostly mist ship finally entered the ancient region.
The heavens and earth of the ancient region were shrouded in a yellow haze, with spatial cracks tearing open from time to time, unleashing terrifying spatial storms.
Is this the ancient land?
On the deck of the ghost mist ship, Yi Shang glanced around, his expression solemn. The spatial barriers of this ancient land seemed extremely unstable, frequently tearing apart and revealing the chaotic spatial currents within.
We must be cautious. If we accidentally enter a spatial rift, we could easily get lost in the endless spatial currents.
Yi Shang became cautious and careful.
This is just the outskirts of the ancient land. We are far from reaching the ancient land.
Yi Shang shook his head and continued steering the ghost mist ship on its journey. In the ancient land region, amidst the yellowish heavens and earth, a massive flying warship was advancing cautiously, avoiding the dangerous spatial rifts along the way. This giant ship is over 100 meters long and more than 50 meters high. The bow features a ferocious and massive ghost dragon head, and the ship's body resembles a ghost dragon as well.
This warship is the famous Ghost Dragon Catastrophe. Extremely expensive.
It is a large flying magical treasure crafted by thousands of artifact refiners working together,
suitable for carrying a large number of people.
Only wealthy and powerful forces can afford to purchase it. It is beyond the means of ordinary factions.
Inside the cabin of the Ghost Dragon Great Morning Ship, hundreds of figures sat uneasily in meditation.
Upon closer inspection, these hundreds of figures were actually all second transition perfection realm experts, without exception. This was truly astonishing.
What kind of force could produce so many second transition perfection realm experts at once?
And deep within the ship's cabin, there were several third-turn ghost general realm experts sitting cross-legged, escorting these second-turn perfected realm individuals to the ancient land. One of the third-turn middle-aged women opened her eyes, glanced at the hundreds of second-turn perfected realm experts in the cabin, and revealed a satisfied smile. The number of strong individuals in my Guyu Tower is increasing.
Feng Yuqin smiled.
She was one of the elders escorting this time. They were to send these hundreds of potential disciples to the ancient land for training. These disciples are all extraordinary. Each one is a second transformation perfection realm expert. Hopefully, during this journey to the ancient land, one or two of these hundreds of second transformation perfection realm experts can reach the third transformation ghost general realm.
Feng Yuqin said with hope. Third transformation ghost general realm experts are scarce for any faction. The more, the better.
At this moment, among hundreds of figures,
at the same time,
one figure was restlessly twisting, looking somewhat nervous. After all, they were heading to an extremely dangerous ancient land. Claiming not to be nervous would be a lie. If Yi Shang were here, he would definitely recognize her. This person was none other than Gu Yuqing, with whom he had once collaborated in Icewind Valley. Gu Yuqing possesses the strength of the second transformation at the perfect realm. This time, when Gu Yuelu organized the expedition to the ancient land for training, she made every effort to secure a spot. But upon arriving at the ancient land, she still felt a bit nervous.
We have already entered the ancient land.
On the side, a group of disciples from the Guyu Tower looked out through the ship's window. They saw that the world had already turned into a hazy yellow expanse. This was the scene after entering the ancient land.
This is just the outskirts of the ancient land. We haven't yet reached the true ancient land, the Yin City. That is the core of the ancient land.
I heard, all the ghost soldiers in an entire ghost city are at the second stage of perfection, like a tide. The crowd whispered among themselves.
Someone nodded solemnly. That's right, it's true.
But that's just the weakest ghost city. The powerful Yin City is filled with third-turn Yin soldiers, and even fourth-turn Yin soldier ghost generals.
That's truly terrifying. It's said that the Yin energy has even solidified into substance. Isn't this way too dangerous? Is this a place we can even go?
Some people were so terrified that their faces turned pale.
Another person comforted them, saying, "What are you afraid of?
Risk and reward are proportional.
Although the ancient land is dangerous, the drop rate is extremely high. Legendary equipment is dropped by someone every day. This is our chance."
Yes, I had to bribe an elder with half my fortune to secure this opportunity to go to the ancient land, a young man said with a pained expression.
Not far away, Gu Yuqing listened to the crowd's discussions and couldn't help but sigh.
These individuals, who were at the peak of the second transformation realm, were usually considered capable and reliable experts. But after arriving at the ancient land, she became like a newly minted rookie, needing others to escort her to the ancient land. Take Gu Yuqing, for example. When she usually went out to handle affairs, others would respectfully address her as madam.
But now, Gu Wuqing shook her head and gritted her teeth, saying, "This time, I must find a way to advance to the third-tier Ghost General realm." She has been stuck at the second transition for many years. Even the transition item is ready, but she just can't bring herself to crush it, because she isn't completely confident about surviving the tribulation. Her trip to the ancient land is also to obtain 1 or 2 legendary grade pieces of equipment to increase her chances of success in overcoming the tribulation. "Did you see those spatial rifts?" Someone chuckled. "Yes, I saw them. What's the matter?" The person next to him looked puzzled. That person said, "It said that these spatial rifts connect to ancient depths where ghostly cities lie, and occasionally ghostly soldiers pass through them. If we encounter it, we're most likely doomed." "Don't jinx it. How could we be so unlucky?" Someone rebuked. "That dangerous?" Some people felt a bit scared after hearing this, their voices trembling as they spoke. Seeing some people afraid, someone immediately reassured them in a deep voice, "Everyone, rest assured. The ghost dragon's defense is strong, and with several elders like Feng Yuqin escorting it, nothing will go wrong." Saying this, the person turned to warn the other, "Don't speak nonsense." Upon hearing this, the person obediently shut their mouth. Gui Wuqing withdrew her gaze and looked toward the few third-turn elders deep in the cabin, her expression tinged with a hint of gloom. In her heart, there was always a sense of foreboding. It seemed as if something was about to happen. Gradually, everyone in the cabin grew tired and lost interest in conversation. The entire cabin became dull and silent. No one spoke, only hoping to reach the core area of the ancient land as soon as possible. There was the base of the Guyu Tower, along with a large number of elders from the Guyu Tower. Once there, it would actually be safe. Amidst the drowsiness of everyone, the hull of the Ghost Dragon's Great Morning suddenly shook violently, as if struck by some massive object, startling everyone from their slumber. Someone opened their eyes, their face full of uncertainty and suspicion. Not sure, someone shook their head. Gui Wuqing also opened her eyes alertly, but after the violent tremor, the Ghost Dragon's Great Morning returned to stability. At this moment, someone looked upward through the ship's window at an angle and stammered, "Look quickly, what is that?" Hearing this, everyone crowded around the ship's window and looked up outside, but with just one glance, their faces turned as pale as wax. Many even widened their eyes in terror. "It's the ghost soldiers passing through. We've encountered the ghost soldiers passing through." For a moment, the cabin was in complete chaos. If viewed from afar, one could see a terrifying scene. Suddenly, a spatial rift tore open above the ghost dragon Deshang of the ancient moon tower as it advanced. Then, the spatial rift seemed to pour out black water, which surged madly toward the warship. But upon closer inspection, one would realize this was no black water at all. It was clearly a tide of ghostly soldiers. Due to their large numbers, they gathered together and surged out from the spatial rift, which made it look like black water was pouring out. Faced with such a large number of ghost soldiers, the ghost dragon of Great Morning automatically launched a counterattack. Streaks of black light rose, burning away a large number of ghost soldiers. However, the number of ghost soldiers was simply too overwhelming. What's even more fatal is that the ghost soldiers pouring out of the spatial rift are all at level 3. Their powerful combat strength is far beyond what a single warship can withstand. They directly overwhelmed the warship. In the high sky, the ghost dragon's tragic demise lasted only a moment before it exploded, turning into a ball of fire. Hundreds of figures urgently leapt out from within, falling like raindrops toward the forest below. Gui Wuqing was among these hundreds of figures, her body plummeting toward the ground like a cannonball. Everything happened too quickly. Everyone was still asleep, and the next moment, such a sudden change occurred. What happened? The ghost dragon was directly blasted apart. Then, she followed the crowd in a daze, leaping out and descending toward the ground below. She was only a second-turn cultivator and couldn't yet fly, but thanks to her strong physical constitution, she wouldn't die from the fall. After a while, Gui Wuqing landed on the ground like a cannonball, creating a large crater. Her face was pale, and despite the intense pain in her legs, she looked up toward the sky. She saw a fierce and tragic battle unfolding in the sky at that moment. It was several elders from the ancient moon tower escorting them, fighting against the sudden ghost tide. "My god, we really ran into the ghost army crossing, and it's a third-tier ghost tide, that jinx. Damned!" Someone shouted in fear. At this moment, facing the third-tier ghost tide, these second-tier cultivators were completely powerless to help. Not good. It's Elder Feng Yuqin. Her limbs have been pierced by ghost chains and she's been captured. Someone's eyes widened in fury, looking up at the battle in the sky. Gui Wuqing raised her head, her eyes instantly turning red as well. Feng Yuqin was seen fiercely battling the ghost tide, but several third-turn consummate realm ghost soldiers within the tide had locked onto her. The chain in her hand pierced through Feng Yuqin's body, locking her in place, and no matter how much Feng Yuqin struggled, it was all in vain. As for the other elders, they had no time to spare for rescue. The disciples of the Guyu Tower witnessed the scene they least wanted to see. Feng Yuqin was dismembered by several third-turn consummate realm ghost soldiers, her body shattered into countless pieces, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. Elder Feng Yuqin. Seeing this scene, countless disciples of the ancient moon tower burst into tears. Over 100 miles away, a ghostly mist ship slowly sailed forward.
forward.
Boom! Yu-Chin!
In the sky, an elder of the Guyu Tower watched Feng Yuqin being dismembered by the third-ranking soldiers and couldn't help but cry out in grief. Below, many disciples of the Guyu Tower wept bitterly. In the past, Feng Yuqin had always cared for them meticulously, like a kind elder, but now she had fallen right before their eyes.
But they could do nothing. Why are you still not leaving? An elder of the Guyu Tower, with reddened eyes, roared angrily at the disciples below.
The other elders were also doing their utmost to hold back the tide of ghost soldiers, afraid that the tide of ghost soldiers would rush down and massacre hundreds of disciples at the peak of the second transformation. If the tide of ghost soldiers at the third transformation were to rush down, not a single one of the hundreds of disciples at the peak of the second transformation would survive. Several elders of the ancient moon tower were well aware that these hundreds of disciples at the peak of the second transformation were the foundation accumulated over many years by the ancient moon tower and must not be lost.
An elder, with tears of blood, said, "Scatter and flee, whoever can escape, let them escape. We can't hold them off for long."
"That's right. Go quickly. We'll hold them off." Another elder coughed up blood, his chest pierced through, yet he still smiled and spoke, not wanting to worry the disciples below.
In such a dire situation, none of the elders of the Guyu Tower chose to flee.
"Elder!" This scene made a group of second-turn consummate disciples burst into tears. In the sky, another third-turn elder faltered and was dismembered by the shadow soldiers, causing a blood rain to fall.
Cackle, cackle, cackle. In the high sky, eerie laughter echoed continuously.
These ghost soldiers from the Shadow City are different from ordinary spirits, each wielding various ancient weapons such as swords, bows, crossbows, iron hooks, chains, and so on. Especially under the leadership of some ghost generals, they maintain a certain military formation, advancing and retreating in an orderly manner.
Boom! The next second,
they seem to retain the instincts of warfare from their past lives, making them extremely difficult to deal with.
A burly young man stood on high ground, watching as yet another elder fell.
Calmly, he looked at the hundreds of Guyulu disciples and said, "Everyone, leave quickly.
Do not let the elders' sacrifices be in vain."
"That's right. Let's go."
Someone gritted their teeth.
Although their heart was bleeding, they couldn't care about anything else at this moment and leaped away into the distance.
At the same time, amid the crowd,
Gu Yuqing bit her crimson lips, her face full of sorrow. She fled toward the nearby mountain forest while occasionally looking back. After the last elder of the Guyu Tower fell, she decided not to look back anymore and ran with all her might. With no elders of the Guyu Tower to stop them, the third waving soldier tide was about to swarm like locusts, slaughtering them. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted in astonishment, causing many people to stop in their tracks.
"Look, what is that? Oh my god, it's a ghost fog ship heading this way. Is he out of his mind?"
As the man shouted, many people stopped in their tracks and turned to look.
Gu Yuqing couldn't resist her curiosity and turned to look back.
She saw a ghostly mist ship leisurely sailing in the high sky, heading directly toward the swarm-like third-ranking soldier tide. It was as if the owner of the ship hadn't noticed this third-ranking soldier tide at all,
treating it as if it didn't exist, intending to sail straight through. Is this person crazy? He actually charged toward the third-ranking soldier tide. Isn't he afraid of being torn to pieces by the third-ranking soldier tide?
Many disciples of the Guyu Tower were stunned.
What's going on with the owner of this ghost fog ship? Could it be that they haven't seen the overwhelming tide of third-turn ghost soldiers?
Moreover, blood rain is still falling from the sky at this moment.
Boom!
That is the blood of several elders from the ancient moon tower, vividly highlighting the tragic scene that just unfolded. They simply don't believe that the ship's captain couldn't see all of this. Since they saw it and still made this choice, there are only two possibilities. One is that the ship's captain has already been scared senseless by the third wave of soldier tide.
Forgetting to adjust the direction, they just sailed forward in a daze. Second, the ship owner simply didn't care about the current third waving soldier tide. But how is that possible?
That is the third waving soldier tide, which caused the fall of several elders of the Guyu Tower.
What kind of person could disregard such a third waving soldier tide? Everyone was stunned.
They just watched as the ghost fog ship slowly sailed toward the third wave of soldiers. When the ghost fog ship got closer, many people closed their eyes, not daring to look anymore. It was as if they had already foreseen the scene in the next moment, the ghost fog ship being shattered and its owner being devoured in a bloody frenzy. It was at this moment that the master of the ghostly mist ship finally made a move. A golden sword light soared up from the ship. This sword light was dazzling. It was like a golden sun rising, accompanied by countless flying 8 trigrams runes, casually slashing toward the wave of third-turning soldiers blocking the path. Many disciples of the Guyu Tower had their eyes stung by the golden light and instinctively closed them. But even more people widened their eyes, watching as this golden sword light actually engulfed the wave of third-turning soldiers. No one knew how much time had passed before the golden sword light disappeared. The world became extremely quiet. Many people closed their eyes, feeling somewhat strange. Gu Yuqing's eyelashes fluttered, also having her eyes stung by the golden light earlier, and now she tried to open her eyes. Many people, after opening their eyes, were immediately stunned by the scene before them. They saw that the swarm-like
third-turning soldiers had vanished. Ashes of vanquished ghost soldiers fell from the sky. A lone ghostly mist ship hovered in the air, surrounded by emptiness. The third wave of ghost soldiers was wiped out with a single sword? Many people stopped in their tracks, no longer fleeing, but stared in disbelief at the scene. Who exactly is the owner of that ship? So incredibly powerful. Many people were stunned. They just found it unbelievable. The tide of third-turn ghost soldiers that even several third-turn elders of their Guyue tower couldn't resist was unexpectedly wiped out with a single casual sword strike by the ship's owner. The gap between them is simply unimaginable. Someone suddenly showed a bitter expression, looking at the ghost fog ship and said, if only he had come a step earlier, the elders could have survived. Unfortunately, everything is too late. Many people resonated with it. After the crisis was resolved, some began to weep uncontrollably. Several elders of the Guyue tower perished far too tragically. Guiyueching also looked sorrowful. At this moment, a burly young man stood up voluntarily, clasped his fists, and addressed the ghostly mist ship hovering in the sky. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. I, Guiyulu, will always remember this in my heart. The others, seeing this, also cupped their fists in gratitude. Boom! Thank you, senior. Guiyueching suppressed her grief, raised her head again, and likewise cupped her fists toward the ghostly mist ship in the sky, her voice clear as she said, thank you, senior, for saving my life. In the sky, the ghost mist ship hovered. Hearing the continuous voices of gratitude from below, the disciples of Guyu Tower saw the mist shrouding the ghost mist ship gradually dissipate, revealing a figure on the deck. Ah! The figure was dressed in a white robe, with a tall and slender build, sitting cross-legged with an air of transcendence. This scene made many disciples of Guyu Tower hold their breath. This senior actually stopped for them, but it's unclear what he intends to do. Guiyueching also looked up, but what puzzled her was that the figure in the white robe seemed somewhat familiar. On the deck of the ghost mist ship, Yiang sat cross-legged in a white robe, casually annihilating the wave of third-turning soldiers blocking the way. He looked down below. Although the wave of third-turning soldiers was powerful, it could not withstand the might of a single sword strike from the newly ascended third-turn Yiang. It's people from the Guyu Tower. Yiang leaned forward, sweeping his gaze downward. Guyu Lu was also somewhat familiar to Yiang. Back in Icewind Valley, he had interacted with people from Guyu Lu and even briefly cooperated with them. There was neither resentment nor conflict between the two sides. The reason he acted just now was simply because the third-turning soldier tide blocked his path, not to save people. As Yiang's gaze swept downward, he couldn't help but pause slightly, unexpectedly spotting a familiar figure among the hundreds of people expressing their gratitude. It's her, Guiyueching? What a coincidence! Yiang looked astonished, never expecting to encounter an old acquaintance from Icewind Valley here. Guiyueching still left a deep impression on him. Yeah. In Icewind Valley, she led the disciples of Guyu Tower and demonstrated formidable combat power with a fiery red silk ribbon. Even Yiang at the time was extremely wary of her. But now, Yiang couldn't help but shake his head. The strength and status between the two had undergone a tremendous change. Not only had he advanced to the third-turn Ghost General realm, but he also possessed the combat power of the third-turn Invincible realm. But what about Guiyueching? Still at the peak of the second transformation, equipped with a full set of second transformation dark gold grade gear, everyone who sees him must respectfully address him as senior. The next moment, Yiang had a thought and steered the ghost mist ship to descend. The ghost mist ship is coming down. Below, many disciples of the ancient moon tower exclaimed in surprise, seeing that the ghostly mist ship had actually descended. Many were stunned and completely unprepared. Guiyueching also looked up, feeling somewhat puzzled. She had originally thought that the owner of the ship would leave directly after annihilating the third wave of Een soldiers, but she hadn't expected it to descend. However, when she saw the ghostly mist ship flying straight toward her, she couldn't help but freeze in shock. Heading toward me? Guiyueching was somewhat surprised. Then, the ghostly mist ship drew closer and closer, and the figures on the deck gradually became clearer. Very soon, many people clearly saw the figure on the deck. Guiyueching naturally saw it clearly as well. However, the moment Guiyueching recognized the figure on the deck, her mind instantly buzzed with a roar. Impossible! How could it be him? Guiyueching immediately recognized Yiang on the deck and felt as if the entire world was spinning. She had never imagined, no matter how much she thought about it, the owner of the ghost mist ship would actually be Yiang. How could it be you? Guiyueching was stunned. How could she not recognize Yiang? How long has it been since the Icewind Valley incident ended? She still remembers it vividly. The scene of Yiang using 3,000 black threads to annihilate Bai Tingyu is still fresh in her mind. Someone who could control a third-turn fierce ghost at the second turn. It was unforgettable, and it had shocked her greatly at the time. Afterwards, Yiang was hunted down by the Bai family, causing an uproar throughout the city, and she heard about it as well. At one point, she believed Yiang was doomed. But now, not only is he still alive, but he also seems to have advanced to the third-rank Ghost General realm, with an unbelievably powerful combat strength. Just now, with a single sword strike, he annihilated a tide of third-ranking soldiers soldiers. He is stronger than several third-rank elders of the Guyu Tower combined. Gu Yuqing felt as if she were dreaming. Everything before her eyes seemed utterly unreal. Especially watching Yi Sheng maneuver the ghost mist ship, it felt even more like being trapped in a dream, unable to wake up no matter what. A gust of strong wind swept by, and a ghost mist ship stopped right in front of Gu Yuqing, lifting her long, beautiful hair. Swish! Gu Yuqing, we meet again. Look quickly. From the ghost mist ship, a familiar voice came through. Gu Yuqing looked up and saw Yi Sheng looking at her with a faint smile. Gu Yuqing instinctively addressed him, but under Yi Sheng's piercing gaze, Gu Yuqing hurriedly corrected herself. Oh no, Yi Qian, Yi Senior. The current Yi Sheng is no longer the same as before. When Gu Yuqing looked at him, she couldn't discern Yi Sheng's depth at all. She only felt that Yi Sheng's aura was as vast as the ocean. Coupled with that sword strike just now, it was enough to demonstrate Yi Sheng's strength. Not only had he stepped into the third-turn ghost general realm, but he was also an absolute powerhouse within it. Her combat strength had reached an unimaginable level for her. Yi Sheng remained indifferent and directly said, "Come with me." "Where to?" Gu Yuqing was stunned, confused, and unsure of the reason. Yi Sheng frowned. Why so much nonsense? As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed, and Gu Yuqing immediately felt her body being restrained by a tremendous force, leaving her completely powerless to resist. Then she was pulled onto the ship in a daze. After capturing Gu Yuqing, Yi Sheng paid no attention to the reactions of the other disciples of Guyu Tower and directly maneuvered the ghost mist ship to soar into the sky, heading into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the distant clouds and mist, only leaving the disciples of the Guyu Tower staring at each other, not knowing what had happened. Senior sister Gu Yuqing has been taken away. A young man stood in a daze. Another person said, "This senior seems to have known senior sister Gu Yuqing for a long time. There won't be any danger, right?" Someone said worriedly, "There won't be. With this senior's strength, if he had ill intentions, he would have acted long ago. Why would he wait until now?" "Makes sense." Everyone nodded. A burly young man glanced at the surrounding environment and said, "Everyone, we are trapped in such a dangerous ancient land. Let's think about what to do next." Am I dreaming? As soon as he finished speaking, all the disciples of the ancient moon pavilion looked distressed. Without the protection of the third elder, this ancient land has become extremely dangerous. Whoosh! On the other side, a ghostly mist ship was flying amidst the hazy yellow clouds of the ancient land. On the deck, Yi Sheng sat cross-legged. On the side, Gu Yuqing waited with a complicated expression. She didn't know why Yi Sheng had captured her, but she didn't dare to speak and disturb him. Brother Yi. She clearly remembered that this person was someone ruthless and merciless. Definitely not the kind of person who would show kindness or leniency. "Aren't you going to ask me why I captured you?" Yi Sheng spoke. I dare not ask." Gu Yuqing lowered her head, her long, beautiful hair cascading like a waterfall, and replied honestly. Her looks were quite good. On a scale of 10, Gu Yuqing could definitely score an 8. With her slender figure, she could be considered a rare beauty. It's just that cultivators are often too preoccupied with bloody battles to pay attention to such things. "You're a direct descendant of the Guyu Pavilion, aren't you?" Yi Sheng turned his head to look at her, only to see Gu Yuqing's small face inexplicably flushed, which made him a bit puzzled. Could it be that the temperature on this ghostly fog ship is too high? Why is her face red? Yi Sheng frowned, sensed the temperature, and said strangely, "It's not hot, is it? Why is her face red?" Whoosh! "Yes, I am a direct descendant of the Guyu Lu family." Gu Yuqing lowered her head, letting out a soft whimper. "Sure enough, a direct descendant," Yi Sheng murmured. As far as he knew, not just anyone in the Guyu Tower could bear the surname Guyu. It must be a direct descendant to have this qualification. Really? Then, Yi Sheng revealed his purpose, looking indifferently at Gu Yuqing and said, "Since you are a direct descendant of the Guyu Tower, you naturally have access to the intelligence agency of the Guyu Tower. I want you to obtain a piece of intelligence about the Bai family in the ancient land from the Guyu Tower's intelligence agency." Bai family intelligence? Gu Yuqing was momentarily stunned, immediately realizing she had misunderstood. The man in front of her had captured her, apparently to extract Bai family intelligence for the Guyu Tower's intelligence agency. What? Is there a problem? Yi Sheng glanced coldly, his demeanor already carrying a hint of icy chill. After Yi Sheng reached the third transformation realm, his demeanor had completely changed, exuding a hint of chilling aura. "And no problem." Gu Yuqing shivered. All Yi Sheng wanted was information about the Bai family in the ancient land, which posed no threat to the Guyu Tower. Moreover, the Bai family's power is so immense that she felt even if Yi Sheng obtained the Bai family's intelligence, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything. "Go ahead," Yi Sheng said calmly. The ancient land was too vast. Yi Sheng wanting to settle accounts with the Bai family's forces in the ancient land was not such an easy task. Simply finding the Bai family's base is extremely troublesome. But with the intelligence from Guyu Lu, it becomes much easier. It saves him from wandering around aimlessly like a headless fly, wasting time. His time is incredibly precious right now. In just a moment, Gu Yuqing exchanged a document from
from the intelligence agency of Guyu Tower. It was about the distribution of the Bai family's forces in the ancient land. Yisheng opened it and scanned through, nodding in satisfaction, secretly praising the strength of Guyu Tower's intelligence agency. The investigation into the Bai family's details in the ancient land was thorough and clear, including the location of the Bai family's base in the ancient land and the number of strong individuals, leaving almost nothing uncovered.
With this information, things will be much easier.
Yisheng sneered and immediately used the intelligence to pinpoint a target.
Huangpu Mountain. The Bai family's important base in the ancient land is hidden here.
Yisheng put away the ghost mist ship and grabbed Guiyuqing in his hand. Then, while Guiyuqing was in a daze, he relied on his own speed to break through the air at lightning speed. The ghost mist ship was too slow, with a speed of only 850 kilometers per hour.
After reaching the third turn ghost general realm,
Yisheng relied on his ability to traverse the skies, reaching speeds of up to 2,000 kilometers per hour. This time, in a rush, Yisheng planned to travel through the air, eliminate this base of the Bai family, collect some interest, and let them know just how painful it is to provoke him.
Huangpu Mountain.
Huangpu Mountain under the night sky was breathtakingly beautiful, with streams of golden yellow waterfalls cascading down, exuding a serene beauty. A scene of blazing fire in a valley, accompanied by screams of agony, shattered this serene beauty.
Huangpu Mountain, Bai family base. It is undoubtedly a powerful base. On ordinary days, hundreds of disciples at the peak of the second transformation train here.
There are also at least a dozen or so third-turn ghost general realm elders stationed here, and no one dares to act recklessly. But at this moment, the Bai family base is ablaze with flames reaching the sky. Blood rain drifts through the sky. One concrete building after another collapses, and the ground is littered with corpses. Such a powerful base, resembling an apocalyptic scene, has turned into a wasteland.
Ah, don't kill me, you lunatic!
From the depths of the base, a scream echoed, but the sound quickly faded away.
After the final scream faded away, the entire Bai family base became eerily silent. Crackle!
The sound of flames burning echoed, and amidst the firelight, a figure in a white robe stepped forward, holding an inverted blood-dripping longsword in his hand. His entire body was enveloped in a scent of blood. Yisheng's expression was cold and stern. At this moment, he resembled a butcher who had just finished his work. Not far away, a figure curled up in the shadows, trembling all over from sheer fear. Plop! A footstep sounded beside her, crushing a pebble and making a noise.
Let's go, leave this place.
Yisheng appeared in front of the woman and said coldly, his voice sounding as if it came from the depths of the underworld.
Hearing this voice, Guiyuqing curled up even more tightly.
She didn't dare to lift her head, her body trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't until Yisheng bent down and gently patted her shoulder. Guiyuqing let out a scream, her face drained of color in fear. She looked up at Yisheng in front of her, as if she were staring at a demon.
Swish! Don't kill me! Don't kill me!
Guiyuqing, her hair disheveled, kept repeating the words.
Just an hour ago,
Yisheng broke into the Bai family base with Guiyuqing.
Then, he boldly made his move.
He slaughtered more than 10 elders of the Bai family, including one elder at the peak of the third transformation realm, Bai Tingyue. Guiyuqing knew Bai Tingyue and had once visited his residence together with the elder of Guyu Tower.
But tonight, she personally witnessed Bai Tingyue being beheaded by Yisheng.
In addition, over 100 disciples at the peak of the second transformation realm were all slaughtered. The massacre caused the entire base to be drenched in a rain of blood.
Throughout the entire process, Guiyuqing kept watching.
This man was like an emotionless butcher, coldly reaping lives, silent throughout, sparing no one. In all her life, Guiyuqing had never seen someone so decisive and ruthless. Yisheng tossed the blood-stained longsword in his hand aside, shook his head, and sat down cross-legged. He glanced at the Bai family base, where blood-light soared into the sky, his expression complex. He could hardly recognize himself anymore. Since coming to this world, his personality had grown increasingly cold and unyielding.
This is something that can't be helped. He has long been at odds with the Bai family, a fight to the death. The Bai family has tried to kill him multiple times, treating him like an ant. Even a clay figure would have some anger after all that. If it weren't for the few cards he had up his sleeve before, he might have already died under the Bai family's pursuit, with his head cut off and kicked around like a ball. Yisheng's sudden silence made the place exceptionally quiet for a moment. Hearing no movement, Guiyuqing quietly lifted her head buried in her arms and secretly glanced at Yisheng, unexpectedly catching a fleeting trace of confusion in his eyes. The confusion in Yisheng's eyes vanished in an instant, and his expression returned to being cold and stern. In this world, only the fittest survive. Ants are destined to be slaughtered, leaving him no room for excessive sentimentality. Only by becoming stronger
longer can one truly reign supreme.
Where are we going? Gu Yuqing asked tremblingly.
She had already re-evaluated the man before her. Previously, there was some casualness, but now only reverence remains.
You'll know once you go. Ah!
Yi Shang looked up and glanced at the blood moon in the sky.
After a moment, the two left the Bai family base.
Before leaving, Gu Yuqing turned back and saw the Bai family's base littered with corpses and engulfed in flames. She knew this matter was far from over. The massacre of the entire Bai family base was bound to stir up a great commotion. Once everyone learns it was Yi Shang's doing, while enraging the Bai family, it will likely also shake the entire Xianming pavilion. Yi Shang and the other person stood up and walked outside, with the Bai family base engulfed in towering flames behind them. The soaring flames illuminated half the night sky in a bright red glow, visible even from a great distance. After walking a short distance, Yi Shang suddenly looked up, frowning as he gazed into the distant sky. In the darkness of the distant sky, two figures seemed to be flying toward them.
Senior, someone is coming.
On the side, Gu Yuqing felt somewhat nervous seeing someone arrive at the Bai family base at this time, but it was unclear whether she was nervous for herself
or worried on behalf of those two.
The killing intent of the god of slaughter beside him is still thick.
Isn't running into him now just courting death? Of all times to come to the Bai family base, why choose now? At this moment, in the distant night sky,
two figures were traveling through the air, their expressions relaxed, unaware that a god of slaughter was waiting for them ahead. Both were at the third stage of the ghost general realm. Today, they picked up a leisurely task and were heading to the Bai family base to explain something.
Brother Fu Yuan, you are eloquent and persuasive.
When we meet Bai Tingyue at the Bai family, I'll have to rely on you. Zhang Gong smiled and cupped his hands, admitting that he was not as skilled in speech as his colleague. Fu Yuan clasped his hands behind his back and smiled, saying, Brother Zhang Gong, you're too modest. We both work for the Xianming pavilion. There's no distinction between us. After the matter is settled, the credit will still be split evenly between us. When Zhang Gong heard this, he burst into laughter.
This Fu Yuan really knew how to play along.
Fu Yuan smiled, Brother Zhang Gong, this matter is not difficult. That brat Yi Shang has already withdrawn from the Xianming pavilion.
All we need to do is explain to the Bai family. Let's go. If there's anything, just go straight to that brat Yi Shang. Our Xianming pavilion will not interfere. Elder Bai Tingyue will definitely be very pleased after hearing this. Zhang Gong nodded. That's right.
It's all that brat's fault. It has nothing to do with our Xianming pavilion.
Zhang Gong couldn't help but sigh. I really didn't expect that a mere second-stage cultivator could cause such a big mess. Daring to provoke the Bai family, they must have had enough of living.
As he spoke, Zhang Gong shook his head.
The Bai family was notorious for their vindictiveness.
The disciples of the Bai family, when training outside, only need to reveal their background, and no one dares to lay a hand on them, even if they provoke a certain great cultivator. After learning their background, the great cultivator would at most teach them a lesson or impose minor punishment, but would never take their lives, because the great cultivator knows that killing a Bai family disciple would be like stirring up a hornet's nest with the Bai family endless trouble.
Fu Yuan shook his head. This kid is just a reckless fool, acting without any sense of measure. But since he provoked the Bai family, he can forget about staying alive. Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, the Bai family will hunt him down to death. That's right, no one can save him. Zhang Gong said. Yellow Waterfall Mountain is almost here.
Fu Yuan said with a smile.
Ha, brother Fu Yuan, did you see a faint glimmer of firelight in the distance?
It seems to be deep within Yellow Waterfall Mountain.
Zhang Gong stared at Yellow Waterfall Mountain and saw firelight reflecting deep within from afar. Fu Yuan frowned. With this reminder, he also noticed a faint firelight flickering deep within Yellow Waterfall Mountain and said, looks like it's in the direction of the Bai family base. Is it on fire?
The two exchanged a glance and quickened their pace in unison, heading toward Huangpu Mountain. As they got closer, their expressions changed drastically. From afar, they could see flames soaring into the sky at the Bai family base. Even from a distance, the air carried a burnt smell, mixed with faint traces of blood. A gust of wind blew past, and the scent of blood became even stronger.
What happened here? Fu Yuan's expression changed drastically.
The Bai family base was filled with powerful individuals, and it even had someone like Bai Tingyue, a peak third-turn expert, guarding it.
Who could possibly threaten such a place? What's going on with the blazing fire at the Bai family base? There's someone in the flames.
Zhang Gong suddenly widened his eyes. Amidst the glow of the fire, two figures could be seen stepping out.
Zhang Gong said, Brother Fu Yuan, let's go ask these two what exactly happened at the Bai family base.
Fu Yuan didn't think much and nodded directly.
The blazing flames at the Bai family base couldn't possibly be the work of just two people, right?
Fu Yuan and Zhang Gong flew through the air and landed on the ground. The two saw a young man in a white robe and a woman with a peculiar expression.
Zhang Gong landed and immediately cupped his hands toward the young man in the white robe, anxiously asking, Brother, what happened at the Bai family base?
Yi Shang frowned and glanced at him but did not speak.
On the side, Gu Yuqing looked at Zhang Gong as if he were an idiot.
After Fu Yuan landed, he glanced at Yi Shang, and his expression changed. He quietly tugged at Zhang Gong's sleeve. leave, feeling a bit nervous inside. The killing intent emanating from the white-robed young man before him had already solidified into something tangible. Fu Yuan lowered his gaze and clearly saw a long trail of bloody footprints on the path the white-robed young man had walked. Not far away, a chipped long sword lay abandoned on the ground, its blade covered in blood. The white-robed young man's palm was similarly stained with blood. If Fu Yuan's guess was correct, the tragic state of the Bai family seemed to be closely tied to this white-robed young man. "What brings you here?" Yiang spoke, his voice seeming to come from the icy prison of the 9 netherworlds. He wanted to confirm whether these two were from the Bai family.
"We are Xianming."
Jiang Gong instinctively began to reveal his background and origins, but was promptly stopped by Fu Yuan beside him.
Fu Yuan forced a smile and said, "Well, we were just passing by." "Yes, just passing by.
My name is Fu Yuan, and he is Jiang Gong.
We are not members of the Bai family. We just happened to see the flames soaring into the sky here, and out of curiosity, we came to take a look." "Brother Fu Yuan?"
Jiang Gong was taken aback, unable to figure out what kind of act Fu Yuan was putting on. They were originally here for the Bai family, so how did it suddenly turn into just passing by? Fu Yuan ignored him, genuinely worried about his intelligence, and simply gave an awkward smile while looking at Yiang. Yiang glanced at the two of them, nodded, and could tell that these two were indeed not from the Bai family. Then he picked up Gu Yuqing nearby, roaring as he soared into the sky, fleeing toward the distant horizon. Only Fu Yuan, still shaken, was left behind, along with Jiang Gong, who remained utterly confused and unable to make sense of the situation.
A moment later, "Let's go, let's head inside and see what's happening at the Bai family base."
Fu Yuan spoke, not waiting for Jiang Gong, and took the lead, stepping toward the Bai family base. Jiang Gong shouted from behind, "Hey, brother Fu Yuan, you haven't explained what happened just now." Seeing that Fu Yuan didn't answer, he had no choice but to follow. The two walked quickly and soon entered the Bai family base, where flames were soaring into the sky.
Then, they witnessed an unbelievable scene.
All that could be seen was the collapse of buildings in the Bai family base, leaving a pile of ruins.
Fierce flames were burning everywhere.
The corpses of the Bai family members were scattered all around.
Is this still the Bai family base? What exactly happened? Okay.
Jiang Gong looked at the scene, his voice trembling. Swish! Fu Yuan suddenly spoke with a serious expression. He had spotted a familiar corpse, one that closely resembled the third-turn perfection realm by Tingyue. In front of the ruins of a collapsed building, the firelight illuminated the area in a fiery red. Fu Yuan and Jiang Gong stood, looking down at a corpse on the ground. The chest of the corpse was completely pierced through, with even the heart shredded by the sword's energy. Especially striking was the expression on the corpse's face, which, even in death, carried a trace of fear and disbelief. It's as if they saw something incredible before dying.
It's also as if they couldn't believe they had fallen like this. "It's definitely by Tingyue." Fu Yuan looked at the corpse on the ground and said tremblingly.
Jiang Gong felt as if he were dreaming, muttering to himself, how could this happen? Bai Tingyue is a cultivator at the peak of the third transformation realm.
Who could kill him? What exactly happened at the Bai family base?
And more than 10 elders of the Bai family were slaughtered as well.
Fu Yuan's face turned pale.
He looked into the distance and saw the corpses of more than 10 elders of the Bai family. At this moment, from a pile of rubble not far away, there was a clattering sound as a hand pushed aside the debris and stretched out. A faint voice emerged from beneath the rubble.
"Someone's still alive."
Fu Yuan was first stunned, then his expression changed. Immediately, he and Jiang Gong rushed over without a second thought. Upon arriving, Fu Yuan waved his hand, and a powerful force swept away the rubble covering the person, revealing a blood-soaked figure who was violently coughing up blood. However, upon seeing Fu Yuan and Jiang Gong, the person seemed to go mad, screaming in terror, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" And despite the sharp, jagged stones, his body kept retreating backward.
A moment later, "Don't be afraid, we are elders of the Xianming pavilion. Tell us, what exactly happened?"
Fu Yuan rushed forward, grabbed the person, and asked urgently.
He was truly curious what exactly had happened at the Bai family base to end up in such a tragic state.
That person slowly calmed down after realizing that Fu Yuan was not the one he feared, but his eyes remained vacant, and he kept muttering,
"Madman, he's a devil. Yes, a devil." Fu Yuan shouted loudly, growing anxious.
The man's incoherent words only allowed him to catch that it seemed a single person had slaughtered the entire Bai family base. But how could this be possible? Who is so powerful?
Not only killed Bai Tingyue but also slaughtered more than 10 third-turn elders of the Bai family? Could it be a fourth-turn ghost sect realm expert? Yi Shen. It's him. He's a madman. A madman.
The Bai family disciple screamed frantically, then fiercely grabbed his own hair, as if he had gone insane.
"How did my Bai family provoke him? Follow me. Provoke a madman."
Fu Yuan threw the man to the ground, his face full of disbelief, as if he had heard something utterly absurd.
"Yi Shang? How is that possible?" Fu Yuan was stunned.
Jiang Gong, standing nearby, was also dumbfounded.
It was Yi Shang's doing? Isn't he just a second-tier minor cultivator? How could he single-handedly massacre the entire Bai family base? And
Jiang Gong lowered his head to look at the corpse of Bai Tingyue Tingyue on the ground and said, Tingyue was a cultivator at the peak of the third transformation realm. How could he be defeated? Could it be that he has also stepped into the third transformation realm? But that doesn't make sense. Someone who has just entered the third transformation realm couldn't possibly be a match for a powerhouse like Tingyue. Jiang Gong felt his mind was overwhelmed. There were too many things he couldn't figure out, and everything before him seemed somewhat surreal. No, that lunatic possesses the combat power of the invincible realm at the third transformation. He's too strong. At this moment, the surviving members of the Bai family spoke frantically, their faces twisted with fear, and their eyes filled with intense terror. It seemed as if they could still see that white-robed figure wielding a blood-dripping longsword, displaying an invincible presence as he rampaged through the Bai family base. Even Elder Tingyue could hardly withstand a single round against him. Yi Shang is at the third transformation, the invincible realm? What nonsense are you talking about? Fu Yuan listened, kicked him, and looked utterly incredulous. Yi Shang is clearly a cultivator at the second transformation. Even if he managed to survive the lightning tribulation by chance, he would have only just stepped into the third transformation realm. How could he possibly become an existence in the third transformation invincible realm so quickly? That's right. Fu Yuan suddenly seemed to remember something. Brother Jiang Gong, do you still remember that white-robed young man we encountered earlier? I remember. Why? Jiang Gong looked puzzled. He still believed that the two people from earlier were just passing by, drawn to take a look at the Bai family base. What was so unusual about that? Fu Yuan recalled the face of the white-robed young man from earlier and quickly operated on his communication wristband. An image appeared in front of the two. It was the face of Yi Shang. Upon seeing this, their expressions changed instantly. The person in the image was identical to the white-robed young man they had just encountered. It's the same person. It's really him. Yi Shang. I ran into him. Fu Yuan's face instantly turned deathly pale, especially Jiang Gong, who was completely stunned. He felt as if he had just walked away from the gates of hell. Who is it? The two of them unexpectedly ran straight into Yi Shang, who had just slaughtered the entire Bai family base. Jiang Gong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, Brother Fu Yuan, it was thanks to you just now. Otherwise, you and I might not have survived until now. Jiang Gong was still shaken. Just now, he almost revealed his origin, Xianming Pavilion. Everyone knows that after the Bai family incident, the relationship between Yi Shang and Xianming Pavilion is not harmonious. Who can tell if Yi Shang, after learning their identities, might casually kill the two of them? Fu Yuan gave a bitter smile, feeling lingering fear at this moment. Just now, he also sensed the tangible killing intent emanating from Yi Shang's body, so he decided to conceal the identities of the two. Bang! At this moment, looking back, he realized he made the right choice. His quick thinking had clearly saved the lives of the two. Otherwise, the two of them might have already been slaughtered by Yi Shang in a fit of rage. Let's go. This place is not safe to stay for long. Fu Yuan glanced at the blazing Bai family base, his expression serious as he spoke. Yeah, this place gives me the creeps. Jiang Gong shivered. The resentment lingering in this place was too intense. The two were just about to take off into the air when Fu Yuan suddenly stopped. Wait, bring this surviving member of the Bai family along, Fu Yuan said. Jiang Gong looked puzzled. Why bring him? This kid has already been scared out of his mind. Are we taking a lunatic back with us? Fu Yuan replied seriously, the two of us have been here. If there's no witness to prove this matter has nothing to do with us, I'm afraid we won't be able to explain ourselves when we return. Speaking, Fu Yuan looked at the Bai family disciple. Take him back and hand him over to the Bai family. This way, the Bai family will know that this matter has nothing to do with the two of us. It was all Yi Shang's doing. This is the only way to distance ourselves from this matter. Jiang Gong heard this and thought it made sense. Then let's take him along. With that, he stepped forward and picked up the surviving Bai family disciple from the ground. Taking the Bai family disciples with them, the two soared into the sky and hurriedly left the place. But on the way back, both were weighed down with heavy thoughts. They knew that once this matter was reported back, it would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar. At the very least, Yi Shang stepping into the third turn invincible realm was already an extraordinary piece of news. I wonder what the high-ranking members of Xianming Pavilion will think when they learn how extraordinary Yi Shang is. Back then, they treated Yi Shang as a disposable pawn and cast him aside without a second thought. Wow! The next morning, a light mist enveloped the towering Xianming building, which had over 100 floors. In front of the Xianming building, it had already become lively early on, with people coming and going in the lobby. On the 52nd floor, inside a luxurious lounge, two steward elders, Chao Sui and Huang Chen, were leisurely sitting and sipping tea, enjoying this rare morning moment. Xiao Shang, do you have today's newspaper? Chao Sui put down the teacup in his hand and looked up at a tall woman dressed in a black uniform, who appeared to be a secretary. The secretary, hearing his words, folded her hands in front of her and replied with a smile, Elder Chao, it's still early. The morning paper hasn't been delivered yet. Chao Sui shook his head. The people down there are really getting lazier with their work. Beside him, Huang Chen took a sip of tea and laughed heartily. Brother Chao Sui, what's the rush? If you ask me, there's nothing worth reading in the morning paper paper anyway. This netherworld ghost domain has not seen any major events for a long time. Even if there were, it would only be some mythic level equipment discovered in the ancient lands, which would then make it to the headlines. But after seeing it so many times, it doesn't feel like much anymore. Huang Chen finished speaking and shook his head indifferently. The various forces in the netherworld ghost domain are extremely balanced, and no major events have occurred for a long time.
All parties are exercising great restraint.
As for some rogue cultivators, they can't stir up much trouble at all.
That's true. The daily news is always the same stuff, nothing new. Chao Sui nodded, feeling somewhat bored.
Speaking, he seemed to recall something and said, I wonder how the Bai family's pursuit of that boy Yisheng turned out? It's been several days now, and there hasn't been any news at all.
Quite strange. Huang Chen nodded in agreement upon hearing this and said, it is indeed strange.
Logically, if the Bai family had killed that boy, they would have made an exceptionally ostentatious announcement about it.
But it's been several days already?
The Bai Jinping brothers went out chasing with an invincible realm genius, but there's been no news since.
Could something have happened? That shouldn't be the case, right?
The Bai Jinping brothers are seasoned experts in the third turn ghost general realm.
How could they stumble on something like this? Chao Sui said. Makes sense. The two continued their conversation, while the female secretary turned and left the lounge to fetch today's morning paper.
The female secretary hurriedly returned, holding 2 copies of the morning paper in her hands, with a trace of panic on her face.
Xiao Shan, what's wrong with you?
Chao Sui turned his head to look and, upon seeing the female secretary's panic, couldn't help but ask with a smile.
Huang Chen also smiled and looked over.
2 elders, a major event happened last night. The female secretary said in a trembling voice.
Big deal? What big deal could it be?
Chao Sui laughed heartily, his expression calm.
Huang Chen also chuckled lightly and said, go ahead, let's hear it. What big deal could make you so nervous?
The female secretary continued in a trembling voice. Last night, the Bai family, one of the Bai family's bases was wiped out.
Hundreds of second stage perfected realm cultivators and more than a dozen elders have died.
This includes Bai Tingyue, a third stage perfected realm cultivator. Upon hearing this, Chao Sui abruptly stood up, his face full of shock. Where was the calmness he had just displayed? On the side, Huang Chen was drinking tea, and upon hearing this, he also spat out his tea in shock.
He was equally stunned and widened his eyes to confirm. What did you say? Even Bai Tingyue has fallen in battle? Which faction is responsible? Chao Sui asked nervously. To annihilate a Bai family base, it must have been the work of some faction. This is about completely falling out with the Bai family.
Yes, this is about going to full-scale war with the Bai family.
Huang Chen groaned, feeling that things had escalated too much.
The forces of the netherworld ghost domain had already reached a delicate balance, and once someone broke it, it could trigger a chain reaction. But the two saw the female secretary shaking her head. No, it's not any faction, it's one person.
One person?
The two were stunned upon hearing this.
One person capable of wiping out an entire Bai family base? Are you kidding? Are you teasing them? Chao Sui was anxious. Couldn't this female secretary just say everything at once? Did she have to make them ask sentence by sentence?
Then, the female secretary announced a name that made the two of them unsteady on their feet.
Yisheng.
Even the female secretary's breathing became rapid after speaking. Just now, she stepped out of the lounge to grab the morning paper, only to see the entire Xianming building in an uproar, with people gathering in small groups, whispering in low voices.
They were all mentioning one name, Yisheng.
At first, she was quite curious and leaned in to listen. When she heard about this matter, her first reaction was that it was impossible. But after getting the morning paper and seeing the content published on it, she was completely stunned. Only then did she hurriedly rush back.
Could it be fake news? Chao Sui's first reaction was that it was fake news, or that the Netherworld report had mistaken the person. A moment later, because this was simply too unbelievable.
As far as he knew, Yisheng was still being hunted by the Bai Jinping brothers. How could he have possibly detoured to the ancient land and wiped out one of the Bai family's bases? Moreover, he's just a mere second-stage cultivator. How could he have such heaven-defying abilities?
Yeah, could it be a mistake? Huang Chen also looked unconvinced. It's true. The female secretary was absolutely certain.
She stated that it was written very clearly in the Netherworld report, and this matter was corroborated by a survivor from the Bai family.
Most importantly, 2 elders from the Xianming pavilion were also involved and could testify.
They claimed to have seen Yisheng with their own eyes. Chao Sui snatched the Netherworld Times from the female secretary's hand and lowered his head to examine it closely. He ended up seeing this news right on the front page headline.
What? Huang Chen's gaze also swept over. Moments later, the two's expressions gradually turned blank. According to the content in the Netherworld report, the two of them couldn't help but believe it.
Not only was there a surviving member of the Bai family as evidence, but also 2 elders from the Xianming pavilion.
Jiang Gong and Fu Yuan personally witnessed Yisheng? Could this matter actually be true?
Chao Sui felt it was unbelievable, as if he were in a dream. If this matter were true, it could only mean one thing: Yisheng had stepped into the realm of the third transformation. Moreover, his combat power had reached reached the terrifying invincible realm. Only this could explain everything. Thinking of this, Chao Sui recalled the events from a few days ago.
Not long ago, Yi Shang left the Xianming pavilion.
The two of them had even sneered, thinking he was just a mere second-turn cultivator. Did he really take himself so seriously? Leaving was leaving, it had no impact on the Xianming pavilion.
But now, the Xianming pavilion seems to have forcibly missed out on a prodigy. Who is it?
They personally pushed a highly potential genius out of the Xianming pavilion.
Huang Chen, upon hearing this, muttered to himself, Yi Shang has stepped into the third transformation realm, defying the heavens like this? What on earth have we done? Did you personally push such a heaven-defying prodigy out of the Xianming pavilion?
As he spoke, Huang Chen's hand trembled, and his heart bled.
A third-turn invincible realm genius. This is absolutely not something an ordinary force can possess. Each one is a treasure. Extremely rare. Xianming pavilion originally had the chance to possess such a prodigy, but now, Brother Chao Sui, I'm afraid we've made a colossal mistake. Huang Chen said. Impossible.
Chao Sui heard this, opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. If the matter of Huangpu Mountain is true, then Yi Shang's potential is so immense that it has reached an unimaginable level. If they had fully protected him against the pressure from the Bai family back then and devoted all resources to nurturing him, the returns would have been millions of times greater.
Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now.
For a moment, the high-end lounge became extremely quiet. Chao Sui and Huang Chen were at a loss for words. Not far away, the female secretary also had a complicated expression. It seemed their Xianming pavilion had missed out on a genius. Due to the wrong decision made by the higher-ups, they had forcibly driven the other party out of Xianming pavilion. After reading the morning paper, Song Xiaotian excitedly jumped onto the sofa, waving his arms wildly and laughing heartily. I knew Brother Yi was incredibly strong. I was right about him from the start. Not only has he stepped into the third transformation realm,
he also wiped out an entire base of the Bai family. Ha ha, how satisfying. Song Xiaotian was as excited as a child. It was as if the achievements in the newspaper were his own. It's a pity Grandpa went deep into the ancient land, otherwise he would be utterly shocked. Song Xiaotian looked regretful.
Song Tianhui, this fourth-stage ghost sect realm expert, has already set out for the ancient land.
Moreover, he has entered the Yin city within the ancient land.
In Yin city, communication is impossible, and all means of contact will cease to function, making it completely cut off from the outside world.
Song Xiaotian felt a bit regretful. Once his grandfather learns about this matter, he will surely be astonished.
Zhang Gang reported to Xianming Tower as usual. After walking into the lobby, he saw people gathered in groups of 3 or 5, engaging in heated discussions with excited expressions.
This puzzled Zhang Gang. What has happened?
Zhang Gang scratched his head, feeling a bit puzzled. It had been a long time since he had seen such a scene, and he wondered what major event had occurred to make everyone so excited. Zhang Gang took a step forward, planning to find a group of people to ask about it and satisfy his curiosity. Walking up to a crowd, Zhang Gang leaned in to listen. I only heard someone gloatingly say, this time the higher-ups are dumbfounded. They forcibly drove away a genius. Indeed, if they had fully protected him back then, our Xianming pavilion would have gained another third-turn invincible realm prodigy.
Don't you think it's strange? This person's talent is just too astonishing. Not long ago, he was only a second-turn cultivator, and in the blink of an eye, he possesses the combat power of the third-turn invincible realm? It's somewhat surreal. A group of people nodded, all feeling a bit emotional.
If you ask me, it's still our higher-ups who are too foolish, lacking vision and unable to retain people.
Shoo, keep your voice down. Talking like this about the higher-ups, aren't you afraid someone will report you and get you into trouble?
That person sneered, afraid of what? If Xianming Pavilion continues like this and can't retain real talent, it will inevitably decline one day. Zhang Gang stood outside the crowd listening, but the more he listened, the more confused he became.
What could have forcibly driven a genius away? What kind of idiotic higher-ups?
Hey, brother, what exactly happened? Zhang Gang patted the shoulder of the man in front of him and asked. The man was in the middle of a discussion and was naturally displeased at being interrupted. He turned his head to glare at Zhang Gang, but upon seeing that Zhang Gang was a second-turn cultivator, his expression and attitude improved slightly.
What do you want? Zhang Gang had no choice but to ask again, may I ask what happened? Why is everyone so excited?
As he spoke, Zhang Gang looked toward the groups of people gathered in 3s and 5s in the hall.
That person, upon hearing this, exaggeratedly said, you still don't know? Village Internet Cafe? Something big happened last night. What big thing?
Zhang Gang was stunned, completely taken aback by his words, and even started to doubt if he was the village internet. That person immediately became excited, waving the newspaper in his hand and said, just last night, the Bai family's base in an ancient land was completely wiped out. Not a single one was spared, and the methods were extremely bloody and brutal. Our netherworld ghost domain hasn't experienced something like this in a long time.
Would you say it's significant or not? What? The entire Bai family base was wiped out?
Zhang Gang widened his eyes upon hearing this. The person nodded. Over 100 second-turn consummate realm experts, more than than 10 third-turn elders, and even a third-turn consummate realm cultivator. Not a single one survived. It is said that the fire at the Bai family base burned throughout the entire night. By the next morning, those who rushed there only saw a field of charred ruins. At that time, the people from the Bai family who arrived at the scene saw the devastation and immediately knelt down, weeping bitterly.
This was the most devastating loss in the history of the Bai family. Zhang Gang was stunned. He only felt that things had escalated dramatically. What kind of force is so ruthless? This is practically a declaration of war against the Bai family, and it's the kind that won't stop until one side is annihilated. Which faction is responsible? Zhang Gang's breathing became rapid. He felt that the Longcom Netherworld ghost domain was likely about to stir up a massive storm, possibly even affecting the Xianming pavilion. Unexpectedly, that person shook their head like a rattledrum and said, "It's not any faction, but a single person." "Brother, it was just one person who wiped out the entire Bai family base." As the man spoke, he waved his arms wildly, regretting that he wasn't there last night to witness the slaughter scene of that god of killing. It must have been incredibly shocking. One person? Zhang Gang was stunned upon hearing this. One person wiped out an entire Bai family base? Why does this sound like a dream? Who is it? Zhang Gang snapped out of it, looked at the newspaper in the person's hand, and said apologetically, could I borrow your morning paper to take a look?" This earth-shattering news also successfully piqued Zhang Gang's curiosity. He also wanted to know which bold individual accomplished such a monumental feat that shook heaven and earth. "Take it." The man was extremely generous. He had already finished reading the newspaper, so lending it to Zhang Gang was no big deal. Zhang Gang took it from his hands and, with trembling hands, unfolded the newspaper to read. "Look at the front page headline." Beside him, the person kindly pointed it out. Thank you." Zhang Gang expressed his gratitude and looked at the front page headline, his gaze quickly scanning through the content. But after he finished reading the entire article, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Immediately, like a wild duck being strangled, a sharp scream erupted. What? It was Yi Shang's doing. He stepped into the third-turn ghost general realm? Zhang Gang screamed, his piercing voice startling the person beside him. What major event happened in Icewind Valley? Zhang Gang turned his head and looked at him. Sunjua widened his eyes and said, "You don't know yet, do you? Just a short while ago, a brutal battle broke out in Icewind Valley. Dozens of the Bai family's consecrated elders were all slaughtered. It was he who brought Yi Shang to the Netherworld city. Then he brought him to join the Xianming pavilion." Yi Shang looked over and saw a middle-aged man in scholar's robes and a young man waiting there. The middle-aged man in scholar's robes did not restrain his aura. He was a powerful expert at the peak of the third transformation. His aura was sharp, and there was a hint of hostility in his expression, clearly not an ordinary person. 1,000 miles away from the Netherworld city, a massive ghost dragon Dasha warship was soaring through the sky, heading toward the Netherworld city. The hull of this warship is emblazoned with the 4 characters Tianfeng Group. At this moment, inside the cabin of the ghost dragon Great Morning, hundreds of young people are seated. These young individuals are all second-turn cultivators, each possessing immense potential. They are the chosen prodigies signed by Tianfeng Group, with exceptional value for cultivation. Is this the Netherworld ghost domain? Seated in one spot, Lu Ming gazed out through the ship's window, his face full of emotion. Along the way, he had seen far too many ferocious second-tier ghost tides. Occasionally, he even encountered a third-tier fierce ghost howling between heaven and earth, attempting several times to attack the ghost dragon Deshang they were aboard, but each time it was repelled by the powerful defense system of the ghost dragon Deshang. This Netherworld ghost domain is truly too dangerous. Lu Ming shook his head. Compared to the Netherworld ghost domain, the wilderness outside Ghost Mountain City is simply like a beginner's village, not worth mentioning at all. How about it? Gain some insight? Ha ha ha. On the side, Zongshan spoke with a cheerful smile. Back then, he was Lu Ming's contract review officer. He even took Lu Ming to the outskirts of Ghost Mountain City to level up, essentially acting as Lu Ming's guide. But now, Lu Ming has already advanced to the second-tier Ghostmaster realm, placing him on the same level, and the gap in their statuses has significantly narrowed. But due to their initial friendship, the relationship between the two had always been good. That was eye-opening. Lu Ming nodded, his face full of emotion. He only felt that his previous self was like a country bumpkin, and now he had truly witnessed a grand scene of this world. That third-stage fierce ghost is absolutely nowhere to be seen in the wilderness outside Ghost Mountain City. Zongshan laughed and said, "This is nothing. The truly ferocious ones are those shadow cities in the ancient lands. That is the real lair of fierce ghosts. This time, we are heading to Nether City just for a brief rest. After one day, we will proceed directly to the ancient lands. You must be prepared." Lu Ming nodded, a hint of pride on his face. He felt that he had already touched a higher dimensional world and was no longer an ordinary person from now on. Yi Shang and I are no longer people of the same world. Lu Ming murmured to himself. He has liked comparing himself to Yi Shang since childhood. But now, he has already left Yi Shang far behind, and this elder brother can no longer catch up with his pace. He will become stronger and stronger in the future. Get into Fengdu University. city. Even in the future, he might serve as a regional inspector, holding a high position with great authority. From then on, his life would be completely different. As Lu Ming thought about it, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a smile, and he felt extremely pleased in his heart. Zhang Shan had no idea what he was thinking, but seeing his expression, he felt it necessary to give him a reminder and said, "The ancient land is extremely dangerous. Although this time we have several third-turn elders from the Tianfeng group leading and protecting us, we still cannot avoid encountering perilous situations, especially when entering the ancient lands region. If we encounter the passage of ghost soldiers, even the third-turn elders may not survive. At that time, we can only rely on luck and pray for our own safety." After hearing this, Lu Ming's smile immediately disappeared, and he no longer fantasized about the future. The ghost dragon De Shine headed towards Netherworld City, and the cabin fell silent for a moment. At this time, a third-turn elder from the Tianfeng group walked in, swept his gaze across the cabin, and looked at the younger generation with a smile, saying, "Everyone, today's Netherworld news has been published. Since you've come to the Netherworld ghost domain, you must pay attention to the current hot topics here. Take out your communication wristbands and take a look. It's also good to know what's been happening recently in the Netherworld ghost domain." In the cabin, a group of young people, upon hearing this, all took out their communication wristbands and opened today's Netherworld News Morning Edition according to the method taught by the elder. Zhang Shan also operated his wristband, opened the Netherworld News, and said to Lu Ming beside him with a smile, "Take a look. It's a chance to broaden your horizons. Those who can make it to the Netherworld Gazette are definitely not ordinary people. Every single one of them is a prominent figure in the Netherworld ghost domain. If we ever have the chance to encounter such individuals, we must absolutely avoid offending them." Lu Ming nodded, understanding that the Netherworld ghost domain was not like a small place such as Ghost Mountain City. He then followed the elder's instructions to open the Netherworld Gazette. Whoa! An entire base was wiped out. Nearby, Zongshan widened his eyes in disbelief after reading the front page headline. At this moment, the group of young people in the cabin also started discussing the news after seeing it. Incredible! Over 100 second-turn perfected realm cultivators were completely slaughtered in a single night? A young man was utterly shocked and said, "A second-turn perfection realm cultivator, each one of them is far stronger than us, and they were completely wiped out?" Another person shook his head while pointing at the newspaper. Not just that, there were also more than 10 third-turn elders. Among them was even a third-turn perfection realm elder. It's truly unbelievable. Yeah, who could it be? Absolutely fierce. Didn't you see? It was written clearly in the newspaper. A master named Yi Sheng single-handedly stormed the base and wiped everyone out. This Yi Sheng is one of the prominent figures of the Netherworld ghost domain, right? That's just too powerful. I wonder how old he is. Another person analyzed, this person who can kill a third-turn perfection realm elder shouldn't be young, probably around 40 or 50 years old. Nonsense, it clearly says here that it's a young man, not even 20 years old. Inside the cabin, there was a flurry of discussion. Everyone was talking about the name Yi Sheng. Zhang Shan leaned back in his chair, looking at the morning paper and sighing, this Yi Sheng is really something else. Moreover, this Netherworld ghost domain is truly formidable. It can casually claim the lives of hundreds of second-turn perfected realm cultivators, not to mention so many third-turn elders. TSK. Beside him, Lu Ming, upon seeing the words Yi Sheng, was utterly astonished. For a moment, he stood frozen in place. The Yi Sheng in this newspaper has the same name as his elder brother. Zhang Shan seemed to recall something, turned to look at Lu Ming, and said with a smile, "Oh right, I remember you have an elder brother also named Yi Sheng. Could it be the same person?" "No." Lu Ming shook his head vigorously. "Are you kidding me? How could his good-for-nothing elder brother be this fierce? Single-handedly destroying an entire base, slaughtering over 100 second-turn perfected realm cultivators plus more than a dozen third-turn elders? Especially when one of them was a third-turn perfected realm cultivator. This is absolutely impossible. Where could his useless elder brother accomplish such a thing? He absolutely doesn't believe it. There's no connection at all." Lu Ming chuckled lightly and said, "No, my brother is just an ordinary person. He doesn't even know where to find a job right now. How could he accomplish such an earth-shattering feat? Impossible. It's impossible." Lu Ming shook his head like a rattledrum. Zhang Shan, however, laughed and said, If it really is your brother, that would be incredible. This person can truly be called a legendary figure in the Netherworld. Yes, it's a pity that it's not." Lu Ming's mouth twitched slightly, forcing a smile. The young man beside him was slightly weaker, merely a cultivator at the peak of the second transformation. However, to reach such a realm at such a young age was no easy feat. Yinshui Mountain, located on the outskirts of the ancient land, is a mountain filled with heavy Yin energy. This place has been a perfect spot for nurturing ghostly entities due to the constant gathering of Yin energy throughout the year. However, 3 years ago, it was occupied by the Bai family, who established a base there. At this moment, a figure is sitting cross-legged at the peak of Yinshui Mountain. The figure is young, with a long sword floating in front of him. The
The blade of the long sword is entirely pitch black, surging with turbulent black mist, and it is frantically devouring the accumulated Yin energy of Yinshui Mountain over the years, seemingly using the Yin energy of this place to nurture the sword. As more Yin energy flows into the black long sword, its power seems to grow increasingly terrifying. If someone knowledgeable were present, they would surely exclaim in astonishment. This black long sword is actually a rare red mythical grade equipment, because apart from the black mist on the sword's blade, it was also faintly shrouded in a layer of enchanting red.
Young master, we should avoid this for now.
An old servant stood behind the young man, advising with a worried expression.
Swish! The young man opened his eyes and sneered. Why should we avoid it?
The old servant said that Yi Sheng is at the height of his ferocity, and he seems to have intelligence on all the bases of our Bai family. I fear he might come to Yinshui Mountain, and by then, young master could be in danger.
Upon hearing this, Bai Zijian couldn't help but burst into laughter and said disdainfully, afraid of him? I actually wish he would come to Yinshui Mountain to find me. Ha ha ha. Bai Zijian's laughter was bold and full of confidence.
He is the unparalleled prodigy of the Bai family in the third transformation realm. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, he has never tasted defeat.
You look down on me?
Bai Zijian suddenly looked at the old servant, his eyes revealing a chilling expression.
The old servant hurriedly waved his hand to explain, no, how would I dare to look down on you, young master?
It's just that we don't need to risk our lives against that barefoot madman. It's not worth it. That barefoot madman naturally referred to Yi Sheng. After hearing the explanation, Bai Zijian snorted coldly, then sneered. It's said that this person possesses the combat power of the third turn invincible realm.
I really want to meet him.
The old servant said, the invincible realm should be correct, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to kill your uncle Tingyu.
Young master, we don't need to. That makes it even more interesting.
Bai Zijian interrupted the old servant, laughing heartily. I'll wait for him right here and see if he dares to come. As the two spoke, the distant sky was shrouded in clouds and mist.
Wow!
A patch of mist suddenly churned, and then a ghostly fog ship emerged from within. Bai Zi's sword spirit was incredibly perceptive and immediately noticed the anomaly, casting his gaze toward the ghostly fog ship. A glint of sharpness flashed in the old servant's eyes as he also looked toward the ghostly fog ship.
A ghostly fog ship? He really came.
Bai Zijian sneered, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. What he feared most was that Yi Sheng wouldn't dare to come.
Now that he had come, Bai Zijian was more excited than anyone.
In his heart, avenging the Bai family was secondary. The chance to slaughter an invincible realm expert was what truly made his blood boil. It would add a glorious chapter to his path of invincibility.
Young master,
The old servant wanted to persuade further.
Shut up.
Bai Zijian let out a cold snort, his gaze fixed on the ghost mist ship as it slowly broke through the clouds and approached. At this moment, the Bai family base at the foot of Yinshui Mountain also spotted the ghost mist ship, sounding a piercing alarm.
Suddenly, the entire base was thrown into chaos. That lunatic is here. Lord Demon King Yi?
He actually dares to come, someone sneered. With Zijian here, he is doomed.
I will cut off his head to honor the deceased members of the Bai family.
In the base, many people looked up, and upon seeing the ghost mist ship, they gritted their teeth, wishing they could tear the ship's owner apart alive. It was clear they hated Yi Sheng to the core. In the sky, the mist surrounding the ghost mist ship gradually dispersed, revealing the ship's body and two figures standing on the deck. Yi Sheng sat cross-legged in a white robe, his gaze deep as he looked toward Yinshui Mountain. Beside him, Gu Yuqing stood behind Yi Sheng like a maid. She now had grievances she couldn't voice, her head lowered, afraid of being recognized and implicating Gu Yu Tower.
Senior Yi, Gu Yuqing was somewhat afraid.
According to the intelligence, there is a Bai family prodigy at the invincible third transformation realm in this Yinshui Mountain.
He has been nurturing a red myth-level longsword here for years. His combat power is extremely terrifying.
Yi Sheng, upon learning about it, unexpectedly chose to come to this place without hesitation.
To meet the Bai family's unrivaled genius in the third transformation invincible realm.
Yi Sheng remained silent, gazing toward the peak of Yinshui Mountain. He had already seen a young figure sitting cross-legged there. The young figure did not restrain their aura, exuding the presence of a third-turn invincible realm, causing hearts to tremble, especially the black longsword floating in front of them, emitting a circle of eerie red glow that made people shudder at the sight. Yi Sheng recognized that this longsword was a third-turn red myth-level longsword, extremely rare.
You are Yi Sheng?
At the peak of Yinshui Mountain, Bai Zijian laughed heartily, his laughter filled with arrogance as he looked disdainfully at Yi Sheng on the deck of the ghost mist ship.
Exactly.
Yi Sheng nodded, his expression as calm as a still lake, with not the slightest ripple in his eyes. The two's gazes collided in midair, as if sparking a trace of electricity, causing the surrounding dark clouds to churn violently. Both were invincible prodigies of the third transformation, standing at the absolute pinnacle in this realm.
Who was stronger or weaker could only be determined after a battle. Madmen. Both of them are madmen.
Gu Yuqing lowered her head to glance at Yi Sheng, then looked up at the white sword on the peak of Yinshui Mountain, muttering to herself. She really couldn't understand the thought processes of these freaks. Why were they
they also battle obsessed? Seeing someone of the same level excited them even more than seeing a woman.
Yiang stood up, stepped off the deck one step at a time, and hovered in midair, a long sword appearing in his hand. Guiwaching saw this and steered the ghost fog ship to retreat. She knew that the next moment would undoubtedly be an earth-shattering scene. Staying here would only result in being killed by the aftermath, so she had to leave quickly.
Guiwaching's prediction was not wrong.
She had just retreated dozens of miles away when an unimaginable scene erupted on the side of Yinshui Mountain.
Golden sword light surged like a tide, engulfing Yinshui Mountain.
On the other side, black sword light rose like a towering mountain, colliding with the opponent.
In an instant, Yinshui Mountain was plunged into an apocalyptic scene. Guiwaching watched in astonishment as Yinshui Mountain seemed to have two suns colliding, one black and the other golden.
The battle lasted for a long time, until nightfall.
The next day at dawn,
a ghostly mist ship swayed as it flew, the cold wind around it making Guiwaching shiver. She instinctively tightened the clothes around her. Then, she looked down and saw Yiang sitting cross-legged motionlessly on the deck, dressed in a white robe. There were a few drops of bloodstains on his white robe, some his own, and some from others.
Senior Yi.
Guiwaching opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ended up saying nothing.
Guiwaching moved her lips, not knowing what to say.
She couldn't help but recall what had happened last night, and a trace of admiration flashed in her eyes.
Last night, Yiang first fought against Bai Zijian, the Bai family's third-turn invincible realm prodigy.
Afterward, 3 more figures unexpectedly appeared in the night sky. These 3 figures were all extremely powerful, each no weaker than Bai Zijian, and all were third-turn invincible realm prodigies of the Bai family. It seems the Bai family had long set up an ambush here, just waiting for Yiang to arrive. In this battle, the 4 joined forces to attack Yiang.
Throughout the entire process, Yiang, fighting 1 against 4, did not fall behind in the slightest.
In the end, it was the old servant hidden beside Bai Zijian who took action, unleashing the combat power of the 4th turn ghost sect realm to capture Yiang.
But it was still blocked by Yiang with a golden divine bell and ultimately fled.
In this battle, the entire Yinshui mountain was blasted to ruins, and the surrounding area for hundreds of miles turned into scorched earth.
Many people at the Bai family base were implicated and died as a result. To fight alone against 4 invincible realm prodigies, this is truly unbelievable. Guiwaching looked at the figure in the white robe before her and couldn't help but murmur to herself, that is the invincible realm.
Each one of them can reign supreme at the same level. Yet Yiang faced 4 of them alone and was not at a disadvantage.
I really don't know how he managed to do it. What kind of freak is he?
On the deck, Yiang was closing his eyes, reflecting on the experience of this battle.
My combat strength is still lacking.
Yiang opened his eyes and looked at the distant mist, his gaze somewhat profound. After this battle, Yiang had already figured out exactly which level the invincible realm belonged to. For example, Bai Zijian's combat power had reached 600 times that of an ordinary third-turn perfection realm expert.
That's right, that's 600 times. The white sword possesses a full set of third-tier legendary equipment.
Compared to a single dark gold item that can only amplify combat power by 10 times, a single legendary item can amplify combat power by 50 times. 6 pieces of armor amount to 300 times combat power.
And with 6 pieces, the set bonus can be activated.
After activating the attributes of the legendary set, combat power can be increased by an additional 100 times. Just a single third-tier legendary set alone grants 400 times combat power.
In addition, Bai Zijian also wields a third-tier mythic weapon. The boost from mythic equipment is even more exaggerated.
An item that can enhance combat power by 100 times. Yiang pondered, coupled with its own invincible techniques, it can ultimately reach an astonishing 600 times combat power. This is the origin of the invincible realm, 600 times combat power. Subsequently, 3 consecutive figures appeared, all of whom were at this level. 600 times combat power
can be called the invincible realm. And myself, Yiang pondered. In this battle, he relied on the Vajra demon subduing sword. With his promotion to the 3rd rank, the Vajra demon slaying sword's level also rose to LV3. The attributes experienced an explosive increase.
Yiang pulled up the skill panel to take a look. Destruction level skill, Vajra demon slaying sword, LV3, a single target attack skill, one of the Taoist sect's top demon slaying sword techniques. Attack power increased by plus 60,000%.
Damage to ghost type enemies increased by plus 80,000%. Attack power has reached plus 60,000%, said Yiang.
Previously, when the Vajra demon slaying sword was at LV2, the attack power increased by plus 30,000%.
Now attack power increased by plus 60,000%.
It has doubled. But Yiang shook his head. The attack power increase of plus 60,000% seems exaggerated. But when converted into multiples, it's actually only 600 times.
This is the simplest arithmetic problem.
In other words, Yiang, relying on the Vajra demon slaying sword, has just reached the level of the invincible realm. He is now on par with Bai Zijian and other invincible realm prodigies. Of course, merely holding one's ground round would make it impossible not to lose when being besieged by 4 people. However, Yiang is not an invincible method. During this time, Yiang has taken the opportunity to upgrade the Heaven Suppressing Divine Bell to the same LV3 level. Destruction level skill, Heaven Suppressing Divine Bell, LV3, defensive skill, one of Taoism's top-tier defensive spells. Defense increased by plus 65,000%. Ghost damage reduction plus 75,000%. Seeing this, Yiang couldn't help but take a deep breath. The defensive power of the Heaven Suppressing Divine Bell has reached an astonishing plus 65,000%. That is 650 times. An increase of 50 times, already surpassing the threshold of the invincible realm. Don't underestimate this 50 times. After reaching the 600 times invincible realm, even improving by just 1 time becomes extremely difficult. After exceeding the critical threshold, it became so difficult for the 4 to break through their defenses, placing themselves in an invincible position. Even the hidden old servant, who unleashed the combat power of a 4th turn ghost sect realm, was unable to do anything to them. This must have completely exceeded the expectations of the Bai family. Such a grand scheme, yet they still couldn't keep Yiang. Afterwards, they might even be so angry they cough up blood. Who would have thought the old servant beside Bai Zijian turned out to be a 4th turn ghost sect realm expert? Truly well hidden. Yiang shook his head. The Bai family certainly had no shortage of backup plans. Yiang smiled and collected his thoughts. After this battle, he also understood the difference between himself and those in the invincible realm. My potential for improvement is still immense, Yiang murmured. It should be noted that he had only used the Vajra demon slaying sword to match the level of Bai Zijian and others in the invincible realm, achieved 600 times combat power. Don't forget, Yiang is currently only around 3rd rank, level 10. Since stepping into the 3rd rank Ghost General realm, he hasn't had the chance to improve his level yet. He hasn't even reached the 3rd rank, level 100 Perfection realm. As for the equipment on the body, it's still wearing a set of 2nd tier dark gold level gear, which is quite underwhelming. But if it is upgraded to the 3rd tier level 100 Perfection stage, and then obtains a complete set of 3rd tier legendary gear, with the stacking of combat power, the combat power might break 1,000. Thousands of times the combat power. By then, these so-called invincible realm figures like Bai Zijian might struggle to withstand even a single strike from me. With thousands of times the combat power, even crossing realms to battle a 4th turn ghost sect realm might not be an issue. At the very least, the old servant by Bai Zijian's side, an ordinary 4th turn ghost sect realm, is probably no match for me. If I could get a full set of tier 3 mythical equipment, that would be even better. This thought only flashed through Yiang's mind, knowing it was too difficult. However, Yiang had already obtained a tier 3 mythical weapon. Swish! With a flip of his palm, a long sword emitting a red halo appeared in Yiang's hand. The long sword is entirely pitch black, surging with turbulent black murderous aura. If Bai Zijian were to see this long sword, he would definitely be so enraged that he'd vomit blood again. In the battle at Inshui Mountain, Yiang did not come away empty-handed. Before retreating, he severely injured Bai Zijian and seized the 3rd tier mythic weapon from his hands. Shadow Demon Sword. After the Shadow Demon Sword was drawn, it immediately emitted waves of chilling energy that spread in all directions, causing a thick layer of frost to form on the surrounding deck. Guiwaqing stood behind Yiang, and a layer of frost also crept up her legs. The intense cold energy made her shiver uncontrollably, and she instinctively took a step back, moving out of the Shadow Demon Sword's range of influence. It's a 3rd tier mythical weapon. Guiwaqing lowered her head to look at the weapon in Yiang's hand, her eyes filled with envy. This is a mythical weapon. Moreover, it's at the 3rd tier level, priceless. Most importantly, it's too rare. Only major powers have the possibility of obtaining it. Ordinary rogue cultivators would find it hard to even catch a glimpse of it. Originally, it was the sword carried by Bai Zijian, but at this moment, it had been seized by Yiang. Guiwaqing still remembered that when the sword was taken, Bai Zijian, disregarding his injuries, showed an expression more pain than if he had eaten something foul, jumping up and down in fury. In Demon Sword? Yiang examined the 3rd tier mythic weapon in his hand, sensing the strong resistance the weapon had toward him. Once the equipment reaches the legendary level, it will recognize its owner. Mythical level weapons even develop a weapon spirit, gaining self-awareness. At this moment, Yiang is unable to control the Shadow Demon Sword in his hand. The first reason is due to insufficient level. To control it, one needs to reach the perfection of the 3rd transformation at level 100. Yiang is only at the 3rd transformation, level 12. Secondly, it has already recognized Bai Zijian as its master. Without the cooperation of the weapon spirit, this sword is nothing more than a slightly sturdier piece of scrap metal, unable to unleash any power. Guiwaqing also noticed this and said, Senior Yi, this sword has already recognized its master. Only by killing its owner can the mark be erased, allowing it to recognize a new master and be controlled. After Guiwaqing finished speaking, her face was full of regret. Although the Yin Demon Sword was seized, it is likely unusable. Unless Bai Zijian loses his mind and commits suicide, Yiang would have a chance to make it recognize a new master. Yiang nodded. This he naturally understood. Back then, taking this sword was merely to make Bai Zijian uncomfortable and simultaneously weaken his combat power. Without this demon sword, his combat power could no longer reach 600 times, making it difficult to claim invincibility again.
Unless the Bai family finds him another tier 3 mythical weapon.
But no matter what, seizing a treasure as significant as the demon sword would undoubtedly make the Bai family extremely uncomfortable.
Weapon spirit?
Yiang stroked the long sword in his hand, sensing the strong resistance conveyed by the weapon spirit within, akin to a soul entity, refusing to be controlled by him.
Weapon spirit? I wonder if soul binding and commanding would work on it.
Yiang frowned, raising such a thought. A weapon spirit is a kind of existence similar to a soul body, somewhat akin to ghostly entities.
Since the spirit capturing and commanding technique can capture ghostly entities, could it also have a special effect on weapon spirits? With this thought in mind, Yiang decided to give it a try. Ordinary ghost servant skills might not be great, but spirit summoning and dispatching is on a destruction level, with all kinds of miraculous aspects. There might just be an unexpected surprise. Wow! In the next instant, Yiang's pitch-black eyes transformed into a deep gray. Spirit summoning and dispatching skill activated. The target was switched to the spirit within the demon sword.
On the side, Guiqing looked at Yiang curiously, not knowing what he was doing. She only felt a peculiar force field enveloping the demon sword. Even her own soul faintly felt as if it was being subtly controlled by some kind of power. This feeling was very uncomfortable, causing Guiqing to instinctively step back a few paces, distancing herself from Yiang.
After a moment,
Yiang suddenly let out a long laugh.
Then, Guiqing widened her eyes and witnessed an incredible scene.
The previously motionless demon sword suddenly began to dance around Yiang like a swimming fish, appearing extremely joyful.
That appearance, if Guiqing wasn't mistaken, it was clear that the demon sword had chosen a new master. How is this possible?
Guiqing stood frozen in place. It is common knowledge, even to a 3-year-old, that once a mythical weapon recognizes a master, the only way to erase the mark and choose a new master is to kill the original one. But Bai Zijian is clearly still alive.
How could the demon sword recognize a new master? For a moment, Guiqing's worldview was completely overturned by the scene before her. Sword, come!
Yiang sat cross-legged on the deck, smiling as he extended his hand with a gesture. The demon sword, which danced like a swimming fish, obediently flew into Yiang's hand.
Holding the demon sword, Yiang felt the spirit within, as obedient as a lapdog, and couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter.
The spirit binding and commanding technique really works on weapon spirits. It can directly control the weapon spirit. Even if there is the original owner's mark, it won't matter.
I wonder what expression Bai Zijian will have when he sees me mastering the demon sword.
Yiang laughed heartily, his laughter carefree. Immediately after, Yiang restrained his smile and began pondering his next move. As Yiang fell silent, the ghost mist ship once again sank into a state of stillness.
Guiqing felt somewhat uneasy, standing behind Yiang.
During this time, she had been serving as free labor for Yiang, steering the ghost mist ship. She had no idea when Yiang would finally let her go. After a while, Yiang spoke. You may leave. You've worked hard during this time.
What?
Guiqing was stunned upon hearing this, thinking she had misheard.
This demon king was actually willing to let her go? Senior Yi,
Guiqing was at a loss, thinking that Yiang was testing her.
What? Unwilling to leave?
Yiang frowned and looked at her.
No, no.
Guiqing hurriedly waved her hand.
She couldn't wait to leave right now.
Although following Yiang had broadened her horizons, not only destroying the Bai family base but also encountering prodigies at the level of the third turn invincible realm. Her horizons had indeed expanded, but it was also a bit too thrilling. It is possible that a single misstep could lead to falling into an abyss. Yiang's level is something she cannot reach at her current state. Every day, she feels on edge and thinks it would be better to honestly return to her own circle. After a while, Guiqing left, summoning her flying artifact and fleeing toward the distant sky, gazing in the direction where Guiqing departed.
Yiang's eyes revealed contemplation as he pondered the next plan. Let's head to Een City.
Yiang raised his head and looked toward the distant sky. Een City is the core place of the ancient land. This time coming to the ancient land was originally to go to Een City to improve oneself in preparation for the upcoming federal grand exam. It was only because of settling accounts with the Bai family and collecting some interest that some time was delayed. Now that a grudge has been vented, it's time to focus on the main task.
Additionally,
after the battle at Yinshui Mountain, Yiang also came to understand his shortcomings. Next, we need to find a set of third-tier legendary equipment to further enhance combat power. With the 600x combat power of the Diamond Demon-Slaying Sword in hand, and adding a set of third-tier legendary equipment, the combined combat power will rise to an unprecedented over 1,000 times. With such combat power, only then can it truly be called the third-turn invincible realm. Overwhelming all 600 times combat power third-turn invincible realm
prodigies. By then, the likes of Bai Zijian can be suppressed with a single palm. Also, the realm level must be quickly raised to the third turn level 100 perfection realm, otherwise even the Ying demon sword cannot be controlled, and many pieces of equipment cannot be equipped. Yi Shang shook his head. Then, without thinking further, he adjusted his direction and steered the ghost mist ship, breaking through the air toward Yin City. On the way to Yin City, one must cross a stretch of 3,000 miles of void. The void land is a vacuum where ordinary flying artifacts cannot traverse, only spaceships of the level of the ghost dragon Deshang can cross it. The 3,000-mile void land resembles a black starry sky, with massive spaceships slowly navigating through it. Inside one of the ghost dragon Deshang ships, Yi Shang was aboard this spaceship. The owner of the boat was an elderly man with white hair, dressed in traditional Chinese attire, exuding an extraordinary demeanor and accustomed to holding a high position for many years. He was the chairman of a third-rate group. Although the elderly man's group couldn't be considered very powerful and couldn't compare to top-tier forces like the Xianming Pavilion, its financial resources were still extremely abundant. Yi Shang's ghost mist boat was unable to cross the void land and was stopped. At that moment, the elderly man happened to pass by and warmly invited Yi Shang, offering to take him to Yin City. The cabin was lavishly decorated. "Young friend, is this your first time going to Yin City?" Duan Hongda, with a head of white hair, sat across from Yi Shang, smiling as he chatted with him. Beside them, a young girl rolled her eyes, looking at Yi Shang with a hint of defiance in her gaze. "That's right, it's the first time." Yi Shang smiled and said. Duan Hongda appeared extremely enthusiastic, so he couldn't bring himself to brush off the man's goodwill. Young friend's talent is truly extraordinary. To have reached the third transformation stage at such a young age. Duan Hongda's face was full of admiration as he praised without reservation, his gaze toward Yi Shang filled with appreciation. He had long noticed that Yi Shang was a third-turn ghost general realm expert. To have such cultivation at this age, his talent was already beyond question. This was also one of the reasons he was willing to stop the spaceship and personally invite Yi Shang. "Your granddaughter is not bad either," Yi Shang politely said, his gaze falling on the young girl beside Duan Hongda. The girl's talent was indeed not bad. She had also stepped into the realm of the third transformation. Although it was her initial step, it was undoubtedly the third transformation ghost general realm. If only talking about levels and not combat power, the girl was already around level 20 of the third rank, slightly stronger than his level 10 of the third rank. Hearing this, the girl shot Yi Shang a "consider yourself sensible" look. Just now, her grandfather had almost praised Yi Shang to the skies, but in her view, Yi Shang's level aura was only around level 10 of the third rank, slightly weaker than hers. Such a stranger being praised by grandpa naturally made her very unconvinced, and she had the thought of competing with Yi Shang. Duan Hongda laughed heartily when he heard Yi Shang mention his granddaughter and said, "That's right, my granddaughter is not bad either. She has also reached the third-turn ghost general realm." As he spoke, Duan Hongda looked at Yi Shang and his granddaughter with a meaningful expression and said, "You are all young people, you should communicate more with each other. Of course, it's not impossible to become boyfriend and girlfriend." Ha ha ha. Duan Hongda finished speaking and burst into laughter. His words were extremely straightforward, clearly suggesting that Yi Shang should try to get along with his granddaughter. Yi Shang was caught off guard upon hearing this. Even with his composure, he gave an awkward smile, not expecting Duan Hongda to say such a thing. "Grandpa, what are you talking about?" Duan Xiaojia also let out a soft whimper, her face instantly turning as red as an apple. "Although that guy across the secret passage is not bad, whether he is worthy of me is another matter." "Young friend, everything I said is the truth." Duan Hongda laughed heartily. At his granddaughter's level, it really is somewhat difficult to find someone she fancies. The realms of those around the same age are mostly inadequate, and the more outstanding ones are only at the second transformation, unworthy of his already third transformation granddaughter. As for those with the same realm, their ages are mostly unsuitable. This left Duan Hongda, who had always wanted to arrange a marriage for his granddaughter, quite troubled. It was rare to encounter a young talent like Yi Shang. Thus, he seized the opportunity, hoping to match the two. Yi Shang and Duan Xiaojia both fell silent. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Duan Hongda chuckled and changed the topic, looking at Yi Shang and saying, "Since this is your first time visiting Yin City, you must not know much about it. Let my granddaughter introduce it to you." As he spoke, he urged his granddaughter, Duan Xiaojia, who was beside him. "Grandpa." Duan Xiaojia looked helpless. Grandpa had inexplicably set her up on a blind date. Duan Xiaojia said nothing, glaring angrily at Yi Shang. Seeing this, Duan Hongda gave Yi Shang an awkward smile and said, "Well, let me handle this." Speaking of serious matters, Duan Hongda's expression also turned serious. "Although both of you have reached the third transformation and can be considered prodigies, you must still be cautious in your conduct when you arrive in Yin City." Hearing the words, "cautious in your conduct," Yi Shang couldn't help but look over. Wanting to know what dangers Yin City holds, Duan Hongda looked at Yi Shang and his granddaughter, and said seriously, "Although you two are prodigies, there are simply too many extraordinary talents in Yin City. Just stepping into the third transformation can only be be considered third-rate. There are far too many people stronger than you. Third-rate?
Yisheng smiled upon hearing this, showing some interest, and asked, "Old man, then what are second-rate and first-rate?"
Duan Hongda said, third-rate refers to you cultivators who have just stepped into the third transformation. Second-rate refers to third transformation level 50 cultivators. As for the first class, naturally, it refers to cultivators who have reached the perfection of the third transformation at level 100. I see.
Yisheng nodded, finding this classification rather straightforward.
Duan Hongda added, of course, apart from the first class, there are also the super first class. These are the people you truly cannot afford to provoke. Top-notch?
Yisheng was taken aback, then clasped his hands and smiled. "Sir, I would love to hear more."
Duan Xiaojia rolled her eyes and said, top-notch naturally refers to the invincible realm. Who could possibly be stronger than them? The invincible realm?
Yisheng was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter.
He had thought it was something else. Duan Hongda didn't notice the strange look in Yisheng's eyes and nodded with a smile. That's right. Super first class refers to the third transformation invincible realm. These are the true kings of the third transformation level. Any one of them is an extraordinary figure. They are the true influential figures in the land of Yin City. Compared to them, you're still far behind.
Duan Hongda spoke as he listed the names of some invincible geniuses in the third transformation realm and advised Yisheng to stay as far away from these people as possible in the future, warning him not to provoke them under any circumstances. Otherwise, if they were to suppress and kill him, there would be nowhere to seek justice.
Duan Hongda counted on his fingers, listing them one by one.
Pei Yan from the Pei family, Li Wudi from the Li family, Huang Wenyue from the Huang family,
Bai Zijian from the Bai family.
Yi Shan listened.
It was also an opportunity to learn about the power structure of Yin City.
As Duan Hongda listed them, Yisheng hadn't expected there to be quite a number of third-turn invincible realm prodigies.
When Duan Hongda mentioned Bai Zijian of the Bai family,
a trace of unusual emotion flickered in Yisheng's eyes.
Bai Zijian?
Yisheng secretly shook his head. At this moment, Bai Zijian must be feeling extremely uncomfortable. Without the Yin demon sword, his combat power has dropped, making it difficult to sustain the 600-fold combat power of the third-turn invincible realm. He is likely falling behind the invincible realm prodigies of other factions, unless the Bai family provides him with another third-turn mythic-grade weapon. Otherwise, the invincible realm would no longer live up to its name. It's fine not to act, but once you do, your true form will immediately be revealed.
To the side.
Duan Xiaojia listened to the names of these invincible realm prodigies, her gaze gradually becoming dreamy.
With each name she heard, a trace of admiration appeared in her eyes. It seems these are her true idols.
When she looked at Yisheng again, her gaze turned disdainful.
It seemed to say, compared to these invincible geniuses, you are nothing. The gap is too vast.
Yisheng ignored her love-struck expression.
Duan Hongda spoke with a face full of emotion.
There are truly too many prodigies in this world. If you want to live comfortably in the Yin City secret realm, you must at least reach the first-class level and achieve the perfection of the third transformation realm. Of course, only by reaching the top tier can one truly dominate the scene.
But that's too difficult. Besides equipment, you also need an unbeatable skill to succeed. Duan Hongda explained.
Duan Xiaojia clenched her fists, feeling confident in her talent, and said with determination, "Grandpa, I can definitely do it."
Duan Hongda laughed heartily upon hearing this.
I'll be satisfied if you can reach the first-class level.
As for the super first class, that's too difficult. It requires extremely strong talent. Not everyone can achieve it. As he spoke, Duan Hongda patted his granddaughter's head.
Even though he had great confidence in his granddaughter, he still wasn't optimistic about this particular matter. There are quite a few first-class levels, but there are far too few in the invincible realm of the superlative class. The conditions to achieve the invincible realm are extremely stringent.
As the saying goes, not everyone can do it.
Duan Hongda smiled and looked at Yisheng. So after arriving at the Yin City secret realm, it would be better for you all to remain humble.
Yin City secret realm.
It was the first time Yisheng had heard someone refer to Yin City this way.
Old man, I've learned something.
Yisheng clasped his fists and still spoke with a smile.
Duan Hongda looked out through the ship's window. We are about to pass through the 3,000-mile void.
Yisheng also looked outside, knowing that once they passed through the 3,000-mile void, they would reach the Yin City secret realm.
Half a day later, the ghost dragon Dasung finally passed through the 3,000-mile void.
Yisheng saw a breathtaking scene through the ship's window. It was a city, with one ancient building after another suspended in the air. Due to their sheer number, they had converged into a vast city. Its scale was at least 20 times larger than Ghost Mountain City, appearing majestic and grand.
Is this the Yin City secret realm?
Yisheng was astonished, as it didn't quite look like it.
No, this is the Hanging City. Duan Hongda shook his head. The Hanging City? Yisheng asked in confusion.
Duan Hongda explained with a smile. Initially, this hanging city did not exist. Some factions built ancient buildings solely to provide their members with a place to rest in the Yin City secret realm. But as more and more factions came to the Yin City secret realm, the number of buildings increased, gradually forming this city. Coupled with the extremely high drop rate in the Yiang City secret realm, commerce here became highly prosperous, and its scale grew larger and larger.
Duan Hongda spoke eloquently.
He is just an ordinary person, but with an astonishing business acumen, he managed to develop a third-rate corporate power through sheer effort, which is quite impressive.
How are these buildings suspended in mid-air?
Yiang asked curiously, observing them.
Simple.
In the Voidland, there is an abundant resource called Voidstone that can resist gravity. Using local materials, this floating city was constructed.
Duan Hongda explained. On the side, Duan Xiaojia looked at Yi Shang's inexperienced expression, sneered disdainfully, and said, "This is the outpost of the Yiang City secret realm. After adventuring in the secret realm, cultivators come here to rest. But don't say I didn't warn you, the hotel prices here are extremely expensive. Don't end up not being able to afford it." Duan Hongda laughed heartily and invited, "Since you've come, little friend Yi, why not rest in my ancient building?
There's no need to stay at a hotel.
Isn't that like slapping me in the face?"
As he spoke, he glanced at his granddaughter and Yi Shang with a meaningful look, saying, "Once you've settled in, you're all young people, so you can interact more with each other." Yi Shang was about to refuse, but Duan Hongda interrupted him. Duan Hongda spoke with utmost seriousness, saying something that caught Yi Shang completely off guard. "Young friend Yi, if you don't mind, you could marry my granddaughter and join the Duan family."
"Alas, my Duan family has no male heirs in her generation."
"Rest assured, after you join the Duan family, my vast family estate will all belong to you both."
"Grandpa." Duan Xiaojia's small face turned bright red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Yi Shang. Yi Shang was taken aback, feeling a bit amused and exasperated. What was all this about? Just as he was about to refuse, Duan Hongda said, "We're here. Let's disembark first. Oh, I forgot to remind you, after passing through the 3,000-mile void, any communication methods here are useless." Hearing this, Yi Shang looked at his communication wristband. Sure enough, they found that there was no signal, and no messages could be sent out. This was something Yi Shang had learned about in advance. After his classmates who had reached the third transformation realm entered the Yiang City secret realm, they all lost contact one by one. "Let's go. Get off the ship first," Duan Hongda said. Yi Shang stood up and had no choice but to follow Duan Hongda out of the spaceship. The Ghost Dragon Dasha was parked on a helipad, not far from an ancient building over 20 stories high. All of these belonged to Duan Hongda. In terms of wealth, this elderly man with a keen business mind was second to none. The cabin opened. Duan Hongda, Yi Shang, and their group stepped out. "Ha, there are even people here to welcome us." Duan Hongda laughed heartily. Of course, compared to Yi Shang and Duan Xiaojia, he was a notch weaker. The young man's eyes clearly lit up when he saw Duan Xiaojia stepping off the spaceship. It was obvious that he was a suitor of Duan Xiaojia. "Xiaojia, you're back." Su Shaoan, like a little lapdog, greeted with a cheerful smile. When Duan Xiaojia saw him, she looked disgusted and scolded. "Su Shaoan, call me Duan Xiaojia." "Xiaojia is not something you can call me." As she spoke, she put her hands on her hips and pointed at Su Shaoan, forbidding him from coming closer. Su Shaoan looked embarrassed and bowed to Duan Hongda. "Grandpa Duan." "Shaoan." Duan Hongda smiled. "Who is he?" Su Shaoan suddenly looked toward Yi Shang on one side, her eyes showing a wary expression. Duan Xiaojia and Yi Shang were quite close, and judging by Duan Hongda's demeanor, he seemed to greatly admire this unfamiliar young man. This made Su Shaoan feel a trace of unease. "Master, you've had a hard journey." At this moment, the middle-aged man in scholar's robes also walked over and cupped his hands toward Duan Hongda. Duan Hongda laughed heartily. "Not at all. Mentu, why trouble yourself to personally come and greet me?" Menta smiled and said, "It's only right. I was indebted to you back then. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today." "Mentu, you're still so polite. Let's not bring up the past. There's no need to keep mentioning it." Duan Hongda laughed heartily. Then, he looked at Yi Shang and introduced him to the disciples. "Oh, let me introduce someone to you. This is Yi Shang, young friend Yi. At such a young age, he is already a third-turn ghost general realm cultivator with outstanding talent." "Oh, really?" Su Mentu was surprised and looked at Yi Shang. "Young friend Yi, this is Su Mentu." Duan Hongda introduced Yi Shang again with a smile. "He is your senior and had already reached the peak of the third transformation long ago, and it possesses 300 times the combat power. Even in the Yiang City secret realm, the disciple is quite renowned. If you have any questions, you can consult him in the future. We're all on the same side." Upon hearing this, Yi Shang looked at Su disciple in surprise. 300x combat power. This means that the middle-aged man in scholar's robes before him possesses at least a full set of Tier 3 legendary equipment. This is no small feat. At the level of Tier 3 perfection realm, he is definitely an expert, almost second only to those in the invincible realm. Su Mentu looked at Yi Shang, cupped his hands, and said calmly, "I am unworthy of being called senior." As he spoke, Su Mentu also scrutinized Yi Shang with an appraising gaze. After a moment of examination, Su Mentu calmly withdrew his gaze, a trace of disdain flashing deep in his eyes. Yi Shang's level aura was only around third turn, level 10, and his equipment equipment was all extremely poor. Clearly just a junior who has just stepped into the third turn ghost general realm. Far inferior to an old hand like him who has been battling in the third turn realm for years. Not worth too much attention. The only thing that can make him take notice is Yishang's talent. So young and already at the third transformation realm, truly extraordinary. Tremendous potential. Yishang. Yishang also smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Nearby, Su Shaoan was taken aback upon hearing that Yishang was actually at the third transformation ghost general realm. The gaze directed at Yishang became even more vigilant. The appearance of Yishang undoubtedly added a competitor for him, someone who might very well take Duan Xiaojia away from him. He had been pursuing Duan Xiaojia for many years. Xiaojia, I've booked Fengyue Tower to take you for some top-notch cuisine. Su Shaoan said flatteringly, I'm not going. Stop pestering me. Duan Xiaojia turned her head and happened to see Yishang. Remembering her grandfather's words about marrying into the family, her face turned red like an apple again. Compared to Yishang, Su Shaoan was clearly much worse. At the very least, Yishang and she are of the same level of existence, while Su Shaoan is only at the second transformation's perfected realm, a whole major realm lower, unworthy of her. At this moment, Yishang suddenly bid farewell, saying, Old Master Duan, I shall take my leave now. Thank you for your hospitality along the way. You're leaving? Duan Honda was taken aback, then immediately frowned. I feel that Yishang is somewhat ungrateful. He has already shown such goodwill. He even took the initiative to propose that Yishang marry into the Duan family and leave the vast family business to them, yet this kindness is not appreciated. Even with Duan Honda's deep composure, he couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated at this moment. Su Menta glanced indifferently at Yishang, secretly thinking that this kid was sensible. He had long noticed that Duan Honda had taken a liking to this kid's talent and wanted to marry his granddaughter to him. Meanwhile, he had already set his sights on Duan Honda's vast family fortune, intending for his son Su Shaoan to marry Duan Xiaojia and gradually scheme for it. The sudden appearance of Yishang also made him wary. Su Shaoan saw Yishang about to leave and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Leaving is good. Leaving is good. Humph, you're leaving? Duan Xiaojia felt both embarrassed and annoyed, not expecting Yishang to leave so decisively without any hesitation. Everyone, farewell. Yishang smiled and bid farewell, knowing he could no longer stay. If he waited any longer, he feared he might truly end up marrying into the Duan family. In an instant, Yishang rose into the air and flew toward the distant sky. Duan Honda watched Yishang's departing figure and called out unwillingly, if young friend Yi has nowhere to stay, you are more than welcome to return to my guild hall. My previous words still count. A moment later, Yishang's figure faded into the distance, gradually becoming indistinct. Su disciple glanced in the direction Yishang had left and said with a faint smile, Old Master Duan, it seems this young man doesn't appreciate the gesture. Duan Hongda squinted his eyes and said, young people, it's inevitable for them to be proud and ambitious. When he hits a wall in the Een City secret realm, he'll know to come back by then. That's true. Disciple Su clasped his hands behind his back and nodded. For a moment, he gazed in the direction where Yishang had left, his eyes flickering, lost in thought. The Een City secret realm is located 1,000 miles away from the Hanging City. After leaving the Hanging City, Yishang headed straight for the Een City secret realm. Riding the Ghost Mist ship, the speed was extremely fast, reaching the destination in just an hour. That should be the Een City secret realm. Yishang, dressed in a white robe, sat cross-legged on the deck, faintly seeing a massive black city resembling a mountain on the distant horizon. The black city was shrouded in clouds and mist, like a giant ferocious beast ready to devour its prey. Even before approaching, one could feel an overwhelming aura of menace emanating from it. Whoosh! Yishang accelerated the ghostly mist ship, breaking through layers of clouds and mist, and soon approached the black city. When they got closer, they were stunned by the sight before them. Is this the City of Shadows? Yishang was in a daze. What appeared before them was a magnificent black city, standing like a mighty fortress, blocking everyone's path forward. This black city towered hundreds of meters high. Looking up, black banners fluttered atop the city walls. It was packed with ghostly soldiers and generals surging like a tide. Their overwhelming numbers caused a surge of Een energy, transforming into turbulent black clouds that obscured the sky, even covering the blood moon above. And in front of this majestic ghostly city, Yishang unexpectedly saw tens of thousands of powerful individuals sitting cross-legged. Some were meditating with their eyes closed, while others were gazing at the majestic pass in front of them, seemingly contemplating how to break through. At this moment, someone exclaimed, "Look, someone is about to storm the city." Yishang turned to look. He saw a team of more than 50 people climbing toward the giant city, each agile and swift like nimble apes. Yishang's gaze swept over them. All 50-plus individuals were peak second-turn realm experts, not a single weakling among them, ready to join forces to break through. As 50 people broke through, there was soon a response from the top of the city wall. Unexpectedly, multiple heavy crossbows were set up, firing streaks of black light. Boom! Several among them failed to dodge in time, were struck by the heavy crossbows, and instantly exploded into a mist of blood. The rest took the opportunity to
rush up to the city walls, but what greeted them was a tide-like wave of ghost soldiers. Swish, swish, swish. Among the tens of thousands of cultivators, many opened their eyes to watch, wanting to see if these few could succeed.
I wonder if this squad can break into the city. Let's hope they succeed. Once we break in, we can use the complex environment of the city to hide and start gradually hunting the ghost soldiers. If luck is on our side, we might even get legendary equipment.
Yeah, but everything depends on getting past the city wall, the first major hurdle.
But this is too difficult. People were discussing. Boom! Amid the discussions, a figure was blasted down from the city walls.
This person, covered in blood and with a look of terror on their face, fled as if flying. As for the other experts who had charged onto the city walls, none made a sound, having perished in battle atop the walls. Out of more than 50 people on this mission, only one managed to survive by sheer luck.
Sigh, another team has failed.
In front of the Black City, the crowd sighed as they watched this scene.
This City's secret realm is just too difficult to conquer. Yiang frowned and watched. According to the intelligence from Guyulu, City is referred to as the City's secret realm because it is not just a single city. Rather, it contains an independent space. Within it, there are countless cities,
some of which are entirely filled with second-turn consummation realm ghost soldiers and generals, while others are filled with third-turn ghost soldiers and generals. However, to enter the Nether City secret realm, one must first pass through the formidable pass of the first city before truly entering the secret realm. As for the first city pass before him, Yishang's gaze swept over it, and all the ghost soldiers and generals in the city were at the peak of the second transformation realm. This city pass is very difficult for second transformation cultivators to pass through, but for third transformation cultivators, it is much easier. As for Yishang, it was naturally even less of a challenge. What a pity! At this moment, a voice came from beside Yishang. Yishang turned his head and saw an old man in a gray robe. This gray-robed old man was a cultivator at the peak of the second transformation stage, piloting a spaceship. On his ship stood several burly men, each with their arms crossed. At this moment, the spaceship stopped beside Yishang's ghost mist ship.
Young friend, is this your first time visiting the City's secret realm?
The gray-robed elder sat cross-legged, looking at Yishang with a smile.
What makes you say that? Yishang frowned. He didn't show any flaws, so how did this gray-robed elder figure out that it was his first time coming to the City's secret realm? Ha ha ha.
This kid still claims it's not his first time. Hearing this, a group of burly men pointed at Yishang and burst into hearty laughter. The gray-robed elder waved his hand to stop the laughter, then smiled and explained to Yishang, "Young friend, there is no ancient city mark on your forehead.
It's obvious this is your first time here. Anyone can tell." The ancient city mark on the forehead? What is that?
Yishang was stunned. This truly fell into his blind spot of knowledge. Moreover,
this detail wasn't mentioned in the intelligence from the ancient moon tower.
It seemed to be just basic information, not worth recording in the report, which led to Yishang not being aware of it.
Wow! Seeing Yishang puzzled, the gray-robed elder and a group of burly men pressed their foreheads. The next moment,
a yellowish-brown city mark appeared right in the center of their foreheads. The city mark emitted a mysterious yellow aura, all in miniature form, appearing in the center of their foreheads with an extraordinary mystical quality.
Young friend, this is the ancient city mark,
the gray-robed elder said with a smile. Only those who have stepped into the Shadow City can condense it at the center of their brows.
Thank you for the lesson.
Yishang cupped his hands and straightforwardly asked, "May I ask, what is the purpose of this ancient city mark?" The gray-robed elder chuckled and said, "After entering the Shadow City's secret realm, no matter how far or deep you go with it, you can directly teleport out and return here to the first stronghold." As the gray-robed elder spoke, he pointed to the ground beneath his feet.
"So that's how it is."
Yishang nodded, then looked at the elder.
"May I ask what brings you to me?"
Yishang's expression was indifferent as he looked at these few second-turn consummate realm cultivators. It was clear that they approached him with a purpose.
"Don't misunderstand."
The gray-robed elder waved his hand and glanced at the Black City, saying, "Young friend, did you see the team of 50 that just passed through the checkpoint?"
"Of course, I saw it."
Yishang nodded. The gray-robed elder continued, "We are here to invite you, young friend, to join our team."
"Join your team?"
Yishang frowned, preparing to refuse. A burly man chuckled and said, "Kid, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Otherwise, as a rookie, no other team would take you."
"Oh, I forgot to mention, we are a 100-member squad."
The other burly man also laughed heartily.
"Yeah, if you miss this chance, there won't be another.
Others who want to join our team usually have to spend money to pull some strings.
In another 2 hours, we will set off."
Several burly men laughed heartily, as if Yishang had taken advantage of them in some way. As the burly men spoke,
the gray-robed elder squinted his eyes, scrutinizing Yishang.
But what puzzled him was that he couldn't quite see through Yishang. There were only two possible explanations for this. One was that Yishang's cultivation level was extremely high, making him inscrutable. The other was that Yishang had mastered the art of concealing his aura to an extraordinary degree, or he was using some kind of aura-concealing artifact. But in any case, anyone who can keep him from from seeing through them is no ordinary person, which is one of the reasons he came to invite Yiang. Young friend, the success rate of our team entering the city is extremely high, with a mortality rate of only 20%, the gray-robed elder said. When he mentioned that the mortality rate was only 20%, there was a hint of pride in his expression.
20%? That means only 20 out of 100 people die.
Such a low mortality rate is hard for other teams to achieve. Theirs has reached an astonishing 50%, a half casualty rate.
The gray-robed elder tempted. Once you enter the city, you can hide away. Those ghost soldiers are very stupid and can't find us at all.
Afterward, we can work together to quietly hunt the ghost soldiers, and the probability of obtaining equipment is extremely high. A burly man said, "That's right, kid. As long as we get one legendary piece of equipment, this trip won't be a risk for nothing, and we'll make a huge profit."
Ha ha ha.
A group of burly men looked excited, as if they had already obtained some incredible equipment. Yiang observed them, realizing that these people were the mainstream of this world, the vast base of cultivators. Equipment was only a matter of time for him, but for these people in front of him, it was a priceless treasure, relying on risking their lives to obtain equipment in hopes of striking it rich. Therefore, a place like Yiang City, with its extremely high drop rates, had become a paradise. Of course, the price is an extremely terrifying mortality rate. How about it? Take a gamble, and you might not have to worry for the rest of your life. A burly man tempted. Telling Yiang a story, they once had a brother with incredible luck who obtained a mythical grade piece of equipment in the Shadow City. Later, it was bought by a major power at a high price. They obtained wealth that couldn't be spent in a lifetime. Nowadays, they've long been living a laid-back life. It's said Yiang could do the same, as long as his luck is good enough. Yiang sighed, just about to refuse these people.
I am ultimately not the same kind of person as them. The path I must take is not something they can even imagine.
At this moment, another burst of exclamations erupted in front of the mighty Yiang City Pass. This drew the attention of Yiang and the others.
Yiang thought someone was breaking through the barrier again and looked up.
He saw 7 or 8 figures flying through the air from the distant sky, coming together. Wherever they passed, the void trembled, causing tens of thousands of cultivators in front of the first Yiang City to exclaim in shock.
The gray-robed elder no longer paid attention to Yiang.
Upon seeing those 7 or 8 figures, he gasped and said, "They are the third-turn invincible realm prodigies of several major forces."
Yiang's gaze swept over, and his expression quickly froze,
because among those 7 or 8 figures, he actually saw 2 familiar faces.